Lin Qiye traversed into the world of God-slaying, with the potent blood of the Dragon Clan's Black King coursing through his veins. At the outset, he awakened the extraordinary language Spirit Time Zero, enabling him to devour the mysterious and grow infinitely stronger. While other Night Watchers toiled in rigorous training, he had already single-handedly vanquished ancient divine beings within the realm of suspended time. Lin Qiye possesses a Seraph? Then I shall crush this so-called deity with the supreme power of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 1. The Tombstone. The class is over. Thank you, teacher. A sudden bell jolted Lin Qiye from his seat. A boy seated behind him playfully poked him, teasing him. However, Lin Qiye remained unfazed. He gazed around in a daze, realizing he was in a classroom filled with a cacophony of voices during the break. Where's this place? In the next moment, Lin Qiye felt a surge in his mind as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. The owner of this body was also named Lin Qiye, an orphan, mirroring his previous life in both name and identity. He was currently situated in Class 2 of the second high school in Sangnan City. The reality dawned on him rapidly. He had indeed traversed dimensions, yet why does the name Sangnan City sound so familiar? By the way, when is that transfer student arriving? I heard he's blind, and I think his name is Lin Qiye? Oh, a transfer student. Wait, did you just say his name? Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye suddenly recalled a young woman who had come a few days prior, delivering eggs and asking them to look after her nephew. He felt a jolt as the memories settled in. Lin Qiye, Sangnan City. This meant he had entered the world of God-slaying. After an all-nighter, he felt utterly exhausted, and upon closing his eyes, he found himself here. The world of God-slaying. It seems perilous indeed, rife with danger. It appeared that he did not possess the legendary system. Lin Qiye contemplated relocating. This boat's parents had passed away early, leaving behind a substantial fortune, ensuring that financial concerns would not plague him in this lifetime. Thus, he pondered whether to flee to another city, anywhere far from Lin Qiye. He was merely an ordinary person without any special abilities. Staying so close to Lin Qiye could well be a death sentence. Lin Qiye distinctly remembered that shortly after Lin Qiye started attending school, an incident involving the Nantawa serpent demon invading the campus occurred. If he didn't escape, he might find himself among the casualties. Li Yifei, who sat behind him, was a constant reminder of that peril. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Lin Qiye resolved to pack his belongings and make a hasty exit after school that very night. Just as he was contemplating his next move, he suddenly sensed the once-loud classroom fall silent. Has the teacher arrived? Lin Qiye looked up, only to find that was not the case. A youth stood at the door, his eyes wrapped in thick black ribbons, gripping a cane, as if he intended to speak. The class erupted in chatter. You must be Lin Qiye, right? Your seat has been prepared. Allow me to assist you. Lin Qiye, come on. Help Lin Qiye over here. Lin Qiye's desk mate tugged at his hand, guiding him toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was assigned to sit beside him in the second row by the window. Lin Qiye's desk mate was named Li Yifei. Hello, classmate Li Yifei. Come on, let me take you to your seat. By the way, if you need anything at lunch, just call for me. I'll be right behind you. After saying this, Li Yifei poked Lin Qiye. I'm Lin Qiye, your desk mate. If you need to go to the restroom, just let me know. I'll take you there. At this, Lin Qiye's lips twitched slightly, though he couldn't say much. After all, a true blind person would struggle to locate the restroom. Yet being escorted there felt rather strange. After settling Lin Qiye in his seat in the second row, Lin Qiye placed his books in front of him. How do you know my name? Lin Qiye tilted his head slightly, a strange expression on his face. Oh, your aunt visited a few days ago. She brought a basket of eggs and distributed them, hoping we could take care of you. Being Lin Qiye's desk mate, he had witnessed Lin Qiye's stunned reaction as he absent-mindedly brushed over the pages of the book, staring ahead with his blindfolded eyes, murmuring something to himself. The surrounding chatter persisted, with many discussing the new transfer student. A female teacher entered the room. How are you feeling, Lin Qiye? I feel great, very well. That's good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your desk mate, those in front or behind you, or me. Okay, everyone, turn to page 91. Lin Qiye helped him to the correct page, receiving a soft thank you in return. The teacher's voice filled the air, recounting historical events that had been discussed many times before. Something about a mist enveloping the earth. If he recalled correctly, this mist was, in fact, a deity of the Klex type. As for its name, he did not remember. Perhaps it was fortunate he did not, for knowing the names of Klex deities meant being known by them. Lin Qiye listened intently to the teacher's narrative, while in his sight, his desk mate leaned back in his chair, sitting upright, nodding along with the lecture, though his eyes gradually fluttered shut. Lin Qiye. Beside him, Lin Xuan felt drowsiness wash over him and adeptly employed his sleeping techniques. He sat upright, eyes tightly shut, directing his attention toward the teacher, occasionally nodding. Lin Xuan seemed to drift into a dream, where a colossal tree towered, reminiscent of a white ash. The sky was an odd shade of gray-black, with this solitary giant tree standing tall, its withered branches stretching in all directions, weaving a dense net that supported the cracked heavens. The wasteland was littered with bones, and Lin Xuan transformed into a black dragon, rising from the depths of the skeletal pile, his wings adorned with skulls, spreading his massive membranous wings and unleashing a torrent of black flames toward the sky. Suddenly, Lin Xuan awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the classroom, but before a monument resembling a tombstone. The entire structure was black, its profound darkness seemingly capable of consuming one's soul. He looked up astonished. This tombstone was enormous. Gazing up at it felt akin to an ant looking up at a human monument. It seemed less a stone and more a towering mountain, with Lin Xuan standing at its base. Incomprehensible golden characters adorned its surface, causing a sense of dizziness with prolonged scrutiny. Each line was followed by a number, ascending from 5 to 10, 15, and so forth, up to 99, yet there was number 100. This indicated the proportion of dragon blood. At the apex of the monument was a fearsome dragon head. For some unknown reason, Lin Xuan suddenly grasped the significance of this object. In simple terms, he had become a hybrid, akin to those of the dragon clan. The blood coursing through his veins was that of the black dragon Nidhogg. He knew well who Nidhogg was. Having delved into dragon lore, Lin Xuan was acutely aware of this figure. In the hierarchy of dragons, Nidhogg was the ultimate, being a progenitor of all dragons, creator of the four sovereigns and the White King, an entity that ruled the world by fate, enslaving living beings in the name of divinity. Not to mention his standing among dragons, even in the realm of authentic Norse mythology, he was no less significant. The Wing of Death, the terrifying devourer, the world-ending black dragon was the embodiment of evil that heralded Ragnarok, the master of Nibelungen. Even Odin would tread cautiously in his presence. And he, inexplicably, had become a hybrid with Nidhogg's blood coursing through him. How could he not feel exhilarated? That monument-like object was a bloodline purity meter. Lin Xuan needed to continuously enhance his bloodline purity with every 5 increase. He would unlock a new ability. It could be a language spirit or perhaps other extraordinary powers. Currently, the meter pointed to the 5 mark. Lin Xuan focused intently on the text beside the 5. To his astonishment, he could suddenly comprehend it. Reading aloud, language spirit, time 0. In the next instant, Lin Xuan felt as if his body were ablaze, as though thousands of ants were gnawing at him, or like molten lava coursing through him with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Pain, an excruciating pain, as if it were capable of rendering him unconscious. Moments later, Lin Xuan rose from the ground, his breath gradually stabilizing from its previous heaviness. He stared blankly at his hands, as golden light flickered in his eyes. He sensed that his body had become significantly lighter, infused with an explosive strength, and he felt that his physical prowess had been remarkably enhanced, to the extent that he could easily defeat 10 versions of his former self. Had he become a hybrid? The world around him seemed transformed, his senses felt magnified several times over. Lin Xuan redirected his focus to the acquired ability of time 0. Wasn't this the power of the flamboyant principle? Anha? A surge of joy enveloped him. A hybrid of the Dragon Clan, no less, and a hybrid of the Black King, at that who wouldn't be exhilarated? Moreover, he had begun with the ability of time 0. He recalled that this ability could accelerate his own time, though he was uncertain of the extent to which he could accelerate or how long it would last. He remembered that Anha of the Dragon Clan could maintain his acceleration for over a minute, achieving speeds up to 50 times. However, it should be noted that the combat prowess of the Godslayer far surpassed that of the Dragon Clan. In this world, Lin Xuan might be able to accelerate even further. Yet, he was left pondering one question. How could he enhance the purity of his bloodline? In the very next moment, the answer manifested in his mind. The answer was devouring. He could purify his bloodline by consuming other mystical beings or absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins. Mystical beings referred to mythical creatures. Any mystical being he vanquished could be directly devoured. Absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins was different. He could absorb energy from both enemies and allies without affecting them. As long as he was within the Forbidden Ruins, he could continuously absorb energy to enhance his bloodline purity. Moreover, any entity he killed could be devoured like a mystical being, allowing him to consume the entirety of the Forbidden Ruins to purify his bloodline. The higher the tier of the energy absorbed from the Forbidden Ruins, the greater the energy gained. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Xuan felt even more exhilarated. Beside him sat Lin Qiye, the one from the Six God Ruins and the Two Kings Ruins. If he stayed close to Lin Qiye, would he not have to worry about energy? Furthermore, with Lin Qiye's extensive experiences, he had no reason to fear a lack of mystical beings to slay. In that moment, Lin Xuan made a firm resolution. He would not flee. Even if he did, where could he escape to? This world was fraught with peril, and as an ordinary person, he could easily perish in some forsaken corner. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he survive in this treacherous world. Previously, lacking a golden finger, he had contemplated fleeing, at least keeping his distance from Lin Qiye. Now, with a golden finger, why would he run? He would follow Lin Qiye wherever he went, vigorously reaping the benefits to bolster his own strength. Chapter 2. Time Zero. As Lin Xuan pondered, he suddenly felt a nudge, jolting awake. Before him stood the stern visage of a female teacher. Lin Qiye beside him appeared somewhat exasperated. He had kicked Lin Xuan several times earlier, but this fellow remained oblivious, and now he had been caught by the teacher. Lin Qiye thought, Lin Xuan, you are truly fortunate the female tiger didn't penalize you to stand in the office. By the way, have you grown taller? Li Yifei chimed in from behind, gesturing with his hands. Have I really grown taller? Lin Xuan assessed his body and realized that perhaps due to becoming a hybrid, he had indeed gained a bit of height. Not only that, but he could sense that his physique had become more proportionate with well-defined muscle lines. Maybe it's because I've been sleeping more, so I've grown faster, Lin Qiye remarked, turning his head with a hint of disbelief. He had noticed that his desk mate was quite the sleeper, dozing off at the start of class and only waking when it ended. What was even more outrageous was that had it not been for the female teacher's concern, she might not have noticed him at all. Absurd, Lin Qiye thought. By the way, Lin Xuan, why are you sweating so much? Li Yifei poked Lin Xuan's back, discovering that his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Oh, just had a nightmare. Lin Xuan waved dismissively, casting a glance at Lin Qiye. That gaze seemed less like one directed at a person and more like one directed at a treasure. He promptly pulled Lin Qiye up and called out to Li Yifei behind them. Hey, let's go to the restroom. I'm not going, I'm not holding it. And oh, you are. Lin Qiye. As the moon shone dimly, time flew by, and soon it was time for dismissal. Students trickled out of the classroom in small groups, chatting and laughing. A large crowd surrounded a boy draped in black satin, akin to a king flanked by loyal guards. Lin Xuan trailed behind them, not joining their ranks. During school hours, he had experimented slightly and found that with just a thought, he could enter that mysterious realm. Later, during a break, he tested his ability further. By activating Time Zero and counting down his mind, Lin Xuan confirmed that his current limit was an acceleration of 20 times, lasting a maximum of 3 seconds. A minute of Divine Warrior. This limitation was due to his mental strength being only able to sustain such a duration. To be honest, compared to Time Zero, it felt more like a fleeting moment. Furthermore, his Time Zero seemed to lack a domain and could only act upon himself. Lin Xuan speculated that this might be a consequence of his currently low mental capacity. Presently, his mental strength, classified according to the realms in God-slaying, should be at the level of a candle. Yet, his physical strength was evidently beyond measure. He had attempted to cut his skin with a craft knife, but it only left a faint white mark on the surface. Lin Xuan searched for objects around him, recalling that Lin Qiye would encounter 2 creatures known as ghost facers that night. He deemed it necessary to participate, as enhancing his strength was of utmost importance, and he wished to conduct an experiment to see how much his bloodline purity would rise after slaying a ghost facers. For every 5 increase in bloodline purity, he would not only gain a new ability, but also significantly enhance his physical attributes. This was quite understandable. A hybrid of dragon and human would naturally exhibit greater physical prowess the closer their bloodline purity was to that of a dragon. Moreover, Lin Xuan had an intuitive sense that elevating his bloodline purity beyond 50 would not lead to becoming a death servant, but would trigger some transformation, akin to a metamorphosis. This sensation was peculiar, as if the universe was subtly guiding him, igniting his anticipation for the changes that awaited him upon reaching 50 bloodline purity. Additionally, he noted that the highest bloodline purity inscribed on that tombstone was only 99, featuring a dragon's head but lacking a 100 mark. He had a feeling that upon reaching 99, he might ascend to the level of a supreme deity. However, surpassing 99 in bloodline purity would likely require him to carve his own path. If he were to exceed 99 bloodline purity, perhaps he would become the Black King Nidhogg, the immensely powerful emperor of the Dragon Clan. Or would he transcend the Black King altogether? What level would that be? A half-step dimensional being or a full dimensional being? The mere thought ignited a fervor in his heart. Alas, these ambitions felt far too distant. He recalled that Lin Qiye would awaken his eyes that night, unlocking the realm of mortal gods, and would counterattack a ghost facer. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to experiment with absorbing energy from the ruins and gauge the extent of his enhancement. Simultaneously, he sought to test his current strength. With the near-superhuman physicality of a hybrid, coupled with time zero, slaying a ghost facer should pose no challenge. Even if he encountered trouble and failed to kill, he could always run, utilizing time zero and his hybrid physique. The only caution was that he would find it difficult to activate time zero twice in quick succession, as it would induce a splitting headache. However, he needed to find a suitable weapon. A utility knife would certainly be inadequate. It might break before it could even slay the ghostly figure. Yet, apart from a utility knife, Lin Xuan could find no other weapon of merit. A mop soaked in snow would be of no use against the ghostly face. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly discovered the most unassuming weapon at the base of the school wall, a brick. Lin Xuan hurried forward, picked up the brick, and weighed it in his hand, though it still felt somewhat unwieldy. With a sudden force, he smashed it down, shattering it into 3 pieces, which he then stuffed into his pocket. The jagged edges of the broken brick were now even sharper, and should he inadvertently drop one while confronting the ghost, he could always retrieve another from his pocket. Having prepared his weapon, Lin Xuan swiftly joined the conspicuous group ahead. "Take me along, I'm on the way too," he called out. Lin Qiye grimaced slightly upon hearing that voice, as it had left an impression on him. This fellow insisted on dragging him and Li Yifei to the restroom after every class under the guise of needing stretch. Lin Qiye found it perplexing. Did boys truly enjoy forming groups for such activities? Were it not for the frequent occasions when Lin Xuan merely lured him out rather than genuinely needing to relieve himself, he would have suspected the other of having a frequent need to urinate. HM? Lin Qiye suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. He possessed a unique ability to perceive everything within a 10-meter radius, and thus, it was only natural he could see what Lin Xuan had concealed in his pocket. A brick? Why was he carrying a brick? In that instant, Lin Kai's mind raced with possibilities, even contemplating whether Lin Xuan came from troubled family or if he intended to harm someone. As they distanced themselves from the school, the classmates gradually diverged, leaving only 6 individuals. The group ahead engaged in discussions about the fog that had enveloped the area a century ago, while Lin Xuan trailed behind, listening half-heartedly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, hands tucked into his pockets, each clutching a piece of brick. His attention was fixated on Lin Xuan. What was he searching for? "Yifei, I recall this path is closer to your home," Lin Xuan suddenly interjected. "Who are you to talk? Who was it that slept like a log today, impossible to rouse?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye nodded slightly in agreement. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's hurry, you still have my homework." Lin Xuan waved dismissively. Li Yifei was the second persona of the Nantawa Serpent Demon should they be attacked by the ghostly figure. The Nantawa Serpent Demon would undoubtedly reveal its true form in a life-or-death situation. Moreover, with Zhao Kongcheng hastening towards them, they wouldn't have the luxury of waiting for the Nantawa Serpent Demon to silence them before Zhao arrived. At that point, the Nantawa Serpent Demon would find itself with no escape. However, Li Yifei was a crucial character, especially in the later stages. If he were to perish now, it would disrupt the narrative significantly. Thus, Lin Xuan was inclined to ensure the other's safety. Although in the original plot, Li Yifei was unharmed, one could never be certain. This was not a fictional tale, but a world steeped in reality, compounded by the unpredictable variables that Lin Xuan introduced. TSK fine. You all be careful too. I've heard the old district has been quite unsettled lately, with over a dozen fatalities. Jiang Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively glanced around, feeling as though the streets were rife with lurking killers. Lin Qiye also waved his hand, turning away in contemplation. Lin Qiye was deliberately trying to send Li Yifei away, and coupled with the brick in Lin Qiye's hand and Li Yifei's earlier words, could it be that? Lin Qiye's thoughts began to weave a tapestry of suspicion, tightening his grip on the cane he held. All right, I'm turning off here, I'll take my leave. Wang Sha waved his hand and turned to depart. Wait, Lin Qiye suddenly called out to him. If his memory served him right, those two ghostly figures were lurking in the alley Wang Sha was heading towards. They were classmates, and as the class monitor, Jiang Qian often assisted her peers if she could help, she would. Upon hearing Lin Qiye speak, Lin Kai's senses sharpened. He noticed Lin Qiye instinctively tightening his grip on the brick. Something was amiss. What's wrong? Wang Sha inquired, confusion etched on his face. Have you caught a whiff of something foul? A foul smell? Chapter 3. The Faceless Ghost. What are you talking about? Where's the foul smell? Jiang Qian sniffed forcefully and found no trace of the so-called stench. Even Lin Qiye took a whiff. His senses of smell and hearing were extraordinary. If there truly was a foul odor, he should have detected it. Yet this time, he found nothing. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret it? No, I am certain I detected an extremely repugnant smell. Lin Qiye fabricated a lie, for he had not sensed anything at all. Sniff again. I feel this foul odor is emanating from the alley you intend to enter. Wang Shao dashed into the alley and sniffed vigorously. It still detected nothing. I don't smell anything. The rest of the group approached to investigate. Their expressions filled with confusion. Lin Qiye, are you playing tricks on me? Just as Wang Shao's patience was waning, Jiang Qian, with her acute sense of smell, suddenly gagged violently. Ugh, you're not joking. There really is a stench. What? I can't smell it. Wang Shao, did you catch a whiff? Ugh, I can smell it too. This odor is truly revolting. I can't take it anymore. Lin Qiye, who had consistently claimed there was a foul smell, finally felt the overwhelming assault of the scent. It was akin to a laying of decaying meat and rotting apples, fermented for an interminable duration of 49 days. Just the mere inhalation made Lin Qiye feel utterly unwell. Even his hybrid constitution, robust as it was, struggled to withstand the assault, his stomach churning violently. This odor, it seemed, originated from that very alley. Lin Qiye pointed toward the dark recesses of the passage. No one dared to approach. Instead, they began to retreat. It was simply too putrid. A peculiar sound echoed in their ears, resembling something decayed being slapped against a wall, viscous and unsettling. Upon closer listening, it seemed to be intermingled with the sound of liquid droplets falling. At last, a terrifying figure emerged before them. It appeared human, yet it moved on all fours, grotesquely large, and the most horrifying aspect was its ghastly, twisted face. Its long, scarlet tongue flicked rapidly, measuring at least half a meter in length. Upon sighting this abomination, Jiang Qian emitted a piercing scream. The others turned pale, their expressions frozen in shock. They found it difficult to believe their own eyes. Only two individuals remained composed, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye saw nothing, while Lin Qiye had prepared himself mentally. Although the sight of the creature was shocking, he quickly regained his composure. Run, he bellowed. His voice pierced through the air, jolting everyone awake as they scrambled backward. In that moment, nearly all turned to flee in the opposite direction, including Lin Qiye, who intentionally lagged behind, slightly slower than Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's shout drew the attention of the faceless ghost, which lunged toward him with alarming speed, closing the distance to 10 meters in mere moments. Lin Qiye kept his hands in his pockets, gripping two jagged pieces of brick tightly. The ghost swiftly caught up to Lin Qiye, its rancid maw opening wide as it lunged to bite him. Sensing the rush of wind from behind, Lin Qiye performed a roll to evade. As he turned, he opened his eyes to reveal golden vertical pupils, coldly scrutinizing the creature. Upon activating his vertical pupils, even without employing his zero-time ability, Lin Qiye perceived the world around him slowing down. This was an almost perverse form of dynamic vision. Every sharp protrusion on the ghost, its menacing teeth, its savage gaze, and its poised tongue were laid bare before him. At that moment, Lin Qiye had already fled 10 meters away and remained unaware of Lin Qiye's eye transformation. When the ghost's gaze met Lin Qiye's golden pupils, it halted abruptly. In that instant, it no longer perceived Lin Qiye as a mere fragile human, but rather as a colossal black dragon towering over countless white bones, its wings adorned with skulls, its golden pupils shimmering with boundless authority. Seeing the ghost momentarily dazed, Lin Qiye seized the opportunity and lunged forward to strike first. The ghost shook its head, finally regaining its senses. Its crimson tongue lashed toward Lin Qiye with a whooshing sound. The force of it could easily cleave a person in two. Simultaneously, another ghost emerged from the shadows, lunging at the trailing Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye thought, what the hell? At that moment, Lin Qiye had no time to spare on his adversary. As the tongue lashed toward him, he activated his word spirit. 0 time. The sluggish dragon language flowed from his lips, and Lin Qiye felt the world around him slow down. The ghost's scarlet tongue resembled a drunken serpent, writhing as it approached him. Lin Qiye could even see the saliva splattering from its mouth and the blood trickling from its lips. He swiftly dodged the tongue, leaped onto the ghost's back, and clamped his legs around its neck. Lin Qiye sensed the ghost tremble violently, beginning to shake. However, the frequency of its movements was slow, nearly imperceptible to Lin Qiye. He raised the 2 bricks, targeting the creature's eyes with their sharp edges, and struck down with force. With a sickening squelch, the sound of impact became sluggish. After shattering the creature's eyes, Lin Qiye unleashed a flurry of blows to the back of its head. In that moment, the physical prowess of his hybrid lineage was unmistakable. In a matter of moments, he caved in the ghost's skull, transforming it into a pulpy mess. The white matter mixed with blood, combined with the ghost's foul odor, created a dual sensory assault that was truly unbearable. To Lin Qiye, this process felt lengthy, but to the ghost, it was merely a fleeting moment of confusion, as if the attacker had evaded its tongue, then suddenly found themselves atop it, causing it to tremble, followed by a sharp pain in its eyes. And then, there was nothing more. To Lin Qiye, the sounds melded into a strange symphony. Isolated, they resembled hard objects striking flesh, yet together, they formed a rapid crescendo. But Lin Qiye had no time to ponder what transpired with Lin Qiye. He was facing another creature. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Lin Qiye closed his eyes, attuning to the changes within his body. It was an enigmatic sensation. What he consumed was not merely the ghost's flesh, but something far more ethereal, like a soul or an abstract concept, a mysterious essence. A gentle warmth coursed through him, washing over his entire being, as the purity of his bloodline surged by approximately 1%. Did a single ghost equate to a 1% increase? Lin Qiye reopened his eyes, his golden pupils swirling as he focused on the other ghost. Clenching the bloodied bricks tightly, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Die, you fiend. Chapter 4. The Emergence of the Black King. The celestial dragon's shadow as Lin Qiye burst forth, he suddenly felt the temperature around him soar, and a golden beam of light shot skyward. Gazing at this colossal light, Lin Qiye was taken aback. It has awakened. The dim alley was now illuminated as brightly as day, the figure of the Seraph radiating outward, pinning the ghost to the ground with a heart-wrenching howl. The divine and sacred aura surged toward Lin Qiye, and in that moment, he distinctly felt a stirring deep within his soul. His golden pupils constricted, the dragon blood within him boiling with fervor. As the holy essence enveloped him, the first sensation he felt was an overwhelming desire, an insatiable craving, akin to a famished wanderer in the desert encountering a feast beyond compare, yearning to consume it whole. Following that desire came an inexplicable anger. The aura of the divine seemed akin to a button, awakening the hidden essence within Lin Qiye's bloodline. The dragon blood coursing through him felt provoked, and an overwhelming rage surged through his mind. It was as if he had entered the perspective of the Black King, where the sky was a stormy hue intermingled with flames, and the lone, withered tree stood quietly, its branches stretching in all directions. The colossal black dragon gazed down, surveying its realm. Its subjects bowed their heads, as if the world resonated solely with its voice. The monarch would not permit any affront. It raised its head once more, casting its gaze towards the brilliant moon in the night sky. Upon the moon, a figure with eyes slightly narrowed stood, behind whom pure white wings eclipsed the sun. The two exchanged a distant, yet silent gaze. In the distance, countless souls looked up towards the column of light, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Just as the light was about to dissipate, a massive shadow suddenly emerged in the sky. It was a jet-black dragon, towering and imposing. Its wings spread wide enough to seem as though it could envelop the world. The black dragon exuded a fierce beauty, its body adorned with shimmering, obsidian-like scales, terrifying yet majestic. Most horrifying of all, countless ghastly corpses hung from its sprawling wings, swaying gently like wind chimes with each movement. As it opened its eyes, golden dragon pupils shone in the darkness, seemingly announcing its arrival to the world. Zhao Kongcheng, rushing towards the light column, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? This aura, at the very least, belonged to the Klein realm, just like that colossal beam of light. How could two such fluctuations appear in such a short time, both emanating from the same direction? Moreover, unlike the immense light, this was a dragon, a tangible dragon. Although it was merely a phantom, its existence was undeniable. In a narrow alley, 5 figures cloaked in dark red stood still, gazing into the distance, their eyes filled with astonishment. Vice Captain. Yes, I see it. Wu Xiangnan nodded. his gaze fixed on the massive dragon, his brow furrowed in trepidation. That was the aura of the divine. He had sensed it before in Susanoo. Yet this presence was even more domineering and filled with a desire for destruction. Even from such a distance, he could feel his body tremble. He could only hope that the being held no malice towards the Great Xia, for both Songnan City and the Great Xia could not withstand turmoil. The direction of the Black Dragon's emergence aligned with Zhao Kongqing's path. "I'll follow," Wu Xiangnan instructed, leaping from the tall building and racing towards that direction. The captain was currently pursuing the ghost-faced king, so as the vice-captain, he felt compelled to investigate. Meanwhile, amidst the gray mist, pairs of divine eyes opened. Some gods trembled and murmured softly, while others rejoiced and shouted. As the world tree crumbled under its gnawing, the twilight of the gods was imminent. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing was drenched in sweat. What was occurring? That golden beam of light, he was certain, belonged to the mortal realm of the divine domain, specifically to the sacred ground of Michael. But what was the black dragon that appeared simultaneously? This formidable creature seemed ominous indeed. Given its overwhelming pressure, it was surely a powerhouse of the Klein realm. Regardless, he had to investigate. If this being intended harm towards the citizens of the Great Xia, he would do his utmost to delay it, even at the cost of his life. However, as Zhao Kongqing approached the location of the black dragon's appearance, he looked up and saw the immense dragon glance at him before vanishing from sight. Upon reaching the site, he was met only with two young boys facing each other, and a pool of flesh and blood between them. The ghost-faced man had been reduced to pulp the moment Nidhogg's phantom had manifested. One of the boys had a hint of golden light swirling in his eyes as he scrutinized the other, his expression wary. The other boy, eyes closed, emanated a faint yet imposing authority. As the boy reopened his eyes, the golden vertical pupils glanced towards Zhao Kongqing. Only after recognizing him did the oppressive aura dissipate. The golden pupils vanished, and Lin Qiye nodded at Zhao Kongqing, his thoughts swirling within. The awakening of Lin Qiye had stirred the dragon blood surging within him, allowing him to momentarily adopt Nidhogg's perspective and witness many arcane truths. Through this experience, he came to a profound realization. In this world, only he, Lin Xuan, existed. The position held by Nidhogg would ultimately be his to inherit, both its divine essence and its divine status. The path of bloodline purification led to the throne of the supreme deity, in alignment with what he had sensed before the tombstone. When the purity of his bloodline reached 99, he would attain the level of the supreme deity. The blood flowing within him was sealed with the essence of Nidhogg, awaiting the elevation of his bloodline to a sufficient degree for its complete liberation. This essence was the soil that harbored the laws, an essential component for ascending to the divine realm. In the moment he adopted Nidhogg's perspective, he distinctly felt that something was sealed within his dragon blood. That was the essence. Although Lin Qiye had never encountered the essence before, he recognized it the moment he felt it. This was the essence, pure and belonging to Nidhogg, the wing of death. Should others discover that a mere fledgling of the realm housed the essence of a supreme deity, it would undoubtedly provoke a frenzy among countless gods. Additionally, he was astonished to find that merely adopting the phantom had elevated his bloodline purity by 5. Of course, a part of this was due to Nidhogg's dragon might crushing the second ghost-faced man, which counted as his kill, granting a 1 increase in bloodline purity. Yet, the remaining 4 was solely a result of Nidhogg being stirred by Michael's divine might. Lin Xuan resolved to remain close to Lin Qiye and to seize every opportunity to benefit from him. The awakening of the divine domain alone had afforded him such a monumental enhancement, raising his bloodline purity to 10, enabling the acquisition of a second ability. His time 0 had come to fruition, yet there was no rush. He turned to Zhao Kongqing, needing to address the current situation after such a tumultuous event. At the very least, he needed a plausible explanation. Chapter 5, The Agent of Nidhogg. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing stared at the youth who towered above him by half a head. If he was not mistaken, this boy's eyes had been golden vertical pupils, identical to those of the black dragon's phantom. Zhao Kongqing could distinctly sense that the other harbored no malice. This eased his mind, while thoughts raced through his head. Could this young man also be an agent of the divine? The dragon's apparition appeared to have been drawn by Michael's aura. With this thought, Zhao Kongqing shifted his gaze towards Lin Qiye, who had not even glanced his way, his focus solely locked on the dragon-eyed youth, his expression betraying an unmistakable vigilance. Lin Qiye, of course, felt apprehensive. Everything that transpired tonight was far too extraordinary for him. First, there was Lin Qian's strange behavior, followed by an encounter with the ghost-faced man and his subsequent sighting of the angel upon the moon. Then, upon opening his eyes, he clearly observed ominous black mist coalescing around Lin Qian, enveloping him entirely. Moments later, the colossal black dragon phantom appeared. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. In the past, he had been unable to open his eyes, yet could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. Coupled with his earlier vision of the angel on the moon, he had been convinced that extraordinary powers existed in this world, akin to those in novels. His encounter with the ghost-faced man only solidified that belief. But who could explain the nature of this massive black dragon phantom? The sensation it evoked rivaled that of the angel from the moon. Zhao Kongqing quickly reacted. Casting a glance at the corpse of the ghoul-faced man, it was reduced to a mushy mess. The young boy with golden flecks swirling in his eyes appeared dusty and somewhat disheveled, while the dragon-eyed youth was impeccably clean, as if he had never encountered the ghoul-faced man at all. However, the importance of whether they had crossed paths with the ghoul was overshadowed by another matter of greater concern. It seemed that both boys were, in fact, agents of the divine. This was rather extraordinary. Such agents were exceedingly rare, yet here were two appearing simultaneously. As Zhao Kongqing pondered this, another youth draped in a dark red cloak descended gracefully, stirring up a whirlwind. Lin Xuan, with his keen eyes, noticed that the newcomer bore scars on the palms of both hands. The newcomer was none other than Wu Xiangnan, the once immortal swordsman. Upon his arrival, Wu Xiangnan's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Xuan. Recognizing this, Lin Xuan stepped forward. "Greetings, I am Lin Xuan." Wu Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other would approach him for conversation. Relieved, he thought to himself that this individual was indeed communicable. The aura he had sensed earlier radiated a ferocity and madness that rivaled that of the Suzukin, a being he had encountered before. Yet, this divine agent appeared remarkably amiable. A smile graced Wu Xiangnan's face as he extended his hand for a handshake. "You may call me Wu Xiangnan. Might we step aside for a moment? It is rather inconvenient to converse here." Of course, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Wu Xiangnan then turned to Zhao Kongqing. "Old Zhao." "Understood," Zhao Kongqing replied, having grasped the implication without further elaboration. It was clear that Wu Xiangnan wished him to communicate with the agent of Michael, ideally to recruit him into the Night Watchers. Ultimately, Lin Xuan and Wu Xiangnan found themselves at a street corner, where Wu Xiangnan squatted down. Observing this, Lin Xuan sat at the edge of the street as well. "Lin Xuan, you must be a divine agent, correct?" "Oh, perhaps you are unaware of what a divine agent is." "I am aware," Lin Xuan interjected. He could have pretended ignorance, but that seemed unnecessary. Efficient communication was paramount, and having read the original text, he was confident that Wu Xiangnan was not of ill intent, allowing him to relax. Thus, he did not conceal his knowledge of divine agents. "That black dragon is Nidhogg, the dragon from Norse mythology that gnaws at the world tree." Nidhogg? Wu Xiangnan was evidently astonished. He could surmise that the status of that black dragon was quite high, but he had not expected it to be so formidable. The name Nidhogg was certainly known to him. For the Night Watchers, familiarity with various mythological systems was essential. The infamous Dragon of Despair had directly contributed to the cataclysm known as Ragnarok. To think such a terrifying entity existed. The boundless brutality and ferocity he had sensed earlier indeed matched the descriptions of Nidhogg. Wu Xiangnan's expression grew serious. One could glean from the description of Nidhogg that the souls burdened with grievances inevitably descended into Nibelheim, the realm of Nidhogg. These souls, steeped in profound malice towards the world, awaited the arrival of the apocalypse. Nibelheim, in essence, was a repository for souls with the intent to annihilate the entire world, and the black dragon Nidhogg was the sovereign of this domain of death. What could possibly be good about this? After all, this was a creature that gnawed at the world tree, intent on obliterating existence. If Michael's divine power was the utmost sacred, then Nidhogg could certainly be described as the epitome of evil. Legend has it that even Odin, the king of the gods, could only compromise with it, feeding the souls of the damned to the black dragon to slow its consumption of the roots of the tree, not to stop it, merely to delay it. Such was its terror. Wu Xiangnan, with a grave demeanor, fell silent for a long moment before inquiring, "Did it command you to do anything?" "Kill. Kill. Yes. And it must be by my own hand. The more powerful the beings I slay, the better." Lin Xuan articulated this with a certain calculation in mind. When agents receive divine gifts, they also receive directives from their deities. However, since Nidhogg was not present, Lin Xuan would have to fabricate a command. He needed to devise an instruction that would not conflict with the interests of the Day Dynasty or the Night Watchers, while still aligning with Nidhogg's identity as the harbinger of death. After all, he was the wing of death, the black dragon of world annihilation. Lin Xuan aspired to purify his bloodline, which was inextricably linked to slaughter. The more formidable the beings he killed, the greater his bloodline enhancement. Thus, he crafted a fabricated directive. Nidhogg's command was for Lin Xuan to engage in relentless killing, reasonable, and entirely plausible. Wu Xiangnan was not at all surprised by this. Truth be told, even if Nidhogg's order had been to destroy the world, he would not have been taken aback. Nidhogg's demand for Lin Qiye to kill, especially targeting the more powerful beings, led Wu Xiangnan to suspect that Nidhogg sought not just slaughter, but the souls of those beings slain by Lin Qiye. After all, Nidhogg's realm of death was a sanctuary for departed souls. Naturally, Wu Xiangnan could not readily believe Lin Qiye's words. Even if Nidhogg truly instructed Lin Qiye to annihilate the world, any intelligent individual would refrain from voicing such a command. Could you share what abilities Nidhogg has bestowed upon you? Nidhogg had never been observed by the Day Dynasty, let alone its divine domain. The very nature of Nidhogg's reputation indicated that its domain would not be ordinary. Wu Xiangnan speculated that it might be an extraordinarily peculiar and highly aggressive divine domain. Time acceleration. Chapter 6. New abilities, the realm of the divine. You are telling me that Nidhogg, this epitome of evil, has granted you a divine domain of time acceleration? This ascent, right, is it? The specifics are rather complex. This can actually only be considered part of Nidhogg's divine domain. I cannot articulate it fully at the moment. Perhaps I should demonstrate it for you. Very well. Wu Xiangnan nodded, curious to witness Lin Qiye's divine domain. In the next instant, Wu Xiangnan felt a flash before his eyes, as a hand gently patted him on the back. Startled, Wu Xiangnan stiffened and shivered. When had that happened? In the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye had appeared behind him and even patted his shoulder. This indicated that if Lin Qiye desired, he could. Although Wu Xiangnan was no longer part of the special team and had not taken it seriously before, this was already exceedingly remarkable. This was the power of time. Truly, as expected of the Wing of Death from Norse mythology, the abilities granted to its agents were astonishingly formidable. Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan recalled the leader of the masked team. Simultaneously, he mentally reviewed the records of the Day Dynasty regarding divine domains and found that none resembled this divine domain or divine realm. This was unsurprising, as most matters involving time fell under the purview of divine domains, which were notoriously difficult to document. Wait a moment, something seemed off. Wu Xiangnan's body stiffened abruptly. Turning to Lin Qiye with an increasingly agape mouth, he realized what was amiss. When this fellow executed time acceleration, he had not sensed the activation of a divine domain. A divine domain is a realm that can influence the surrounding area through its presence. Since a divine domain is a realm, it should be perceptible at least under normal circumstances. Yet with Lin Qiye, he felt absolutely no trace of a divine domain. However, the speed displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Are you certain you activated the divine domain? Deep down, he knew he was asking a foolish question. Given such speed, a normal person could not achieve it. Yet, it was simply too astonishing to comprehend. How could one not sense the divine domain? Lin Qiye blinked. I assure you I did. He felt as though he had exposed himself to some extent, yet he continued to speak untruths with his eyes wide open. Why can't I sense the aura of the Forbidden Ruins? That seems illogical. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, expressing uncertainty. After all, it was Nidhogg who chose him, not the other way around. Perhaps the acceleration of time only affects me? With this thought, he shifted the blame onto the non-existent Nidhogg. I am but a humble agent of a deity, and I too am bewildered, Lin Qiye shrugged. Well then, unable to fathom the situation, Wu Xiangnan decided not to dwell on it. From your demeanor, it seems you possess some understanding of the Forbidden Ruins and the true nature of this world. So I shall refrain from questioning further. Everyone harbors secrets. He shifted the conversation. Have you considered joining the Night Watch? I am open to the idea. But I have one condition. Speak. Wu Xiangnan was taken aback by Lin Qiye's decisiveness. Did he agree so readily? Allow me to slay as many foes as possible, whether they be mystical or human. Lin Qiye's expression turned serious. Only by remaining within the Night Watch can I better eliminate the strange and the enemies who possess the Forbidden Ruins, thereby refining my bloodline. Moreover, it is highly probable that Lin Qiye will join the Night Watch. Why not a certainty? Because Lin Qiye, as a butterfly, has already begun to influence the world's trajectory. Lin Qiye's initial choice to join the Night Watch will stem from Zhao Kongqing's demise. No one would doubt Zhao Kongqing's significance in Lin Qiye's heart. Given Lin Qiye's presence, he will undoubtedly do everything possible to save Zhao. However, if he does not leave a profound impression on Lin Qiye, given the latter's nature, he would surely refrain from joining the Night Watch. Understanding the plot, Lin Qiye realized that even if Zhao Kongqing were to survive this encounter, easily vanquishing the Ghost-Face King, Lin Qiye would never achieve the ordinary life he desires. The mortal realm and divine domain are maintained by him, and the mental institution has chosen him. Many await his return. Each of these circumstances indicates that Lin Qiye cannot lead the mundane life he wishes for. Yet, it would be best for Lin Qiye to join at this juncture. Otherwise, the storyline would drastically alter, and he would lose his prophetic advantage. Saving old Zhao is a certainty. The question lies in how to save him and the method to employ. Although he possesses time zero, Lin Xuan, with his current cultivation in the Lantern Realm, would find it challenging to confront the Ghost-Face King of the River Realm. He needed a plan that would both rescue old Zhao and resonate with Lin Qiye. To date, he has yet to devise a sound strategy. Without much hesitation, Wu Xiangnan agreed to Lin Xian's request. Lin Xian's conditions were indeed reasonable, as they stemmed from the demands of a deity, which must be adhered to. Perhaps this deity's request is a ruse, or perhaps the individual has ulterior motives for joining the Night Watch. However, the Night Watch has stood guard over the Great Xia for many years. They are not to be underestimated. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves approach, there are rifles. If the individual sincerely wishes to join, then that is splendid. If they harbor sinister intentions, they will not create any significant waves. Take some time to reflect and provide me with a definitive answer by noon tomorrow. The Night Watch is not a place one can simply enter or leave at will. It represents a greater responsibility, Wu Xiangnan stated, gazing directly into Lin Xian's eyes. He allowed the young man time to contemplate, concerned that his excitement might lead him astray. It is essential to clarify that the Night Watch is not the gallant figure of his imagination. Rather, they are ordinary individuals shouldering the future of the Great Xia. I will consider it. Lin Xian nodded. He sensed Wu Xiangnan's wariness toward him, which was understandable. As the deity he represented was Nidhogg, a being of utmost malice and wickedness, necessitating vigilance toward its agent. Very well. In the old city, on Peach Blossom Street, lies the Longhua Garden community. From the outside, it appeared to be a dilapidated complex, with much of the wall plaster peeling off. Only the guard station at the entrance retained a hint of brightness. In reality, Longhua Garden is a villa community, constructed 2 to 3 decades ago, and was quite expensive at that time, not something everyone could afford. Now, most of the units are unoccupied due to their state of disrepair. The wealthy have moved to newer, more secure neighborhoods. Wu Xiangnan drove Lin Qian to the entrance of the community, mentally noting Lin Qian's location. In truth, he need not remember. With the Night Watch's capabilities, they have numerous means to investigate. Lin Qian waved goodbye to Wu Xiangnan and passed through the gate. Faintly hearing the sounds of opera emanating from the security office, he did not turn on the lights for one with golden eyes like him. Darkness posed no hindrance to his vision. The first floor of the villa was quite simplistic: kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the master bedroom once occupied by his parents. The master bedroom had not been inhabited for quite some time, yet it was regularly cleaned. The house was nearly devoid of decoration. The original occupant seldom took photographs, and those that existed were now stored away in the master bedroom cabinet. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes. Soon, Lin Qian entered the mysterious realm within his mind. Gazing up at the colossal tombstone, he noted that the purity of his bloodline now pointed to 10. He glanced at the inscription beside the 10. Niflheim, Chapter 7. Niflheim. The familiar pain resurfaced. It felt as if his head might split apart, and his body burned with intensity. The dragon blood within him boiled. He felt akin to a cooked shrimp, his entire being suffused with heat. During the process of elevating his bloodline purity from 5 to 10, Lin Qian's physical strength had gradually increased. Yet, it paled in comparison to the subsequent intensity he experienced upon uttering the word Niflheim. If that were the case, he would need to undergo 19 transformations. At this point, Lin Qian's physical capabilities surpassed that of mere mortals. He could shatter boulders with a single punch and run 100 meters in 5 seconds with ease. He felt that with his current physical strength, he could confront the ghost-faced man without even needing to activate time zero, which was somewhat absurd. It was difficult to fathom what level he would attain if his bloodline purity were to exceed 90. What was certain, however, is that his physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of others at the same level. This was his advantage. As the pain gradually subsided, Lin Qian stood once more. Niflheim, he murmured softly, filled with excitement. The moment Lin Qian comprehended that term, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind. Whether in Norse mythology or among dragonkind, the realm of the dead, Niflheim, is the domain of Nidhogg. He could summon the souls of those who had just perished into Niflheim, transforming them into his vassals, compelling them to fight for him. Moreover, he could bestow abilities upon his vassals. There are 2 methods for bestowing these powers. One is to utilize the unique environment of the realm of the dead to transform vassals into more eerie and terrifying undead beings. The other is to bestow powers personally. However, the latter method appears to require his own exploration. It is noteworthy that Niflheim can only absorb 2 types of beings: those who have fallen in battle and those who harbor resentment. Lin Qian pondered. his eyes shimmering with a glint of light. He had been contemplating how to save Zhao Kongcheng, while simultaneously encouraging Lin Qiye to commit to the night watch. He recalled that in the novel, after Zhao Kongcheng perished, the Hound of Heaven collected his soul. If that is the case, why can't Lin Xuan preemptively gather Zhao Kongcheng's soul? Unlike the Hound of Heaven, which merely collects souls, Lin Qian's existence within Niflheim enables the possibility of resurrection. Even without revival, the souls residing in Niflheim can retain their consciousness. Once Lin Qian reaches a certain level, he could resurrect them directly. Furthermore, Lin Qian had a bold hypothesis. Since he carries the blood of the Black King, could he, by personally bestowing powers, emulate the Black King and elevate Zhao Kongcheng to one of the four kings? Lin Qian found this notion quite promising. A Black King with four great sovereigns under his command seems entirely reasonable, does it not? However, one point requires careful consideration, Lin Qian mused. Was it tomorrow or the day after? He only remembers that it rained heavily that night. Fortunately, the following 2 days were bright and sunny. But that was inconsequential. After all, he would join the night watch tomorrow noon, where he would be able to monitor Zhao Kongcheng's movements around the clock. Leaning back on the sofa, he tilted his head. Only now, in the stillness of the deep night, could he calm his mind to ponder a vital question. Was he in a corporeal form, or had he transcended into another realm? He needed to clarify this point. The previous incarnation had always remained in Sangnan City, never departing. This implies that he had indeed experienced the events of the vengeful goddess 10 years ago. That previous self was long gone, or rather, the vast majority of the people in this city had perished long ago. Yet the perplexing matter was that he could feel the dragon blood surging within him, the elevation of his bloodline after absorbing the mysterious essence. Most importantly, the current Lin Qian resembled his former self entirely, without any discernible change. If one were to argue otherwise, it would merely be his physique. After receiving the dragon blood in that enigmatic realm, his body had evidently grown stronger, his height increasing from just over 1.8 meters to approximately 1.85 meters. The once subtle contours of his abdominal muscles were now distinctly pronounced, exuding explosive strength with every movement. Suddenly, Lin Qian seemed to recall something. He rolled up the sleeve of his left school uniform, revealing a faint scar left by a childhood vaccination. Under the enhancement of the dragon blood, that scar was on the verge of vanishing, yet its outline remained visible, and he could still feel a slight texture when touched. Upon seeing this scar, Lin Qian visibly sighed in relief. In this world, children had long ceased to receive such vaccinations. The presence of this scar confirmed that this was indeed his body. Had he replaced a student who existed through a miracle? But why did he look exactly like the other? Lin Qian pondered. Alas, he couldn't comprehend it. So he decided to stop thinking about it. After all his musings, it was already 11 o'clock. In his past life, his nightlife would just be commencing at this hour. However, now he simply wished to cultivate a healthy lifestyle. He still remembered that he had traversed dimensions in the blink of an eye. If he wasn't mistaken, he had likely stayed up all night and died from exhaustion. Sleep early, rise early, and one shall be healthy. Everyone should also strive for early sleep and early rising. The night passed without incident. When the morning light filtered into his bedroom, Lin Qian sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. After preparing a simple breakfast for himself, he headed straight to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted Zhao Kongcheng squatting on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lin Qian sat down beside him. "Old Zhao, what are you looking for?" "Looking for that kid from yesterday. He actually took off while I wasn't paying attention," Zhao Kongcheng grumbled, his tone heavy with resentment. He had noticed Lin Qian's presence earlier, and according to the vice captain, this young man had accepted the invitation to join the night watch without a moment's hesitation. Now, that was more like a young person, excited at the prospect of becoming a superhero. Unlike that kid, who was such a handful. At this thought, he curled his lip. Little did he know that Lin Qian's reason for joining the night watch was to take advantage of Lin Qiye's resources. Lin Qian merely shrugged. "You can keep watching." Noticing Zhao Kongcheng's vigil, he recalled that the plot here seemed to indicate Zhao Kongcheng had come up empty-handed. However, he remembered that Lin Qiye had visited the school once before Zhao Kongcheng encountered trouble. If not today, then it must be tomorrow. Therefore, it was likely that Zhao Kongcheng's incident would also occur tomorrow. Nevertheless, Zhao Kongcheng's presence here was advantageous for him. Originally, Lin Qian planned to join the night watch when someone came to pick him up at noon, leveraging their strength to enhance his combat skills swiftly. He was acutely aware of his significant deficiencies in combat experience. After all, he was merely an ordinary person who had accidentally gained immense power, without any combat training. Facing the Ghost King was imminent, and he needed to utilize every moment to the fullest. He had thought he would have to wait until noon to encounter the person coming to retrieve him, completely forgetting that Zhao Kongcheng would be lurking around Lin Qiye. With that in mind, he spoke up. I've made my decision. I wish to join the Night Watch. Could you take me to your base? Are you sure you don't want to think it over? Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow, holding a cigarette. The vice captain had mentioned giving this kid a morning to contemplate. However, seeing the determination in his demeanor, it appeared he had already resolved to join the Night Watch. Even if given an additional morning, it was unlikely anything would change. Zhao Kongqing pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. All right, I'll call the vice captain and have someone come to pick you up. Good. Chapter 8. Extraordinary Combat Talent, Songnan City. Peace Bridge. At the entrance of Peace Bridge, a variety of shops lined the street. Nestled between 2 establishments, one offering wedding services and the other funeral services, was an inconspicuous store. An old red sign read Peace Affairs Office. The office was underground. Unlike the dilapidated buildings above, the underground Peace Affairs Office was a realm of its own. In the spacious, well-lit hall, 4 individuals were seated. Let me ask once more, are you certain you wish to join the Night Watch? Wu Xiangnan reiterated. Beside him, Hong Ying and Wen Qima observed the divine agent of Nidhogg with curiosity. I'm certain, Lin Qiye affirmed with unwavering resolve. All right, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of Team 136 of the Night Watch. He then turned to the 2 individuals beside him. Team 136 of the Night Watch, frontline combatants, Hong Ying. You may call me Sister Hong Ying. Hong Ying winked at Lin Qiye. Team 136 of the Night Watch, frontline combatants, Wen Qima. The 2 introduced themselves in turn. Lin Qiye nodded, acknowledging their names. Just as described in the novels of his past life, Hong Ying was indeed a stunning beauty. Wen Qima appeared refined and amiable, often squinting his eyes. Well, I must remind you, you cannot yet be considered an official member. You need to undergo training first. Lin Qiye feigned curiosity, raising an eyebrow. Training? Any newcomer joining the Night Watch must undergo a year of training, learning combat, firearms, and the use of forbidden ruins, among various skills. Lin Qiye nodded, inquiring about what concerned him most. Can I begin learning how to fight immediately? Are you certain? Wu Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised. It was rare for someone to be so eager to learn combat upon joining the Night Watch, especially for young individuals. While they would be excited to join and desire to grow stronger quickly, they typically wouldn't display such urgency as Lin Qiye did. My physical condition and my forbidden ruins are quite strong, but my combat skills are terribly lacking. I wish to swiftly bridge that gap and hunt the mysterious beings. Wu Xiangnan nodded, finding it reasonable. After all, the directive from his deity was to eliminate as many anomalies as possible. Last night, Wu Xiangnan had reported the situation to headquarters, which had provided instructions. Regarding Lin Qiye, a degree of caution was necessary. After all, he was the agent of Nidhogg, a being whose legend portrayed it as even more malevolent than Lucifer. However, headquarters believed that since he chose to join the Night Watch, they should not dishearten him. Until they discovered any malevolent intentions on his part, he should not be prematurely labeled as an antagonist. A balance of appropriate caution and trust was essential. In fact, when headquarters received this news, they were equally astonished. A previously unobserved deity, especially one of such high rank and notorious for its evil, had made its presence known in the realm, accompanied by its agent. It was as if it were announcing its arrival to the world. No one truly comprehends the thoughts of that deity. They only know that this young man, Lin Qiye, is unlikely to be an undercover agent for another organization. It is absurd to think that a being of Nidhogg's stature, at the very least a supreme deity, would have their agent serve as a spy. Therefore, the headquarters has decided that Lin Qiye's request should be accommodated as much as possible. With the captain absent, let Hong Ying take on the role of his instructor. Soon enough, Wu Xiangnan had decided on the perfect candidate for teaching Lin Qiye. All right, follow me, she commanded, leading Lin Qiye directly to the training ground without any delay. It was at this moment that Lin Qiye began to grasp the vastness of this space. They traversed a long corridor, flanked by iron doors that glimmered ominously under the light. At the end of the corridor stood a large iron gate leading into the training arena. Upon entering, the spaciousness of the arena was striking, filled with an array of weapons ranging from wooden implements to sharp steel blades and iron spears, a veritable arsenal. Hong Ying selected a long staff from the rack. Staves and spears share similarities, she remarked. Would you like to choose a weapon? No need, Sister Hong Ying. Just come at me directly, he replied. Very well, then don your protective gear, she instructed, her spirits visibly lifted by Lin Qiye's address of her as sister. She pointed to a pile of protective gear in the corner. To enhance combat proficiency in the shortest amount of time, there is a straightforward method: endure some punishment. The goal was for Lin Qiye to evade Hong Ying's attacks without resorting to the use of Time Zero. However, with Lin Qiye only possessing the Zhan realm and Hong Ying being 2 realms above him, Even wielding a wooden staff without utilizing the Forbidden Realm would result in a force that a typical Zhan realm could hardly withstand. Although she was confident in her control of strength, she feared inadvertently causing him injury. To her surprise, Lin Qiye merely glanced at the pile of gear and shook his head. It's unnecessary. My physical strength has been enhanced by Nidhogg, far surpassing that of an average person. This will suffice. Hong Ying was taken aback. Are you certain? I am not boasting. Let us begin. Seeing Lin Qian's determination, she decided to temper her strength, allowing him to call for a halt if it became too much. With that, she closed the distance, twirling the staff in her hands and striking out. Meanwhile, in the basement of the peacekeeping office, 3 individuals sat at a wooden table, each with a bowl of noodles before them. When Qima, slurping his noodles, curiously inquired, "Is it just me, or has Hong Ying been unusually quiet since we left the training room?" Stealing a glance at Lin Qian, who was enthusiastically devouring his noodles, Hong Ying remarked, "He is remarkably adept, or perhaps even excessively so." She was still reeling from the astonishment Lin Qian had instilled in her. As a formal member of the Night Watch, Hong Ying possessed strength in the Qi realm. Even without utilizing the Forbidden Realm, her physical capabilities were extraordinary. However, Lin Qian's physique was beyond human comprehension. When her staff struck him, it felt as though she were hitting a solid stone pillar, leaving her hands slightly numb from the impact. Moreover, after a full morning of training, he showed no signs of fatigue, his endurance quite formidable. Furthermore, Hong Ying noted his exceptional combat talent. Within just a morning, he had evolved from being a mere target to skillfully evading her strikes. This realization filled her with a sense of frustration. She understood that divine agents were powerful, but this was beyond reason. Could it be that Nidhogg had endowed his agent not only with the Forbidden Realm, but also with exceptional physical prowess? Unperturbed by Hong Ying and Wen Qima's conversation, Lin Qian remained focused on his meal. Even without activating the Golden Eye, he possessed almost superhuman dynamic vision and rapid reflexes. This was the key to his swift progress. His formidable physique allowed for intense combat, yet it came with a peculiar drawback. He was prone to hunger. With a denser muscle composition, he expended energy at a greater rate, and after a morning of vigorous activity, he felt a mild fatigue but was overwhelmed by an intense hunger. The gnawing sensation, as if it stemmed from the depths of his soul, was nearly unbearable. He could almost chew on the wooden table. No wonder it was said that hunger is the best seasoning. Lin Qian also pondered his current bloodline purity of just 10. As this purity would increase, so too would the demands of his physique for energy. It was foreseeable that in the future, ordinary human food would no longer suffice for his physiological needs. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly recalled his devouring ability. Though it was termed devouring, the mysteries he eliminated retained their corporeal forms. He consumed something more abstract rather than the mysteries themselves. Did this imply that he could sustain himself on mysteries? Furthermore, as his bloodline purity reached a sufficient level, would even the mysteries become inadequate, necessitating sustenance from deities themselves? After a brief contemplation, Lin Qian set the question aside. One step at a time. After devouring 7 bowls of noodles, he placed his bowl down with satisfaction, eliciting astonished looks from Hong Ying and Wen Qima. "Sister Hong Ying, I can't shake the feeling that we've welcomed a true glutton into our ranks. This appetite is quite extraordinary." Hong Ying nodded in silent agreement. This was entirely reasonable. Lin Qian's impressive physical strength undoubtedly required substantial energy to sustain. The more he consumed, the more he expended, and the faster he would grow. This was a positive development. Their Night Watch team was certainly capable of supporting a glutton. Hong Ying made a mental note to prepare more food in the future. Chapter 9. The coming of the ghost-faced king. That night, in the basement of the office, only Lin Qian and Hong Ying remained. According to Hong Ying, the others were preoccupied, though she did not specify with what. Lin Qian could surmise that they were likely engaged in searching for traces of the ghost-faced king. Just moments ago, he had looked outside and found no sign of impending rain. Indeed, it was certain to come tomorrow. Lin Qian's conviction grew stronger. "Sister Hong Ying, I would like to request a day off tomorrow to handle my school transfer." Though termed a transfer, it was, in reality, a legitimate withdrawal orchestrated by the Night Watch. "All right," Hong Ying nodded. "All the necessary materials are prepared. Will you go alone tomorrow, or would you prefer my company? I can manage on my own." His request for leave was not solely for the purpose of withdrawing. It was also to seek Zhao Kongqing and the ghost-faced king. Lin Qian's considerations extended beyond merely rescuing Zhao Kongqing through Nibelungen. He also sought to devour the ghost-faced king itself along with its forbidden realm to further enhance his own power. Although he had forgotten the specifics of the ghost-faced king's forbidden realm, he recalled its name, Ghost-faced Earth, which was categorized as a high-risk forbidden realm. Rank 90 to 199 is classified as high-risk forbidden realms. To achieve these goals, it would be best for him to be directly involved. Remaining within the confines of the Night Watch would render many actions impractical, as every move would be scrutinized. To outsiders, he was merely a novice in the Zhan realm, unlikely to be permitted close proximity to the ghost-faced king in the Chuan realm. Yet Lin Qiye could not afford to overlook the opportunity to devour the ghost-faced king that lay before him. He needed to expedite his power enhancement. Lin Qiye had not forgotten that during the midterm of the new recruit training, around the time of the new year, the ancient god church would dispatch agents of the sea realm to target Lin Qiye, either join or perish. As Nidhogg's agent, he had made an entrance in such a conspicuous manner, undoubtedly drawing the attention of the ancient god church. Their interest in him might well surpass that in Lin Qiye. Lin Xuan was certain that Nidhogg did not exist in this world, yet the knowledge he possessed was likely known to the deities of the ancient god church as well. Nidhogg's sudden appearance, not in Scandinavia but in the Great Xia, is bound to pique their interest. Moreover, the portrayal of Nidhogg in Norse mythology, where evil is practically synonymous with its name, resonates disturbingly well with the old gods' church. It perfectly aligns with their sinister requirements while also possessing a high status, at least that of a supreme deity. It would be remiss not to attempt to win its favor. There is even a possibility of dispatching another sea-level figure. Under such circumstances, Lin Qiye naturally feels a sense of urgency. He must swiftly enhance the purity of his bloodline and elevate his strength, at the very least to safeguard himself against the impending assault from the old gods' church. Relying on external support is perilous, as allies may abandon one in times of need. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of misfortunes. He is acutely aware of this principle and must put it into action. As for the Ghost-Faced King, a being of the river realm who has awakened a high-risk forbidden ruin, should he manage to eliminate this foe, his bloodline purity would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Amidst the clamor, Lin Qiye entered the classroom. Li Yifei approached him, inquiring, "Lin Qiye, I heard you took a leave yesterday. What happened?" Due to confidentiality regulations, Li Yifei was unaware of the events that transpired the previous day. "Nothing much, just some matters at home." Lin Qiye fabricated a response. Jiang Qian pulled Lin Qiye aside, saying, Lin Qiye, he's fine." "That's good." Lin Qiye noted Jiang Qian's evident relief. Previously, he and Lin Qiye had been left behind, and their absence the entire day led others to worry that something had happened to them. Just then, a sudden hush fell over the room. Turning to look, a strikingly handsome young man caught everyone's attention, particularly with his beautiful eyes that sparkled like distant stars against a backdrop of darkness. This was Lin Qiye, who was currently surveying his surroundings and soon noticed Lin Qiye in the classroom with a hint of surprise. Having been caught by Zhao Kongsheng the previous day, they had shared much conversation, during which Zhao mentioned Lin Qiye's recent integration into their ranks, claiming that Lin Qiye, like him, was also a divine agent. Lin Qiye merely cast a glance at Lin Qiye before turning to gather his belongings. Since he intended to transfer schools, he aimed to maintain the facade entirely. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was on Lin Qiye, he quickly organized his items. "Lin Qiye, where are you going?" Li Yifei questioned, noticing Lin Qiye shouldering his backpack with a puzzled expression. "I'm transferring schools." "Huh." Before Li Yifei could react further, Lin Qiye had already exited the classroom, brushing past the crowd surrounding Lin Qiye. Upon seeing him, Lin Qiye was reminded of the colossal dragon shadow he had witnessed that night, the palpable malevolence, and the overwhelming pressure that could have easily crushed him had he not been in an extraordinary state at the time. He also caught wind of Lin Qiye's earlier remark. The transfer was likely a mere pretext, as Lin Qiye had joined that mysterious organization and could no longer remain at this school. After today, Lin Qiye and the rest of the students would exist in entirely separate realms. In the office, Lin Qiye's homeroom teacher, a female instructor, was processing his transfer paperwork. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qiye discreetly opened the student roster, which recorded Lin Qiye's home address. Once the transfer formalities were complete, Lin Qiye departed from the school and headed directly to a knife shop, selecting 2 of the finest bone knives without bargaining, paying in full before leaving. He then turned to another store to purchase an umbrella, stowing all these items in Nibelungen, a feature he had discovered during its development, which served as his personal storage space. Hong Ying had devised a training plan tailored to his unique circumstances. However, she noted that it was temporary. Once the captain was available, he would personally guide Lin Qiye's training and formulate a more comprehensive regimen. Thus, he merely needed to wait until evening dismissal to position himself near Lin Qiye's residence, mindful, of course, to avoid Zhao Kongsheng. If memory served, Zhao Kongsheng had gone directly to Lin Qiye's home, and encountering him would be rather awkward. As the clock struck 5:30, Lin Qiye took a shower and donned lightweight clothing. With half an hour remaining until Lin Qiye's school day ended, it was time for him to set out. The sky darkened, heavy clouds loomed, and the air was thick with humidity. Rain was imminent. Following the address from the student roster, he arrived at a modest residential building from which a warm glow spilled onto the gray pavement. Lin Qiye slipped into a shadowy alley, opened his umbrella, and began to wait. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the dilapidated building in the distance. As the downpour intensified, around 6 o'clock, Lin Qiye spotted a figure dashing into the building through the torrential rain. Approximately 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man emerged, umbrella in hand, and climbed into a black van. It was indeed Zhao Kongqing. It was about to begin. Lin Qiye gripped the umbrella tightly, his expression solemn. The sun sank below the horizon. The sky turned an inky black, and amid the darkening rain, he felt as if he merged with the night itself. Lin Qiye could feel his heart pounding vigorously. One beat after another. He stepped out of the alley, moving in the direction Zhao Kongqing had taken. Sure enough, he soon spotted Zhao Kongqing sprinting toward him. Headset in place, a briefcase in hand, speaking rapidly with a furrowed brow, a hint of anger in his demeanor. Lin Qiye raised his head, surprised to see Zhao Kongqing rushing toward him. "Old Zhao, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in shock. He had heard from Hong Ying that Lin Qiye had taken a day off and had not expected to encounter him here. "Lin Qiye, come with me. We need to evacuate the civilians. The Ghost-Faced King is heading toward the old city, and time is of the essence," he urged. Realizing Lin Qiye had become a night watchman, he felt relieved to have him as an ally. Without hesitation, Zhao Kongqing dashed toward the old city, his form weaving through the rain with astonishing speed, droplets splattering against his shoulders like crystalline flowers. Lin Qiye stowed his umbrella and Nibelungen and matched Zhao Kongqing's pace, each step sending splashes of water around him. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing halted. Before them stood a low building emanating a sickly glow, and Lin Qiye, with his enhanced sense of smell, detected a revolting stench. He couldn't help but reflect that a heightened sense of smell could sometimes be a curse. The odor wafted from a nearby manhole cover, and Lin Qiye produced a bone knife, acutely aware that the Ghost-Faced King was approaching. Chapter 10. Battle with the Ghost-Faced King. Zhao Kongqing also caught the scent and understood its implications. He turned to Lin Qiye, speaking rapidly. "Lin Qiye, quickly get away from here, as far as possible. The Ghost-Faced King is not something you alone can handle." Immediately afterward, he pressed the earpiece, his tone unexpectedly calm. "Report, Watchman Zhao Kongqing. I have spotted the Ghost-Faced King." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the briefcase. With a snap, the briefcase opened, revealing 3 notice boards inside. Just as he was about to lift one, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Lin Qiye had already snatched one up and planted it in the ground. Zhao Kongqing looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Lin Qiye, why haven't you left yet? You need to get away, follow orders." His tone turned extremely stern, almost a shout. He wished to protect that child as home, but did not want to involve others, especially since Lin Qiye is still quite weak, even though he is a divine agent. It is utterly fanciful to think he can confront the Ghost-Faced King under the current circumstances. "Old Zhao, the empty domain cannot be held for long, not even with your assistance. But I am different. I possess the time-accelerating forbidden domain, allowing me to delay for a while longer. Regardless, we must not allow the Ghost-Faced people to harm the civilians." Lin Qiye had already prepared his reasoning. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "We don't need you. What does having a forbidden domain matter? If you have never truly experienced battle, you're merely a hindrance." He had heard that Hong Ying and Lin Qiye had trained together all day yesterday, and Hong Ying had remarked on the young man's remarkable combat talent. Yet, no matter how gifted he was, it was impossible to become a seasoned battlefield veteran in just one day. Then he saw Lin Qiye swiftly pick up another notice board and dash off in a particular direction without uttering a word. What a joke. His goals included not only saving old Zhao and killing the Ghost-Faced King, but also enhancing his bloodline. How could he simply comply? Clang, clang. The manhole cover suddenly began to tremble violently, a stench even worse than before wafting from within, a sign that the Ghost-Faced King was about to emerge. Damn! Zhao Kongqing could only curse, grabbing the last notice board and racing toward the final triangle. If there were time, he would have liked to grab Lin Qiye and throw him out. Lin Qiye was right. Ordinarily, he, Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary man without a forbidden domain, could indeed only hold on for so long. However, at this moment, he was resolute. He must protect that overly mature young man. It seemed he would need another Lin Qiye. If darkness descends, I shall stand before millions. This time, there were no millions behind him. Only the entire world of that young man. Lin Qiye, You better act according to the situation. As long as I'm alive, you're not allowed to engage. Do you hear me? Zhao Kongqing shouted. He did not believe Lin Qiye could surpass him. After all, he had been a soldier and a night watchman for half his life, with combat prowess far superior to Lin Qiye's. Yet, Lin Qiye dared to risk his life to confront the ghost-faced king alongside him, and to say he was not moved would be a lie. Lin Qiye remained silent, merely raising the bone knife in his hand. He could feel his blood boiling. The rain soaked his entire body, in the pitch-black rainy night. Only his golden eyes shone brilliantly. Damn, how does this kid carry a bone knife with him? Although he knew it was not the right time, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but complain. He also noticed Lin Qiye's golden eyes. Just these pupils made his heart sink. One Lin Qiye, one Lin Qiye. How could they both possess such striking eyes? Zhao Kongqing pondered. Bang! The manhole cover was flung open, revealing a creature nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, standing before Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing. Unlike ordinary ghost-faced beings that moved on all fours, this monster stood upright. The torrential rain fell, and it appeared like a demonic figure amidst the downpour, its pale ghostly face adorned with a pair of crimson eyes, terrifyingly fierce. Lin Qiye observed that this ghost-faced king was severely injured, its body riddled with knife wounds. He clicked his tongue, stepping up beside Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, this looks quite challenging. Zhao Kongqing, who had been trying to light a cigarette and failing multiple times, rolled his eyes at Lin Qiye's words. You get back there. Wait until I've handled it before you come. Zhao Kongqing snapped, finally managing to ignite the flame. He reached to his shoulder, grasping the knife strapped to his back. The dark red cloak had been drenched by the rain, deepening its color, resembling congealed blood. Kid, let me show you what a true night watchman is like. A crisp hum resonated as the pale blue long knife was drawn. Lin Qiye shrugged, slightly bending his knees, ready to spring into action. It seemed he had no intention of heeding Zhao Kongqing's words. A torrential downpour. 2 blades. At the moment a splash erupted, all 3 acted simultaneously. Zhao Kongqing, gripping his straight knife, shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura. Lin Qiye tightly held his bone knife, charging from the opposite side. His golden pupils fixed on the enemy, devoid of any fluctuation, displaying remarkable calmness. However, the ghost-faced king was faster, its gaze fixed on Lin Qiye, eyes brimming with greed. It could sense the overwhelming vitality within Lin Qiye and the pressure emanating from him. It could not comprehend why such a seemingly insignificant insect could exude such formidable pressure. Yet, it knew one thing. If it could devour this little insect, not only would its wounds fully heal, but its strength would also ascend to new heights. A sinister grin spread across the ghost-faced king's ghastly visage. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Zhao Kongqing struck at the ghost-faced king's back. To him, Lin Qiye was still a novice, and he must not allow the ghost-faced king to attack him. Clang! Claws clashed with the blade, producing a sharp sound that reverberated through the air. Lin Qiye felt a blur before his eyes. The ghost-faced king had already turned around, swiping a claw that stirred a fierce wind. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing was sent flying. So fast, Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed. Just this one move allowed him to ascertain that, given the ghost-faced king's speed, he would be unable to keep up without activating Time Zero. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity and activated Time Zero. Time slowed in his eyes. Zhao Kongqing was flung away by the ghost-faced king, appearing to float in the air, slowly descending in a graceful arc. Lin Qiye lunged forward, leaping high, the bone knife in his hand gleaming with cold light. Swish! The blade pierced the ghost-faced king's skin, but due to its towering height, the strike only reached its back. A full-force slash left a shallow wound on its body. Given the ghost-faced king's defensive capabilities, this was already quite remarkable. Suddenly, the ghost-faced king moved. In Lin Qiye's subjective view, everything around him was slowed down 20-fold. Yet, the ghost-faced king turned and swiped its claw at him at nearly normal speed. This indicated that the ghost-faced king's speed had reached a significant level. Lin Qiye quickly ducked, not forgetting to inflict another wound on the ghost-faced king. This time, he had learned to be clever, targeting the existing wounds to deliver secondary damage before jumping out of its attack range. Bang! Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground. He was about to shout a warning to Lin Qiye to keep his distance from the ghost-faced king when he witnessed Lin Qiye transform into a fleeting shadow amidst the torrential rain, like a graceful butterfly or a dancer of the night, leaving wounds on the ghost-faced king's back at an imperceptible speed. Zhao Kongqing's mouth gaped wider in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, this kid had only joined the Night Watchman a couple of days ago. He wasn't even a formal member. Every attack from the ghost-faced king missed, while its wounds only increased. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing realized the vast disparity between individuals. It seemed as if Lin Qiye danced upon the blade, predicting the Ghost-Face King's every move. Hong Ying had mentioned Lin Qiye's exceptional combat talent, but she hadn't indicated it was to this extent. He felt that even without the talent for time acceleration, Lin Qiye could still exchange blows with the Ghost-Face King. It was as if he had learned not through formal training, but rather through enduring punishment. Moreover, this level of speed, Wu Xiangnan had indeed told him that Lin Qiye's ability was time acceleration, but he hadn't expected it to reach such heights. Yet soon, his heart sank again. Such abilities surely came at a price. Just like the leader of the masked squad, it was said that each use of Time Marauder cost them part of their lifespan. Lin Qiye's time-accelerating forbidden domain must also carry a significant cost. Suddenly, he saw a massive, sinister ghostly face appear beneath the Ghost-Face King's feet. Prologue to the Forbidden Domain 176. Demonic Visage of the Earth. Chapter 11. The Summoning of the Demon God Lin Qiye. Retreat. Zhao Kongqing shouted, his heart sinking with dread. This forbidden domain was overwhelmingly treacherous, especially for a novice like Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, for in his perception, the earth was the sky, and the sky was the earth. Before him lay a chaotic tapestry of colors, and in his ears echoed meaningless shrieks, as if the Demon King whispered in his very ear. The foul stench that had plagued him vanished. He could smell nothing at all. At last, Lin Qiye comprehended the essence of the demonic visage of the earth. This forbidden domain could confound his five senses, inducing a sense of spatial disarray. With his eyes tightly shut, he strained to sense the presence of the Demon King, but to no avail. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. It was an instinctual warning. In the midst of executing the zero-time technique, he rolled to evade the impending attack. His senses muddled. He could not even discern the most basic cardinal directions, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Thoughts raced through Lin Qiye's mind, and with the acceleration of zero-time, his cognitive speed reached an exaggerated level. Ideas flickered in his mind only to be extinguished one by one. In an instant, he felt the sensation of raindrops falling upon him. The direction of these droplets came from all around, lacking any pattern. Lin Qiye suddenly had a revelation. He drew an umbrella from his nibulongan and pointed it in a specific direction. For a brief moment, the sensation of raindrops ceased, only to resume shortly thereafter. Yet, that fleeting lapse was seized by Lin Qiye. It is well known that rain falls from above. This fundamental law of physics would not be swayed by the demonic visage of the earth. In that moment, the rain had been obstructed, indicating that the direction he had aimed was indeed upward. Of course, it was possible that the Demon King had reacted instantly to Lin Qiye's movement, choosing to play along with his ruse. However, Lin Qiye was currently in the zero-time state, moving at extraordinary speed, and the Demon King could not have anticipated that he would summon an umbrella. Thus, he inclined towards the belief that he had chosen the right direction. Having confirmed the direction, the next steps became considerably easier. Based on the location of the previous attack from the Demon King, he deduced that the opponent was now positioned to his right front. Lin Qiye swiftly shifted to the left and thrust his knife forward. At the same moment, the Demon King's claws grazed his temple, stirring a tempest in their wake. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. Lin Qiye's strike found its mark. In Lin Qiye's subjective experience, more than 40 seconds had elapsed since he activated zero-time. This technique accelerated his time by 20-fold, but could only be maintained for 3 seconds. Hence, he still had 20 seconds remaining. Seizing this interval, Lin Qiye chose to adopt a risky strategy. Utilizing the advantage of time acceleration to engage in close combat with the Demon King, seeking to diminish its strength. Failing to do so would render him a mere fish on the chopping block once zero-time concluded. Having missed its initial strike and now countered by Lin Qiye, the Demon King became increasingly agitated, its form suddenly accelerating. Lin Qiye, aided by zero-time, danced around the Demon King like a wraith, gliding gracefully through the darkness of sensory confusion. He occasionally left trails of blood in his wake, while deftly evading the Demon King's relentless attacks. Bolstered by his acute sense of direction and formidable intuition, in a matter of moments, Lin Qiye had landed dozens of strikes upon the Demon King. Yet, at that precise moment, his zero-time came to an end. He felt a gust of wind rush towards him and hastily raised his blade to defend. Clang! Lin Qiye was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for the rigorous training he had endured the previous day under Hong Ying's relentless guidance, which had significantly sharpened his combat skills. Moreover, Lin Qiye discovered that his intuition had become remarkably acute, combined with his enhanced combat prowess. He was able to respond even when ambushed by Hong Ying from his visual blind spot. Had it not been for this, he would have undoubtedly been caught off guard just now. His breath clouded with mist. Lin Qiye was thankful for his hybrid heritage's robust physique, coupled with his timely reaction. He had sustained no substantial harm. However, without zero time, he was no match for the Demon King. Devoid of the acceleration it provided his thought processes and reaction times, he could not even register the Demon King's attacks. No matter how talented he might be, he had only just begun learning the art of combat, and that training had focused more on enduring blows than delivering them. At that juncture, Zhao Kongsheng had also discerned the direction of the battle, hearing the sounds of conflict emanating from ahead. Realizing that Lin Qiye was engaged in a struggle with the Demon King, he was struck with profound shock. If he had been astonished at Lin Qiye's ability to contend with the Demon King, deeming fate unfair for granting him both the time-accelerating forbidden domain and extraordinary combat talent, now he felt that fate was a cruel mistress. If Lin Qiye, whose senses were muddled, could hold his own against the Demon King, then that talent was indeed terrifying. Yet beyond envy, he felt a deeper sense of solace. The presence of such a formidable junior brought him great comfort. Suddenly, the sounds of combat ceased, and Zhao Kongsheng sensed someone land beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. "What's the matter, kid? Out of steam?" He stood tall, his long knife angled towards the ground. At that moment, he felt the sensation of raindrops on his skin shift. Relying on his vast combat experience and uncanny intuition, Zhao Kongsheng pinpointed the Demon King's location and struck out with his blade. Clang! His arm throbbed with the impact. The Demon King had successfully parried his blow. Having intended to pursue Lin Qiye, the Demon King temporarily abandoned its target to eliminate this pesky fly first. It grinned menacingly, its claw lunging towards Zhao Kongsheng's skull. Should it connect, it could easily crush his skull. "Do you think I'm a soft target?" Zhao Kongsheng relished the challenge. As a senior to Lin Qiye, how could he allow himself to be overshadowed by a junior? A pale blue flash of his blade sliced through the air, the blade clashing with the massive claw above. Ding 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 ding. Clang. Unfortunately, Zhao Kongsheng lacked Lin Qiye's exceptional physical prowess and the support of a forbidden domain. Within mere seconds, he was caught off guard, a claw striking him and sending him hurtling backward. He crashed against the barrier of the unbounded space, collapsing to the ground. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to rise, his expression twisted in pain. "If it weren't for the fact that I can't awaken the forbidden domain, you would have been dead 8 times over." Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. At that moment, a voice reached his ears from behind. "Zhao Kongsheng." Lin Qiye too listened intently. It was the voice of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was only able to contend with the Demon King thanks to zero time, but now that it had concluded, attempting to activate it again in such a short span would result in a splitting headache. He quietly absorbed the exchange between Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye. Hearing Zhao Kongsheng curse furiously, "What the hell are you doing out here at night, without eating? Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. And you, Lin Qiye. You all are a pain in the ass. If I survive this, I'll make sure to give you a good thrashing." Zhao Kongsheng turned towards Lin Qiye, his face a mask of fury. "What are you trying to prove? If I say I can handle this, then I can handle it. What do I need a greenhorn like you to step in for?" Lin Qiye remained silent. Objectively, he could not save Zhao Kongsheng. Yet subjectively, for the sake of Lin Qiye's awakening and the continuation of the plot, he allowed Zhao Kongsheng to perish. Though he could retrieve him into the Nibelungen and revive him, it still weighed heavily on his heart. He could not quite articulate it, but a sense of discomfort lingered. "Old Zhao, what is it? If I told you I could resurrect you, would you believe me?" "Of course I would. Why not? I'm going to die anyway. Believing you won't cost me anything." Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes, though Lin Qiye's muddled senses prevented him from seeing it. "Zhao Kongsheng, let me in. I'm quite capable now." Lin Qiye's voice echoed urgently, as he could hear Zhao Kongsheng coughing violently and the conversation between Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng. They spoke of death. What a nuisance they all were, particularly Zhang Jing, who insisted on showing off. Lin Qiye felt a pang of frustration, lamenting in his heart. "Old Zhao, you are just an ordinary person. Why confront the ghost-faced king of Chuanjing head-on? If anyone is showing off, it is certainly you." Though Zhao Kongsheng uttered these words, his body had already reached its limit. The ghost-faced king advanced slowly towards him, its massive form exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. To the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongsheng was merely an annoying fly, and it could hardly wait to swat this fly and indulge in its meal. Outside this barrier, there seemed to be another little mouse, but that was of no concern. Once it dealt with this fly and savored its feast, the next would be that mouse's turn. At that moment, the ghost-faced king was bleeding from numerous fresh and old wounds, many inflicted by Lin Qiye, yet this did not hinder its movements. It stood there, its wounds resembling grotesque tattoos, enhancing its terrifying visage. He recalled the time he defied his mother's wishes and resolutely chose to enlist. Reminiscing about his days as a night watchman, suddenly, he felt as if memories were flashing before him. He murmured softly, "Though I may not stand before thousands, at least I can protect you two little rascals." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye remained silent. A sharp sound pierced the air as a needle shot forth. Ghost Goddess Elixir, a drug capable of exhausting all human potential in a short time. Zhao Kongsheng was more concerned that it could grant those without access to the Forbidden Ruins the ability to tap into them. As he gazed at the approaching ghost-faced king, a smile spread across Zhao Kongsheng's face. Who does not yearn for extraordinary power? Yet he could never awaken the Forbidden Ruins. He had waited far too long for this day. Each time he witnessed his comrades wielding the Forbidden Ruins while he could not, it left a bitter taste in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the needle into his palm. Chapter 12. The final strike. The moment the silver needle pierced his skin, Zhao Kongsheng felt his pain dissipate rapidly, as if an eraser had wiped away his injuries. In its place surged an unprecedented sense of power, an explosive force. His heart pounded like a drum, and he could feel every cell in his body rejoicing. An oppressive aura radiated from him, and with each movement, he felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. His body was filled with vitality. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes suddenly brightened, aflame with fierce intensity. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from him and abruptly shifted its target towards Lin Qiye. It intended to devour Lin Qiye first before dealing with Zhao Kongsheng. "How dare you?" Zhao Kongsheng roared, a faint blue glow flickering on his blade. In a flash, he struck towards the ghost-faced king's outstretched left arm with a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. As the blade passed, a dark crescent of ominous energy manifested. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered. An arm was severed and flung into the air, prompting a mournful roar from the ghost-faced king. The torrential rain poured down as Zhao Kongsheng stood still, resembling a demonic deity. Suddenly, he laughed heartily, the rain cascading down his face, mingling with what could not be discerned as either rainwater or tears. "Ha ha ha, it's actually the disappearance flash moon, sequence 083. I, Zhao Kongsheng, am indeed a genius." He seemed to roar at the heavens, as if cursing the unfairness of fate. Then, he turned his gaze towards the astonished ghost-faced king, which clutched its wounded arm, his eyes shining with an eerie brilliance. Surely, the creature wondered how the seemingly insignificant fly had transformed into a terrifying beast. Sensing the threat, it roared, its muscles bulging. Its already towering 3-meter frame swelled even further, nearing 4 meters. In the next moment, Zhao Kongsheng moved. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the ghost-faced king, his speed surpassing even Lin Qiye's time 0. The blade cut through the air with such swiftness that it produced a resonating hum. With each hum, a horrific gash appeared on the ghost-faced king's body, deep enough to reveal bone. Yet the ghost-faced king could do nothing but emit pained roars. Killing the ghost-faced king was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, he was racing against the clock. The effects of the ghost goddess elixir would soon wear off, and if he could not slay the ghost-faced king in time, Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye would fall victim to its lethal grasp. Damn it, I had made a promise. I cannot go back on my word. The ghost-faced king also sensed the change, from being unable to resist to now feeling the opponent's attacks weaken. Coughing violently, Zhao Kongsheng braced himself against the ground with one hand, while tightly gripping his blade with the other, spitting blood. It felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him from within, an excruciating agony sweeping through him like a tidal wave. With his blade embedded in the ground, he struggled to rise, his eyes fixated on the ghost-faced king. The creature was still alive. His promise remained unfulfilled, and he could not fall. Pulling out his blade, Zhao Kongsheng pointed it directly at the ghost-faced king, ready to advance. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from above. Lin Qiye looked up to see the sky splitting open, a rift extending towards Zhao Kongsheng's rear. Lin Qiye had shattered the boundless domain, stepping into it and scanning his surroundings. His gaze briefly lingered on Lin Qiye before returning to Zhao Kongsheng. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng was drenched in blood, even droplets falling from his forehead, his condition evidently dire. Zhao Kongsheng stared in shock, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. "H, how did you get in here?" Lin Qiye shrugged. "The boundless domain is indeed tough, but thankfully I possess these eyes, and it is fortunate that it is night." Zhao Kongsheng did not comprehend, but knew this was not the time for such discussions. "Enough, regardless of how you entered, stand by Lin Qiye's side. You two little rascals are a handful." His time was running short. "I can help you." Lin Qiye's voice came from behind him. Zhao Kongsheng instinctively wanted to curse, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He exhaled softly. "All right, but wait until I make this strike. The middle-aged man straightened his back, like a sturdy umbrella in the torrential rain, or a stabilizing force amidst tumultuous waves. Suddenly, he spoke, "Two little rascals." Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye turned to Zhao Kongsheng simultaneously. At that moment, Lin Xuan realized that Zhao Kongsheng was at his limit and understood this would be his final strike. This was one of the rare moments of brilliance in this man's life. He gripped the bone-cutting knife tightly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Kongsheng, his expression solemn. "Watch closely. Do not blink. This strike will be magnificent." Water splashed as Zhao Kongsheng propelled himself towards the ghost-faced king like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the night. The ghost-faced king, recognizing that its opponent was on the brink of collapse, raised its remaining arm defensively across its chest, a wary expression on its face. In its eyes, Zhao Kongsheng's form grew larger, his gaze burning with intensity. There was no flourish to his actions. He simply raised his hand and swung his blade. The speed was so immense that no sound accompanied the descending strike. A colossal dark crescent materialized before Zhao Kongsheng, as if piercing through the dense curtain of rain, breaking the space in front of him and instantaneously reaching the ghost-faced king. This was an unstoppable blow, and it was Zhao Kongsheng's most magnificent strike. The grotesque visage of the ghostly head soared into the sky before crashing down with a resounding thud, its imposing form nearly 4 meters in height. It was only at this moment that the explosive sound generated by the swing of the blade reached the ears of the two observers. As the head of the ghost-faced king ascended, Lin Xuan sprang forth, his demeanor chillingly resolute. He had not forgotten that Zhao Kongsheng's strike had not fully extinguished the life of the ghost-faced king. He was determined to deliver the finishing blow. Chapter 13. Rescuing Zhao Kongsheng. The resplendent golden pupils gleamed in the darkness, and as the head of the ghost-faced king descended, Lin Xuan thrust his blade forward. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly perceived the unmistakable terror and despair manifesting on the grotesque visage. With a sharp thrust, the bone-piercing knife penetrated the ghastly face. Emerging from the back of the skull, he exerted all his strength for this strike. A harrowing wail erupted, piercing the air as if it aimed to penetrate the very eardrums of those present. Through his golden eyes, the ghost-faced king caught a fleeting glimpse of a formidable and divine entity, a colossal black dragon, transcending the heavens and the earth. It was in this instant that the creature comprehended the enormity of what it had so covetously desired. It beheld a realm of despair and resentment, a terrifying dominion. It was not merely lamenting, it was gripped by profound fear. The specter dreaded that death was not the end, but the harbinger of endless suffering and torment. Lin Xuan discovered that he could indeed capture the spirit of the ghost-faced king within his Nibelungen, yet ultimately, he allowed the spirit to dissipate into nothingness. Simultaneously, a surge of immense energy flooded his being, causing his bones to crack and his body to feel as though it were swelling. Was it akin to overindulgence? He sensed a significant elevation in the purity of his bloodline. Yet, the moment to delve into the depths of his mind to ascertain this enhancement was not now. He redirected his gaze to the head still bearing the grotesque visage of the ghost-faced king. The final sight of the ghost-faced king was not Lin Xuan, but the Nibelungen of Nidhogg. Within his Nibelungen, there were no subjects, thus devoid of despair. However, Lin Xuan's Nibelungen was not a sanctuary for such a malevolent spirit. Lin Qiye dashed forth, swiftly supporting Zhao Kongsheng, preventing him from collapsing into the muddy ground. The torrential rain threatened to engulf them, and Lin Xuan splashed through the water to reach Zhao Kongsheng, still holding the severed head of the ghost-faced king. With a light-hearted tone, he remarked, "Old Zhao, what did I say? It seems you still have to rely on me. Just moments ago." He had further confirmed that the Nibelungen could indeed harbor the souls of those who fell in battle. With his heart now at ease, he naturally felt inclined to jest. "To hell with it. You merely capitalized on my efforts. After all, it was I who severed the head," Zhao Kongsheng retorted, rolling his eyes. Though a sense of dread lingered within him, he had not anticipated that his earlier display of valor had not entirely vanquished the ghost-faced king. At this point, he lacked the energy to ponder why Lin Xuan knew the creature still lived. "Enough," Zhao Kongsheng refrained from speaking. "I shall take you to the hospital immediately," Lin Qiye urged. Through his keen eyes, he discerned the dire state of Zhao Kongsheng's condition. "No need. It's merely a minor after-effect," Zhao Kongsheng replied. Though Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, unwilling to witness Zhao Kongsheng perish due to his actions. "At this rate, you will die? Not a worry," Zhao Kongsheng chuckled weakly, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. "At least I got to experience the thrill of the Forbidden Realm. That was exhilarating. Hey, kid, do me a favor." Zhao Kongsheng directed his gaze toward Lin Xuan. "What favor?" "I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Help me light one." Lin Qiye rummaged through Zhao Kongqing's shirt pocket and extracted a blood-stained pack of cigarettes. According to his memories, this brand was quite inexpensive. He selected a cigarette that had remained untouched by blood or rainwater and offered it to Zhao Kongqing, igniting it for him. Lin Qiye, you little rascal. Was that last strike not impressive? Indeed, both Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye nodded in unison, prompting Zhao Kongqing's lips to curve upward in a smile. Damn it. It's worth it. If two divine representatives say I'm impressive, even if I were to perish, I'd have enough to boast about. He found solace in his own humor. With such remarkable achievements, surely I deserve a title of general. He forced a smile, seemingly recalling certain memories, yet the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Reminiscent of a dying wick. Lin Qiye shook Zhao Kongqing gently. Zhao Kongqing, awaken. You haven't become a general yet. You cannot die. This time, though I could not protect millions, I at least safeguarded your family and this fool, Lin Qiye, who loves to show off. Zhao Kongqing's voice dwindled until it fell silent. Should darkness descend, I shall stand before multitudes, sword drawn to the abyss, blood staining the heavens. He remained frozen, kneeling in the rain, tears mingling with the droplets cascading down his cheeks. He cried silently. Behind Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye's golden pupils glimmered, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that moment when Zhao Kongqing's breath ceased, he successfully captured Zhao Kongqing's spirit within his Nibelungen, thereby preserving his life. Zhao Kongqing, having just emerged from a fierce battle, would now slumber in the Nibelungen for no more than a day before awakening anew. Yet, within the Nibelungen, only his spirit remained. Once Lin Qiye grew sufficiently strong, he could reconstruct Zhao Kongqing's physical form. A premonition whispered to him that he might harness the blood of the Black King, along with the power within the Nibelungen, to elevate Zhao Kongqing to one of the four great sovereigns, perhaps as the king of sky and wind. While his thoughts lingered on this potential, Lin Qiye's expression returned to one of sorrow. Fortunately, Lin Qiye was lost in his own grief, oblivious to Lin Qiye's fleeting smile. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to absolve himself. After a moment, Lin Qiye lifted his head. Utilizing his acute hearing, Lin Qiye discerned the murmurs escaping his lips. For a long time, Lin Qiye had wished for death. For one who had been blind since childhood, claiming to have seen angels yet met with disbelief, and confined to a mental institution, death was not a fearsome prospect. Yet, his family, his aunt and younger brother, had repeatedly drawn him from despair, rescuing him time and again. Regardless of the tempest outside, all he wished was to safeguard his small sanctuary. Lin Qiye remained silent. The most brutal truth was that after Lin Qiye lost his sight, his aunt had already passed away. The very aunt who had pulled Lin Qiye from the abyss had survived solely due to his miraculous existence. Lin Qiye suddenly found fate to be profoundly ironic. He quietly edged closer, producing a black umbrella to shield Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing from the torrential downpour. Lin Qiye paid no mind to the gesture. He merely gazed intently into Zhao Kongqing's vacant eyes. Zhao Kongqing, I am a person who most despises owing favors to others. You safeguarded my entire world. What can I do for you in return? Gently, he extended his hand to close Zhao Kongqing's eyes before turning his gaze toward the low building behind them. A warm, yellow glow emanated from within. It was his sanctuary, his haven. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to resolve himself to a certain determination. Zhao Kongqing, you saved my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. His tone was resolute, and in the pitch-black night, his golden eyes shone brightly. With care, Lin Qiye slung Zhao Kongqing's standard long sword over his shoulder, cradling him tenderly in his arms as he rose slowly. Lin Qiye followed closely. When Hong Ying hurriedly arrived, she beheld a striking scene. A young man bore a straight sword on his back, while cradling a middle-aged man in his arms. The man was bloodied, his eyes shut. Yet his expression was serene, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if basking in an inner pride or lost in a beautiful dream. Beside the young man stood Lin Qiye, bloodied as well, holding a black umbrella that shielded Zhao Kongqing from the relentless rain. Thunder roared, and a flash of white light vanished in an instant. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by fierce winds that crashed upon the world. It struck the two youths, drenching the one named Hong Ying, yet mercifully spared a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, shielded by a black umbrella. The boy holding the umbrella placed a hand over his heart and bowed his head in respect. The boy cradling a lifeless body shouted with all his strength, I, Lin Qiye, send off General Zhao Kongqing to victory. Chapter 14. The Slaying of Deities, Lin Qiye's speculation beside a low building. The battleground where Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye fought against the ghost-faced king had long been cleared of blood and signs of conflict. A small black dog approached, a bag hanging from its neck, and suddenly spoke. The soul returns. After a moment of silence, it frowned, perplexed by the lack of response. This should not be. It had been less than an hour since Zhao Kongqing's demise, and souls should not dissipate so quickly. Or perhaps, someone else had taken Zhao Kongqing's soul. But who could that be? Zhao Kongqing was not an exceptionally unique soul. It seemed unlikely that anyone would covet him. The small black dog squinted, suddenly recalling the tall man who had fought alongside Zhao Kongqing. Could it be him? That night, raindrops fell upon the red sign of the Peace Affairs office, creating a pattering sound as they struck the storefront. Inside, Lin Xuan rested his hands on his knees, quietly listening to the conversation between Wu Xiangnan and Lin Qiye. Are you saying that Zhao Kongqing activated the ghost goddess call, saving his companions while slaying the ghost-faced king, resulting in their mutual destruction? Wu Xiangnan asked. His brow furrowed as he turned to Lin Xuan, seeking confirmation. Is that so? It is, Lin Xuan replied, his expression unwavering. He had briefly communicated with Lin Qiye on the way here to align their accounts. Are you certain? Wu Xiangnan squinted. I am certain. But why does the ghost-faced king bear a wound on his ghastly visage that does not appear to be from Zhao's straight blade? It resembles more of a bone-cutting knife. He queried, sensing the oddity in the situation. According to Lin Xuan, he had merely stumbled upon the hurried Zhao and followed him. Such coincidences seemed too fortuitous. Investigations revealed that Zhao Kongqing bore only the marks left by the ghost-faced king, while the ghost-faced king himself exhibited numerous distinct wounds, evidently not inflicted by a standard blade, but rather by something shorter, akin to a bone-cutting knife. Lin Xuan refrained from elaborating, understanding that silence often served better than words. He maintained, it was Zhao Kongqing who dealt the blow. Both of us witnessed it. He gazed steadily at Wu Xiangnan, his eyes calm, obscuring his thoughts. Wu Xiangnan seemed poised to speak again but ultimately sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He was all too aware of the underlying truths. Wu Xiangnan then shifted to another inquiry. Do you wish to join the Night Watchers? Yes, but I will only remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Lin Qiye's declaration caught everyone off guard, even halting the weeping Si Xiaonan, who stared blankly at him. Lin Xuan watched the scene with keen interest. I recall that Lin Qiye eventually became Commander Lin in the original narrative. He mused inwardly. Leaning against the sofa, he closed his eyes, taking advantage of the other's conversation to check on Zhao's condition, whether he had awakened or not. Lin Xuan soon found himself submerged in a misty realm. The earth was black, the sky pale. Thin fog enveloped the land, and at his feet lay 2 bone-cutting knives and an umbrella. To his left, a middle-aged man lay on the ground. Eyes tightly shut, it was Zhao Kongqing. In this state, Zhao's form was ethereal, allowing Lin Xuan to see through him to the dark earth beneath. Zhao Kongqing existed now only as a spirit, devoid of flesh. What's wrong? He noticed everyone staring at him. Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Lin Qiye has nowhere to sleep tonight, so I invited him to my place. When Qima is coming too, and I wanted to ask if he would join us. After all, her villa had plenty of rooms and was not lacking for Lin Xuan. Hong Ying, Lin Xuan's home is also a villa, Lin Qiye interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye stared at Lin Xuan in astonishment, taken aback that this fellow was also affluent. I know, but even if you have a villa, you can come stay at my place. It'll be more lively if we all stay together, Hong Ying replied. After Lin Xuan joined the Night Watchers, she had looked into his family background. Despite her carefree demeanor, she possessed a keen awareness. She understood that he lived alone in the villa. Her invitation stemmed from concern that he might feel lonely at home. However, Lin Xuan merely shook his head. No need. I prefer to stay at my own place. He harbored secrets. Each time his bloodline purity increased by 5, alongside gaining abilities at the tombstone, his physical condition would also significantly elevate, inevitably causing some disturbances. While he trusted the integrity of those around him, some secrets were best kept to oneself. All right then. Hong Ying shrugged. I'll practice shooting for now. You all can head to my house later. In the dead of night, guided by Wen Qima, Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye ventured into a desolate wilderness. In the distance lay a cemetery. The 3 carefully traversed the underbrush, crouching in the tall grass as they quietly observed Hong Ying's graceful figure as she etched a gravestone for Zhao Kongqing. Didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Qiye remarked, bewildered. Who would believe she would still practice shooting at this hour? Wen Qima sighed, then turned her gaze to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, lower yourself a bit more. You're too tall. Lin Xuan silently complied, crouching lower. A group of oddballs watched as Hong Ying wept while engraving the gravestone for Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xuan could imagine how awkward Zhao would feel if he were to wake and witness this scene. As Hong Ying expressed that it was unnecessary, she turned her head away to hide the mist in her eyes. If souls could weep, they would have shed tears by now. The rain had ceased, and the clouds dispersed. The bright moonlight illuminated the villa, casting a glow on half of Lin Qian's face. When he killed the ghost-faced king, he felt a surge of immense energy surpassing all previous encounters. Preliminary estimations suggested that the energy gained from slaying a single ghost-faced king outweighed that of 10 ghost-faced minions. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Qian closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. Before him stood a colossal gravestone, towering and immense. Reaching to the heavens, Lin Qian noticed the numbers inscribed upon it and paused in surprise. Bloodline purity, 18. It had not exceeded 20. He could feel that the energy acquired from killing a single ghost-faced king equated to that from slaying numerous ordinary ghost-faced minions. Yet, his bloodline purity had only risen by 8. Perhaps, each increment of 5 or 10 in bloodline purity would require exponentially greater energy. For instance, from 5 to 10, each ghost-faced minion slain could enhance purity by 1, but from 95 to 99, it wouldn't be feasible to still gain 1 per kill. If that were the case, slaying 100 ghost-faced minions would render him invincible. But alas, that was not the reality. Lin Qian mused. Thus, the higher the bloodline purity, the more arduous the ascent. Transitioning from 10 to 20, a single ghost-faced minion could only yield an 8 increase. Following this trend, once bloodline purity reached 80 or 90, even the mysteries of the Klein realm might not suffice to satisfy him. At that point, he may need to slay deities. Chapter 15. The blood-draining scythe with a bloodline purity below 20, Lin Qian need not worry about such matters for the time being. His greater concern lay in discovering what new abilities awaited him. Lin Qian shifted his gaze to the 15th position of the gravestone, successfully deciphering the intricate dragon script inscribed upon it, blood-sucking sickle. Unlike previous experiences, this time, in addition to the throbbing pain coursing through his meridians, he could perceive an overwhelming cacophony reverberating within his ears. The gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze, the distant and haunting calls of cicadas, the whoosh of birds soaring overhead, and the peculiar sounds made by mice burrowing through the earth. All these subtle noises were amplified 1,000-fold. The sudden influx of such information left Lin Qian feeling dizzy and nauseated. The discomfort in his ears was akin to having countless mosquitoes buzzing within his ear canal. He exerted considerable effort to suppress the urge to listen to them, and gradually, the din began to diminish. He had initially grasped the essence of this spell. Rising once more and opening his eyes, Lin Qian observed faint scratches appearing on the surrounding sofas and walls, as if an invisible vortex centered around him was slicing through the fabric of space with countless tiny blades. The moment he uttered the name of the spell, a torrent of information regarding the blood-sucking sickle flooded his mind. The blood-sucking sickle served as the superior alternative to the weasel spirit. However, unlike the version possessed by the dragon lineage, which sacrificed its ability to gather information through sound for enhanced lethality, Lin Qian had acquired the blood-sucking sickle in its raw form. The information-gathering capacity of the weasel spirit remained unaffected. The wielder of the weasel spirit could create a vast domain centered around themselves and establish intricate sound channels within it, mastering all subtle sounds within that space. Legend has it that ancient dragons, utilizing this spell, could eavesdrop on human whispers from the heavens. The purer the lineage of the wielder, the larger the domain's range. Lin Qian experimented slightly and discovered that his spherical domain would not extend beyond 25 meters. Interestingly, he could choose to forego other directions and extend the domain continuously in one specific direction, at most reaching 150 meters. He had truly become an embodiment of keen hearing. Yet, this was merely the capability of the weasel spirit. He commanded countless tiny wind blades to glide gently past a nearby wooden chair, instantly reducing it to a heap of splinters. The attack power was astonishing. Akin to a meat grinder, these dense, minute wind blades, due to their high density, could even serve as shields to deflect incoming attacks, self-reflecting shields. Lin Qian mused in his heart. The most lethal aspect of the blood-sucking sickle lay in the fact that once an enemy was touched by it, countless tiny wounds would appear on their body. Should the adversary be unfortunate enough to have their carotid artery severed by the blood-sucking sickle, the raging winds would carry away their blood, hastening their demise. When activating the spherical area, the wind blades similarly had a range of 25 meters. But the distinction was that when Lin Qian chose to extend in a singular direction, he could reach up to 30 meters, not the 150 meters achievable with sound. Moreover, he could not precisely control the trajectory of individual wind blades. At least for now, that was beyond his capability. However, he could simultaneously direct countless tiny wind blades. Undoubtedly, the blood-sucking sickle compensated for certain shortcomings Lin Qian possessed. For instance, When confronting the Phantom King, had he wielded the blood-sucking sickle, he would have easily discerned the opponent's location. Even if the Phantom King could confuse his senses, the winds would accurately convey information to his ears. At the very least, he could erect barriers of fine wind blades, allowing him to respond promptly regardless of the direction from which the Phantom King approached. If utilized effectively, the Phantom King might find himself riddled with wounds before even nearing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan recalled that Lin Qiye could perceive everything within a 20-meter radius, as if blessed with the eye of God. In contrast, Lin Xuan could hear everything within a 25-meter range and extended in a particular direction. Though not as precise as Lin Qiye's perception, his advantage lay in the broader scope. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan also detected certain drawbacks of the blood-sucking sickle, notably those stemming from his own limitations. The blood-sucking sickle could be maintained indefinitely, as long as he willed it. However, due to his limited mental capacity, he could not manipulate the blood-sucking sickle with ease. A moment's lapse in control would inundate his mind with overwhelming sounds. Even now, he occasionally perceived faint whispers in his ears. If he did not quickly master it, he would risk succumbing to nervous exhaustion. He even heard the buzzing of mosquitoes near his ear. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and slapped his face. The buzzing ceased, though his cheeks stung, a reminder of his lack of control. It seemed not only the blood-sucking sickle required familiarization, but his rapidly enhanced physical abilities also demanded adjustment. Lin Xuan made his way to the small courtyard of the villa. His heightened sensitivity to sound rendered him incapable of sleep. Thus, he opted to acclimate himself to his body and strive to master the blood-sucking sickle. Given his current physical prowess, a day or two without sleep posed no issue. The courtyard was modest, merely over 30 square meters. A stone-paved path led from the courtyard to the back door of the villa, and in a corner stood a pomegranate tree, from which he often plucked the fruit. Beneath the tree was a small stone platform. Occasionally, Lin Xuan would water the tree out of sheer boredom. The muddy ground flanking the path bore no vegetation. He contemplated whether to cultivate some crops, sensing an awakening of his agricultural instincts. Ultimately, however, he abandoned the idea. The secondary reason was that, upon becoming a night watchman, he would undoubtedly become busy, leaving little time to tend to his garden. The primary reason, however, was sheer laziness. Seated upon the stone platform, Lin Xuan began to practice controlling the blood-sucking sickle. The night passed without incident. Morning arrived at the steamed bun shop. After an intense battle with the Phantom King and a night spent practicing the blood-sucking sickle, Lin Xuan was ravenous. After devouring 10 baskets of buns, he finally felt somewhat satiated, paid, and left the shop under the astonished gaze of the proprietor. Following a night of practice, he had initially grasped the blood-sucking sickle. While he still could not exert overly precise control, he could now suppress those minute sounds whenever he wished. Moreover, his control over the wind blades had significantly improved. As he made his way to the peace affairs office, a sudden thought struck him. Zhao Kongqing must have awakened by now. Chapter 16. Old Zhao in Nibelungen. Zhao Kongqing surveyed the hazy world before him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Had I not died? Is this the afterlife? It doesn't feel like much of anything. Hello, is anyone there? Zhao Kongqing shouted. But through the thin mist, he saw no one at all. Is there anyone dead? Stop shouting. You're the only one here. A male voice suddenly resonated behind Zhao Kongqing, startling him to the point of leaping away. Zhao Kongqing distanced himself from the voice before turning to see the brash young man he recognized. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're dead too? His expression conveyed 3 parts sorrow, 7 parts shock, and a hefty dose of existential doubt. Hadn't the Phantom King perished? How had this impudent youth also arrived here? Before Zhao Kongqing could voice further thoughts, Lin Xuan promptly interjected. Stop, you're not in the underworld, you're in Nibelungen. Nibelungen? Zhao Kongqing was well aware of where that was and quickly connected the dots, realizing Lin Xuan was the avatar of Nidhogg. So, does this mean I've been drawn into your divine realm? Not quite. More accurately, this is my divine realm. What do you mean, your divine realm? Lin Xuan cast him a sidelong glance and pondered for a moment. Zhao Kongqing's presence in Nibelungen implied a deep binding between them from that moment onward. He chose to selectively disclose certain matters to the other party. You may interpret this as me being Nidhogg, albeit an incomplete version of him. Zhao Kongqing stood there in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. He instinctively thought the other was joking, but observing Lin Xuan's demeanor, he seemed earnest. Coupled with the hazy and desolate world around him, and the fact that he was undeniably dead, yet found himself here, this kid is indeed defying the heavens. So, you mean to say you are actually Nidhogg, but have transformed into this state for some reason? That is one way to comprehend it. And you could be regarded as the first inhabitant of Nibelungen. Zhao Kongqing endeavored to calm himself. He prided himself on having experienced much and considered himself more composed than the average person, yet he could not maintain his composure upon hearing Lin Qian's revelation. Damn it! Could this be some kind of illusion before my death? He then slapped himself, only to have his arm pass through his face. What the hell? Lin Qian displayed a comical expression and suddenly adopted a nonchalant tone. Lin Qian, Zhao Kongcheng, get lost. Zhao Kongcheng kicked out, but predictably, his foot passed through. Observing this scene, he scoffed. Even if you save me, so what? This godforsaken place has nothing, not even a cigarette. I can take you out for a look. But for now, it can only be in spirit form. We cannot stay away for too long. If you find it boring inside Nibelungen, I can bring in novels, comics, and single-player video games. Well, that's somewhat acceptable, Zhao muttered while reclining in midair. He realized that being a spirit had its advantages. He could float, akin to flying, which was quite amusing. Somewhat acceptable, Lin Qian remarked with a smirk. Why not try using the Forbidden Abyss? Huh. Zhao Kongcheng abruptly sat up, and Lin Qian timely handed him a bone-cutting knife. With a swift motion, Zhao Kongcheng sliced through the air, and a pitch-black crescent moon shot forth from the blade, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. Holy hell! Old Zhao was genuinely astonished, standing there in a daze, gazing at the bone-cutting knife, his smile growing wider and wider. Then Lin Qian heard him exclaim in delight, as if he had returned to his youthful self. Awesome! After exiting the bookstore, Lin Qian headed straight to the peace office. There, he found Sister Hongying face-to-face with a white-haired elderly woman, murmuring something with a sympathetic expression. Even without the blood-sucking sickle, Lin Qian could clearly hear Sister Hongying's words. Is it really that outrageous? Rest assured, we will take care of this matter. At that moment, Lin Qiye also entered, and upon realizing what Sister Hongying was doing, his expression turned distinctly peculiar. It felt as if the great hero responsible for saving the world was helping someone find a lost black cat. The incongruity was palpable. When Shima noticed the two standing dumbly at the door and swiftly ushered them inside. What's going on? Lin Qiye was somewhat bewildered. Hey, after all, we are called the peace office. We can't just be going through the motions, can we? Beyond dealing with the mysterious, we also handle a variety of other tasks. From finding lost cats and dogs to combating criminals and kidnappers. Lin Qian nodded. He turned to Zhao Kongcheng, musing to himself. Old Zhao, do you all usually handle such trivial matters? Zhao Kongcheng reclined in midair, his eyes fixated on Sister Hongying. Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, his spirit immediately perked up. What do you mean by trivial matters? This is our daily routine, all right? Do you think the mysterious is as common as cabbage, appearing every few days? Zhao Kongcheng shot Lin Qian a glare, redirecting his gaze back to Sister Hongying. As a spirit, he had limited time to linger in the outside world. After being rebuffed by Zhao, Lin Qian merely shrugged. Very well. He began to envision a scenario where he effortlessly found lost cats and dogs using his blood-sucking sickle, thus earning a handsome profit. He even imagined a scene reminiscent of a Dragon King narrative. For example, during the investigation, initially facing skepticism, then being threatened by the opposing party using their power, only to produce the Night Watchman's credentials. What a rebirth! I am a retired Night Watchman. At this thought, Lin Qian couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled by Lin Qian's strange laughter. It's nothing. He waved his hand dismissively. By the way, the captain is already waiting for you at the training ground. Let Lin Qian take you there. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Qian. From Wen Shima's words, it seemed Lin Qian had already been there. Lin Qian simply nodded, turning to lead Lin Qiye to the training ground at the end of the basement corridor. In the center of the training ground sat a young man with a face as sharp as a knife. Beside him lay 3 blades. You're here. Chun Mai slowly opened his eyes, nodded at the two, and handed them 2 straight swords. Lin Qian received them, drawing one out for inspection. His name was engraved upon it. Though it was a standard long sword, it felt surprisingly comfortable to hold. Old Zhao, do you think this sword looks good? Huh. Lin Qian turned to see Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye standing side by side, staring blankly at the sword in Lin Qiye's hand. The name Zhao Kongcheng was distinctly prominent on it. Captain, what is this? Zhao Kongcheng had perished in battle, and you were the child he was responsible for. Thus this sword has been entrusted to you for safekeeping. Good. Lin Qiye nodded emphatically. Zhao Kongcheng stood by, feeling a mix of pride and satisfaction in his heart. Chapter 17. Training Old Zhao, are you about to cry? Get lost. Zhao Kongcheng immediately broke character. Couldn't this brat learn a thing or two from Lin Qiye? Not at all endearing. He had been busy and didn't have time to engage with such matters, but now that he was dead and had nothing to do, he might as well take a look. With a month until the training session commenced, it was the perfect time for me to provide you with specialized training to avoid embarrassment later on. Chun Mai swiftly laid out their schedule, morning knife practice with him, afternoon learning techniques for using the Forbidden Abyss, and evening firearms training. Come on, Lin Qiye, I've heard from Sister Hongying that your combat talent is exceptional. Why not demonstrate it for Lin Qiye? Chun Mai charged at Lin Qiye with a knife in hand. Lin Qiye silently drew his knife, closing his eyes for a moment before opening them, revealing his golden vertical pupils. Chun Mai merely raised an eyebrow at this. Dragon pupils? Chun Mai speculated that this must be some ability granted to him by Nidhogg. Lin Qiye beside him was equally unfazed, having witnessed this form during their first encounter with the faceless ghost. Or rather, he never intended to conceal it. However, one thing had always puzzled Lin Qiye. Why did Lin Qiye seem to foresee the future, preparing everything before anyone encountered the faceless ghost, even sending Li Yifei away in advance? Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in fierce combat, their blades even sparking against one another. Clang. With a slight twist of his blade, Chun Mai sent Lin Qiye's long knife flying from his grasp. The movement was too rigid. One could not rely solely on brute strength. Finesse was needed, or else one would end up like now, being used against oneself. Chun Mai admonished, though his hand trembled ever so slightly. This brat's strength is astonishing. It's comparable to some of the power-oriented anomalies from the Chuanjing. He thought to himself, alarmed, as it was evident that the brat had merely exerted normal force. Lin Qiye, your turn. Chun Mai pointed the knife at Lin Qiye. During lunchtime, the two sat at the dining table, faced with a feast of delectable dishes. But the quantity, Sister Hongying, isn't this meal a bit excessive? Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye both bore bruised faces, and speaking only made their mouths ache. No, this might not be enough. Hongying crossed her arms and gestured towards Lin Qiye, suggesting he should hasten his meal, lest he find himself with nothing to eat shortly. You have no idea what Captain Chen thinks of Lin Qiye, she remarked. Since temporary team members are not provided accommodations or meals, the food was prepared by Chun Mai. What did he say? Someone inquired. He stated that Lin Qiye is the only one capable of cooking to the point of exhausting him. Chun Mai, a formidable figure from the Sichuan region, previously known as the Black Wuchang and a master with the blade, was indeed a person of great repute. The notion that Lin Qiye could tire him out in the kitchen was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Qiye seized a steamed bun, tore it in half, dipped one portion into the pork stew, and consumed it in a matter of seconds. Lin Qiye was left dumbfounded, while Lin Qiye continued to devour his meal. Hey, leave some for me, Lin Qiye exclaimed in exasperation. In the afternoon, within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, when Qima stood before the two, glancing left and right, before finally inquiring, Lin Qiye, how come you have no injuries on your face? Did you not train this morning? Logically, even seasoned members like him would sustain some injuries after a morning of practice with the captain, especially since it was Lin Qiye's first sparring session with him. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Qiye had not actually sparred with Chun Mai. Indeed, Hongying was correct. Lin Qiye had not eaten enough. He was not merely eating. He was showcasing his appetite, and within moments, an entire platter of food had vanished. It was utterly ridiculous. In the end, Hongying prepared another serving for him. As for the lack of injuries on Lin Qiye, it was worth noting that the wounds Lin Qiye had sustained at noon were inflicted by Chun Mai just before training concluded. During the morning session, both Chun Mai and Lin Qiye had observed Lin Qiye's extraordinary recovery abilities. He was akin to a living shield, requiring considerable force to leave any mark. Even after employing strength, Lin Qiye would recover shortly after, as if he were impervious to pain. Lin Qiye, feeling the aches in his body, cast a glance at Lin Qiye, who stood calmly and seemingly content beside him, his expression filled with indignation. If Lin Qiye could hear Lin Qiye's thoughts, he would surely have countered. The captain's disregard for martial ethics only seemed to embolden him to strike harder. However, Lin Qiye had unexpectedly gained something from the experience. He realized that Lin Qiye instinctively activated the mundane domain's 20-meter vision during their sparring. Throughout the morning, he had been training while also subtly benefiting from Lin Qiye's prowess. He sensed his own purity was gradually increasing. At this rate, he anticipated that within half a month, his bloodline purity would rise to 19%. Moreover, the afternoon's focus was on researching the Forbidden Ruins, and while when Qima demonstrated the intricacies of the Forbidden Ruins, Lin Qiye was able to draw energy from the demonstration. It was exhilarating. When Qima proceeded to explain the knowledge surrounding the Forbidden Ruins to the two, then turned his attention to Lin Qiye. By the way, Lin Qiye, have you decided on a name for your divine ruins? Lin Qiye pondered. Is my divine ruin not part of the Forbidden Ruins sequence? Lin Qiye expressed his astonishment. After all, there were always forbidden ruins and divine ruins that were undocumented, particularly the divine ruins, as the realms of the divine are not easily discerned. Not to mention, Nidhogg was a deity that had never been observed before. Hence, it was entirely plausible for there to be forbidden ruins and divine ruins unknown to the great Xia. When Shima explained this to Lin Qiye and then turned back to Lin Xuan. So, have you made your decision? Lin Xuan rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought before declaring, let's call it time zero. The prospect of an unprecedented divine ruin would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, a fact Lin Xuan had anticipated. He understood the necessity of rapidly enhancing his strength to transform any envy into caution. Upon hearing the name Time Zero, when Shima's eyes lit up, Time Zero, what a splendid name. When Lin Xuan accelerated his time to the utmost, it was as though the world outside had pressed the pause button. He suddenly recalled that, during the past 2 years of training for new recruits, it seemed that a special team of masked instructors had been dispatched. Their leader, Wang Mian, also wielded the power of time, and he was curious about the potential interactions between these two. He found himself looking forward to it. Chapter 18. Dining is a battle. When Shima held a notebook, diligently recording observations, while Lin Xuan engaged with a specialized instrument designed specifically for him. Its purpose was to measure the duration of time zero and determine the extent to which he could accelerate his speed. The duration was 3.5 seconds, achieving an acceleration of 22 times. Excellent, but what are the side effects? He mused, his brow furrowing. Were it not for the upcoming teachings on the Forbidden Ruins, when Shima would hesitate to have Lin Xuan test the limits of the divine ruin time zero, it is well known that the manifestation of divine ruins related to time incurs a certain cost. This cost can vary significantly, but the most common form is the expenditure of one's own time to gain the power of time. Much like Wang Mian of the masked team, is the inability to use it multiple times in a short span considered a side effect? Lin Xuan inquired. That is hardly a side effect. At worst, it merely results in increased mental exertion. I'm referring to something like lifespan. When Shima's pen suddenly halted, and he stared at Lin Xuan in shock. Are you suggesting that, aside from mental limitations, you do not incur any other costs? What's the matter? When Shima took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. Lin Xuan, promise me you won't disclose this to anyone else, not even your comrades. The current duration and acceleration of time zero were certainly not its limits. It's important to note that Lin Xuan's current realm was merely at the lamp realm. If others from different factions learned of this, they would undoubtedly go mad, particularly the members of the ancient God Church. It was said that they had already set their sights on Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, with Lin Xuan being their primary focus. Even the agent of Michael had been relegated to a lower priority, indicating the level of importance placed on him. If they could not obtain Lin Xuan, they would surely seek to eliminate him. When Shima glanced at Lin Qiye, who nodded firmly, assuring him he would not speak of it. When Shima likewise acknowledged Lin Qiye with a nod, trusting in the young man. He then tore the test paper in half, replacing it with a new one, documenting the duration as 2 seconds, acceleration factor, 10 times, side effects, will accelerate physical aging rapidly. The more times time zero is utilized, the faster the aging. When Shima could not lower the figures any further, if he did, no one would believe it. After all, it is a divine ruin and cannot be weak beyond a certain threshold. Throughout the afternoon, even though Lin Xuan's time zero was not technically a forbidden ruin, he still gained significant insights. When Shima provided him with several recommendations. First, he needed to determine the minimum interval between utilizing time zero twice. Moreover, if he did not maintain time zero at its maximum duration, but rather for just 1 or 2 seconds, could he immediately activate it again? Through meticulous research, Lin Xuan discovered that if time zero was sustained for the maximum duration of 3.5 seconds, the next opportunity to employ it would be approximately 10 minutes later. However, if time zero lasted only 1 or 2 seconds before stopping, he would have to wait 5 seconds before activating it again. Sometimes, 10 seconds could be sufficient to decide life and death. Furthermore, the duration of the subsequent activation would not be the full 3.5 seconds. For instance, if Lin Xuan sustained time zero for 1 second and then stopped, he could only maintain it for 2.5 seconds if he activated it again after 10 seconds. However, after 3 minutes, he could utilize a full time zero once more. The conclusion drawn was that the duration and interval of time zero are indeed related to one's realm. As one's realm advances, the intervals will continue to shorten and the duration will lengthen. Additionally, one must adapt to the flow of time in both time zero and normal states, achieving the ability to switch between them seamlessly. If the previous moment was a state of zero time, and the next moment suddenly resumes the normal flow of time, one must adapt and react instantly. This is not impossible. The enemy may possess methods to confine time to a zero state. If the zero time state is abruptly lifted, failing to adjust immediately could cost one's life. As for the advanced version, It involves identifying flaws based on the enemy's initial moves while still in the zero-time state. In this state, the enemy's movements are sluggish, inevitably leading to numerous vulnerabilities. Lin Qian's task is to detect these flaws in the shortest time possible and deliver a fatal blow. In the evening, everyone gathered around the dining table. Si Xiaonan glanced around, her expression filled with confusion. Why did everyone else appear so tense? Even the newcomer Lin Qiye was grasping his chopsticks, as if facing a formidable foe. Was something happening that she was unaware of? However, it seemed not everyone was on edge. Lin Qian maintained a calm demeanor. Si Xiaonan leaned closer to Hong Ying and whispered, "Sister Hong Ying, what is going on? Why does everyone seem so strange?" Hong Ying glanced at Lin Qian, her lips parting as if to speak, when suddenly Chun Mai interjected, "Let us eat." As Chun Mai spoke, his chopsticks darted forward, resembling a sword rather than mere utensils. Others followed suit. Si Xiaonan exclaimed. "Xiaonan, don't worry. I'll take you out for a bite," Hong Ying reassured her. "Wah, I didn't get to eat anything. I don't want to play anymore." Si Xiaonan lamented, buried in Hong Ying's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Qian's hearty appetite was one thing. But what saddened her most was that even her beloved Hong Ying was caught up in the frenzy, leaving her with nothing to eat. She felt truly heartbroken. Nearby, Long Xian watched the scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at the photograph in his hand. The image captured Lin Qian, composed and focused on his meal, amidst the chaos of others scrambling for food, and the bewildered Si Xiaonan. The rest sat awkwardly, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and discomfort, their gazes shifting from Si Xiaonan to the culprit lounging nearby, Lin Qian. Chun Mai sighed silently. "Sigh, perhaps we should just order takeout in the future." He noted that Lin Qian's appetite increased with the intensity of training. Without provisioning meals for the reserve team, if left to his own devices, he would likely exhaust himself preparing food. After all, money was not an issue, so takeout it would be. Meanwhile, Lin Qian's thoughts were elsewhere. He recalled that in about 2 weeks, the Nantua snake demon incident would unfold. By then, many students would have already fallen victim to it. Lin Qiye's investigation would ultimately lead him to identify Li Yifei as the true form of the Nantua snake demon, resulting in its demise and his subsequent admission to a mental institution. Li Yifei was undoubtedly a pivotal figure, one of the few most significant individuals, possessing a dual personality that rendered him the most unique caretaker at Lin Qiye's mental facility. Lin Qian pondered whether he should inform the captain in advance, potentially saving lives. Not every classmate had experienced the Shiva's grievance incident a decade prior. Some had only recently moved to Cangnan City. However, such disturbances could disrupt the main storyline. Lin Qian pursed his lips, realizing he had inadvertently entered a cul-de-sac. Initially, his intervention had already altered the course of events, so why was he still grappling with it? Lin Qian, have a little faith in yourself. As a hybrid of the Black King, does it truly matter if the plot changes? Relying on fate is far less reliable than relying on oneself. He mused, suddenly feeling a wave of clarity wash over him. The story was hurtling towards an unknown future. Unstoppable. As for what lay ahead, who could truly say? Chapter 19. Li Yifei Lin Qian, Lin Qiye, follow me. Under Long Xian's guidance, the two arrived at the shooting range. A whole wall was lined with various models of firearms, with Long Xian standing before them. Do not underestimate the utility of firearms. While they may not be effective against high-level mysteries, they are quite useful against lower-tier ones. Moreover, in certain circumstances, a gun can be far more effective than a knife. Lin Qian silently added to himself. He was not referring to facing the supernatural, but rather human adversaries. Firearms represented absolute force, instilling greater intimidation and ensuring compliance. Lin Qiye, give it a try. Long Xian handed a handgun to Lin Qiye, pointing towards the distant target. All right, I'll give it a shot. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, emulating the action seen in films, aligning the gun. Bang! The shot rang out, hitting the bullseye 20 meters away. Well done, now try 30 meters. Bang! Another shot echoed. Long Xian strained to find evidence of a hit on the target, but found none. Hitting the bullseye at 20 meters, but missing at 30 left him at a loss for words. Perhaps it was just nerves? Try again. Bang. Again. Bang, bang, bang. Do you need to keep going? No, that's enough, Long Xian replied, as if drained of all energy. He felt a twinge of despair at 30 meters. 5 shots had failed to hit the target. In a sense, this was a peculiar kind of talent. He then turned his gaze to Lin Qian. Lin Qian, your turn. All right. Lin Qian nodded, accepting the handgun, aiming carefully. At the same time, he activated his blood scythe. The wind guided his aim. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive shots rang out. At 30 meters, 10 rings. At 50 meters, 10 rings. At 100 meters, 9 rings. Again at 100 meters, 10 rings. The first shot had missed the 10 ring. It was understandable. It was his first time handling a gun, and some unfamiliarity was inevitable. Lin Qiye observed in silence, as did Lin Xuan. Both were exceptionally gifted, yet one's aptitude was astonishingly poor while the other's was remarkably good. With a sigh, Lin Xuan encouraged, keep practicing. You too, Lin Qiye. Time flew by in a blink during their week of training. Morning arrived. Lin Xuan sat outside a steamed bun shop when someone approached to greet him. Lin Xuan, what are you doing here? Didn't you transfer schools? It was a classmate named Wang Zihan. All right, you eat first. I have to go. By the way, if you have time, come over to my house for a meal. Consider it a farewell. Wang Zihan joked lightly. Lin Xuan paused, then narrowed his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. If I have time, I will. All right, I'll take my leave then. I'm going to be late. After receiving a response, the person waved and departed. Lin Xuan watched the retreating figure with an inscrutable expression. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lin Qiye and Chun Mai were already waiting. Lin Xuan approached Chun Mai. Captain, there's something. What is it? This morning while eating outside, I encountered an old classmate. I sensed a hidden mysterious aura about him, subtle, but definitely present. Are you sure? Chun Mai's gaze sharpened as he looked up. Having spent a week with Lin Xuan, he understood his character. If Lin Xuan sensed a mysterious presence, it was highly likely that one existed. The existence of a concealed mysterious aura suggested either that the student had recently encountered the supernatural or that he himself was a well-concealed anomaly. Chun Mai's brow furrowed deeper. What is the name of this classmate? Wang Zihan. Understood. I will have Hong Ying and the others look into it. With that, he picked up the phone and called Hong Ying. The next day, at the Peace Affairs office, Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye entered the office one after the other, discovering that a crowd had gathered in a circle, engaged in discussion. His keen eyes spotted Li Yifei among them. Li Yifei, what brings you here? Lin Qiye remarked. Observing Li Yifei seated within the peace office, his expression somewhat animated. Upon hearing the voice, Li Yifei looked towards the entrance, doubting his own vision. Didn't you enlist in the military? And Lin Xuan, didn't you say you were transferring schools? Li Yifei could hardly fathom the developments. One had joined the army while the other had transferred, yet both were now members of this enigmatic organization. He had been disheartened for quite some time over Lin Xuan's transfer. That aside, what are you doing here? I witnessed a mysterious incident, Li Yifei stammered, still engulfed in the terror of his experience. He had seen a classmate, Lu Xiaoyan, lure the dean into a corner, and then, astonishingly, the girl transformed into a monster and devoured the dean. The most shocking part was that afterward, she regurgitated an identical version of the dean, and the two of them left the building engaged in light-hearted conversation. Each time he recalled this, goosebumps would prick his skin. You're quite fortunate to have survived such an event, when Qima joked from the side. Lin Xuan, aware of Li Yifei's encounter with the snake demon, merely raised an eyebrow. In the original narrative, Li Yifei reported the incident 2 weeks later. It appeared that the mysterious organization had become restless upon discovering someone was investigating them, prompting Li Yifei's immediate report of the snake demon's horrifying act. Now, with Lin Xuan's bloodline purity having risen to 18, there was a possibility this opportunity could elevate it further to 20. He had never been disappointed by the 3 abilities he had unlocked previously and was eager to discover what his 4th ability might entail. With the new recruits training commencing in just over a month, he would have no chances to enhance his strength through combat against the mysterious. In the original story, during the new year, they, the Night Watchman Reserve, encountered an assault by the cult of the ancient gods. Lin Xuan remained unaware that his actions, like a butterfly flapping its wings, could influence the nature of this upcoming assault. However, it was evident that the adversaries would regard them with greater seriousness than in the original tale, as there was now not just Lin Qiye as a divine agent, but both of them. He needed to bolster his strength as much as possible to prepare for the imminent challenges. Lin Qiye turned to Wen Qima, a look of curiosity on his face. By the way, is it really all right that Li Yifei knows our identities? It's fine. He signed a confidentiality agreement. The priority now is to swiftly address this case. Li Yifei, please recount what you witnessed to everyone again. All right. Li Yifei recounted his experience, and the atmosphere grew noticeably tense. Could Lu Xiaoyan be the progenitor? Lin Xuan glanced at the visibly shaken Li Yifei and shook his head. It's hard to say, but it's highly unlikely. Progenitors tend to be more concealed and harder to locate. As it stands, this mysterious entity can consume its prey and transform them into replicas, possessing formidable camouflage abilities. The most challenging aspect is that we cannot ascertain which is the progenitor or the extent of the infection. By the way, Lin Qiye, Lin Xuan continued, have you noticed anything unusual among your classmates before leaving school? Any discrepancies in their physical structures compared to normal humans? During his time at school, Lin Qiye possessed perceptive vision. He could detect abnormalities if they existed. Not really, he replied, visibly relieved. Given that Lin Qiye had only recently departed the school, the mysterious entity likely would not have made its presence overtly known, or it would have drawn attention and caused panic. It seemed that the number of infected individuals was likely not substantial. We must tread carefully and not alert the enemy. Simultaneously, we need someone to approach Lin Qiye. Therefore, we require members who appear to be of high school age. Yesterday, it was Hong Ying. Today, Xiaonan, Lin Xuan, and Lin Qiye. The three of you should go as well. Ensure you identify the entity's true form and eliminate it. After this directive, he turned to Li Yifei. Li Yifei, you must join us. Me? I'm just an ordinary person. I can't handle supernatural matters, Li Yifei protested, waving his hands. You are the only one who has witnessed this entity. You must come. If this mission goes well, I can offer you a chance to join the Night Watchman. Really? Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since learning about the Night Watchman, he had yearned to join their ranks. After all, the notion of being a hero guarding humanity against the darkness sounded incredibly cool, did it not? Chapter 20. The mission commences. At number 2 high school, by the perimeter wall of the rear playground, two striking figures gracefully vaulted over the wall and landed effortlessly. In contrast, two larger individuals clad in school uniforms clumsily struggled to scale the wall. This wall is quite high. Who are they trying to keep out? Lin Xuan thought, brushing off his pants after clearing the obstacle. The height he had to overcome made it evident how tall the school's walls were. You two are so slow. Si Xiaonan teased, wearing a light-colored shirt, cropped pants, and eye-catching white shoes. Beside her, Hong Ying drew attention as well. Her oversized uniform could not conceal her alluring figure, with the zipper slightly undone, revealing a hint of her physique. Si Xiaonan glanced at Hong Ying and then down at her own feet, feeling a twinge of discontent. If anything arises, remember to contact us via the earpiece, Hong Ying reminded, to which Si Xiaonan nodded. Lin Xuan, carrying a black box, made his way towards the office of a teacher. He remembered. The box, originally intended to hold the standard long knife and a handgun of the Night Watchman along with several magazines, had been swapped for flowers and small gifts meant for the teacher. Since he was visiting, he wanted to appear appropriately prepared. As for the long knife and gun, they had been stored away in Nibelungen. After acquiring the standard long knife, Lin Qiye had kept it in Nibelungen without any training. Old Zhao often enjoyed wielding his knife during practice. Occasionally, he would teach Lin Qiye a few moves. Zhao Kongqing's close combat skills had been recognized by Chun Mai, and without invoking the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao could hold his own against Chun. Recently, Old Zhao had been persistently urging Lin Qiye to challenge Chun to a match once he resurrected to prove his prowess. Lin Qiye remained non-committal about that prospect. Over these past few days, Lin Qiye had also discovered a function of Nibelungen. It could gradually enhance the spiritual strength of the beings within, even purifying their souls and reducing impurities. Old Zhao's practice of the technique was becoming increasingly effective. According to myth, Nidhogg could use Nibelungen to modify the souls of the deceased, and this seemed to be a form of that enhancement. Perhaps because he was already dead, Old Zhao spent his days practicing Lin Qiye's knife for an hour, sleeping for 14 hours, and spending the remaining 7 hours gaming, reading novels, and enjoying comics. In his words, I fought for my country while alive. Now that I'm dead, I should enjoy myself. As Lin Qiye strode towards the office, he pondered silently. In just a few days, he wondered how many offspring the mandala snake demon had developed, and if he might be able to feast well. After visiting his former teachers in the office, Lin Qiye began to wander the campus, activating his blood-sucking scythe. After a thorough exploration, he found nothing of note. His blood-sucking scythe was not of the mental perception type, and could not directly discern who was human and who was mysterious. As the class was in session, the campus was largely deserted, and no anomalies were detected. Lin Qiye had grown accustomed to the excessive noise. I haven't noticed anything unusual on my end, Lin Qiye. How about you? Lin Qiye murmured, pressing down on his earpiece. On my floor alone, there are 3 entities. One is Lin Qiye, another is Han Nuonyuo, who is also in this class, and the last is a girl from the adjacent class named Tian Li. They appear to be clad in a layer of human skin, devoid of any internal organs. All that remains is a mass of flesh and blood, seemingly beyond salvation. After a brief pause, Lin Qiye added, Li Yifei informed me that the infected girl from the adjacent class shares a dormitory with Han Nuonyuo and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, devise a means to investigate the condition of all students and faculty. I can only hope that the total number of infections is not too high. It would be best to resolve this discreetly. Hong Ying, you and Xiaonan should check the girls' dormitory. Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. His brow furrowed in concern. It had been only a few days since Lin Qiye had left the school, and in that brief span, 3 mysterious entities had emerged on the same floor. The speed of this infection was indeed alarming. Thankfully, Li Yifei had discovered it in time. Otherwise, who knows when it would have come to light. It was not merely Li Yifei's timely discovery. Rather, the Mandrake Serpent Demon had yet to lay its plans, and Lin Xuan had reported it in advance, forcing an immediate response. Had Lin Xuan not reported it, it would likely have taken another 13 or 14 days for the Mandrake Serpent Demon to enable Li Yifei to discover the situation and report it. By the way, Captain, how did Li Yifei manage to contact you? Lin Xuan was quite curious, as Li Yifei had not encountered the ghost-faced man this time. Just a stroke of luck. Initially, he called the police, but they dismissed his claims as nonsense. Consequently, he sought assistance from an agency, and by coincidence, he crossed paths with us. Coincidence? I think not. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, remaining silent. This was hardly mere coincidence. It was evident that the Mandrake Serpent Demon was deliberately guiding the secondary persona towards the peace agency, aiming to infiltrate from within. Captain, shortly, it will be flag-raising time, and I will then have an opportunity to investigate the condition of all students and faculty. Very well, we shall wait until the flag-raising. Captain, I have discovered a shed human skin. I suspect this entity resembles a serpent. The voice belonged to Hong Ying, and through the earpiece, one could faintly hear Shaun and retching. An entity capable of shedding its skin, akin to a serpent? Understood. For a moment, he struggled to recall which mythological creatures fit that description. Chen might turn to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, please check the database for any mythological beings resembling serpents, known for their shedding skin, strong infection abilities, and the capacity to transform their consumed prey into similar entities. Chen Mai activated the earpiece. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, remain discreet. Let Lin Qiye investigate during the flag raising. Lin Xuan, stand by. Be ready to provide assistance at any moment. Understood. Lin Xuan nodded, while his consciousness delved into Nibelungen. Upon entering, he found Lao Zhao engrossed in a game. He was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, controller in hand. Zhao Kongqing was playing a fighting game that allowed both single-player and multiplayer modes. Perhaps due to the unique nature of Nibelungen, even physical objects within could be interacted with. Ah, you're here, you little rascal. You look troubled. Have you found a girlfriend? You'll understand when you reach my age. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xuan settled beside him, picking up a controller as well. With 30 minutes until class ended, they could play for a while longer. Come on, Lao Zhao. Let me show you what it means to be a fighting prince. You think you can challenge me? I'll show you what true combat prowess is. In the end, Lin Xuan was expelled by Lao Zhao under the pretext of not abandoning his post. The familiar bell rang, and students swarmed out, forming rows and jostling one another. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already deactivated his blood-sucking scythe. He could not bear the cacophony of so many voices buzzing in his ears. It was only when the teachers emerged, joining their respective students, that peace was restored. Lin Xuan observed as Lin Qiye took a red flag from a student and marched, albeit unsteadily, towards the flagpole. The students and teachers noticed the change in the flag bearer, but did not react. It was only when they saw Lin Qiye circling the flagpole before awkwardly attempting to raise the flag that concern arose. The situation was dire. At least 30 mysterious entities lurked within the school, most of whom were female, with a few male. The efficiency of this contagion was alarming. Is it truly that many? Lin Xuan was taken aback. It seemed the Mandrake Serpent Demon was intent on stirring chaos. Perhaps aware that the Night Watchman had discovered it, it had rapidly expanded. Yet, he recalled that the entity's offspring had limitations on spreading the infection, typically infecting one per day. It was possible that the mother entity's capacity for infection also had restrictions. And the Mandrake Serpent Demon, cornered, opted for direct infection of the mother, throwing everything into disarray. All these entities must be eradicated within the school. None must escape. Chen Mai stated coldly, do not worry about inciting a riot. We possess a forbidden artifact capable of creating illusions within a certain range, erasing portions of people's memories. We can proceed without restraint, and should anything go awry, I will take responsibility. Given the speed of this contagion, if it were to spread into the city, it would spell disaster. We must eliminate it within the confines of the campus. At that moment, Chen Mai was inside a residential building, with fragments of flesh and blood strewn across the floor and walls. He was in Lu Xiaoyan's home, and like the student Wang Zihan, her family had all transformed into monsters. This is going to be difficult. Lin Qiye sighed deeply and stood upright. At that moment, Lin Qiye had completed the flag-raising ceremony. The operation officially begins. Chapter 21, Girls' Dormitory Captain. I have bad news. We discovered another piece of human skin in the dormitory supervisor's room. They initially intended to search for the student roster to locate Lu Xiaoyan and Han Nonyuo's room, only to find a piece of human skin stacked in the corner, covered with a blanket. According to the roster, the two girls are in a dormitory on the second floor, left side. Lin Qiye approached Lin Xuan. I noticed a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. You should go check it out. If a confrontation arises, assist Hong Ying and the others. Understood. Lin Xuan nodded, having also observed this. Even without Lin Qiye's urging, he would have gone. To him, they were not mere mysteries, but rather a mass of energy values. A measure of bloodline purity. Lin Xuan walked slowly to the base of the dormitory building and activated the blood-sucking scythe. In the next instant, he heard a hushed whisper. That girl is so beautiful, small, and truly adorable. Indeed, so adorable that one might wish to devour her. The voice suddenly turned sharp, followed by the sickening sounds of flesh bursting. At the instant the sound reached him, Lin Xuan turned and dashed into the girls' dormitory, bounding up the stairs 4 steps at a time. Simultaneously, he could hear the explosive sounds of flames. Sister Hong Ying had activated the forbidden ruins. On the second floor, the girls lined the corridor, growing in number, heads bowed in silence as they silently drew closer to Hong Ying and her companion. The entire hallway was filled with the soft sound of footsteps. In this deathly quiet environment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching the second floor. As if someone was charging up, a man wielding a long knife grinned at them, but his smile was unsettling. The light bulb in the corridor lay shattered on the ground due to the recent explosion, while several sparks flickered and danced against the walls. A total of 10 creatures emerged. Upon seeing such an abundance of prey, he could not help but smile with joy. Yet to avoid any misjudgment, he inquired, Sister Hong Ying, are these all? Yes, they should be. She nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, the previously silent crowd erupted into chaos as the girls, who had been bowing their heads, suddenly lifted them. Their heads expanded outward from the nose, splitting into 5 segments. Lin Qiye could clearly see the writhing crimson flesh within, along with the fine, slimy white fangs. This visage was undoubtedly unflattering. Lin Qiye chose not to engage Time Zero. Instead, he gripped his blade and charged forward. When Shima had once advised him to refrain from activating Time Zero unless absolutely necessary, urging him to adapt to the normal combat mode without excessive reliance on time acceleration. This suggestion was indeed sagacious. In the state of Time Zero, these low-level entities were akin to fixed targets to him. Should he become overly reliant, he might forget how to fight once Time Zero concluded. A cold gleam sliced through the monster's neck, and Lin Qiye sensed a faint energy being absorbed. It appeared that around 20 or 30 would be required to elevate his bloodline purity by 1%. This seemed rather meager. But even the smallest mosquito is still a meal, is it not? A pair of golden, slitted pupils glimmered in the dark tunnel, as heads fell like rain in his wake. With his extraordinary physical prowess and the sharp blade, anyone he struck met their demise. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Lin Qiye to be so efficient and decisive. In his eyes, she saw no trace of fear, only calmness. Had he truly reached such a level after merely 2 days of training? Hong Ying marveled inwardly while her movements remained swift. Rose-colored flames surged outward from her center, enveloping the surroundings. The resplendent flames wreaked havoc, yet intentionally spared Lin Qiye's position. A flicker of red light flickered first, followed by the thunderous roar of gunfire. The crimson gunfire zipped through the dark corridor like a meteor, leaving a trail of red afterimages. The fiery spear penetrated the monster's torso, twisting the gun's body, igniting it in flames that turned it to ash. Together, Lin Qiye and Hong Ying resembled tigers among sheep, and within moments, over a dozen monsters were vanquished. Si Xiaonan stood in stunned silence, having not even had the chance to slay a single creature. Wasn't she a formal member? Yet, in comparison to Lin Qiye and Hong Ying, she felt utterly redundant. Xiaonan questioned her own existence, feeling despondent. What are you doing here? The place is on fire, and you're still standing around? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? A middle-aged woman in a floral coat ascended the stairs, discovering the trio and rushing to grab Lin Qiye's arm, her expression frantic. It seemed she did not notice the blade in his hand. And you? What business does a young man have in the girls' dormitory? Which class are you from? I'll report you to your homeroom teacher. Lin Qiye swiftly evaded her grasp. Suddenly, a long spear shot from his side, piercing the middle-aged woman's head. She was the dormitory supervisor who had been replaced by a monster. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had seen her photo in the supervisor's room. At that moment, Lin Qiye heard a heavy gasp and turned abruptly toward the end of the corridor. There, perched on the windowsill, was a creature with a serpent's tail and a human body, its pitch-black pupils reflecting the trio's figures. Light streamed through the window, illuminating its dark green scales that shimmered with a chilling gleam. Its face was a grotesque amalgamation of human and serpent, evoking a sense of dread. Slime dripped from its mouth, sizzling as it hit the ground. Suddenly, the snake-tailed monster opened its mouth and emitted a long, piercing hiss, revealing forked crimson tongues and sharp fangs. The shriek reverberated through every corner of the school, and as the sound faded, cries of terror erupted from distant classrooms. In the next instant, it smashed through the glass and leapt from the windowsill, the force of its jump reducing the windowsill to dust. Lin Qiye charged ahead, brandishing his knife as he leaped. This creature was clearly different from the previous ones and promised to provide him with more energy. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan followed closely behind. With Lin Qiye among the students, they felt no concern. Their immediate priority was to neutralize this suspected progenitor monster. Lin Qiye, utilizing his extraordinary physical capabilities, leaped from the third floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without pausing, he sprinted towards the direction where the serpent demon had fled. While pursuing, Lin Qiye drew his pistol and fired at the serpent demon. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, 2 striking the serpent's tail, while 1 narrowly grazed its head. The serpent demon accelerated in an instant, vanishing several dozen meters away. How I wish I could lay a blanket on the ground, Lin Qiye muttered, having heard that placing serpents on a blanket would hinder their movement, akin to an automatic treadmill. This would allow him to strike a stationary target. Meanwhile, the sky had turned an eerie green as the captain initiated a spatial lockdown. Lin Qiye, we've identified what it is, Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. This monster is known as the Nantoa serpent demon, stemming from rural folklore. It possesses exceptional camouflage abilities, capable of perfectly mimicking the appearance of others, and exhibits intelligence comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, it can implant serpent seeds within the creatures it consumes, transforming them into kin and controlling them. However, the production of serpent seeds is limited. Even the progenitor can only produce 1 seed per day, while offspring require 3 days to generate a single seed. The presence of so many offspring suggests that the Nantoa serpent demon has been in the school for at least a month, accumulating numerous serpent seeds, but has only recently begun to spread them widely. Chapter 22. Lin Qiye's initial might, the class in shock. Lin Qiye, how are things on your end? Currently managing. The monsters hiding among the students have inexplicably gone berserk. What about you? Through the communication device, Lin Qiye could faintly hear the students' screams and wails. I am in pursuit of the suspected progenitor. The monster you mentioned causing the chaos is likely its doing. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. The Nantoa serpent demon was indeed quite fast. Just as he was about to close the distance, a gust of foul wind swept through. Yet, the attackers were not singular. They had gathered here, seemingly waiting for him. The creatures in the vicinity of the lamp could not withstand a single strike from Lin Qiye's blade. However, as he dispatched them, the serpent demon vanished into the woods over 100 meters away. The blood-sucking scythe has lost its target. Lin Qiye, how are you? Hong Ying stood before him, carrying a small Xiaonan on her back. There was no choice. Lin Qiye was simply too fast. Xiaonan couldn't keep up on her short legs, so she had to rely on Hong Ying. Some offspring were arranged to delay me while it escaped, Lin Qiye explained, though it was merely an excuse. He could have forcibly detained the creature using time 0, but he understood that it was not the progenitor, making such an effort unnecessary. Lin Qiye turned and walked toward the academic building. Occasional screams emerged from within, while students at the entrance banged against the barrier, desperately seeking escape. However, their efforts were futile, drawing the attention of several lurking monsters that charged toward them. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, I will go support Qiye. You two handle the students outside. All right. If you encounter the Nantoa serpent demon's progenitor, do not engage alone. Remember to call for me. Hong Ying nodded and set off with Xiaonan on her back. Now was not the time for hesitation. Lin Qiye activated his earpiece. Lin Qiye, how goes your situation? The monsters are roaming the corridors, while the students are organizing defenses within the classrooms. For the time being, they cannot breach our defenses. What about you? The suspected existence of the maternal entity has vanished, and now I find myself uncertain of the other party's whereabouts. Exercise caution. I shall come to your aid shortly. Through the communication channel, Lin Qiye could hear the thudding sounds of a door being struck. There are numerous monsters here. You must remain vigilant. Fear not. What Lin Qiye desires is abundance. He dashed into the second-year teaching area where Lin Qiye was located. Lin Qiye had mentioned that the second year was a heavily affected zone, and he was prepared to fight his way up floor by floor. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, a slender, bespectacled boy was orchestrating the defense with a calm demeanor. Under his guidance, the students managed to withstand the onslaught thus far, as if they were merely solving a mathematical problem rather than fending off flesh-eating monsters. This individual was Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei were present in this classroom, having descended from the 5th floor to the 3rd via a rope. They initially intended for the students on the 3rd floor to climb the rope to the cleared 5th floor. However, the monsters severed the rope. "What is the combat capability of your companion?" And Qingyu inquired. The 1st and 2nd floors combined harbored over a dozen monsters. It was uncertain whether the other party could handle them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye provided what he deemed a fair assessment: livestock. Indeed, Lin Xuan was akin to livestock. Over the past 2 days, Lin Qiye had grown somewhat numb to Lin Xuan's exaggerated physical prowess and rapid improvement. Although they had trained together, the disparity was astonishing. Just 2 days prior, Lin Xuan had been unable to withstand Chun Muye's onslaught. Yet now he could exchange blows with him. Though it was only a few exchanges, it was already remarkable. As for marksmanship, there was no need to elaborate. Since the initial test, Lin Xuan had been exempted from shooting practice, only required to understand the maintenance and care of various firearms. This left Lin Qiye, who struggled with marksmanship, feeling envious. Fortunately, he too was progressing steadily, aided by the peculiar advantages of a mental institution akin to a narrative's golden finger, by healing patients. He could acquire a variety of skills, provided they were not extraordinary in nature. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's assessment, Qingyu appeared taken aback. In his eyes, Lin Qiye was already far beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. If even he referred to Lin Xuan as livestock, how absurd must the reality be? While Qingyu pondered this, he suddenly heard the ferocious roars of the monsters. He then witnessed the creatures abruptly turn their attention away from the students hiding in the classroom and rush towards the end of the corridor. Moments later, the roars ceased. With a flicker at the corner of his mouth, Lin Qiye's mundane divine realm detected the situation outside. The figure beyond was drenched in blood, yet bore no wounds, and the commanding golden vertical pupils radiated a sense of superiority, glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Could it be that this individual has slaughtered his way up from the 1st floor? Lin Qiye mused. From the time they concluded their conversation to the moment this person reached the 3rd floor, it had been but a brief interval. Lin Qiye believed that were it he in that situation, dispatching these monsters would pose no challenge, yet it would not occur in such a short span. Was this the capability of Time Zero? Lin Qiye marveled inwardly, further solidifying his assessment of Lin Xuan as pure livestock. At that moment, the figure appeared at the classroom door. He resembled a demon returned from the depths of hell, his body cloaked in blood, droplets splattering from his hair and garments as they fell to the ground, creating a soft patter. Most striking were his golden glowing vertical pupils. As his gaze swept across the room, many individuals felt their legs give way, collapsing to the floor as if a colossal beast had bent down to gaze upon the mortal realm, rendering them incapable of bearing his gaze. It was not a lack of courage. Rather, that gaze was too imposing. They felt as though they were facing not a man, but a primordial behemoth, a magnificent entity that compelled them to bow in submission and offer their loyalty. The figure paid no heed to those who had fallen, merely casting a glance into the room, his eyes flitting over Lin Qiye and Li Yifei. Upon catching sight of Qingyu, he paused momentarily. Qingyu was one of the few who remained upright, his frail form seemingly fragile enough to shatter with a touch, yet he held a steady gaze, devoid of fear, filled only with curiosity. Without a doubt, Lin Xuan could surmise the identity of this individual. Evidently, even with the disruption of the timeline, Lin Qiye had still encountered Qingyu. Lin Xuan activated his earpiece. The 3rd floor is secured. After relaying this, he departed. In the eyes of the onlookers, the blood-soaked youth, armed with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, ascended towards the 4th floor, leaving behind a long trail of crimson footprints. Chapter 23. Engaging in amusing interactions between men and women. How terrifying. Li Yifei exhaled deeply. The oppressive aura emanating from those eyes was overwhelming. Even through the glass, he felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, his life resting in another's hands. His legs felt weak. I never realized Lin Xuan possessed such a talent. Li Yifei suddenly recalled a term he had encountered in a novel, perfectly encapsulating Lin Xuan's current demeanor: killing machine. Indeed, he appeared to be a killing machine, drenched in blood. To his surprise, he felt no fear, only curiosity. The curiosity about the structure of Lin Xuan's body and how he could incapacitate the majority of those in the classroom with mere eye contact. He yearned to study the monster they had just encountered. Qingyu turned to Lin Qiye and asked, "Can I join your organization?" On the 4th floor, surveying the scattered corpses of monsters, Lin Xuan wore a smile. His bloodline purity had successfully risen to 19%, just 1% shy of earning another reward. So far, Lin Xuan had not activated Time Zero, having refrained from doing so since pursuing the snake demon. Utilizing Time Zero incurs nearly a 10-minute cooldown. Now was not the time. Instead, Lin Qiye employed another of his abilities, the blood-sucking scythe. Though he had only recently mastered it, it proved sufficient for dispatching these lesser monsters. The concentrated wind blades easily severed the monsters' necks. No, not severed. The correct term was shredded. Due to the wind blades' fine and dense nature, Lin Qiye's method involved unleashing a large array of blades upon the enemy's neck, akin to placing their neck into a meat grinder. In mere moments, the creatures were reduced to a pulpy mass of blood. The blood-sucking scythe also functioned as an area of effect attack, capable of striking multiple targets simultaneously. Provided his mental energy was adequate, this was why he was able to achieve such rapid success. Suddenly, Lin Qiye overheard a commotion from upstairs. "Let us out. Lin Qiye, you have no right to restrict our freedom." Lin Qiye frowned. His first reaction was to wonder who the fool was, attempting to create trouble at such a time, akin to a rat taunting a cat, seeking unnecessary thrills. The monsters within the school had yet to be eradicated. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Let me out. Lin Qiye has no right to imprison us. Be careful, or I will call the police." "No, you cannot leave. Lin Qiye said there are monsters among you." "Shut your mouth. Open your eyes and look. I am Lu Yuan, and this is Han Nuo, a classmate you should recognize." Han Nuo? If Lin Qiye recalled correctly, Lin Qiye had mentioned that Han Nuo was a monster, sharing a dormitory with Lu Xiaoyin and Tianli. Yet, Lin Qiye had chosen not to expose this fact. Lin Qiye arrived at the 5th floor. The moment he appeared, the corridor fell silent, save for Lu Yuan, who remained oblivious to the change in atmosphere, continuing his tirade, until Lin Qiye stood before him. At this point, Lin Qiye had already deactivated his golden eyes. "What is the matter?" he asked knowingly. Lu Yuan immediately fell silent, staring at Lin Qiye, drenched in blood, feeling a tremor in his legs. Suddenly, he felt his hand tighten. It was Han Nuo. Observing the trembling demeanor of Han Nuo, he mustered a modicum of courage and turned his gaze towards Lin Qiye. Lu Yuan finally recognized the visitor. "Lin Qiye, it's you. You are an accomplice of Lin Qiye, aren't you? Do you understand that this is illegal detention? Release us at once, or face the consequences." With Lu Yuan's exclamation, the others finally recognized their adversary. It was impossible to ignore. Lin Qiye's transformation was striking, and the blood covering his face rendered him difficult to identify. Is that really Lin Qiye? Didn't he transfer schools? How could he possibly be here? The notion of a school transfer was merely a ruse to deceive the naive. In truth, he had joined a mysterious organization. Just how many monsters had he slain? The gathering murmured in disbelief, akin to discovering that a seemingly frugal friend was, in fact, a wealthy heir. Lin Qiye remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at Han Nuo, who was cowering behind Lu Yuan. In an environment filled with students, engaging in a confrontation could easily lead to collateral damage. "Let them go." He waved his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the two guards at the door chose to release the pair. Lu Yuan was initially taken aback, but soon erupted with joy. "You said it. Do not go back on your word," he exclaimed, seizing Han Nuo and fleeing, fearful that Lin Qiye might change his mind. As they descended the stairs, Lu Yuan brushed past Lin Qiye without a glance, his face contorted in displeasure. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow in surprise, but made no effort to stop them. Li Yifei, trailing behind Lin Qiye, appeared equally astonished. Lin Qiye recounted the events to him, and he could clearly observe Lin Qiye's expression shift from surprise to something more peculiar. Unlike the original narrative, in this world, when confronted by the masked fiend, Lu Yuan did not resort to violence against Lin Qiye, thus avoiding enmity between them. Consequently, Lin Qiye regarded Lu Yuan's actions with mild bemusement. However, it was fortuitous that Lu Yuan had diverted Han Nuo's attention. Now, there were indeed no monsters left in the building. "Let us follow them," Lin Qiye declared, gesturing to Li Yifei. "You take everyone to the 3rd floor and rendezvous with Qiye." "But Qiye, didn't you say there are?" Li Yifei began, but the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances and nodded, making their way towards the art building. Upon entering, Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically. The blood scythe relayed information. Peculiar noises emanated from a room on the 2nd floor. "A Yuan. Would you like to partake in something intriguing?" The voice was feminine, sultry, and beguiling, akin to that of a siren. Indeed, it was Han Nuo. What intriguing thing? Lin Qiye discerned the tremor in Lu Yuan's voice, his excitement palpable. "Guess," she teased. "But there are still monsters outside. This is unwise." "That is precisely what makes it thrilling, don't you think?" Lin Qiye detected Lu Yuan's sharp intake of breath, alongside unsettling sounds. At that moment, Lin Qiye and he had completed their search of the 1st floor and ascended to the 2nd. Lin Qiye too sensed the peculiarities within the room. his expression becoming rather nuanced. Lin Qiye approached the door and kicked it open. Chapter 24. Lin Qiye strikes. The Nanda serpent demon meets its end. Han Nua's face was already cracking, on the brink of devouring Lu Yuan. Just then, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as the wooden door was flung open, crashing forcefully to the ground. Lu Yuan and Han Nua stared dumbfounded at the entrance. This cacophony jolted Lu Yuan from his desires, and he turned towards the door, fury igniting within him. "Who the hell are you, insane?" he shouted, but as he attempted to rise, he found himself pinned to the ground by Han Nua, utterly immobilized. The strength was beyond that of any mere human. "My sincerest apologies. The door has seen better days," came a teasing voice, accompanied by a powerful stench of blood. In the next moment, two young men stepped into the art classroom, the one in front still bearing dried blood on his face. Each wielded a long blade. The light filtering through the windows reflecting coldly off their surfaces, it was Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye regarded Lu Yuan and then Han Nua with a mocking smile. "While I believe in the freedom of choice, I must remind you that reproductive barriers exist between different species. Your fate with her is sealed." "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting?" Lu Yuan retorted, failing to grasp Lin Qiye's words. Yet, when he turned to face Han Nua again, his heart momentarily stopped. Before him loomed a grotesque, bloodied head, blossoming like a flower, its sharp thorns encircling him. The core of this horrific bloom faced Lu Yuan, its petals slowly closing in on him. He stood frozen, his eyes trembling, lips moving as if to articulate something. Experts assert that in moments of sheer terror, a man's scream is indistinguishable from a woman's. Both are piercing and high-pitched. Lin Qiye believed it. He rushed forward, kicking the monster disguised as Han Nua away while covering Lu Yuan's mouth. "Why scream so loudly?" Lin Qiye felt the reverberation in his ears. He had barely managed to deactivate the blood scythe when Lu Yuan's scream pierced through, almost rendering him deaf. It could be said that the monsters he had slain previously paled in comparison to the damage Lu Yuan's singular outburst had inflicted upon him. After a moment, Lu Yuan regained his composure. Lin Qiye wiped his hands on Lu Yuan's clothing and kicked him upright. "Get out now. This is no place for you." Having shown considerable restraint, Lin Qiye would not hesitate to let nature take its course if Lu Yuan remained oblivious. "Get out now." Stumbling from the kick, Lu Yuan scrambled out the door, his footsteps echoing as they faded into the distance. Witnessing this, Han Nua prepared to attack, her petal-like head expanding to its fullest. "Calm down. If all goes as expected, you should be the last of the serpent demon spawn in this school." Lin Qiye sheathed his blade, indicating he meant no harm, while Lin Qiye casually sat on a nearby step, ready to observe the unfolding drama. "Nantawa, the serpent demon. I am aware that you can communicate with us through this vessel. Why not engage in conversation?" The fleshy petals slowly closed, and Nantawa's vessel transformed once again into Han Nua's form. "I have little to discuss with the Night Watchman. There is a dissonance between your words and heart. It appears that you possess considerable knowledge of society and humanity. If my assumptions hold true, you have been lurking in this city for quite some time. Frankly, I find it perplexing. With your capabilities, there would be no need to proliferate vessels ostentatiously. Drawing the Night Watchman's attention, you could easily attach yourself to a select few of the elite and indulge in a life of luxury, yet you choose not to. I cannot fathom your motives." Do you think you have any say in this?" "Procreating vessels is my instinct, akin to how humans require sustenance and water. If it were another entity, I might believe it, but you are evidently different. You possess profound wisdom and are exceedingly cautious. It is improbable that you cannot control your desires. Rather, I suspect there lies a deeper agenda, one that we have yet to unveil." What a laughable deduction. Han Nua grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile, seemingly dismissive of Lin Qiye's conjecture. As for Lin Qiye nearby, he merely wished he had a bucket of popcorn. Nantawa's schemes were indeed remarkably successful, for who could have anticipated that Li Yifei was a deliberately crafted second persona of Nantawa, designed to avoid exposure? And who could guess that Nantawa dragged the entire school into this quagmire, all merely to ensure Li Yifei's induction into the Night Watch? I must concede, the presence of your companion Lin Qiye is quite troublesome. Even with only the Lantern Realm, he single-handedly eliminated dozens of my vessels. Han Nua lifted her gaze, her eyes fixated on Lin Qiye. Are you pondering my matters?" Lin Qiye was taken aback that this would concern him. He met Han Nua's gaze, refusing to back down. "What do you want, you horse?" Lin Qiye retorted directly, his eyes shimmering with a golden glow. Nantawa revealed a cunning smile. "You are indeed formidable. Yet at the end of the day, you both dwell only within the Lantern Realm. Tell me, if I were to slay you here and plant my serpentine seed, Would your comrades discover it? The moment the words fell, the blood-sucking scythe delivered a message to Lin Qiye. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the wall behind him. He and Lin Qiye lunged to either side. In the instant they leapt, a colossal shadow shattered the wall, roaring past the spot where they had just been. Simultaneously, a tail whipped toward Lin Qiye with astonishing speed. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Qiye was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Cough, cough, cough. He sputtered, rising with a grave expression. Before them stood a terrifying creature with a serpent's tail and a human body, its face protruding in a triangular shape. Its entire body was cloaked in dark green, finely textured scales, while a long, blood-red tongue flicked in and out, revealing its chilling fangs. Sister Hong Ying. The Nantua serpent demon has emerged, right in the music room of the art building. Lin Qiye spoke urgently, drawing his long blade toward the serpent demon. His arm, which had just blocked the serpent's tail, still tingled, illustrating the tremendous force behind it. I'm on my way. You must hold on. Do not confront it head-on. Just stall. Through his earpiece, Lin Qiye could hear the rushing wind as Hong Ying sped toward them. At that moment, she seemed to be racing against the wind, fully aware of the peril Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye faced, and she had to reach them as swiftly as possible. She could not bear to lose another companion. Simultaneously, the serpent demon let out a hiss and lunged at Lin Qiye. It sought to eliminate Lin Qiye first. Its body twisted, and a massive serpent tail lashed out at Lin Qiye, stirring a fierce wind, moving with incredible swiftness. Lin Qiye's reactions were astoundingly quick. His golden eye's terrifying dynamic vision came into play, capturing the sweeping serpent tail and the claws that followed closely behind. He darted to the side. Boom! The spot where Lin Qiye had stood was struck by the serpent tail, shattering the tiles beneath into dust. The claws swept through the nearby furniture as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, cleaving them in two with impeccably smooth edges. Having evaded both attacks, the serpent demon showed no signs of slowing, continuing its assault on Lin Qiye with relentless fury. Lin Qiye raised his gun, eager to fire. But the Nantua serpent demon's speed was overwhelming, entangling with Lin Qiye in a fierce battle, making it difficult to avoid friendly fire. Lin Qiye frowned, his heart racing as Lin Qiye dodged continuously while the serpent demon closed in, driving him toward a corner. Just then, Lin Qiye made his move. All sounds in the music room vanished. Breathing, the slicing wind of claws, the thudding of the serpent tail against the ground. Each sound stretched infinitely. The rhythm slowed, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The light streaming through the window illuminated Lin Qiye, casting shadows on the serpent demon's face. The demon appeared to move in slow motion, each frame of its lunge toward Lin Qiye agonizingly drawn out. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye wore an expression of urgency, his long blade gleaming coldly as he prepared to charge at the demon to relieve Lin Qiye's burden. At this moment, the world transformed into a colorless oil painting, with Lin Qiye as the sole vibrant entity able to move freely, to laugh. He took a gentle step forward, raising his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 0.3 seconds in the outside world, 9 bullets erupted, racing toward various parts of the Nantua serpent demon's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next instant, Lin Qiye observed the serpent demon's body twitch slightly, seemingly reacting to the bullets, attempting to evade. However, it was too slow. 7 of the bullets struck the serpent demon, piercing through its scales and embedding themselves in flesh, spilling forth crimson blossoms. 2 of the bullets targeted the same spot, the demon's philtrum. Lin Qiye's long blade followed closely behind. With a soft thud, the 2 bullets and the long blade pierced through the demon's most resilient scales, penetrating its skull. Yet Lin Qiye did not halt there. He withdrew the long blade. 3 flashes of cold light followed, targeting its neck, chest, and serpent tail. Lin Qiye understood the importance of delivering a finishing blow. Many films and novels he had seen in his past life taught him that some monsters were not slain merely by decapitation. Having completed this, Lin Qiye approached Han Nuanua, swiftly severing her head as well, thus concluding the moment of 0 time. Throughout this ordeal, less than 2 seconds had passed in the outside world. On the other side, Lin Qiye felt a blur before his eyes as Lin Qiye's figure left a trail, and 9 bursts of fire appeared before him. The gunfire melded into a unified roar, exploding simultaneously in a cacophony that resonated in Lin Qiye's ears. The massive, headless body of the serpent demon collapsed to the ground, its tail severed cleanly at the midpoint, revealing the blood-soaked floor beneath its chest. Thud! The serpent demon's head finally landed, producing a muted thud, its expression frozen in disbelief, eyes wide open in eternal sleep. Chapter 25. The World Falls. See Xiaonan and the two beasts. Lin Qiye had thought that evading the Nantoa serpent demon's attack marked the pinnacle of Lin Xian's capabilities, yet the next moment, the serpent demon lay lifeless, denying the very notion of rest. Feeling the residual tingling in his arm, Lin Qiye suddenly sensed the vast chasm that lay between individuals. Despite both being representatives of deities, both residing within the Lantern realm, why was there such a staggering disparity? His own mundane divine realm, aside from spiritual detection, served little purpose, relegated to a mere auxiliary realm. Unlike Lin Qian, the moment the clock struck 0, the opponent had not even reacted before their head had fallen. Jealousy was not the case. Rather, he felt a twinge of envy, but soon Lin Qiye managed to restore his mental balance. He never considered himself the protagonist of the world, nor believed that such a thing as a protagonist truly existed. Acknowledging that others may surpass him was not a matter of shame. How's that? Handsome, isn't he? A teasing voice echoed in Lin Qiye's ear, accompanied by an arm draping over his shoulder. He rolled his eyes in response, realizing his previous worries were unfounded. Through several days of interaction, Lin Qiye discerned that while Lin Xian appeared very serious in front of outsiders, he was, in essence, rather frivolous. This was evident from the moment he insisted on dragging Lin Qiye to the restroom upon arriving at school, before Lin Xian could utter another word. Both turned their heads in unison to glance sideways. A figure, resembling a blazing meteor, streaked across the ground, leaving a long tail of flames in its wake. Arriving before them in the blink of an eye, a wave of heat rolled forth as Hong Ying approached, her expression grave. "Where's the Nantoa serpent demon?" As she spoke, she scanned the two from head to toe, confirming they were unscathed before searching the surroundings. When her gaze fell upon a lump on the ground, her expression froze. At that moment, Lin Qiye's voice sounded from beside her. "There it is, on the ground. Lin Xian took care of it." Hong Ying turned to Lin Xian, her expression one of disbelief. "You dealt with it?" She had previously instructed them to merely hold it off, strictly advising against a direct confrontation. After all, the Nantoa serpent demon was a being of the Pool realm, its strength undeniable. Hong Ying had been worried that Lin Xian and Lin Qiye would be overwhelmed and severely injured upon encountering the demon, even considering the worst-case scenarios. Thus, she rushed over, only to find the demon had already been vanquished. Yes, Lin Xian nodded lightly, his focus already shifting elsewhere. He sensed that after defeating the Nantoa serpent demon, his bloodline purity had successfully risen to 20. He was eager to discover what new abilities he might have unlocked. Feeling Hong Ying's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Xian reined in his excitement and changed the subject. "Hong Ying, I suppose the task is accomplished now? Can we eat?" Lin Xian posed the ultimate question for any human, not merely to divert the topic, but because he genuinely felt a pang of hunger after such a lengthy endeavor. "No. There's just the aftermath to handle, but if you wish to eat, we still need to head to the restaurant. The captain is currently unavailable," Hong Ying replied, waving her hand as she crouched beside the serpent demon, activating her earpiece to report to Chun Mai. "All right." Lin Xian turned his gaze back to Lin Qiye. "I'm not asking you for money. I just feel something is a bit off." "How so?" "It's just a feeling. I can't shake the impression that the Nantoa serpent demon went down too easily, almost unnaturally so." Lin Xian scratched his head, seemingly unsure even of his own intuition. Though Lin Qiye's expression remained unchanged, he silently marveled at Lin Xian's keen instincts. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind, triggered by Qingyu's earlier hints. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who had been relentlessly attacking along the way, still managed to sense something amiss. Was this a primal intuition unique to beasts? Lin Xian fixed his gaze on Lin Qiye, arms crossed, feeling as if he could read Lin Qiye's thoughts. "What are you thinking about that's so improper?" "You think too much," Lin Qiye retorted, striding outside, denying Lin Xian the chance to observe his expression. Lin Xian shrugged, opting not to follow Lin Qiye, but instead walking toward the school gate. He knew what Lin Qiye intended to do, but chose not to intervene. As he had initially surmised, Li Yifei was a crucial character. As a being with humanity, he held an irreplaceable role in Lin Qiye's metaphorical asylum. Therefore, Lin Xian decided not to claim Li Yifei's kill. He would leave that to Lin Qiye. Watching from a distance while pretending to be surprised would be exhausting. As for whether he needed to worry about Lin Qiye's safety, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The protective barrier had been lifted, revealing a pitch-black expanse adorned with twinkling stars. Night had fallen. He recalled that Lin Qiye's powers supposedly doubled at night, something akin to the Starry Night Dancer. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out from the teaching building, followed by a long howl. Lin Xian reached the school gate, where Hong Ying and Xiaonan were already waiting. "Lin Qiye, are you sure you don't need my help?" Hong Ying was communicating with Lin Qiye via her earpiece. At that moment, Lin Qiye had already engaged in combat with Lin Qiye, or rather, the true form of the non-Toa serpent demon. No need, I can handle this myself. After all, he is my classmate. Killing him myself serves as a final farewell, Lin Qiye stated. Xiaonan muttered under her breath, freak. She cast a glance at Lin Xuan, who was approaching. Oh no, I should say two freaks, one more bizarre than the other. These two were absurd. Managing to confront beings of the Pool realm despite only being at the Lantern realm, ridiculous. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, ignoring Xiaonan's comments as he sat quietly at the school gate, waiting. After a while, a slender figure approached with steady steps. It was Lin Qiye. By now, he was drenched in blood. Are you hurt? Hong Ying asked with concern. No, Lin Qiye shook his head, glancing at Lin Xuan. He had initially wanted to inquire why Lin Xuan hadn't accompanied him to the classroom, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Lin Xuan was aware of the true mastermind behind the events. Lin Xuan seemed capable of foreseeing many things. The emergence of mysteries on campus was something Lin Xuan had mentioned first, and the very next day, Lin Qiye, or the non-Toa serpent demon, appeared. It felt too coincidental, as if the adversary could predict the future. He wanted to voice his suspicions, but ultimately remained silent. Prying into other secrets was hardly appropriate. Moreover, everyone harbored their own secrets, much like he did with his mental asylum, which he had never disclosed to anyone. Lin Xuan noticed Lin Qiye's hesitation, while his expression remained unchanged. He felt a twinge of surprise at Lin Qiye's perceptiveness. Had he sensed something? It mattered little, as Lin Xuan had no intention of concealing anything. Having read the original work, he understood Lin Qiye's character well. If you were sincere with him, he would reciprocate with genuine camaraderie, not betray you behind your back. Hong Ying and Xiaonan were oblivious to these undercurrents, merely leading both boys out of the school gate. Outside, a black sedan awaited, with Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan seated in the front, gazing inside. Upon seeing the group emerge, seemingly unscathed, a smile graced Chun Mai's face. How do you feel? He inquired, looking at Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, as this was their first mission together. It feels quite good, Lin Xuan replied. Surprisingly simple, Lin Qiye added. Two boastful fools, Xiaonan scoffed. Chapter 26. What is the most severe mental illness? He imagined someone loves him. Lin Xuan was exceedingly satisfied with this mission. However, one point troubled him. Whether it was zero time or the blood-sucking scythe, both required mental energy to manipulate. Yet he currently possessed only the Lantern realm, which was insufficient. Additionally, Lin Xuan had a hypothesis regarding zero time. Presently, his zero time could only accelerate himself, more resembling a lower-tier substitute called instant. In contrast, true zero time encompassed a domain that could extend over a certain area, where time would appear to stretch infinitely within his vicinity. Lin Xuan possesses the remarkable ability to exempt others within a certain range, placing them in a state identical to his own. In essence, the true zero time manifests as a realm emanating from the user, capable of absolving specific individuals within its confines, thereby aligning their states with his own. Consequently, this true zero time operates as a collective skill, permitting not only the user to enter an accelerated temporal state, but also enabling others to share in this experience. However, Lin Xuan can maintain his own zero time state for merely 4 seconds. Once the time elapses, he feels as though his vitality has been entirely drained, rendering the prospect of expanding this realm to envelop others quite daunting. Thus, Lin Xuan speculates that perhaps upon reaching the realms of the pool or the river, he may be able to extend his domain. Everything is well. Let us board the vehicle. I shall treat you all to hot pot, the captain exclaimed, humorously lamenting the expense. No need for extravagance. It's a self-service hot pot, came the light-hearted reply. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Lin Xuan set down his camera, gently caressing the images displayed within. A subtle smile graced his lips as he observed a few individuals in a black sedan, engaged in cheerful banter. Hong Ying puffed her cheeks, leaning forward to tease Wen Qima, who adeptly dodged her playful advance, while Si Xiaonan, nestled in Hong Ying's embrace, nearly toppled forward. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, seeking tranquility, while Lin Qiye cast a sidelong glance out the window. Chun Mai focused intently on driving, his face betraying a resigned smile, seemingly at a loss with these lively companions. It appeared they were exceeding capacity. Seems a bit overloaded, Lin Xuan murmured, unable to suppress his smile. In the hot pot restaurant, the team settled in a corner, the cacophony of voices enveloping them from all directions. The establishment bustled with patrons, plates in hand, eagerly selecting ingredients, all infused with an earthly vibrancy. The Taiji-style dual pot simmered with a bubbling broth, divided into crimson and ivory hues, as slices of meat and vegetables danced within. Just as Chun Mai poured meat into the pot, he received an unexpected phone call. "Captain, while we were clearing the battlefield, we suddenly discovered that the head of the Nantua snake demon has gone missing." "Gone missing?" Chen Mai's brow furrowed, his voice remaining calm. "It's possible that a student has hidden it. However, with the boundless void present, it cannot escape. For now, use Dream Whisper to erase the memories of all faculty and students. Eventually, they will unwittingly lead themselves into a trap." "Understood." Lin Qiye, eavesdropping on Chen Mai's conversation, pondered thoughtfully. The sudden disappearance of the Nantua snake demon's head piqued his curiosity. If memory served, it had been taken by Qingyu for research, indicating that the timeline regarding this matter had remained unchanged. The training camp was approaching, and it seemed Qingyu made an appearance during the New Year holiday, albeit discreetly. It appeared that her true emergence wouldn't occur for another year. Never mind, no need to dwell on these matters. In this vast world, dining takes precedence. At Villa No. 5 in Longhua Garden, the summer's lonesome cicada song mingled with the rustling leaves, reaching Lin Qian's ears. He reclined on the sofa, eyes closed. In the distance lay an endless shroud of mist, accompanied by a forest of withered trees. Nearby stood a colossal gravestone, comparable in height to the towering trees. Lin Qian's bloodline purity had risen to 20. He glanced at the dragon script indicating this percentage, and as he comprehended its meaning, he was momentarily taken aback. The blood of the mortal king must end with a sword. The dragon script glowed a vivid crimson, with this inscription etched into his mind. He also acquired new abilities and a wealth of information. The ability, Sin and Punishment, was not a word spirit, and alongside it came a sword sheath. At that moment, the sheath stood beside Lin Qiye, and with a gentle tap, it opened, revealing 7 weapons within, representing the 7 deadly sins. Lin Qiye processed the information swirling in his mind, excitement evident on his face. The ability Sin and Punishment was intricately linked to the 7 deadly sins. Whenever Lin Qiye struck an adversary with any of the 7 weapons, the 7 deadly sins would absorb the enemy's vitality and return it to him, manifesting as enhanced stamina and accelerated recovery speed. The prospect of his recovery rate, already remarkable, coupled with Sin and Punishment, was almost unfathomable. Regarding stamina, with Sin and Punishment and the 7 deadly sins, as long as enemies were present, Lin Qiye need not worry about fatigue. Previously, he had viewed stamina depletion as a significant issue, as possessing a formidable physique came with terrifying consumption rates. Restoring stamina required substantial nourishment, and Lin Qiye even feared that, in the future, ordinary food would no longer suffice, compelling him to seek out the divine or mysterious sustenance. Lin Qiye's fingers glided over the sword sheath. The 7 deadly sins, represented by 7 blades, included pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. However, the 7 deadly sins before Lin Qiye appeared to differ from those in the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan, the sequence began with pride and concluded with lust, whereas the arrangement before Lin Qiye was inverted, with lust occupying the lowest rank and pride at the apex. Lin Qiye's fingers brushed against the hilt of the lust sword, applying a subtle pressure. With a swift motion, as he drew the lust sword, its capabilities flooded into his mind. The lust sword was the sword of rending among the 7 deadly sins. When slicing through objects, its blade would vibrate at an incredibly fine frequency, tearing apart the foe. It was a rib dagger, with a blade length of 60 centimeters. Notably, the term dual swords in Japanese swordsmanship refers to both the katana and the rib dagger. The lust sword was exquisite, its blade a deep azure adorned with silver filigree, shimmering as it danced through the air. The distinction between the 7 deadly sins Lin Qiye held and those from the original narrative lay not only in their order, but also in an additional ability. Beyond its capacity for high-frequency vibrations, it could leave a mark upon enemies, which would persist for 48 hours before vanishing. During this period, enemies marked by the lust sword would be relentlessly pursued, akin to an unsuspecting maiden being followed by a lecherous brute, no matter how far they fled. Lin Qiye chuckled, finding his metaphor quite fitting for the sword's name. Gripping the lust sword, he executed a gentle flourish, producing a series of slicing winds. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Qiye performed a flourish with the sword before sheathing it, and, adhering to the order from bottom to top, he grasped the second weapon. Gluttony. The Gluttony sword was an Attican longsword, a variant of the Damascus blade. Lin Qiye's Attican longsword featured a straight edge, with both the blade and tip characterized by linear lines, its overall hue of vibrant green. This sword measured approximately 80 centimeters in length, with numerous minute cavities along its blade, capable of releasing toxins upon piercing a target, inducing poisoning. Currently, 3 types of toxins resided within, which could be altered at Lin Qiye's discretion. One was an extremely lethal toxin, another a stupor-inducing poison potent enough to incapacitate a dragon, and the third, a most chilling toxin, was non-lethal yet relentlessly invaded the victim's body, akin to maggots in flesh, exceedingly difficult to eradicate and excruciatingly painful. The crux of this toxin lay in its ability to inflict continuous harm upon the target, akin to the gluttony sword perpetually wounding them, thus providing the wielder with a steady supply of vitality, akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh. The reason Lin Qiye mentioned that only 3 toxins currently resided within was that the gluttony sword could consume toxins from other beings, evolving new varieties of poison. Each cavity along the blade was capable of absorbing toxins, evolving into an array of poisons, with greater efficacy the more it consumed. This was the unique attribute of the gluttony sword. As Lin Qiye attempted to draw the greed sword, he found himself unable to do so. He tested the other weapons, discovering that aside from the lust and gluttony swords, he could not extract any of the remaining weapons. Was he limited to drawing only 2? This realization led Lin Qiye to contemplate the correlation between this limitation and his current bloodline purity of 20. Was there a connection? Such musings stirred within Lin Qiye's mind. As the purity of his bloodline reached 20, his physical prowess became increasingly remarkable. Lin Qiye felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, with explosive power in every gesture. With a resonating hum, a stone split effortlessly in 2, akin to slicing through tofu. As he gazed at the cleaved surface, he noticed a fine dust scattered across it. Stirred by the night breeze, the high-frequency vibrations of desire had shattered the stone, resulting in such a clean cut. Both the gluttony and the sins of punishment were not suitable for experimentation at the moment, so he opted to retire for the night, promising to explore them further later. The following morning, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye sat together in the training ground. Lin Qiye, what do you think prompts someone to view others as their own children? In a lull between training sessions, Lin Qiye unexpectedly posed this question, eager to discern the thoughts of this enigmatic individual who harbored secrets of his own. To regard others as one's children? Lin Qiye was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from Lin Qiye. He understood the reference was to Nyx, the goddess of night from the psychiatric hospital. Perhaps it stems from having lost one's own child, or even multiple children. In such cases, providing steadfast companionship is the remedy, Lin Qiye suggested. I see, Lin Qiye nodded. In truth, how many of us are not somewhat deranged? In what sense? Lin Qiye inquired. For instance, I've encountered some unfortunate souls who are gravely ill. How severe? They fantasize about being loved. Lin Qiye directed his gaze to the bright lights above the training ground, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of solitude. Chapter 27. Lin Qiye, truly extraordinary. Clang, clang, clang. The training ground echoed with the sounds of combat, generating fierce winds as 2 combatants became mere blurs. With a sudden pivot, one fighter distanced himself from the other, his breath still steady. This individual was Lin Qiye, while across from him stood Qianmai. That will suffice for today, Qianmai remarked, glancing at his slightly trembling hands. Offering Lin Qiye an appreciative nod, clearly satisfied. All right. Lin Qiye, who had been observing from the sidelines, rose and walked alongside Lin Qiye out of the training ground. Lin Qiye led the way, a flicker of light sparkling in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Lin Qiye's greatest advancements lay in his combat techniques and weapon mastery, largely thanks to Qianmai's diligent instruction. Thus far, whether unarmed, wielding a standard long knife, or the Attican long knife, he had become adept at handling them, a skill honed by the training ground's diverse arsenal and Qianmai's meticulous guidance. Presently, Lin Qiye could contend with Qianmai on equal footing without uttering a single word of incantation. Each encounter was genuine, with blades flashing and strikes resonating. Eventually, Qianmai would even adopt a murderous intent during their sparring sessions. His rapid progress elicited exclamations from onlookers, who would remark in awe, unhuman, acknowledging his extraordinary combat talent. However, Lin Qiye's ability to match Qianmai in such a short span was not solely due to his innate talent. More significantly, it was his formidable physical attributes and resilience that enabled him to endure intense combat. Lin Qiye once jested that Lin Qiye's stamina seemed boundless. While it was said that only the overworked oxen tire, Lin Qiye was akin to an endlessly fertile field. Old Zhao, whose time outside was limited to an hour daily, remained mostly in Nibelungen. Though he spent much of his day sleeping, the remaining time was filled with entertainment. Lin Qiye still felt compelled to spar with the solitary Old Zhao, ensuring he wasn't left to guard the dragon alone. Having someone to share the thrill of combat was undoubtedly a welcome reprieve for Old Zhao. Hong Ying had remarked that without the constraints of the Forbidden Ruins, Old Zhao could hold his own against Qianmai. It was essential to recognize that even in the absence of the forbidden ruins, Chun Mai's physical capabilities were far superior to those of an ordinary individual like Zhao Kongqing. Yet, Zhao Kongqing still managed to fight evenly with Chun Mai. One could not deny that old Zhao's self-praise had merit. He was indeed a prodigy in combat. Under the guidance of the esteemed Zhao Kongqing and Chun Mai, coupled with Lin Qian's extraordinary physical prowess, they had experienced a remarkable synergy, resulting in unprecedented growth. Furthermore, Lin Qian's bloodline purity had ascended from 20 to 21, indicating that advancements beyond 20 were becoming increasingly arduous. In contrast, when his bloodline purity was at 18, a month was sufficient for him to elevate it to 20. Lin Qian reflected on his achievements over the past month. The manipulation of the blood scythe had become seamless, whether gathering information or wielding the wind blade. Each task felt effortless. The range for collecting sound with the blood scythe had expanded to 30 meters, an increase of 5 meters from the previous month. The same went for the wind blade. As for selecting specific directions for sound wave collection, he could extend the reach to 170 meters at most. This was largely thanks to the training methods imparted by Wen Qimao, and Lin Qian could sense that he was nearing the threshold of the pool realm. Emerging from the basement, Lin Qian ascended to the surface and discovered that Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan awaited him. Evidently, the captain had informed them in advance. Si Xiaonan tugged at Lin Qian's arm, dragging him outside with fervent energy, her tiny legs kicking energetically. "Hurry up, let's grab some lunch first, and then go shopping. I heard a new mall opened in the south, and we should take this opportunity to check it out." Hong Ying led the way, jingling the car keys in her hand, signaling their eagerness to shop. That afternoon, the four of them thoroughly explored Songnan City. By the end, Lin Qian and Lin Qiye were adorned with an array of shopping bags hanging from their arms and necks. Lin Qian gazed skyward, reflecting on his life as a lifelong singleton, having never experienced a shopping trip with girls. He had only read online that during such outings, it was often the males who bore the brunt of exhaustion, while the females appeared to possess boundless energy. Observing it firsthand confirmed this notion. It was only due to Lin Qian's extraordinary physical condition that he felt no fatigue. One could hardly believe that Si Xiaonan wanted to buy him a dress, claiming it would suit him well. It was one thing to consider a dress, but a backless gown was an entirely different matter. Lin Qiye, recalling this moment, cast a glance at Lin Qian, who had previously mocked him. In response, Si Xiaonan had promptly produced a professional outfit, complete with stockings, to show Lin Qian, leaving him visibly flustered. Lin Qiye could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Over the course of the month, Lin Qian had developed a close rapport with the members of the Night Watcher Team 136. For him, these individuals were no longer mere characters from a book, but vibrant faces with distinct personalities. Si Xiaonan was like a spirited whirlwind, quirky and playful, though her aloof demeanor was merely a fade for her innocent antics. Lin Qian, who appeared serious, was actually a reserved character with a penchant for capturing moments through photography. Wen Qimao perpetually wore a squinty smile, and Lin Qian had never witnessed him in anger. The vice captain, Wu Xiangnan, would sometimes stare blankly at the scars on his palms, prompting those around him to tactfully refrain from discussing it. Lin Qian understood that he was likely reminiscing about the Blue Rain team and contemplating vengeance against Susanoo. If given the chance, he wished to assist Wu Xiangnan in his quest for retribution. Then there were the captain and Lin Qiye. The captain embodied a serious yet protective figure, akin to a paternal guardian who silently took care of everything but rarely articulated his thoughts. As for Lin Qiye, he often gazed toward home, a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. During such moments, Lin Qian would usually sit quietly by the side, saying nothing. Two large men need not utter many words. Everything is understood in silence. Gazing at the bags of daily necessities before him, Lin Qian smiled with genuine delight. After spending a month together, he had come to regard the members of Team 136 as family. Team 136, resembling a big family, had bestowed upon him the warmth of home. Ever since the passing of his grandmother, who had raised him in his previous life, he had not felt such warmth again. Chapter 28. The new recruits assemble, talents converge, and storms gather. Originally, the new recruit training was scheduled to be held in the capital, but this year it was relocated to Songnan City. When the members of Team 136 received this news, they were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Qian thought to himself, Lin Qiye could not leave Songnan City. If he did, the realm of mortal affairs would cease to function, and the miraculous existence of Songnan City would vanish along with its 100,000 residents. At this moment, the group was on their way to the training camp. Due to the need to pack their belongings, they traveled in a spacious, white Mitsubishi van. Inside the vehicle, everyone exchanged awkward glances, a palpable sense of embarrassment filling the air. Lin Qiye felt his heart bleed. after preparing so many items the previous afternoon. Many were now rendered unnecessary, not to mention the train tickets that could not be refunded. The down jacket and thick comforter purchased for him by Sister Hong Ying were completely useless. Songnan City, located in the south, was not cold at all in winter. Such expenditure weighed heavily on Lin Qiye's heart. Lin Xuan watched with keen interest, although he too had made an imprudent purchase. Seeing Lin Qiye in such a predicament amused him greatly. To be honest, while shopping with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, he had forgotten that this training was to take place in Songnan City, making such purchases unnecessary. He was aware of the script, but, being human, he was not a sage with an IQ of 200, capable of mastering everything. Thus, forgetting this detail was entirely reasonable. The white van finally came to a stop in a desolate suburb. Although it belonged to Songnan City, there was not a soul in sight for 20 miles. Only watchtowers standing vigil. The military acted swiftly. As soon as the order was given to hold the training in Songnan City, they began to fortify the area. Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye each pulled 2 suitcases as they approached a distant checkpoint. There was no option. Hong Ying and the others could only escort them this far, as beyond lay a military-restricted zone, off-limits to civilians. Suddenly, Lin Xuan looked up at a particular direction, sensing that he was being targeted. In the sunlight, he spotted a faint glimmer. It was a sniper. The sniper, taken aback, did not expect that Lin Xuan could notice him from several thousand meters away, causing his hand holding the walkie-talkie to falter. He was in the midst of reporting to his superior about the 2 youths. They are approaching, and one seems to have noticed me. Are you certain? This is over 1,000 meters away. Even seasoned soldiers should not be able to detect a sniper at this distance. I'm not entirely sure, but they are indeed looking in my direction. After a long silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, a sound of disbelief followed. What a collection of prodigies this training camp has this year. Lin Xuan, what are you looking at? Lin Qiye asked, glancing in the same direction but finding nothing. It must be the military sniper, responsible for external surveillance. Lin Qian's instincts had sharpened to a degree akin to that of a wild beast, even surpassing the ordinary animal's senses. Had the sniper not aimed at him, he might not have noticed at all. Chen Mai had once shared this insight with him. In combat, especially among skilled fighters, there were no fixed moves. Rather, it was about improvisation and instinct, relying on quick reactions. Lin Qian's instincts had grown so formidable that even if Chen Mai were to launch a surprise attack from behind without a sound, he would still sense something amiss, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. According to Lin Xuan, such ambushes were glaringly obvious, like a chill in the warm sun, impossible to overlook. Before long, a military green pickup truck appeared before Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, and an officer leaned out, speaking with a heavy Sichuan accent. What is going on? New recruit training, Lin Xuan replied succinctly. New recruits? Arrived so quickly? Let me see your identification. Prepared, Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye presented their IDs. After a thorough check, the officer waved them on. Get in. You're the first 2 to arrive. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan felt the sensation of being targeted dissipate. The sniper was no longer aiming at them. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped into the vehicle. The training camp was vast, with buildings constructed from an unknown material, not hastily erected. Clearly, the higher-ups had meticulously planned for this training session. Lin Xuan nodded to himself. It was only natural that they had been monitoring Lin Qiye, the captain of Team 136, who had survived thanks to Lin Qiye's realm of mortal affairs. As Lin Xuan contemplated how to pull the captain into his own Nibelungen when Lin Qiye rescinded the realm, he thought it would be perfect for the captain to keep Old Zhao company. After all, Old Zhao had been clamoring for another bout with Chen Mai. As they wheeled their suitcases through the camp, they encountered an officer. Initially intending to pass by, the officer suddenly seemed to realize something and turned to scrutinize their faces. After confirming their identities, he approached. You are Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, aren't you? You know us? Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. Of course. The divine agents of Michael and Nidhogg. How rare. Usually, one might not encounter even a single one in years, yet here we have 2 at once. Come. Let me show you around the training camp, where you will reside for the next year. I'll help you familiarize yourselves. Clearly, this officer was quite talkative, launching into a lengthy monologue without requiring Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye to say a word. He shared stories about the cafeteria staff who had come from the capital and amusing incidents that had occurred on the training grounds, even recounting the embarrassing moments of fellow soldiers. Lin Xuan noticed that as the officer spoke, a distant officer's expression darkened significantly, as if silently vowing to take revenge later that night. Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye listened intently, and eventually, the officer led them to the dormitory building, instructing them to choose a room. Shall we share a room? Lin Qiye suggested, feeling more comfortable with Lin Xuan than with the others in training, allowing for mutual support. Let us each pick a room instead. If we share, there would be no room for Baili Pangpang. All right, Lin Qiye nodded, pulling his pink suitcase into one room. Lin Xuan chose another room that was well lit and comfortable, dragging his identical suitcase inside. The dormitory was quite sparse, containing only 2 hard beds and a wooden cabinet in the middle, with nothing else. There was not even a fan, let alone air conditioning. However, it mattered little. With Lin Qian's physical conditioning, he was unfazed by the cold or heat. After skillfully making the bed, Lin Qian's consciousness sank into the Nibelungen. He looked at old Zhao, sprawled on the floor, scratching his belly and snoring. Lin Qian nudged him with his foot. Old Zhao, wake up. It's time to get to work. Chapter 29. The aroma of Lin Qiye's feet, Qiao Yuan's moment of weakness the following day, in the early morning. At the training grounds, Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye were seated on the steps, their backs drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, they had engaged in a barehanded spar, undoubtedly concluding with Lin Qian's victory. In the absence of weaponry, Lin Qian's advantage in strength was manifestly showcased. The reason for their frequent bouts stemmed from Qin Mai's directive 10 days prior, mandating that Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye spar daily, sometimes unarmed. Other times with weapons, under the guise of mutual enhancement. Lin Qiye often found himself on the losing end, securing victories predominantly at night. Yet, he remained undeterred, after all. One could not gauge this individual by conventional standards. Here, Lin Xuan tossed a bottle of water to Lin Qiye. Thank you. My pleasure. Side by side, they gazed vacantly at the distant sky. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, holding a pair of binoculars, wore an expression laden with complexity as he observed the recent skirmish. He turned to his aide. Did you witness that battle? The aide nodded, his demeanor reflecting existential doubt. He sensed that either of those two possessed combat abilities that could rival his own. As an aide to the chief instructor, he was no ordinary soldier, having served for over a decade with a wealth of combat experience. Yet, in a one-on-one, unarmed scenario, he lacked confidence in besting either of them. Were the new recruits truly this extraordinary? Yuan Gang exhaled softly, realizing that neither had employed forbidden techniques during their bout. Under such circumstances, their speed had left him momentarily disoriented, particularly the taller one, whose every strike was delivered with deadly intent. Even he would need to exercise caution in facing him. Remarkably, the youth fighting against him managed to respond adeptly, even while being pressured by the taller opponent. Truly, they were representatives of the divine. After a prolonged moment, Yuan Gang sighed, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye had consistently been on the radar of utmost importance. Yet, Yuan Gang felt it necessary to elevate their significance further. The youth with dark hair and eyes sat cross-legged on his bed, fingers delicately clasping a string of prayer beads, murmuring something softly. With his blood-sucking scythe, Lin Xuan could distinctly discern that the youth was reciting Buddhist scriptures. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He sensed a delectable aura emanating from the youth, whose forbidden domain was far more alluring than Lin Qiye's earthly divine realm. Although Lin Qiye's domain was not yet complete, it was not something just any forbidden realm could casually approach. At the very least, it had to be a highly perilous forbidden realm and one ranked exceptionally high. Observing the youth's tranquil recitation of scriptures, Lin Xuan contemplated, "Greetings, I am Lin Xuan. Qiao Yuan," the youth replied, his voice barely above a whisper, before closing his eyes once more. "Indeed, it is you," Lin Xuan mused silently upon hearing the name Qiao Yuan. He understood that Qiao Yuan's demeanor was not one of indifference, but rather a concern for the potential harm he could inflict upon others. A lingering shadow from a past incident. Not wishing to disturb the youth further, Lin Xuan quietly retrieved his rations. A single serving felt somewhat insufficient. As he munched away, he noticed Qiao Yuan open his eyes, gazing intently at the food in Lin Xuan's hands. Lin Xuan raised a piece of compressed biscuit. "Would you like some?" Qiao Yuan closed his eyes once more. "I am not hungry." A faint rumble echoed from Qiao Yuan's direction, barely audible, yet magnified tenfold in Lin Xuan's ears. "If you are hungry, the supply station is just left of the first building outside," Lin Xuan indicated. "That's all right." Qiao Yuan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. He still valued his pride and could not simply retract his earlier statement of not being hungry. Lin Xuan observed him briefly before departing the dormitory. Recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, Qiao Yuan seemed hesitant to seek supplies due to pride. Leaving would afford him some solitude. The sound of Qiao Yuan's stomach grumbling could no longer be concealed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan headed to Lin Qiye's dormitory, knowing that Baili Pangpang should have arrived by now. Upon reaching Lin Qiye's door, he distinctly heard a voice proclaim, "Qiye, your feet smell incredible." "Lin Xuan? What is happening?" Entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of a chubby little boy crouched by Lin Qiye's feet, exclaiming about their delightful aroma. What an odd game. Lin Qiye fell silent at the sight of Lin Xuan. Just moments ago, this boy named Bai Li Tuming had attempted to sneak gifts while he was asleep, only to be caught, and now lay sprawled by his feet, declaring their fragrance. Initially bemused, Lin Qiye felt his reputation was at stake upon seeing Lin Xuan's bewildered expression. My apologies for the intrusion. Lin Xuan nodded to Lin Qiye, turning to leave. Wait, I am not like that. Lin Qiye shouted, kicking Bai Li Pang away and rising to pursue. Lin Xuan, summoned by his words, still wore a peculiar expression. Rest assured, I understand that many harbor unique preferences, particularly in times of great stress. It's quite natural to seek an outlet. I shall not disclose this to the captain. I do not. Lin Qiye was desperate to avoid being labeled as having a foot fetish. Bai Li Tuming, observing the exchange, seemed to have an epiphany. Yes, I can attest that Lin Qiye does not. This was all my doing. Shut up. Lin Qiye was on the verge of losing his composure. After Bai Li Tuming's declaration, he noticed Lin Xian's gaze grow even more peculiar. What a tangled mess. If Sister Hongying, Xiaonan, or the captain were to find out, what would they think of me? Lin Qiye could already envision the odd looks he would receive, mirroring Lin Xian's current expression. Brother, are you a friend of Lin Qiye? Bai Li Tuming inched closer to Lin Xian, perceiving the familiarity between the two. Yes, Lin Xian nodded, concealing his earlier odd expression. He had merely intended to tease Lin Qiye, not genuinely believing him to be peculiar. Besides, even if Lin Qiye did have such a penchant, it seemed likely that Zhao Lan would be quite agreeable. As Lin Xian pondered, Bai Li Tuming produced a large gift box from his luggage, presenting it to him. Brother, I am Bai Li Tuming, but you can call me Bai Li Pang. Since you are Lin Qiye's friend, you are also my friend, Bai Li Pang. These are some local specialties from my hometown. I hope you do not find them lacking. Bai Li Pang held the gift box with both hands, his eyes sparkling with hope. Lin Xian could infer the contents without needing to open it. After all, Bai Li Tuming was the son of the Bai Li family. Lin Xian chose to ignore the gift, grasping Bai Li Pang's small hand instead. There is no need for gifts. I am Lin Xian, a friend of this so-called foot enthusiast. Realizing the jest, Lin Qiye understood that Lin Xian had merely been teasing him, not genuinely believing him to be odd. Get lost. Ah, so you are Lin Xian. I was unaware of the nature of your relationship with Qiye. We are from the same squad. Ah, I see. Bai Li Pang nodded earnestly. Shall we go out together? That sounds good. How about inviting my roommate as well? Lin Xian thought of Zhao Yuan. Eager to witness his reaction upon hearing Lin Qiye's name, 3 individuals arrived at the entrance of Lin Xian's dormitory. Upon opening the door, they encountered a cold-faced youth with black hair, engrossed in consuming his provisions. Noticing their presence, he lifted his gaze. Lin Xian remarked, Zhao Yuan. If you had arrived a minute later, you would have finished it all. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt the food in his mouth was neither easy to swallow nor to spit out. Are you not coming out for a stroll? Lin Xian inquired, feigning ignorance. No need. You all go ahead, Zhao Yuan replied, having just claimed he wasn't hungry, yet now found himself caught in the act of eating. He shook his head at Lin Xian, unable to maintain his aloof demeanor. Very well, Lin Xian turned to Lin Qiye. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's body trembled, and he stared wide-eyed at Lin Qiye. Wait, what did you say his name was? Lin Qiye. Lin Xian pretended to be puzzled. Lin Qiye. Both trees at the side, 8 gods merging into one, 10 years in the night, guiding the world. Indeed, it is you. Zhao Yuan's expression was filled with excitement, his eyes glistening as if a famished Lin Xian had just encountered food or a besotted man had stumbled upon a sleeping beauty. Lin Qiye, unable to decipher Zhao Yuan's words, merely felt the gaze directed at him was peculiar. Simultaneously, Lin Xian observed him with a similarly strange expression. What are you staring at? Lin Qiye retorted. I've only seen female succubi. I didn't expect there to be male ones as well. Get lost. Lin Qiye turned his attention back to Zhao Yuan. Do you know me? I do not know you, but I am aware that you are the distinguished person I have been waiting for. Chapter 30, A Gathering of Heroes? I see only a meeting of radishes. In the past few days, Lin Xian and Lin Qiye's dormitory members had evidently clustered together, accompanying each other almost everywhere. Particularly, Zhao Yuan seemed to cling to Lin Qiye, inseparable day and night, completely shedding his initial aloof persona. He even contemplated switching dorms with Bai Li Pang, but was met with a resolute refusal. Now, it was the 3rd day since Lin Xian and Lin Qiye arrived at the training camp, where a multitude of trainees gathered in the training field, observing over 30 instructors on the martial platform. The trainees were scattered about, some sitting, some standing, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings, his smile broadening. What are you laughing at? Lin Qiye questioned, glancing at Lin Xuan with a puzzled expression. I thought of something amusing. Lin Xuan replied. Before arriving, he had assumed that the training camp held no mystery and that his bloodline enhancement would progress slowly. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. This was the rookie training camp for the Night Watchers, where most individuals possessed forbidden realms, capable of continuously providing him with energy. Here, it was paradise. Lin Qian's smile was nearly unrestrained, prompting Lin Qiye to regard him as though he were mad. In recent days, Lin Qiye had grown exasperated with both Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang. Chao Yuan followed him relentlessly, and whenever Bai Li Pangpang saw this, he would likewise attach himself, much like barnacles on a whale's snout, impossible to shake off. Moreover, Lin Qian would often stand by, watching the spectacle, occasionally offering commentary as if it were a contest for affection. He always felt that when Lin Qian called out to Chao Yuan in the dormitory, it was a deliberate invocation of his name. Chao Yuan had already recited those 4 lines of poetry to him, and Lin Qiye indeed believed the words were directed at him. Yet how did Lin Qian know? Chao Yuan had not shared those lines with Lin Qian. Lin Qiye scrutinized Lin Qian's profile, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. He had suspected for some time that Lin Qian possessed the ability to foresee the future, and it now appeared that this suspicion was well-founded. Nidhogg was not the god of time. If Lin Qian were indeed Nidhogg's spokesperson, he should possess more than just temporal abilities. He had extraordinary physical prowess and golden eyes. Though these attributes were already formidable, there must be more hidden beneath the surface. No, it could also be that he had several hidden talents. Foreseeing the future could be among them. However, this ability likely had its limitations. At least he had never witnessed Lin Qian predict his own actions during a fight. Just as Lin Qiye was lost in thought, a roar erupted from the martial platform. Stand at attention. What are you all thinking? Bellowed an instructor stationed at the far left. In an instant, nearly all the recruits fell silent, though they remained scattered. Yuan Gang's brows were sharp as he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lin Qian and his companions before shifting away. In a commanding tone, he declared, I know among you are geniuses and the offspring of affluent families, but here, you are nothing. You are recruits, mere novices, the greenest of the green. I tell you, even if you reach the Klein realm, you are still novices, still rubbish. You lack any fighting spirit. Most of you have never even killed a chicken. When faced with danger, you will only be a burden to your team. Yuan Gang's voice grew increasingly loud, culminating in a near roar. Lin Qian observed with great interest, noticing that the majority of the new recruits appeared quite displeased upon hearing his words. Yet, Lin Qian could not help but chuckle. He remembered that Yuan Gang's rhetoric was rather consistent from year to year, and thankfully, there was no such thing as repeating students. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Hey, you over there, what are you laughing at? Yuan Gang glared at Lin Qian, who was quietly chuckling to himself. From the beginning, he had been watching this quartet closely. He could not afford to overlook them. 2 divine spokespersons, a young master from the Bai Li family, and a high-risk forbidden realm, one that ranked just below the divine realms. Each was deserving of special attention. Seeing the chief instructor cast his gaze towards them, Lin Qiye promptly took a few steps to the side, distancing himself from Lin Qian. As long as you don't spill blood on me. Following Lin Qiye's lead, Chao Yuan quickly followed suit, also moving away. Bai Li Tu-Ming hesitated for a moment before ultimately taking a small step towards Lin Qiye's direction. Lin Qian caught sight of this and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So that's how you want to play it? I'm not discontent. It's just that Lin Qiye told a joke earlier. Lin Qian pointed towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Lin Qian, you. He was not one to curse. What joke could possibly be so funny? Yuan Gang fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Qian, a palpable pressure emanating from him, honed through the trials of the battlefield. Yet, Lin Qian appeared oblivious. He said that even if he is rubbish, he is still a fighter among rubbish. Uffed. Bai Li Tu-Ming inadvertently laughed aloud, and upon noticing the stares from everyone, quickly covered his mouth, striving to suppress his amusement. Chao Yuan's lips twitched, caught in a struggle between wanting to laugh and holding back. At that moment, nearly all eyes were focused on Lin Qian and Lin Qiye, their expressions unfriendly. Lin Qian's previous remark about being a fighter among rubbish undoubtedly insinuated that he was superior to them. The new recruits undoubtedly felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Lin Qiye stared intently at Lin Qian, and one could not hide the desire to retaliate in his eyes. He was quite eager to confront him. Yuan Gang merely scoffed at Lin Qian's retort. A fighter among rubbish? Very well, let's see if you two can still say that after a while. He included Lin Qian in his admonition. Yuan Gang was no fool. He could tell that Lin Qian's excuse was hastily concocted. However, aside from these two, who else is dissatisfied? I am not. A young man with a rakish charm, clad in wrinkled attire, raised his hand, appearing as if he were on vacation rather than at a training camp. What is your name? Shin Qingzhu. Very well. Who else? Wait, instructor. Shin Qingzhu interrupted Yuan Gang. May I know the names of those two? He pointed at Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye. Once again, the crowd's attention turned to the two. You'll have to ask them yourself. Who else is dissatisfied? Yuan Gang ignored him and continued. I'm not satisfied either. And I. The waves of sound surged one after another, and hands were raised increasingly higher, until nearly everyone had their hands aloft. Lin Qiye observed that a portion of those talking were fixated on him and Lin Xuan. It was unclear whether their dissent was directed at the two of them or the instructor. Lin Qiye. Lin Xuan noticed Lin Qiye's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks. I thank you. Lin Qiye hesitated, words on the verge of escaping his lips, but retreating just as quickly. No, Lin Qiye, maintain decorum. While Li Tuming nudged Lin Qiye, why do I feel like we are about to be surrounded? Remove that notion, Chao Yuan interjected, firmly grasping Lin Qiye's arm with sincerity in his eyes. Qiye, rest assured, should they attempt to attack us, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Leaving Lin Xuan to fend for himself, Chao Yuan unhesitatingly sold out Lin Xuan. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. Perhaps it was best to refrain. If it were that beast Lin Xuan, he might indeed be capable of taking on a group single-handedly. Instructor Yuan's assertion was not without merit. The majority of the new recruits had likely never even killed a chicken, let alone anything more formidable. Such individuals, even he could easily subdue. Not to mention Lin Xuan. Though that beast could be insufferable at times, his strength was undeniable. Many of these recruits might struggle to withstand Lin Xuan's golden eyes, let alone anything else. Even he, when confronted by Lin Xuan's golden eyes, had needed to exert the might of Michael to resist, lest he be naturally suppressed. On the stage, Yuan Gang surveyed the multitude of hands raised below, nodding slightly. His gaze passed over the quartet of Lin Xuan, who had no intention of raising their hands, a flicker of light appearing in his eyes. The other newcomers also noticed the few who remained unresponsive. Some looked disdainful, others contemplative, and some indifferent. Yuan Gang retrieved his walkie-talkie. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this command, Lin Xuan lifted his head, gazing skyward in quiet anticipation. The blood-sucking scythe extended suddenly over 100 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds, just as the crowd was on the brink of impatience, 7 small dots appeared in the sky. They have arrived. Chapter 31. A hand to strike down the iron gate. Leaving all in stunned silence, there were 7 figures, cloaked in black and masked. They descended from the heavens without any protective measures, looking down upon the crowd as if they were mere ants. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Boss, save me. Moments later, the onlookers finally discerned the complete forms of the 7 figures. Many recognized them. It was none other than the masked team, one of the 4 elite squads. No way, I'm actually facing the masked team. Is this for real? As the masked team was about to land, many felt a surge of anxiety for them. Just before they touched down, one man wearing a scale mask raised his right hand and gently lifted it upward. The 7 seemed to lose their gravity, pausing 10 centimeters above the ground before slowly descending. The sunlight gleamed behind them, casting their masks into shadow, shrouding their true visage and cloaking the hearts of the onlookers in unease. In an instant, the crowd was on high alert, the atmosphere solemn. The man wearing the king mask surveyed the surroundings, about to speak when suddenly, with a thud, the swirling figure fell to his knees before the newcomers. Swirling, masked team, words. The most dreaded silence enveloped the air. Lin Xuan observed the scene with a smirk creeping onto his lips. He glanced around, noting the incredulity etched on the faces of the new recruits. A shared speculation lingered in their minds, yet none dared to voice it. It seemed that a member of this elite team had, indeed, knelt before them. Not just the recruits, but the instructors, the masked team. And even Swirling himself wore expressions of astonishment. Swirling's mind raced. After a brief moment, he hesitantly raised both hands and bowed to the newcomers. The masked team Swirling wishes everyone a happy new year in advance. With that, he sprang back to his feet. Yuan Gang observed the seemingly unfazed Swirling, struggling to maintain his composure. He had heard rumors of Swirling's unreliability, but he never anticipated it to this extent. Yuan Gang initially intended for the masked team to dismantle the recruits' pride and defiance, thereby easing management. Yet, this fellow nearly jeopardized all his previous arrangements. Lin Xuan was currently locked in a gaze with the man donning the king mask. He felt the aura of authority emanating from him, a presence that ignited a yearning within. The masked king sensed the 2 divine agents below. They shone like bright moons in the night, impossible to conceal. Particularly the one with whom he was making eye contact. exuding an aura of a foreign deity that felt both wicked and malevolent, reminiscent of a world-ending dragon. This individual, without a doubt, was Lin Xuan, the emissary of Nidhogg. Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye had garnered significant reputations, especially Lin Xuan, known as the emissary of the yet-to-be-discovered deity. The Wing of Death, Nidhogg. The higher-ups had even convened a meeting to discuss Lin Xuan's potential threat. It was well known that the divine relics of the emissaries were gifts from their gods, and with every gift came a price. While they gained power, they also received a divine mandate. The higher-ups were skeptical of Lin Xuan, doubting that a deity whose goal was world destruction would simply demand the annihilation of the mysterious. They believed he should be monitored closely. Ultimately, the commander-in-chief, against the majority opinion, argued that to do so would alienate a potentially benevolent young man. Given that Lin Xuan had shown no signs of wrongdoing thus far, trust was granted. The meeting concluded with a decision to maintain the status quo, forbidding any further inquiries into Nidhogg's demands of Lin Xuan. Truly, the commander-in-chief possessed a remarkable magnanimity. As these words fell, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a smile, his voice booming. Since you doubt us, I offer you a chance. From now until 9 o'clock tonight, exert your utmost effort. If any of you can unmask a member of the masked team, you win. Proving your superiority over them would render this year's intensive training unnecessary, allowing for immediate disbandment. However, if by 9 o'clock you have failed, cast aside your pride and submit to all orders. Yuan Gang's proclamation sent shockwaves through the recruits, igniting fervor among them. Oh, I know you'll claim they are of a higher realm. Fear not. During this contest, they will suppress their levels to match yours. Will you dare to face them? 240 against 7? Come on. You said it, a promise made. The recruits erupted in excitement. If there was a level suppression, they knew they would struggle. But if it was a fair match, they were undeterred. 3 ordinary craftsmen could outsmart a Zhuge Liang, right? Regardless of their status. They were certainly no better than ordinary craftsmen. After laying out this challenge, Yuan Gang paid no mind to the riled-up recruits. Approaching the king mask and whispering something before turning to depart, Lin Xuan could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had overheard Yuan Gang's instructions. King Mask, you all should target those 2 divine agents, and be careful not to let them remove their masks. Is there no law? No justice? In broad daylight. Such actions are taken, thinking he wouldn't here, right? 240 against 7, we're not afraid of you. Even Bai Li, portly and round, wore an expression of excitement. If they could actually unmask them, how prestigious that would be. After all, they were an elite team. The King Mask scanned the faces of the crowd, calmly stating, to deal with you, 5 will suffice. Simultaneously, he exchanged hushed words with 2 members of his team before they departed without hesitation. So audacious? 5 against our 240, a staggering 48-1. The advantage is mine. When does it begin? A new recruit inquired. At the instant his question escaped his lips, a woman adorned with a rose mask raised a small hammer in her hand. Within mere breaths, the hammer morphed into a colossal mallet, towering several stories high, and came crashing down. It has begun. The moment the rose-wearing woman acted, Lin Xuan bolted for the exit. Many newcomers had been attentively observing the movements of Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's retreat, some stifled snickers, deeming him a mere jester seeking attention. One who could only flee. Yet others fixated on Lin Xuan's silhouette, furrowing their brows in contemplation before likewise rushing towards the exit. For instance, Xin Zhuqing, upon seeing Lin Xuan dash away without hesitation, was momentarily taken aback before quickly regrouping with 2 others around him to make a hasty exit. Lin Qiye also noted Lin Xuan's actions and, without a shred of hesitation, pursued him, while simultaneously grasping the arm of Bai Li Pang Pang. Qiye, why are we running? Isn't it obvious? If we don't run, shall we wait to be hammered? We are unarmed, while they are fully equipped. Bai Li Pang Pang touched his pocket, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Moreover, the fact that they are referred to as a special squad is not without reason. On the training platform, Wang Mian effortlessly handled a throng of newcomers, yet his gaze flickered towards the direction Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye had taken. These 2 are quite astute, retreating at the first opportunity. It's no wonder Commander Yuan advised them to be particularly vigilant. Moments later, Lin Xuan halted before a grand door, with Lin Qiye and the others closely following. Bai Li Pang Pang, hands on his knees, gasped for air, while Chao Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan, rolling up his sleeves to express his loyalty. Qiye, since no one is around, why don't we 3 give him a good thrashing? Thrash? What a foolish thought. We are currently engaged with the masked squad. Internal conflict is not appropriate. Lin Qiye shook his head, secretly pondering that even combined, the 3 of them would likely struggle against Lin Xuan. Otherwise, He would indeed relish the opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Turning his attention to the tightly locked weapon storage door, Lin Qiye's expression soured. His abilities were ill-suited for breaching it. Suddenly, a stunning girl with fiery red hair casually cascading down her back emerged from behind. Normally, such a bright hue might seem out of place, yet she carried it with effortless grace. Unperturbed by the gazes of Lin Qiye and the others, she focused solely on Lin Xuan, commanding, "Step aside, let me handle this." Lin Xuan merely cast her a glance, dismissing her with an air of indifference. No need. With that, he drew a deep breath, elbowed forward, and unleashed a punch. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated from the door, ringing in their ears. Bang! Another punch followed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the door collapsed. Indeed, it fell straight to the ground. All, including Lin Qiye, stared wide-eyed. Li Pang swallowed hard, suddenly gaining a renewed perspective. Group assault him? What nonsense. If I were to receive a blow like that without drawing my sword, I would instantly be bruised all over. Initially, Molly had been somewhat irked by the individual blocking her path. Now, however, she regarded him as a monstrous being capable of dismantling a metallic door with his bare hands. Is this a film? Or could it be that their forbidden ground grants them immense strength? This notion resonated among the trio, as they surmised that Lin Xuan had merely showcased the powers of the forbidden ground, albeit in an exaggerated manner. Only Lin Qiye understood that Lin Xuan's prowess stemmed not from some deity-like strength, but rather from his own physical capabilities. Such strength, no? This individual had certainly withheld some force during their previous spar. He had noticed the deep impressions left by Lin Qian's fists on the iron door. Lin Qiye was convinced that his own resilience could not rival that of the door. Meanwhile, within the underground base of the training camp, a multitude of instructors observed the astonishing scene before them, some even leaping in surprise at the resounding crash. What in the world is this? One instructor seated next to Yuan Gang turned to him, his eyes wide with shock. Commander, I recall that Lin Qian's forbidden ground pertains to the manipulation of time. Correct? Yuan Gang watched the screen, the figure standing before the door, nonchalant yet poised, with a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had a foreboding feeling that things might go awry. Chapter 32, Moon Demon. This weapon is transparent. It's unplayable. Lin Qian disregarded the astonished stares of those around him, striding into the armory and selecting a rib dagger and an Adakan longsword. The lust and gluttony weapons were rather cumbersome to bring forth, so he opted for standard weapons instead. In addition, Lin Qian also picked out a handgun and several magazines to fasten at his waist. Lin Qiye and the others followed closely behind, stepping into the armory. Chao Yuan fixated on the long sword on the rack, pausing in contemplation before finally wedging it under his arm. This doesn't quite equate to holding a sword. He intended to follow Lin Qiye in the future, thus he needed to prove his worth, at the very least, not to be a burden. Molly scanned the surroundings, selecting an oversized katana that was longer than herself, hoisting it onto her shoulder, much to the awe of Li Pang. Qiye, don't you think she looks incredible wielding that sword? Lin Qiye, huh? As Li Pang spoke, the girl approached Lin Xian, extending her hand. Molly, would you consider forming a team with me? Lin Xian politely shook her hand, gesturing towards Lin Qiye and the others. I'm with them. I hope you don't mind including them. Molly frowned, seemingly caught in a quandary. I'm not fond of having dead weight. That fellow is a divine agent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian sold Lin Qiye out. Molly immediately turned to Lin Qiye, her expression one of astonishment. She hadn't anticipated encountering a divine agent so casually. Lin Qiye, I'm used to it. Although he had pondered bringing her into their team, Lin Xian's betrayal made him want to teach him a lesson. The person beside you is as well, Lin Qiye added. This time, Molly was genuinely taken aback. She had inadvertently stumbled upon two divine agents among the recruits. It was evident they were well acquainted. No wonder that the black-haired youth beside the chubby boy claimed to be a fighter among trash. They certainly had the credentials. I'm not, I didn't. She's slandering me. Molly's gaze swiftly darted past Li Pang and Chao Yuan, neglecting the two. How about adding me to the team? Suddenly, three young men emerged from a corner, with the one in the middle chewing gum, wearing his hat backward, exuding an air of arrogance. He was the first to follow Lin Xian's lead in retreating and had witnessed Lin Qian dismantling the steel plate with his bare hands. This individual was Shen Qingzhu. Molly regarded Shen Qingzhu and abruptly spoke. This person's forbidden ground is extremely hazardous. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, as the first to express his discontent and eager to learn the names of Lin Xian and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye recognized him. Glancing at Lin Xian, who showed no reaction, Lin Qiye nodded. Welcome. The more, the merrier. Lin Qiye did not believe that the special squad could be dealt with individually, except for that certain rising dawn. This fellow's instincts are remarkably sharp. Yet, in reality, Lin Xuan was not looking at Lin Qiye. He had raised his arm, the silver-gray handgun gleaming ominously. Bang! Without anyone having the time to react, a bullet was fired towards Xinqingzhu. In terms of direction, there was a slight deviation. It was not aimed at Xinqingzhu, but rather towards an open space to his left. In that fleeting moment, Xinqingzhu seemed to sense something and leaped to the side. At the same time, a sound echoed as a figure wearing a crescent moon mask emerged from that vacant spot. The moon demon glanced at Lin Xuan and then at the evaded Xinqingzhu, smacking his lips in surprise. Are the new recruits so astute nowadays? Not only did one evade his attack, but they could also detect his position. At this moment, Lin Qiye looked at the moon demon in astonishment. The latter had been beyond his 20-meter spiritual perception, yet Lin Xuan had sensed him with remarkable acuity. Could this be part of the adversary's instinct? Mo Li, Bai Li Pangpang, and Qiao Yuan were equally dumbfounded by the scene. Mo Li had not anticipated that Lin Xuan could detect the moon demon. A member of the special team capable of dissolving into moonlight, most individuals would likely never perceive his whereabouts. Yet, this formidable entity was effortlessly compelled to reveal his true form by Lin Xuan. As for Qiao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang, their shock stemmed from Lin Xuan's hidden depths. Prior to today, they had been entirely unaware that he was one of the divine agents, let alone that he could perceive the moon demon's trail. All they knew was that Lin Xuan was preoccupied with self-reflection each day, what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with no knowledge of anything else. What are you dawdling for? Lin Xuan urged, awakening the others. Indeed, the adversary was now isolated. While they possessed at least one high-risk forbidden area and 2 divine agents, this advantage was theirs. Thanks. Xinqingzhu called out to Lin Xuan from a distance before charging toward the moon demon, with Mo Li following closely behind. Lin Xuan nodded at Xinqingzhu. He could perceive the moon demon because, despite his cloaking, subtle sounds still accompanied his movements. These sounds were faint, akin to fluttering leaves, imperceptible to most, yet undeniably apparent to Lin Xuan. Since earlier, he had activated his blood-sucking scythe precisely to counter the moon demon. Aren't you going in? Lin Qiye approached Lin Xuan. Not going, came the reply. Why not? Laziness. This was a falsehood. For Lin Xuan, the longer the match continued, the more energy he could absorb, thus benefiting him even further. He felt the various forbidden areas around him, the moon demons, Xinqingzhu's, and Mo Li's, each relentlessly providing him with energy, particularly the one from the moon demon. He might not be the highest in the forbidden area hierarchy, yet his realm was significant, suppressed to the lamp realm. Yet at its pinnacle, akin to achieving great perfection in the lamp realm. Observing the 3 engaged in combat, a smile crept over Lin Xuan's lips. If this battle could persist, he would elevate himself by another 1% in under 10 minutes. Glancing at Lin Qiye, who appeared perplexed, Lin Xuan softly remarked, "The nature of this contest dictates that we cannot truly win. If we did, how would we instruct the new recruits? Do you believe these individuals are fit for the battlefield?" Lin Qiye contemplated the earlier scene of numerous new recruits recklessly charging onto the training stage, only to tumble down like dumplings. Clearly, they were not ready. But without attempting, how could one know? Even if they could not secure victory. Acquiring some combat experience was beneficial, especially given the unique opportunity to hone themselves with a special team. With that thought, Lin Qiye dashed towards the moon demon's direction. At that moment, the moon demon had once again transformed into moonlight, but in the next instant, a blade cut through the air. Clang. The moon demon raised his weapon to block, his expression somewhat bewildered. Originally, he envisioned himself as a shadowy assassin, undetectable to the new recruits, a nightmare in their match. Yet, not only could Lin Xuan see him, but so could another. What a predicament. Among so few on the field, there were 2 who could perceive him. How absurd. The moon demon thought, with transparency like this, I'm out. Chapter 33. Nods and shakes. Encountering the vortex, the sounds of swords clashing filled the arena, and the moon demon cursed under his breath. At that moment, figures wearing masks appeared from the 4 cardinal directions. They had been encircled by the masked team. In the east, Wang Mian stood atop a platform, gazing down at the crowd. An overwhelming sense of dread pressed upon them, suffocating all except Lin Xuan, Lin Qiye, and Qiao Yuan, whose expressions remained unfazed. Wang Mian noted this and locked his gaze onto Lin Xuan, who stood at the side, arms crossed, showing no intention of engaging. Their eyes met, Lin Xuan maintaining his calm demeanor. What should we do? It seems we are surrounded by these individuals, Bai Li Pangpang whispered to Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, the combatants in the arena were lifted into the air, only to crash heavily back to the ground. To the west, a man donning a scales mask pressed down with his palm, standing beside the moon demon, observing the crowd. What else can we do? Be brave and unafraid. After all, none of us can expect to leave this world alive. Li Pangpang responded. The members of the masked team, hearing the earlier remarks, were inclined to nod in agreement, acknowledging the courage displayed. This was akin to the Vortex's demeanor, who was now nonchalantly leaning against the wall, exuding arrogance. He patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Lin Qiye, go on, bite them. Lin Qiye felt as if he had exhausted his silence for a lifetime today. Here's the plan. I'll count to 3, and we'll break through in the direction of the vortex. That guy looks like a fool and should be easy to handle, Lin Xuan declared loudly. Hey, what do you mean by calling me a fool? Don't underestimate people. Vortex retorted, visibly displeased. He turned to see that the remaining members of the masked team had subtly nodded in agreement with Lin Qian's statement. What is this? Scales, moon demon. What do you mean by that? Vortex expressed his dissatisfaction, about to voice more, when a voice broke in from beside him. 3. Lin Qian skipped the 1 and 2, jumping directly to 3. At that very moment, an explosive sound occurred as Lin Qian reached Vortex's face, leaving behind a profound footprint on the ground. When did that happen? Vortex exclaimed, hastily raising his vortex to defend, barely managing to react to Lin Qian's previous speed. Not only was Vortex caught off guard, but most of the new recruits were also unprepared. Only Lin Qiye immediately followed suit, his long knife drawn once more. With the deep purple vortex shielding against Lin Qian and Lin Qiye's dual assault, Vortex did not forget to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. You startled me. Moving that fast can lead to heart problems, you know? At the instant Lin Qian's fist connected with Vortex, he felt as though he had plunged into a swirling mass of soft sand, his body seemingly drawn in. Are you an idiot? I told you to use your fists. Vortex began to mock, his expression smug. Stuck in my vortex, and you think you can escape? Dream on. Yet, before he could finish, he saw Lin Qian effortlessly withdraw his arm from the vortex. What did you just say? At that moment, the new recruits had reacted, charging towards Vortex. They did not opt to attack Vortex directly, knowing it would be futile and would only empower him against them. However, with Lin Qian and Lin Qiye delaying, Vortex could only watch as the recruits dashed past him, unable to stop them. Before their arrival, Lin Qian and Lin Qiye decisively retreated, sprinting away at full speed. As he ran, Lin Qian called out to Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu set off a firecracker in the direction of Vortex. Shun Qingzhu immediately grasped the situation. Adjacent to the whirlpool lay the armory, filled with explosives, bombs, and other flammable materials. He turned, snapped his fingers toward the whirlpool, and then dashed outward with even greater speed. Boom! A colossal wave of sound surged forth, flames leaping into the sky, visible throughout the entire training camp. Even Shun Qingzhu was taken aback, astonished by the magnitude of the explosion. Yet amidst the shock, exhilaration prevailed. An explosion! How thrilling! Qiye, where shall we go? Li Pangpang inquired, glancing at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. If he were part of the masked team, where would he head? The cafeteria, the training ground, or the dormitory? The cafeteria and training ground were clearly unsuitable, as both locations were too open. Yes, the dormitory would be ideal, with numerous rooms. It was particularly conducive to ambushes. If given ample time to set up, it could pose significant challenges. If he were indeed part of the masked team, they would surely target the dormitory. Lin Qiye turned to Lin Qian. Where do you think we should go? The dormitory, of course. I could use a brief rest. Lin Qian replied nonchalantly. This fellow had undoubtedly already considered the dormitory as a destination, fabricating a flimsy excuse to mislead him. Yet Lin Qian was indeed truthful. This was one of the reasons. Moreover, the dormitory housed many new recruits, allowing for greater absorption of energy from the Forbidden Ruins. With him and Lin Qiye present, it would not be an easy task for the masked team to seize the dormitory, thus buying them more time to gather energy. Seeing Lin Qian and Lin Qiye both advocate for the dormitory, Shun Qingzhu and Molly refrained from further questioning. On one hand, they were convinced by Lin Qian and Lin Qiye's earlier performance, particularly Lin Qian's remarkable speed and strength, which reassured them as teammates. On the other hand, knowing that they had rushed towards the armory to prioritize weapon acquisition indicated that both were quite astute. The decisions of the wise were to be followed. Thus, the group turned a corner and hastened toward the dormitory. The armory, once the dust settled, revealed a disheveled figure within. Cough, cough, cough. That was truly perilous, he wheezed. His cloak in tatters. Had he not reacted swiftly to conjure the whirlpool to shield against the explosion, he would have been sent soaring into the sky. That lad who snapped his fingers was quite ruthless, showing no hesitation whatsoever. And that individual named Lin Qiye, what extraordinary strength. He managed to break free from his whirlpool. Although his own realm was suppressed to the lantern stage, it should not have been within the capacity of an ordinary recruit to contend. Is this what it means to be a divine emissary? The other 4 members stood aside, gazing at the whirlpool. The cost of your cloak will be deducted from your salary this month. No. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious whirlpool jolted upright. It was the end of the month, and as a Daylight Clan member, he had not a single coin to his name. If it weren't for the night watchman's provision of meals and lodging, he would be starving on the streets. Now he was relying on this month's salary to survive, only to have it deducted. Really, are you seriously going to deduct it? I might cry, you know. You'd better not. Tianping crossed his arms, devoid of compassion. Ultimately, it was Wang Mian who could no longer bear to watch. Letting out a sigh? Don't worry, such combat losses can be reimbursed by Instructor Yuan Gang. Yay. Tianping cast a sidelong glance at the smug whirlpool before shifting the conversation. No wonder Instructor Yuan Gang instructed us to keep a close eye on Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. These two can even see through the moon ghost's invisibility. Especially Lin Qiye. His physical strength rivals that of certain beings in the pond realm. Wang Mian merely gazed in the direction where Lin Qiye and the others had departed, his eyes glimmering. At last, he turned and walked towards a different path. Let us head to the dormitory. If Lin Qiye and the others are wise enough, they will surely go there. Chapter 34. Confronting Wang Mian, effortlessly and elegantly Sai, who came up with the concept of a bed. Lying down brings a sense of peace akin to being at rest in the earth. Lin Qiye mused as he reclined on the bed. Observing Lin Qiye genuinely lying on the bed with an air of indifference, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, yet they refrained from comment. They were already aware of Lin Qiye's intentions. He certainly did not wish to be delayed and would prioritize addressing the dormitory. All they needed to do now was wait patiently. Just then, they suddenly saw Lin Qiye open his eyes. They're coming. What is coming? Li Pang was bewildered, while Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye quickly reacted and rushed to the window. Boom. It sounded as if a meteor had crashed to earth, accompanied by the relentless sound of collapsing walls. Lin Qiye clearly witnessed a colossal hammer, towering several stories high, descending upon the adjacent dormitory with unstoppable force. The entire building collapsed instantaneously, akin to a toppled stack of building blocks. Hearing the distant wails of the recruits, someone swallowed hard. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Can we really handle this? What now? Are we going to take action? Shen Qingzhu looked toward Lin Qiye. By now, Lin Qiye had already sat up, gently stroking his weapon. We can't delay any longer. We cannot allow them to easily demolish the teaching building. Lin Qiye stood and peered out the window. The masked team had indeed arrived. To the left stood a multi-storied pink hammer, and to the right floated countless bullets in midair. Behind the dormitory, a purple whirlpool unfurled. There were only 6 dormitory buildings in total, 3 for males and 3 for females. At this rate, the dormitory would be obliterated in under a minute, far more effective than a demolition crew. I'll deal with the Rose, Molly declared, turning to head for the stairs. Then I'll confront the whirlpool, Shen Qingzhu contemplated. No, leave the whirlpool to me, Chao Yuan declared with determination. Are you sure? Shen Qingzhu questioned, skepticism in his gaze. Let him handle it, Lin Qiye said, casting a glance at Chao Yuan. He had already discerned the nature of Chao Yuan's forbidden ruins when Chao Yuan explained those 4 lines of poetry. Perhaps, apart from himself and Lin Qiye, he was the strongest force in the team. Fine, then I shall take on Tianping. There were still 2 left. Lin Qiye looked at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye gazed down at the ground, where a man wearing a mask with the character Wang stood, holding a knife. The man seemed to sense Lin Qiye's gaze and looked up in return. Leave Wang Mian to me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Qiye leaped from the 4th floor window. Thud. He landed before Wang Mian. Wang Mian glanced up at the 4th floor, then down at the large crater where Lin Qiye had landed, gaining a new understanding of Lin Qiye's physical prowess. Is it just you? He asked Lin Qiye. 1 is sufficient. Very well. Wang Mian said no more, nor did he concern himself with Shen Qingzhu and the others rushing to other locations. Instead, fixating his gaze directly on Lin Qiye. He had heard that Lin Qiye, like himself, was a wielder of time-related forbidden ruins, and of a kind he had never encountered before. Wang Mian was curious to see who would emerge stronger. He sheathed his blade, gripping the hilt with his right hand as he slightly bent forward. Before Wang Mian, it seemed as though only Lin Qiye existed. The world appeared to quiet, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. In the next instant, Wang Mian moved. The world felt as though it had been set to slow motion. He could see debris flying through the air, descending slowly, and leaves falling at a tortoise's pace. Wang Mian drew his dark blade from his waist, and in this slowed world, only the glint of his blade moved like lightning. No, it was not only Wang Mian. In the very next moment, Lin Qiye moved as well. In fact, he was even faster than Wang Mian. Clang, 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 clang. With each strike of Wang Mian's blade, a crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Every flash of the blade was instantaneously shattered into fragments. Lin Qiye successfully parried all of his attacks. Even the sounds of their clashes slowed down. Wang Mian, with keen eyes, noticed that two blades had appeared in Lin Qiye's hands. One a deep azure scythe, and the other a green longsword riddled with holes. At last, Lin Qiye drew forth the 7 deadly sins. The weapon in Wang Mian's grasp, a forbidden item named Yuan, was far from an ordinary sword that could be countered. Its hardness was merely the most trivial of its qualities. The more Wang Mian attacked, the more astonished he became. It was known that his ability, Temporal Marauder, could accelerate himself in disguise and combined with Yuan. The faster he moved, the stronger the blade's light became. The resultant effect was far greater than mere addition. Though he was at the Lantern Realm, every strike from Yuan reached the Pool Realm. Yet, Lin Qiye managed to endure it all. What manner of monster was this? Wang Mian strove to mask his inner astonishment as he concluded his Temporal Marauder. Within the Lantern Realm, his time deity could only last so long. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye also ended his time 0, not due to the expiration of his time, but because he sensed Wang Mian slowing down. His objective had never been to win the battle, but to prolong it in order to absorb more energy. Up to this moment, Lin Qiye had elevated his bloodline purity to 21. Moreover, during the brief skirmish with Wang Mian, his bloodline purity was on the verge of breaching 22, naturally prompting him to wish for more time to toy with Wang Mian. Lin Qiye sheathed Tao Tai and wielded the azure lust towards Wang Mian. After a brief stalemate, Lin Qiye took the initiative. On the ground, a group of instructors watched the live broadcast with expressions of bemusement. TSK, TSK. It seems Rose does have a bit of a tender heart. The live broadcast displayed the battle between Rose and Molly. To call it a battle was somewhat misleading, as it was merely a one-sided assault by Molly. Rose, on the other hand, evaded while engaging in playful banter, evidently intrigued by Molly. Similarly, Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and Qiao Yuan had each found their opponents. Shen Qingzhu was evenly matched, while Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan were dominating their opponents, with Qiao Yuan being the most ruthless. Chief Instructor, could it be that Vortex 1T be taken down single-handedly? Yuan Gang observed the struggling Vortex on the live screen, crying out for help. While Qiao Yuan laughed sinisterly, his knife poised to strike. He had initially thought Vortex, being a member of the special squad, would not fall so easily. Yet now, he couldn't be sure. Nonetheless, the most captivating spectacle remained the clash between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. They were locked in a fierce confrontation, with the glimmer of blades and the tension of impending danger. At least it was no longer as inscrutable as before, where all one could see were two masses of light flashing about, accompanied only by the sounds of clashing weapons. It must be said, watching two temporal realm deities battle was devoid of any visual appeal, as one could scarcely see the combatants. By the time one did, the fight was typically over. Yet, as Yuan Gang observed the unfolding scene, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. With his years of combat experience, he sensed that Lin Qiye was still holding back. Rather than engaging Wang Mian in earnest, it appeared he was merely going through the motions. No, who was Wang Mian? Even if Lin Qiye suppressed his realm to lantern, it was improbable he could take it so lightly. Yuan Gang dismissed his own speculation, convinced he was overthinking it. Chapter 35. You all, attack together. He wondered how Lin Qiye and the others were faring. As Lin Qiye pondered this, he did not forget to aim a strike at Wang Mian. At this moment, he had switched to Tao Tai, for the scythe was simply too short for extended combat, suitable only for close-range skirmishes or surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Wang Mian was in a rather foul mood. The distance that had previously been insurmountable was now bridged with the change of weapon. Occasionally, he even drew a pistol to fire at Lin Qiye, catching him off guard, all the while calling it the new era of Iaido. If it were merely this, it would be tolerable, but Wang Mian felt that his opponent was toying with him. No matter when he activated the Temporal Marauder, Lin Qiye could always counter with time 0, and he had no intention of targeting Wang Mian's mask, only striking at his body. Eventually, the others ceased their battles, gathering to watch the spectacle. Notably, Yu Gue and Lin Qiye quickly concluded their skirmish, with Lin Qiye also refraining from taking his opponent's mask. Just as Lin Qiye had stated, this training session was necessary, and even for their own sake, they should not unmask their opponents. Qiao Yuan, on the other hand, was ensnared by the sealing scroll, brought forth by Bai Li Pang Pang, effectively turning him into a dumpling. Who do you think will win? Bai Li Pang Pang inquired, glancing at the panting vortex. Of course, our captain. Vortex's voice rose several octaves, and even through the mask, one could almost perceive his proud expression. What about you, Rose? Vortex turned to see Rose nestled close to Molly, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the question, she replied without hesitation. I, of course, support the captain. With that, she redirected her attention to Molly. After all, who wouldn't he be enamored by a captivating and ethereal beauty? Lin Qiye, what about you? Bali Pang Pang turned to Lin Qiye, seeking a pillar of support. I, of course, support Wang Mian. Lin Qiye gazed at the two engaged in combat in the distance, feeling a surge of excitement. It was now dark, and the Starry Night Dancer had activated. He felt a growing urge to join the fray and assist Wang Mian in overpowering Lin Xuan. Bali Pang Pang. It's not just Bali Pang Pang and the others. Even Vortex and the members of the masked squad felt a shock. Your team seems a bit off, doesn't it? Did you hear? Your teammates are all on my side. Wang Mian mocked mercilessly. Then, he saw Lin Xuan take a step back and pause. Just when he thought Lin Xuan was disheartened, Lin Xuan raised his gaze to the sky. Suddenly, he turned to the onlookers. What time is it? 8:50, 10 minutes until the end. Lin Xuan nodded. That will suffice. What do you mean, that will suffice? The others were puzzled, unaware of Lin Xuan's intentions. Then, they witnessed Lin Xuan extend his palm towards them, facing upward, beckoning. You all, attack together. At that moment, they were astonished to see Lin Xuan's eyes transform. From a profound black, they shifted to a resplendent gold. It was as if his irises were forged from gold, strikingly bright against the dark night. It resembled an ancient deity gazing down upon mortals, or a sovereign surveying his subjects. A mere glance sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to kneel and seek the king's forgiveness. Lin Qian, Bali Pang Pang's voice trembled, realizing he could barely withstand Lin Qian's gaze. Yet the warmth radiating from the necklace he wore allowed him to remain standing. What I mean is, you all should join forces. I am pressed for time. Wild, boundless madness. He seemed to regard no one with any seriousness. Lin Qian's actions undoubtedly represented the most advantageous strategy for himself. At this moment, his bloodline purity had reached 22, and those before him, be they from the masked squad or Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye, were all elites. Their forbidden realms served as excellent nourishment. To absorb the energy within the forbidden realm, Lin Qian had to remain within their domain, and with a one-to-many approach. As long as he could withstand the pressure, he would achieve the greatest enhancement in the forthcoming hour. To others, this was sheer audacity, youthful recklessness. In the underground training camp, upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Yuan Gang suddenly chuckled. This young man, possessing remarkable audacity. Before him stood two divine agents, multiple high-risk forbidden domain possessors, along with the elite forces of the masked squad. Even when confronted with such formidable adversaries, he dared to challenge them. Indeed, he was young and reckless. Ah, the folly of youth. To be young and not reckless is to squander one's youth. Chief Instructor, look at this. Let him be. For I am rather curious to see how far he can go. In front of the dormitory, the surviving new recruits either stood at the dormitory windows or sat amidst the distant ruins. Yet, regardless of who they were, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon the golden-eyed youth at the center, whose eyes blazed like burning gold. The young man surveyed the world around him, but few dared to meet his gaze. Anyone who caught sight of those golden eyes quickly averted their own, except for those nearby. What, are you afraid? Lin Qian's voice drifted through the air, sounding both provocative and questioning. Heh. Lin Qiye was the first to react, flinging his coat aside. He turned to Bali Tumming, saying, Chubby, lend me, Little White Slash once more. Little White Slash was a forbidden item that Bali had just lent to Lin Qiye when capturing Chao Yuan. It was a replica of the forbidden item, Slash White, capable of ignoring 5 meters of distance when drawn. The true Slash White could ignore distances of thousands of meters, delivering an unimpeded strike, claiming heads within 1,000 miles. He looked at Lin Qian, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I've long wanted to give you a good thrashing. Lin Qian responded, Class, please. Rolling his eyes. Beside them, Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li noticed Lin Qiye, making a move and stepped forward as well. Shen Qingzhu focused intently on Lin Qian, shedding some of his nonchalance. Throughout this contest, he had held Lin Qian in high regard. But it seemed he might need to elevate his assessment further. Seeing Mo Li rise, Rose followed suit, mimicking her every move. Chubby's tears flowed freely, overwhelmed with grievance. Just as he began to like a girl, it turned out she was likely into girls. How could he bear such a fate? Vortex, are you going? Yu Guei inquired of Vortex. No way. I'm already exhausted. Vortex vehemently shook his head, propping himself up with his hands on the ground, adopting a posture reminiscent of an old man. Then I won't go either. I'll just watch them fight. Yu Guei slumped back down as well. After battling Lin Qiye, he had lost all desire to move. However, Tianping stood up. Tianping, are you going too? To this, Tianping merely smiled. Quite interesting, wouldn't you agree? The crowd encircled Lin Qiye. Whether it was the surviving newcomers, the instructors underground, or the masked squad, all eyes were riveted on the youth with the blazing golden eyes. Lin Qiye scanned the surroundings. 6 in total. Then, he said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he beckoned Lin Qiye with a gesture. Come. Chapter 36. Lin Qiye dominates the crowd. Time Zero shines brilliantly. As Lin Qiye called out, Lin Qiye lunged forward, his eyes shimmering with golden light, shielding the others from the pressure emanating from Lin Qiye's golden gaze. Buzz. The blade sliced through the air with such speed that it produced a resonant hum. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, activating the temporal berserker, gripping Yi Yuan, and accelerating his speed to the utmost. In an instant, blades filled the sky. A colossal hammer and a massive katana came crashing down toward Lin Qiye. Shen Qizhu snapped his fingers. Once the ratio of oxygen to nitrogen reached a certain level, a mere spark could trigger an explosion. Tianping cupped his hands and pressed down, causing those around him to feel a sudden lightness, while Lin Qiye felt several times the weight pressing down upon his shoulders. The observers saw Lin Qiye standing dazedly in place, utterly immobile. Lin Qiye has overreached, was the collective thought, shared by both the onlookers and those attacking him. Such an overwhelming barrage was beyond his endurance. Yet, in the next moment, they perceived a fleeting blur. That figure suddenly vanished from sight. Only Wang Mian managed to catch a glimpse of the silhouette. But he soon realized he could not keep up. Indeed, despite sharing the same realm, he could not follow. Lin Qiye seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. As he sidestepped effortlessly, not even glancing back, while the massive hammer and the high-frequency vibrating katana narrowly grazed past him. A blade of light similarly skimmed his waist. This was Lin Qiye's little white slash, capable of ignoring 5 meters of distance. Had there been even the slightest miscalculation, Lin Qiye would have been crushed to the ground or struck down. But he was unharmed. Then, Wang Mian witnessed an even more astonishing spectacle. With a mere flick of his wrist, the imminent explosion dissipated into nothingness. With another wave, he effortlessly disarmed Mo Li and Lin Qiye, as if the world itself conspired to aid him. This sequence of events transpired in less than 3/10 of a second. Wang Mian barely registered a flash before Lin Qiye vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Qiye, wielding a cerulean rib knife, aiming a thrust at him. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye fired 2 shots from his left hand at Mo Li and Rose, targeting their calves. At that moment, Wang Mian faced 2 choices: save Lin Qiye or the 2 girls. Clearly, Lin Qiye had orchestrated this dilemma. Wang Mian, though not as swift as Lin Qiye, was hardly slow, and with his mastery of the temporal domain, he could still block the attack. Without hesitation, he dashed to the girls, swinging his black blade to intercept the strike aimed at them. Why hesitate over whom to save? Rose was his teammate, while Lin Qiye was not. Clang. As Lin Qiye thrust forward, Lin Qiye suddenly sprang into action, rolling away to evade the blow. Lin Qiye was inwardly astonished. That was a close call. Had it not been for the mundane divine domain allowing him to sense within a 20-meter radius, he would not have been able to discern Lin Qiye's form at all. It was fortunate that it was dusk. Otherwise, even if he could barely see, he would not have been able to react in time. He turned and swung his blade. But Lin Qiye had vanished again, like a ghost. Wang Mian scanned the area when he suddenly heard Lin Qiye's voice from the side. Be careful, he realized too late. Raising his blade in defense, but it was already too late. The killing intent surged forth in an instant. Gunfire and the clash of swords converged upon him from 2 distinct directions, arriving simultaneously. It was only when the bullet and blade drew near that he heard the gunshot. When did that happen? Wang Mian utilized the temporal domain to its fullest, evading the bullet aimed at his back, while he swung his long knife. Clang. Splurt. He managed to block the attack, yet it was not entirely thwarted. At the moment their blades collided, Lin Qiye swiftly drew a rib knife with his other hand, plunging it into Wang Mian, splattering blood. Wang Mian's eyes widened in shock, and he retreated 10 meters, distancing himself from the battlefield and rejoining Vortex and the others. When he reappeared, he bore no injuries. This was something only the masked squad, Lin Qiye, and a select few, like Yuan Gang, realized. Boss, are you not going to fight anymore? Vortex asked, astonished. I lost, Wang Mian replied softly, a statement only the nearby members of the masked squad and Lin Qiye heard. Yue seemed to sense something and spoke incredulously. What? You used power beyond the realm. Wang Mian nodded, his gaze fixed on the fleeting figure on the battlefield. Obscured beneath his mask, had Lin Qiye aimed for a vital spot, he would have been compelled to utilize power beyond the realm to survive. While Lin Qiye had the capability to do so, he refrained, much like how he never intended to strike at the mask. In the end, however, he still employed power beyond the realm to conceal his injuries. After Lin Qiye struck that fateful blow, Wang Mian voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield, conceding defeat. However, while he could accept loss, he could not allow the observing recruits to discover it. If they were to find out, they would undoubtedly discuss the matter ad nauseum. Although he did not remove his mask as per the rules, injuring the masked squad held more weight than merely unmasking. The recruits could easily exploit this incident, insisting that they had won the wager. Whether they accused him of cheating or claimed that their words were disregarded, the masked squad could not afford to lose. The training must continue. To forego training and send these recruits into battle would truly jeopardize their futures. Yet, he had not anticipated Lin Qiye's astounding strength. This was a 6-person assault, and even in a comparable realm of power, he held his ground against the onslaught with apparent ease. At that moment, Wang Mian finally realized that Lin Qiye had intentionally held back during their confrontation, and he had more than one card up his sleeve. The duration of his time-related abilities clearly exceeded his own, and he had not even witnessed Lin Qiye utilize the technique of telekinetically launching weapons during their skirmish. It seemed he had underestimated him. Wang Mian chuckled softly. Indeed, the new generation of recruits harbored remarkable talent. The realm of time is indeed a terrifying domain. Chapter 37. Lin Qiye stained with blood. A bloody dragon remains a dragon. As Wang Mian's thoughts settled, he focused intently on Lin Qiye, only to observe that in the brief moments following his exit from the battlefield, both Chang Wei and Tian Ping had similarly withdrawn. Neither bore significant wounds, though they appeared somewhat disheveled, staring blankly at the scene before them. Chang Wei gingerly touched her neck, her expression behind the mask revealing complexity. She had been forced out of the battle by Lin Qiye. In that fleeting instant, his blade had been poised at her throat. Yet he ultimately chose to allow her to withdraw voluntarily. Recalling the wager made with Yuan Gang and the recruits, she quickly understood, stepping out of the fray. She exchanged a glance with Tian Ping, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. It appeared that Tian Ping, like her, had been compelled to retreat. The two approached Captain Wang Mian, silently observing the arena. It was peculiar. Why had the masked squad all retreated? Perhaps they felt it unfair to gang up on a single opponent and chose to withdraw? They were already struggling against one, let alone facing 3 simultaneously. Surrounding recruits whispered among themselves, offering what they believed to be reasonable conjectures. Ah, I see. It's no wonder. The masked squad is indeed formidable. They were likely just toying with him and never intended to engage seriously. Could it be that the 3 were driven out? Some voiced dissent, but their arguments were quickly dismissed. Come on, guys, this is the masked squad we're talking about. You've seen their prowess. Do you really think they couldn't last even a few seconds? Hearing such remarks, Chang Wei felt heat rise to her cheeks. In truth, she had not managed to withstand even a few seconds. Meanwhile, Wang Mian glanced at the 2 approaching figures, then at the lingering shadow of Lin Qiye, internally lamenting. Clearly, Lin Qiye had shown restraint, granting them a semblance of dignity. After dispatching Wang Mian, Lin Qiye had swiftly dealt with the 2, but had chosen to allow the masked squad to exit without further harm. He owed Lin Qiye a favor. At that moment, Lin Qiye's time-related ability had also entered cooldown. In truth, he had wished to engage the 3 members of the masked squad for a bit longer, but circumstances dictated otherwise. These 3 were elite squad members, excelling in both combat experience and teamwork. Had he not prioritized their elimination, he risked a turnaround once his time ability expired. Thus, he had to settle for absorbing less energy and eliminating them from the fray. If the members of the masked squad could hear Lin Qiye's thoughts, they would be rendered speechless. To avoid a setback, he had no choice but to eliminate them. How could one utter such sentiments and still consider themselves human? At present, only 2 remained on the battlefield, Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and Mo Li. She didn't even see how the blade had flown out. All she felt was a sudden force that left her arm tingling. Shen Qingzhu glanced at his hand, and then at Lin Qiye, his expression one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, as the air around Lin Qiye was about to explode, he sensed something had disrupted the impending explosion. It felt as if countless shards of air had transformed into swirling blades, distorting the gas that was supposed to erupt. Something was amiss. This individual was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. That maneuver did not seem to stem from time-related abilities, but rather resembled his own. The capacity to manipulate gas. Could one person truly possess 2 realms of power? Shen Qingzhu was uncertain. He merely felt outmatched. He wasn't foolish. If he couldn't even unleash an explosion, what hope did he have in combat? He decided to withdraw from the arena, sitting aside, leaving only Lin Qiye, Mo Li, and Lin Qiye in the fray. Lin Qiye mused, just moments ago, there were 6 of us fighting together, and now, mere seconds later, it's down to just him? Not only did Lin Qiye feel exasperated, but Lin Xuan shared the sentiment. He had not anticipated that Xin Qingzhu would outright refuse to fight. It seemed that his earlier use of the blood-sucking scythe to disrupt the air had been noticed, leading Xin Qingzhu to deduce that his gas manipulation could not threaten Lin Qiye, prompting a decisive retreat. Your time ability should be over now, right? Lin Qiye fixed his gaze on Lin Qiye, gripping his long knife tightly. The capabilities of time were exceedingly formidable. Had he not reacted swiftly and possessed keen mental acuity, he would have already fallen prey. Fortunately, Lin Qian's time ability had an extended cooldown, requiring at least 7 or 8 minutes before it could be employed again. Finally, they would have a proper match. Lin Qiye brimmed with fighting spirit, akin to a sharp arrow or a fledgling eagle soaring just above the ground, piercing through the night. A glimmer of cold light surged forth. Clang! Lin Qiye raised his blade to block, his earlier nonchalance now replaced with focus. Lin Qiye was indeed a remarkable opponent. Particularly at night, he could not be measured by ordinary standards. Following closely was a colossal katana, crashing down with tremendous force. Mole's realm, known as vibrational frequency manipulation, allowed her to control the vibrational frequency of all objects within her domain that came into direct or indirect contact with her. Lin Qiye sidestepped the attack, not even glancing as he blocked Lin Qiye's advance with another strike, simultaneously delivering a sidekick that sent Mole staggering back. There was no need for further delay. A decisive blow was in order. Lin Qiye leaped back and spoke, "Let us settle this." Lin Qiye paused for 2 seconds, then nodded in agreement. Almost at the instant Lin Qiye nodded, a golden light surged in Lin Qiye's eyes, resembling 2 roaring furnaces ablaze with intensity. Lin Qiye's eyes mirrored that brilliance, an indescribable solemnity and authority enveloping those present. Mole, positioned at the heart of the battlefield, felt the effect most acutely. Her hand gripping the massive katana trembled. She realized she could not intrude upon their confrontation. Any interference in their duel would be the gravest sacrilege. Neither man had even struck yet, but the aura they exuded rendered anyone unable to withstand it. The winds howled, and in the pitch-black night, only the 2 pairs of golden eyes shone brilliantly. Silence reigned in the atmosphere. All that could be heard were the breaths of those present. Below, the instructors watched in awe, too afraid to even breathe. Crack! Unbeknownst to which spectator had grown too tense, a sound inadvertently escaped them. In that instant, both combatants moved simultaneously, transforming into fleeting shadows. Swish! The sound of blades clashing resonated, prompting the audience to gasp in unison. Lin Qiye swung his long knife diagonally into Lin Qian's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, a blade from an Adakin knife was pressed against Lin Qiye's neck, drawing a line of blood. The entire arena fell into silence, with everyone staring in astonishment. Wang Mian observed the scene, his gaze sharp. He was certain that the clash between the 2 was something even he could not withstand. Regardless of who it was, he could not block it. Yet, beyond shock, there was a sense of satisfaction. He looked at the 2, a smile in his eyes. Perhaps soon, the Great Xia would welcome a new special team. I look forward to it. Huh, what did you say, boss? Xuan scratched his head, puzzled. Nothing, let us go. Time's up, Wang Mian replied, turning towards the training ground. The clock had struck 9, and the competition had concluded. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang Pang gaped in disbelief, vigorously patting Chao Yuan, who was tied up like a dumpling. Chao Yuan, did you see that? The speed of Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye just now. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Li Pang Pang turned to look at Chao Yuan, only to find him glaring resentfully, his mouth tightly sealed by a spell. I would like to say something, but I can't even open my mouth. Chao Yuan had awakened the moment Lin Qiye extended the invitation, but Lin Qiye had bound him too tightly, rendering him speechless. He had witnessed the entire battle, and his inner shock was no less than Bai Li Pang Pang's, perhaps even more so. Unlike the other recruits, he had an instinct that the 3 members of the masked team did not withdraw voluntarily, but were compelled to do so. The question then arose, who could force 3 members of the masked team to retreat in mere seconds? Chao Yuan's gaze fixated on a tall young man with black hair, whose golden vertical pupils had faded, yet few dared to approach him. Bloodstained and standing amidst the ruins, he resembled a deity descended upon the earth. Chapter 38. The joy of being awakened, like a release from life I concede. Lin Qiye said nonchalantly. Lin Qiye had employed a strategy of trading injury for victory. Had it been on the battlefield, he might have already perished. However, he never expected this individual to be so relentless. Lin Qiye regarded Lin Qiye with a somewhat impolite expression. Just moments ago, when he had struck Lin Qiye's shoulder, he found it oddly resistant. Come on. I wield a forbidden weapon. Although not of high grade, it is still a forbidden weapon. This is a knife. And you are flesh. How can I not cut through? Lin Qiye wanted to voice his frustrations, opening his mouth to utter 2 words, but ultimately refrained. Wait for the medical staff to arrive and let them help you remove it. Lin Qiye instructed Lin Xuan, as the small knife remained embedded in his shoulder. That's unnecessary. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and to Lin Qiye's astonishment, he pulled the knife out directly. You're insane. Lin Qiye's eyes widened as he grabbed Lin Xuan by the collar and shouted, ignoring the blood splattered across his face. He could hardly contain his anger. Such reckless action could lead to excessive blood loss, potentially resulting in death before help arrived. Simultaneously, the instructors who were about to leave the underground area witnessed the scene, equally astonished. They had not anticipated Lin Xuan's audacity in removing the knife. Yuan Gang, who was in contact with the medical team, was equally bewildered, only reacting moments later to shout at those around him. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Gang turned to the live broadcast screen, only to be taken aback again. There. Lin Xuan merely shrugged, gestured for Lin Qiye to release his grip on his collar, and proceeded to remove his bloodstained shirt. His physique, reminiscent of a perfect ancient Greek sculpture, exposed before the crowd, elicited gasps from the nearby girls. What is so impressive about that? Emily shot a glance, pursing her lips, then looked again, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Xuan paid no mind to the gazes of those around him, simply showing Lin Qiye his shoulder wound. In such a short time, the wound had already stopped bleeding. Stopped bleeding already? This is unbelievable. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. Had he worried for nothing? What kind of physical condition did this creature possess? His recovery speed, resilience, endurance, strength, and speed seemed to be off the charts. Was this truly human? Lin Qiye contemplated designating Lin Xuan a new species, aptly named the Lin Xuan beast. Lin Qiye, no longer concerned about whether Lin Xuan required treatment, figured that at this rate of clotting, he would likely be fine after a good night's sleep. He picked up the small knife that Lin Xuan had discarded on the ground and seized Lin Xuan's shirt, meticulously wiping the blood off the blade. Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan approached, with Bai Li Pang Pang patting his ample belly. Lin Xuan, you really make me envious. If I had muscles like yours, Emily would surely accept my pursuit. As they walked towards the dormitory building, Bai Li Pang Pang and Emily exchanged heartfelt declarations, only to be rejected by Emily. Thus, Bai Li Pang Pang became the melancholy little prince, needing no consolation from others, as he began to motivate himself again. It's all right. Even without muscles, I believe I can win Emily's heart. My father always says women are emotional and have no immunity to cute animals. Emily must be the same. What are you planning to give her? Chao Yuan inquired. Perhaps a Bugatti Veyron, a Hummer, a Jaguar, a Land Rover, and of course, a heavenly cat. The other 3 responded simultaneously. Are these animals? Bai Li Pang Pang's simple words rendered everyone present silent. Having cleaned the knife, Lin Qiye tossed the shirt to Lin Xuan and walked towards the training ground. The competition had concluded, and it was time for the instructors to announce the results. Lin Xuan caught the shirt and put it on. What other option did he have? He couldn't very well go to the training ground shirtless. That would feel quite odd. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to flaunt his bare torso in front of hundreds during training. He wasn't like Caesar from the Dragon Clan, eager to showcase his primal physique to the girls. Let us go. Lin Xuan followed Lin Qiye, with the other 2 trailing behind. Upon arriving at the training ground, Mo Li, Shun Qingzhu, and others had already arrived, waiting for them. Mo Li and Shun Qingzhu nodded slightly in acknowledgement as Lin Xuan and his trio approached, saying little more. Not just the 2 of them, but all the other recruits also took note of their presence. Given the overwhelming might displayed in the previous battle, they believed they could hardly endure such power, let alone withstand their attacks. Surviving was already a blessing. A combat machine among the trash. They chuckled, as the phrase combat machine among the trash seemed to overly flatter them. If those 2 were considered trash, what were they? With a collective sigh, they could only admit their respect. The instructors stood on the demonstration platform, with Yuan Gang at the center, surveying the crowd below. After the competition, none of you managed to unmask the members of the masked team. Yuan Gang's voice boomed from the stage. He cast a subtle glance at Lin Xuan and his companions, noting Lin Xuan's relaxed demeanor, devoid of any signs of injury, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, through the live feed, all the instructors had witnessed Lin Xuan reveal his wound. When everyone realized that Lin Xuan's injury had already stopped bleeding, they all gasped. Even Yuan Gang was no exception. What has this kid been eating? His recovery speed is like a rocket. Could it be a blessing granted by the gods? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to conduct a check after the event to ensure everything was in order. Deep in thought, he continued, "Don't even mention removing the masks. Aside from a select few among you, not a single one of you has even touched each other. It's utterly laughable." As Yuan Gang's words echoed through the air, nearly everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Xuan and his three companions, particularly focusing on Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, while a few also glanced at Shen Qingzhu and Mali. Unbeknownst to Yuan Gang, as he spoke, both Rose and Tianping lowered their heads, with even Wang Mian slightly bowing. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that he hadn't even brushed against the little monster Lin Xuan. Yue stood silently to the side, while the vortex whispered mischievously in Rose and Tianping's ears, brimming with unspoken arrogance. If one were to look down, they would see that Tianping and Rose were gripping each other's hands tightly, having been swiftly defeated by the rookie, and now their frustration had nowhere to be released. While the vortex dared to provoke them, tonight, it seemed the vortex would not have a pleasant time. According to the agreement, since you have lost, cast aside that inexplicable pride of yours. Hiss, is it about sealing the Forbidden Ruins? Lin Xuan suddenly realized the implications of Yuan Gang's words. To seal the Forbidden Ruins using forbidden objects. It is well known that forbidden objects are so named because they contain forbidden ruins. Take the blade Zhanbai as an example. Its value as the Baijia family's treasured possession stems from the fact that it harbors the forbidden ruin of sequence 61, Zhanbai. Since Yuan Gang was confident that he could seal all the rookies' forbidden ruins, it must be a formidable forbidden ruin of a high sequence level. Moreover, he recalled that in the original story, Lin Qiye's divine ruin had not been sealed. This meant he could still take advantage of Brother Qiye. How perfect! After defeating 6 opponents, Lin Qian's bloodline purity had successfully risen to 23%, and having rapidly increased 3 levels shortly after his arrival, felt like savoring a refreshing slice of watermelon during the sweltering summer military training. Pure bliss. The second aspect pertains to the application of forbidden ruins and tactical theory. Rest assured, by that time, I will ensure you utilize the forbidden ruins to the point of exhaustion, until your mental faculties are completely drained. Lin Xuan, why are you laughing so much? Li Pangpang looked at Lin Xuan, unsure how to describe his expression, which resembled that of a little man with a newfound sense of achievement. Exactly, Lin Qiye interjected. Lin Xuan shot a disdainful glance at the two. Are you two being polite? During physical training, Chao Yuan raised his hand. What is it? It seems that aside from our dormitory building, the other 5 have been completely demolished. Where will they stay tonight? Embarrassingly, one of those buildings was likely destroyed due to him drawing his weapon during the fight with the vortex. By the time he regained consciousness, it had already turned into ruins, and many rookies were likely buried beneath it. Fortunately, the instructors were there to cover for them, so most were unharmed. Hiss. Li Pangpang felt that Chao Yuan's question was quite astute and began to ponder deeply. With only one dormitory building intact, and Molly having nowhere to stay tonight, could it be? The more he thought, the brighter his eyes gleamed, occasionally breaking into a mischievous grin. Chao Yuan observed Li Pangpang's expression, then glanced at Lin Xuan, accurately remarking, it resembles Lin Xian's expression before, but looks even more lecherous. Lin Xuan, Li Pangpang. Who is lecherous? Clarify who you're calling lecherous. Before Li Pangpang could press further, he suddenly caught sight of 6 intact buildings before him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, Qiye, am I seeing things? Lin Qiye glanced at the buildings and immediately found it reasonable. He had suspected that the masked team had destroyed things without restraint as they had a backup plan. Lin Xuan, however, did not pay attention to the few dormitory buildings. Instead, he was focused on the 5 black dots disappearing in the distance, clad in dark gray cloaks, the masked team. Lin Xuan took the lead towards the dormitory building, ignoring the already shattered Li Pangpang. I hope the cafeteria opens tomorrow. The supplies from the training camp are hardly sufficient, and my beef jerky and chocolate are nearly finished. Ding. The sound resonated in Lin Xian's ears like a soul-stirring call. Fortunately, he had developed the habit of using his blood-sucking scythe to regulate the sound to a level bearable for normal humans. Otherwise, that sudden noise would have startled him into jumping up. Lin Xuan sat up, shaking his head. Damn it, who is sitting on my eyelids? Can you please get up? I can't even open my eyes. He mumbled, squinting towards Chao Yuan, who appeared to be sleeping quite soundly, nestled under his pillow. Lin Xuan approached him and snatched the pillow away. Wake up. The whistle has blown. Qiye doesn't want you anymore. Why? Chao Yuan sprang up, his head colliding with the railing with a loud clang. Ouch. He held his head, disregarding the pain, and merely asked, why doesn't Qiye want me? With that expression and tone, if Chao Yuan were a girl, Lin Qiye would undoubtedly be the worst kind of scoundrel. Chapter 39. The Burdened Devil Training. Lin Xuan attempts to challenge his limits. Qiye, don't abandon me. In the training field, Qiao Yuan clung to Lin Qiye's leg, wailing loudly. The surrounding rookies and instructors whispered amongst themselves. What happened? I don't know. It feels like a tale of abandonment. Could it be that this Lin Qiye has found a new love, hence abandoning him? It sounds so intriguing. Not you too. Are you shipping this? Of course. Shipping everything keeps my diet balanced. Overthinking it. Shipping everything will only lead to fiery moods. What kind of fire? Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around them. Lin Qiye did his best to reassure Qiao Yuan that he would not abandon him. Once Qiao Yuan released his grip on Lin Qiye's leg, Lin Qiye sighed in relief. Even though he was indifferent to others' opinions, he couldn't withstand such a situation. Lin Qiye turned to Lin Xuan, knowing that the instigator of this incident was none other than the scoundrel before him. At this moment, nearly all the rookies had gathered, yet most appeared dazed, as if still caught in a dream. It was only 3 in the morning. Those who had slept the earliest had barely rested for 5 hours. Not to mention some had not slept at all and were just roused from slumber. An instructor stood on the platform, his expression stern, and after counting the heads, his demeanor slightly relaxed upon confirming that everyone had arrived. Ignoring the resentful glances from the rookies, he spoke loudly. From the time the whistle blows until the assembly is complete, a total of 13 minutes have passed. Today marks the first day of your training camp. You were slow to arrive, but I will not penalize you. However, remember this, from now on, whenever the whistle sounds, you must assemble within 3 minutes. If you are late, well, the consequences are yours to bear. Now, everyone, put on your weights and run 10 laps to warm up. The instructor pointed to the weights at his feet. But that was not the end. He then pointed at Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye. You two will run 30 laps with weights. If you don't finish, you are not allowed to rest. The instructor's words elicited no complaints. Everyone found it perfectly normal. Both of them were exceptional individuals, and since they were the elites among the rookies, it was only reasonable for them to meet higher training standards. Lin Xuan shrugged, appearing indifferent. Lin Qiye stepped forward, weighing the load, which was at least 20 to 30 pounds. Running 30 laps with such a weight posed a challenge for him, as he did not possess Lin Xuan's physical prowess. The others also donned their weights, and at that moment, Lin Qiye heard a startled exclamation. I can't use my forbidden ruin. The individual had intended to utilize their forbidden ruin to lighten the burden, but discovered that their internal forbidden ruin had been utterly sealed, rendering it unusable. It is quite normal, as the chief instructor mentioned, that in the first half of the year, he would use forbidden items to seal our restricted area, rendering us akin to ordinary individuals. Ordinary individuals? Lin Qiye felt the potent energy coursing through his body and realized that both the Starry Night Dancer and the mundane Divine Ruins had indeed encountered some limitations. However, these were merely restrictions, not complete prohibitions. He turned to Lin Xuan beside him and inquired, Can you still use time 0? Yes, Lin Xuan replied candidly. For him, the sealing of the restricted area posed no hindrance whatsoever. He felt no limitations at all. After all, what he possessed was not something that could be confined by such a seal. Yet, his focus lay elsewhere. He sensed an unceasing flow of energy surging into his being and contemplated. The grade of this forbidden item seemed quite high. And with it remaining active for the next 6 months, at this rate, his bloodline purity might exceed 30 by that time. What a boon. A smile involuntarily crept across Lin Xuan's face. What could possibly evoke more joy than a visible elevation in one's capabilities? Especially when one could experience such growth even while lying idle. Of course, Lin Xuan would never allow himself to be complacent. The enhancement of bloodline purity was merely one facet of strength. He also needed to elevate his own realm. He could sense that he was on the cusp of reaching the pool realm. Even if he did nothing, within a few weeks, it would likely come to fruition. He eagerly anticipated what changes time 0 would undergo after ascending to the pool realm. Would it, as he had initially speculated, evolve into a domain, transforming from individual acceleration to group acceleration? If that were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon, especially since he wouldn't have to endure the same drawbacks as Wang Mian, who, after utilizing the time Divine Ruins, felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, even at the cost of his longevity. Wang Mian, do you have any manners? The training ground was vast, at least several times larger than the school playground. Even running a single lap around the training field would leave the average, less active individual gasping for breath like a punctured bellows. And for them, after the sealing of the restricted area, their physical prowess was only slightly superior to that of ordinary people. Completing 10 laps was undoubtedly a monumental task for these new recruits. Except for Lin Xuan. When the instructor commanded, Lin Xuan immediately commenced his journey of laps. In the beginning, he exerted every ounce of his strength to run, aiming to quickly discover his physical limits. To onlookers, it appeared as if a whirlwind swept past them repeatedly, despite carrying a weight of 20 to 30 pounds. He remained as light as a feather. Bai Li Pangpang pointed towards the direction Lin Qiye had dashed off to, then turned to Chao Yuan with an expression of disbelief. Bai Li Pangpang was so exhausted that he could scarcely speak, yet Chao Yuan understood his sentiments. There was no denying it. They simply could not compete. So it was best to run at their own pace. Chao Yuan shrugged, remarking that exercise was said to be a form of enjoyment. And it certainly seemed to be true for Lin Qiye. Exercise is indeed a joy, but I am not one to pursue mere pleasure. Bai Li Pangpang felt on the verge of tears. Lin Qiye swiftly accomplished his objective, yet he did not stop. Likewise, Lin Qiye continued on. Knowing he could not match Lin Qiye's speed, but his goal was not the same. He too wished to test the limits of his own capabilities. On the martial arts platform, the instructor observed the two figures racing against each other, as the once silent black sky transformed into a direct shade of gray. Dawn was breaking. On the training ground, only 3 individuals remained running laps. Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye, and Bai Li Pangpang. They even neglected the sticky sweat on their bodies, too weary to bother with a shower. Others remained in the area, watching the trio, including Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan. Naturally, some had fainted and were carried away by the medical team. At last, the horizon began to glow with a pale light. Lin Qiye and the others finally came to a halt. Bai Li Pangpang had completed his laps, from 3 in the morning until the sun had risen, finally finishing his rounds. As for Lin Qiye, he was smiling. After running at top speed for over 2 hours, his stamina had been exhausted, yet he pushed himself further, striving to continually surpass his limits. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the world of slaying gods. The brutal and bloody Four Divine Church was nearby, and numerous foreign deities coveted the Great Xia, even Cthulhu, who always watched human civilization with predatory eyes. It could be said that danger lurked at every turn. What Lin Qiye could do was to enhance himself as much as possible before calamity struck. Only in this way could he avert some tragedies and save those he wished to protect. For instance, if he were powerful enough, invincible even, there would be no need to worry about disturbing the main storyline. If he reached that level, he could easily crush the Ghost-Face King into a pulp with a mere slap, thus rescuing old Zhao. What did it matter about the main storyline? I am the main storyline. Lin Qiye firmly believed in one principle. Only by incessantly honing oneself can one attain the freedom and confidence to choose one's future. Soaked in sweat, Lin Qiye felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Lin Qiye, come here. He turned to find the person approaching was none other than Yuan Gang. What could possibly warrant the chief instructor's personal visit? Bai Li Pangpang, who had originally been slumped like a rag doll, suddenly found the strength to shuffle closer to Lin Qiye, whispering, "How would I know?" Lin Qiye replied, feeling too drained to even think, wishing only to lie on the ground, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. "Please take a seat." Yuan Gang opened the door, leading Lin Qiye into an office. Lin Qiye sat in a chair, surveying the room. The office was sparsely decorated, with black, grid-like cabinets lining the walls, housing various unknown documents. Yuan Gang got straight to the point, stating that Wang Mian had informed him that during the competition, Lin Qiye had deliberately refrained from touching the masks of the false-face team, and thus, he owed Lin Qiye a favor. Moreover, in Yuan Gang's view, even they owed him a debt of gratitude. Yuan Gang fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lin Qiye. "If you have any requests, feel free to express them. As long as they are not too outrageous, I can arrange them for you as compensation." Lin Qiye did not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Lin Qiye had similarly procured a valuable item from Yuan Gang. "I have 2 requests. First, I would like a spiritual defense type forbidden item." "Certainly," Yuan Gang readily agreed. "And the second?" "Secondly, I hope to receive special treatment in my training." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang was about to frown, but Lin Qiye quickly added, "Of course, by special treatment, I do not mean preferential treatment, but rather that my training volume and intensity must exceed that of others. Otherwise, it would be ineffective." Yuan Gang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. In truth, even if Lin Qiye had not mentioned it, he would have done so anyway. Lin Qiye's extraordinary physical prowess was already evident to all. Furthermore, he had heard that before Lin Qiye arrived, the instructor had already made them run 60 to 70 laps, worrying that he might overwork himself. The instructor in question was the stern coach who organized everyone's laps. Yet when Yuan Gang approached, Lin Qiye appeared as though nothing had fazed him, aside from his clothes being soaked with sweat. However, Lin Qiye was not entirely unscathed. He was not made of iron. Merely his recovery speed was remarkably rapid, and his previously labored breathing soon returned to a steady rhythm. "Oh, regarding the special treatment, I have one last small condition." Yuan Gang noticed that Lin Qiye appeared somewhat bashful as he spoke. Go ahead. Yuan Gang was in a good mood and was curious about what could possibly make Lin Qiye feel embarrassed. Well, my appetite is slightly larger than others. I may need. I was wondering what that was. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, stating, it's merely a matter of appetite. With such robust physical fitness, this young lad will certainly require a substantial intake. Can he not afford it? Rest assured, as long as you can consume it, I guarantee you will not go hungry. A knowing smile played on Yuan Gang's face, for he was well aware of the meager offerings typically provided to the new recruits in the mess hall. As long as Lin Qiye could eat, Yuan Gang was more than willing to let him indulge freely. Lin Qiye scratched his head and smiled back, his expression utterly harmless. At that moment, Yuan Gang remained oblivious to the true extent of Lin Qiye's capacity for food, underestimating what he referred to as a little bit. Perhaps only later would he come to realize how modest Lin Qiye's claim truly was. This, perhaps, epitomizes the subtlety of the Great Xia. Chapter 40. Finally, mealtime. Lin Qiye, a ravenous tiger unleashed, and Lin Qiye, facing a formidable adversary. The sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Lin Qiye, having barely settled into bed, sprang up and dashed towards the training ground. Li Pang, on the verge of tears, endured the ache in his arms and hurriedly donned his clothes. His expression a mix of confusion and fatigue. Upon arrival at the training ground, Lin Qiye and Li Pang encountered Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan. Lin Qiye, what did instructor Yuan Gang summon you for? Li Pang inquired. He mentioned my physical condition was somewhat unique and that I might be treated with special consideration in the future. I see, Li Pang nodded, albeit with his eyes still shut, revealing his interest in Lin Qiye's situation, yet he was utterly exhausted. On the platform, Instructor Hong pressed the stopwatch in hand and surveyed the gathered recruits, visibly pleased. Except for a few still at the medical station, the rest had assembled. At last, we can commence our meal. Li Pang's previously closed eyelids shot wide open, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, Qiye, why do you look so serious? His words drew the attention of Qiao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu, who were nearby. Lin Qiye's countenance was unusually grave, as if he were about to face a formidable foe. In truth, he had never seen Lin Qiye this serious, even during their skirmishes with the masked team. What could have transpired? Despite the curiosity surrounding him, Lin Qiye offered no explanation. Within his mental perception, he sensed Lin Qiye's leg muscles were taut, coiled like a spring. He vividly recalled Lin Qiye's terrifying speed and capacity for consumption, and these past few days, it appeared that Lin Qiye had scarcely been satiated. After all, the rations provided at the supply station were calibrated for an average adult, leaving Lin Qiye to rely on compressed biscuits to stave off hunger, merely a temporary measure, not a means to satiation. It was evident that the logistical personnel preparing the food at the training camp were unaware of Lin Qiye's extraordinary appetite. Considering the necessity to avoid food wastage, the portions prepared in the mess hall were likely aligned closely with the total number of recruits. Even if there were a surplus, it would not be substantial. Furthermore, having gone days without adequate sustenance, Lin Qiye was now in a state akin to a famished beast unleashed, comparable to a man who had been single for 20 years suddenly encountering a stunning beauty, eager to embrace him and obey his every command. To neglect such an opportunity would be a disservice to oneself. Take my advice. When we enter the mess hall, do not hesitate. Grab your share of food as soon as you see it, Lin Qiye urged, his demeanor serious. This is not merely a meal, it is a battle that will determine whether we can satisfy our hunger. Of course, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have acted accordingly, Li Pang. Dazed from hunger, hardly grasped Lin Qiye's intent. Was it merely a matter of rushing to eat? Why was Qiye so intense? Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, sensed something deeper but merely nodded silently, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. Enough. It's time to eat. Instructor Hong waved his hand and turned to leave. Simultaneously, Li Pang charged out at breakneck speed, employing every ounce of energy he had. Yet, a figure darted past him even quicker. Like an arrow slicing through the air, a shadow, propelled by wild winds, surged past the onlookers. The gust rustled their clothing, creating a cacophony. The crowd barely had time to register the identity of the figure before Lin Qiye surged into the mess hall. As they entered, a strange sound echoed through the room, one that resembled a ferocious beast tearing into its prey, accompanied by the terrifying sounds of chewing. When the gathered recruits turned towards the source of the noise, they were left in stunned silence. A tall figure with dark hair hunched over, illuminated by the morning sun streaming through the window, casting a dark shadow upon the pristine white wall. This shadow was engaged in a frenzied consumption of bloody meat. crimson droplets cascading from its mouth and splattering the ground, creating a vivid tapestry of red. Lin Qiye stood nearby, equally repulsed yet compelled to consume raw meat. He also reached for a steamed bun from a nearby bowl. Upon entering, Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, astonished that their breakfast consisted of raw beef and buns. The raw meat, still dripping with blood, carried an odd taste that was difficult to swallow. Yet, Lin Qiye knew he had no choice. He needed to replenish his strength. Furthermore, if he didn't eat quickly, there would be nothing left. He had no doubt that if he hesitated, that mountain of raw meat would vanish into Lin Xian's insatiable stomach. Is that Lin Qiye? Someone recognized the towering figure by the pile of raw meat. The sight of him, seemingly starved for an eternity, with blood smeared across his lips, resembled a wild tiger that had gone days without food. Even without the use of golden eyes or deliberately unleashing the dragon's might of Nidhogg, the mere sight of him compelled many recruits to instinctively step back. Li Pang approached Lin Qiye, his expression contorting as he gazed at the bowl of raw meat. Is this really what we're eating? Raw meat and buns? Is there nothing else? Chao Yuan, unfazed, simply snatched a large piece of raw meat from the bowl and devoured it in a matter of moments. He recalled Lin Qiye's earlier words. Initially, he had not grasped their meaning, but now, observing Lin Qiye's voracious appetite and the rapidly depleting pile of raw meat, he felt he had gained insight. Chao Yuan exchanged a strange glance with Lin Qiye, his eyes questioning. Lin Qiye affirmed his suspicions. Li Pang, what are you two whispering about? Li Pang sensed an unusual camaraderie between them, feeling excluded. He immediately grew wary, recalling the dynamics of ancient dramas, where he, Li Pang, was the rightful partner of Lin Qiye, while Chao Yuan played the role of the consort. Now, it seemed the consort was challenging the established bond between him and Lin Qiye. Chao Yuan merely chuckled, saying nothing. Hey, who made this food? Come out here. Is this fit for human consumption? Shen Qingzhu bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the mess hall. Moments later, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen, his face as grim as a thundercloud. Who is calling? It's you. Look at this. Can this possibly be food? Shen Qingzhu pointed at the bowl of raw beef. The old man followed his gaze, suddenly struck dumb. When Shen Qingzhu turned to look at the direction he had pointed, he too was left speechless. Where did all that raw meat go? Chapter 41. Not a comrade, but do you possess an insatiable abyss for a stomach? In the brief moment he had looked away, how had the raw meat disappeared? Shen Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the blood-stained empty plate, then at Lin Qiye beside him. At that moment, Lin Qiye was meticulously wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth with a bun, and without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, demonstrating his commitment to waste not a morsel of food. Unlike Shen Qingzhu, the other new recruits had witnessed Lin Qiye systematically dismantling that heap of meat, and it was unclear who first reacted, rushing toward the plate filled with buns. Lin Qiye was still eating, seemingly oblivious to the frenzy around him. The elder was equally astonished, perhaps even more so than Shen Qingzhu. His surprise stemmed from the remarkably high caliber of this batch of recruits, having devoured all the raw meat in under 5 minutes without a hint of hesitation. This was something he himself would never consider consuming, were it not for the necessity of training. Who would willingly eat such fare? At that moment, a group of 7 clad in gray cloaks approached. Among them a young man with a lively complexion and bruises at the corners of his eyes, who waved at the elder. Old son, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Even without their masks, the group was instantly recognized as the Faceless Squad. The lively young man, without a doubt, was Vortex. As for the bruises at his eyes, he would simply attribute them to a fall. It's been a while since I've savored your culinary skills. One of the 2 women in the group remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Oh, it's you rascals. Old son's face brightened upon seeing them. Come, have a seat. I'll fetch you some dishes. He pulled out chairs and hurried to the kitchen, returning with a delectable array of dishes, succulent prawns in oil, braised pork knuckles, crispy roasted suckling pig, accompanied by refreshing spicy cabbage and tangy pickles, along with a bowl of rice porridge. The enticing aroma enveloped the recruits, tightening their throats in longing as they watched the Faceless Squad indulge in the feast. Why are we stuck with raw meat when there's a proper meal right in front of them? Someone grumbled, feeling indignant. They did not seek a feast like the Faceless Squad, but merely wished for something edible. The raw meat was revolting, and the buns were as hard as bricks. Far from fit for human consumption. Eat it or not, this is all there is for you now. You must consume the raw meat. Old son insisted. But we didn't even get to eat the raw meat. A new recruit protested weakly. Old son was taken aback, glancing at the already empty raw meat platter. Then realizing the logic. Who told you to avoid eating the raw meat? Others got to it before you. As I mentioned earlier, This batch of recruits is quite impressive. They finish the raw meat so quickly. In the past, even Rose couldn't manage a single piece. Vortex chuckled teasingly, only to be playfully reprimanded by Rose, who grabbed his ear. Dare you tease your aunt? Vortex, I suppose you're courting death. Why not mention yourself? Ouch. That hurts. Sister Rose, be gentle. Call me Lily. Amid their playful banter, another recruit spoke up. But the raw meat, most of us didn't eat any. It all went into one person's stomach. Silence ensued. A brief, yet palpable silence. Huh. Rose ceased her teasing of Vortex, and the entire faceless squad, along with Old Sun, turned their gazes to the new recruit. Who? The recruit trembled as he pointed to a tall figure. Lin Qiye was sitting at a nearby table, legs crossed, rubbing his belly against the chair back with a look of utter satisfaction, as if he had achieved the pinnacle of fulfillment. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Lin Qiye waved with a smile, revealing dried blood between his teeth. The sight of a seemingly refined gentleman smiling at you, only to reveal blood-stained gaps between his teeth, was nothing short of grotesque. Are you certain he consumed nearly all the raw meat? And the buns? Lin Qiye interjected at an opportune moment. I am certain. And everyone else can attest that I am not lying. It was indeed this guy who devoured it all. Now, it was Old Sun's turn to fall silent. That was enough food for 200 people. While it was true that many recruits might not eat, it was still unreasonable for a single person to finish it all. How could this young man possibly have crammed so much raw meat into his stomach? This question lingered in the minds of everyone present. Wang Mian glanced at the content Lin Qiye, and for some inexplicable reason, what should have been a shocking feat seemed strangely plausible in Lin Qiye's case. Lin Qiye, come here for a moment, Wang Mian said, turning to Old Sun, please check if there are any raw meat reserves left. We can't let the recruits go hungry. All right, what is going on? Lin Qiye approached, dragging a chair to sit down with a relaxed demeanor. He was in high spirits at that moment. Lin Qiye, Wang Mian looked at him and finally couldn't help but ask, did you really eat all that raw meat? Uh-huh. Lin Qiye nodded. Want some more? Wang Mian extended an invitation to both Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. No need, I'm full. Lin Qiye replied. I'll eat what the recruits are supposed to eat. There's no need for special treatment. Good. I called you over to discuss the matter of the divine agents, so you both have a better understanding. Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye, like him, were divine agents, and it was best if he conveyed certain matters to them directly, as others might not possess the same comprehensive insight. According to him, the relationship between agents and deities was contractual, and not everyone had the privilege to become a divine agent. Only those with certain qualities could catch a deity's eye. The essence of the contract was exchange. The deity bestowed a portion of their power to the agent, who in turn was required to assist the deity in tasks that were challenging for the latter to undertake openly. However, if he truly had signed a contract with Michael, why was he unaware of it? Upon this thought, Lin Qiye glanced at Lin Qiye. This fellow was different from him. He had no knowledge of the contract's content. While Lin Qiye's seemed overly simplistic, to kill as many mystical beings as possible, was that truly a pact with the most sinister and malevolent deity? Or had Lin Qiye concealed the true nature of the contract? Lin Qiye was reluctant to dwell on it. The month they had spent together in Team 136 had led him to trust Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye could be a rascal at times, but he was not a villain of great malice. Moreover, he was quite discerning, never joking in serious matters. Lin Qiye genuinely regarded Lin Qiye as a friend. Yet, the two individuals he had previously considered friends had met unfortunate fates. One was still working for him, while the other sacrificed herself to protect her family. If Nidhogg had indeed assigned Lin Qiye a daunting task, he would be willing to lend a hand, as long as it did not conflict with his morals. What's on your mind, so lost in thought? Lin Qiye teased, raising an eyebrow. I was wondering why Michael chose me. Who knows? Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate, a chance encounter, Lin Qiye replied whimsically. If he remembered correctly, Michael had chosen Lin Qiye because Lingbao Tianzuan had made a deal with him. Naturally, this was something he could never disclose to Lin Qiye. All right, stop overthinking. If you do have a mission, you'll eventually learn of it. For now, let us prepare for training. At that moment, an unfamiliar instructor, stern in demeanor, appeared before the group. Chapter 42. Chao Yuan's Madness. The bewildered instructor Han mysteries often stem from myth or rural folklore. They manifest in diverse forms and wield bizarre powers that surpass the frailty of humanity. Who can enlighten me on the means by which we can vanquish them? The unfamiliar instructor posed this question from the stage. Indeed, the Forbidden Ruins play a significant role, yet relying solely on them would be folly. Combat skills and formidable physical prowess are the true keys to victory. Can one merely flick a finger to defeat an adversary? He glanced towards Shin Qingzhu, who unexpectedly nodded in affirmation, asserting, I indeed can. "What is your forbidden ruins?" the instructor asked. The instructor fell silent, then cleared his throat, dismissing the prior exchange, and continued. Combat techniques can be categorized into 3 types: cold weapons, firearms, and unarmed combat, with cold weapons holding the utmost importance. The Night Watchmen predominantly utilize standardized weaponry, specifically the Starblade. Today, I shall impart the techniques for wielding the straight sword. As the instructor elaborated, the audience listened intently, save for Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye. The content was familiar to Chen Mai, who had reiterated it countless times, emphasizing physical memory over mental retention. "Hey, you over there." "Yes, you." The tall one with crossed arms. Suddenly, Lin Xuan heard someone call out to him and turned to see it was the instructor. "Yes, you. Come up here and assist me with a demonstration." Instructor Han had singled out Lin Xuan, who appeared slender and well-proportioned, though lacking in visible muscle. Unbeknownst to him, the odd expressions from the crowd went unnoticed. Lin Qiye's expression was particularly peculiar, as he was acutely aware of Lin Xuan's extraordinary combat talent. He couldn't believe the instructor had chosen such a formidable contender. Lin Xuan stepped onto the stage, casually grasping the wooden sword and adopting a seemingly languid stance opposite the instructor. Instructor Han compared their heights and addressed the audience. "We know that taller individuals typically possess longer wingspans, thus extending their reach. The mysteries you will encounter often exceed 3 or 4 meters in length, with exaggerated attack ranges. However, these creatures also have a flaw. Their excessive size results in a high center of gravity, reducing the agility of many body parts. Here, we must exploit their weaknesses." Without warning, Instructor Han swung the sword. The crisp sound of wood striking filled the air. Lin Xuan effortlessly intercepted the blow, preventing any advance. Instructor Han, skeptical, swung again. This time with half his strength, attacking from an unanticipated angle. The result was the same. Lin Xuan easily blocked the strike. Instructor Han was stunned. The new recruits watched in disbelief. Lin Qiye wore an expression of assuredness, knowing that after just a month, Lin Xuan had matched Chen Mai's prowess, making it unsurprising that he could withstand the instructor's assaults. On stage, the two exchanged incredulous glances. After a prolonged silence, Instructor Han finally inquired, "Have you trained before?" "Yes," Lin Xuan replied with a nod. "Who was your instructor?" "The captain of Team 136, Chen Mai." The silence that followed was deafening. The name Chen Mai resonated with reverence. He was once one of the 2 prodigies of the capital, known as the Black Wuchang of the Black and White Guardians. "Ah, so that's how it is." Instructor Han's competitive spirit was ignited, eager to witness the caliber of Chen Mai's teaching. He launched a series of rapid strikes, his wooden sword darting like a viper from unexpected angles, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet, Lin Xuan effortlessly parried each attempt. The speed escalated, and the wooden sword danced in a blur, leaving the recruits struggling to follow the motion. Yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed, blocking every strike. Finally, with a resounding crack, the sword shattered. Instructor Han gasped for breath, his expression one of disbelief. He felt a tingling in his hands. The force of the wooden sword had taken its toll. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Initially, their duel had been a test of technique, but it had devolved into a sheer contest of speed and strength, in which he found himself outmatched. The recruits observed this spectacle with a sense of inevitability. It was not that Instructor Han lacked skill. Rather, he had unwittingly chosen the most extraordinary of them all. Their gazes held no contempt for the instructor, but rather a hint of sympathy. "Your physical prowess is somewhat extraordinary. Despite your slender appearance," they thought. "That's because you haven't seen him without his clothes," they whispered amongst themselves. Lin Xuan belonged to that rare category where he appeared lean in clothing, yet had a muscular physique beneath. Consequently, when clad in military attire, he projected a deceptive image. Though he seemed slight, he possessed explosive strength. "You may step down now. Let someone else take your place," Instructor Han said wearily, gesturing for Lin Xuan to leave, as if he had drained his last ounce of energy. He then scanned the crowd more critically, praying not to select another extraordinary contender. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an unremarkable youth, the kind one would overlook in a crowd. "You there?" "Yes, you. Step forward." Lin Qiye turned, and upon realizing the instructor was pointing at Qiao Yuan, his lips twitched in dismay. Nearly everyone recoiled, their eyes filled with sympathy for Qiao Yuan. Many had witnessed him in a frenzied state, chasing after the masked team and inadvertently demolishing a dormitory in the process, a calamity from which several had narrowly escaped thanks to timely intervention by the instructors. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. "This instructor has a keen eye. Come quickly, don't dawdle," Instructor Han urged. Qiao Yuan hesitated, then finally ascended the stage. "Have you ever trained with a sword?" No. He could not grasp a sword without losing his sanity. and thus had never had the opportunity to learn. Very well, come and demonstrate with me. Instructor Han tossed the sword towards him. Thud. Chao Yuan did not catch it, allowing it to clatter to the ground. What is this? Instructor Han raised an eyebrow, perplexed. The boy hardly seemed rebellious. What was the matter? I cannot wield a sword. Chao Yuan explained. Not even a wooden one. Anything related to a blade is forbidden for me. I command you to grasp it, so you shall do so. Instructor Han's tone turned serious. After a moment of struggle, Chao Yuan sighed in resignation and bent down. Below, the recruits' expressions shifted dramatically, and they retreated in unison. Lin Qiye turned to Li Pang Pang. Pang Pang, do we still have Chao Yuan's chastity belt? What is Chao Yuan's chastity belt? Li Pang Pang asked, puzzled, but quickly realized the implication. At that moment, Instructor Han noticed the recruit's strange reactions, his expression shifting with concern. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Black flames surged into the sky, and a malevolent aura spread. In the heart of the pitch-black flames stood a youth, his eyes filled with an abyssal darkness. Devoid of any trace of white, wielding a wooden sword engulfed in fierce black fire. Instructor Han remarked. Chapter 43. Why do I feel that Lin Qiye is even more deranged than Chao Yuan? Chao Yuan, resembling a maddened fiend, was consumed by the black flames that clung to him like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Before Instructor Han could react further, Chao Yuan swung his blade, the black flames transforming into a lethal arc aimed at him, akin to a beast poised to devour. Though surprised internally, Instructor Han's reflexes were remarkably swift. He rolled aside, seizing a straight sword from the nearby rack, and struck with precision at the moment Chao Yuan retracted his blade. Exploiting the brief interval when his previous force had waned and new strength had yet to manifest. However, Chao Yuan's response was instantaneous. As Han thrust his sword, Chao Yuan sidestepped, launching a furious strike that sent a torrent of flames surging forth. The fierce winds carried the towering inferno, rapidly magnifying in Han's view. Chao Yuan's speed was astounding, leaving Han no time to react. With a thunderous roar, as the flames subsided, the martial stage revealed a new figure opposite Chao Yuan, none other than Lin Qiye. Beside Lin lay a figure clutching his waist, contorted in pain. It was none other than Instructor Han himself, who realized that had that attack landed fully, he would have been grievously injured. Clutching his waist, he felt gratitude towards Lin Qiye for pushing him aside, yet the force of the impact had nearly shattered his ribs. How can this fellow possess such strength? Han pondered, momentarily at a loss for words as he beheld Lin Qiye, who had seemingly appeared in a flash, sending him sprawling. The straight sword that had been in Han's grasp was now firmly held by Lin Qiye, its tip pointed menacingly at Chao Yuan. Lin had long desired to engage Chao Yuan in battle, for he was ranked 31st, known as the closest to the divine ruin, harboring within him the sealed presence of the Black King. However, unlike the Black King Nidhogg, the entity within Chao Yuan was the younger brother of the esteemed Guiyang Wan, transformed into this state due to a failed tribulation and trapped within Chao Yuan. With such a formidable being sealed within him, the energy radiating from Chao Yuan in his frenzied state was overwhelmingly abundant. Lin Qiye observed Chao Yuan, feeling the relentless surge of power flooding into him, a grin stretching wide across his face. The frenzied Chao Yuan, indifferent to his opponent's identity, gripped his sword tightly, the black flames continuing to pour into the wooden blade, the intensity palpable even to the new recruits below. In an instant, Chao Yuan vanished from his original position, and when the onlookers caught sight of him again, he was already behind Lin Qiye, wielding his wooden sword with colossal force, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. Watch out! Someone shouted, attempting to warn Lin Qiye. Several female soldiers covered their eyes, letting out shrieks, unwilling to witness what they feared would be a gruesome spectacle. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Qiye did not become a mere wooden puppet. In a blur, he countered, sending Chao Yuan flying, his wooden sword splintering into two as it clattered to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Chao Yuan sprang back to his feet, the loss of his weapon failing to deter him, still grinning wickedly as he charged at Lin Qiye. I'm coming to help you. Li Pang Pang and Lin Qiye leapt forward to assist, but Lin Qiye halted them. No need, I can handle this myself. I want to test my skills against him. If we team up, Chao Yuan will be bound in no time, and I want to be able to absorb the energy. As Chao Yuan lunged forward, Lin Qiye discarded his long sword and charged at him. When Instructor Han sensed the malevolent aura and hurried to the scene, he was met with a surreal sight. Two deranged figures engaged in a brutal exchange. One seemed to toy with the other, waiting for him to rise before delivering another punishing blow, laughing evilly with each strike, growing more gleeful with every fall. In that moment, the instructors were left bewildered, uncertain of who was truly more insane. One of the instructors swallowed hard, hesitantly stating, "The one dominating Chao Yuan must be Lin Qiye, right?" "I suppose so," another replied. "Old Han, aren't you a weapon master, among the most formidable fighters among us? Do you think you could match Lin Qiye?" "Not a chance." Instructor Han rolled his eyes, acknowledging that given the immense force and speed displayed by Chao Yuan, even defending against him was a challenge. Yet, observing Lin Qiye's demeanor gave him the impression of a hunter toying with a dying prey, not someone struggling to defend himself. If anything, it seemed as though it was the frenzied Chao Yuan who was having trouble keeping up. By the way, Lin Qiye doesn't he have any mental issues, does he? He appears even more unhinged than Chao Yuan, reveling in the violence with a smile that sends chills down one's spine. Instructor Han fell silent, grappling with his thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. The flickering flames on Chao Yuan's body seemed to be dwindling. Not only Instructor Han, but even Lin Qiye and the others observed the same. Chao Yuan lay sprawled in the dirt, emitting faint whimpers that confirmed he was still alive. Despite being in a manic state, he showed no inclination to rise. Remaining on the ground like a fish out of water, Lin Qiye kicked him lightly with his toe, discovering that Chao Yuan had no intention of getting up. Sensing an increase in the purity of his bloodline, Lin Qiye's smile widened. After the recent battle, his bloodline purity had reached 25%, allowing him to unlock a new ability. "Bai Li Pang Pang," Lin Qiye called, gesturing for him to approach. Understanding immediately, Bai Li Pang Pang retrieved a scroll of sealing from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye caught it and swiftly secured Chao Yuan with the chastity belt. Wrapped tightly, Chao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Lin Qiye. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Qiye replied with a radiant smile, his gaze towards Chao Yuan impossibly benevolent. This was no madman. He was merely a human-powered charging station for Chao Yuan. After saying this, Chao Yuan suddenly gasped, feeling as though his body was falling apart and his face ached. "There's no helping it. You were too wild, and subduing you took considerable effort." Lin Qiye spoke with a straight face, not blinking an eye. Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Qiye, and Instructor Han, who had drawn closer, all twitched at his words. Indeed, it had required considerable effort, nearly incapacitating Chao Yuan in the process. The trio pretended not to hear, ultimately having Instructor Han call for a stretcher to carry Chao Yuan away. As they moved him, Chao Yuan wailed, feeling pain coursing through his body. If he looked down, he would see large bruises adorning his skin. Unfortunately, even the act of looking down would jolt his injuries, causing him to grimace in agony. "Instructor, what's wrong?" Lin Qiye noticed Instructor Han's unusually somber demeanor. "Oh, nothing," Han waved dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. "What sort of bizarre students do we have here? Why is it that each one is more outrageous than the last? I can't take it anymore. Two of them, one a wild card, the other a lunatic with a blade. It can't be a mere coincidence that I picked these two extremes. Instructor, it's all right. The two you just encountered aren't exactly normal. They defy logic," Bai Li Pang Pang reassured him, patting Han's back. "Really? Absolutely. Kids like me from ordinary families are the true norm in this training camp. Those two are monsters." Lin Qiye glanced at the self-proclaimed ordinary family member, Bai Li Pang Pang, and then at Instructor Han. He found himself at a loss for words. "So, what do you believe is the key to defeating the mysterious? Is it simply a matter of throwing money at it?" Instructor Han once again questioned the meaning of life. Was this the prevailing belief among the ordinary individuals in the training camp? Han felt as though his spirit had been dealt another crushing blow. Finally, Lin Qiye could no longer bear it. "Instructor, do not listen to his nonsense. He is not a child from an ordinary family. His family belongs to a lineage of forbidden artifacts, and they are well off." "Oh, I see." Instructor Han felt somewhat relieved, turning to Lin Qiye as if clinging to a lifeline. "And what about you? What is your family background?" "My family is not affluent. Will you, like that little brat, suddenly go mad?" "Not at all. Have you ever had a special advantage?" Lin Qiye fell silent. Observing this, Instructor Han also lapsed into silence. This time, his silence was particularly profound. The earlier chubby boy claimed he simply had trouble selecting individuals, that the two he chose were freaks. Yet, it seemed that the two before him were no different. Could it be that all four he selected were indeed oddities? It felt akin to God opening a window just before his despair, only for a mosquito to fly in. "I don't know. Really? Truly, I do not know." Chapter 44. The Essence of Lin Qiye, the Emperor's Dominion. Through a series of persuasive words from Yuan Gang, Instructor Han ultimately chose not to leave. In truth, Yuan Gang had not said much. He merely revealed the true identities of the four individuals. Two divine agents. One extremely high-risk forbidden artifact owner with a very high sequence ranking, and a young master from the Bailey family. Upon learning this, Yuan Gang's expression became particularly peculiar. This fellow certainly had an eye for talent, selecting those who were indeed prodigies among prodigies. Well, the young master from the Bailey family is questionable. At least the other three are prodigies among prodigies. Now, let us proceed. Your every move is quite standard, yet it lacks something. Instructor Han fixated on Lin Qiye, his brow slightly furrowed. After engaging in combat with Lin Qiye, he discerned the issue. The movements were excessively templated and overly rigid. Your technique lacks soul. Some individuals, having never studied swordsmanship, wield a blade with their own unique flair, while others, hailed as masters of swordplay, resort only to formulaic methods, devoid of that vital spirit. Of course, I do not mean to imply that you belong to the latter category. Rather, have you considered adopting a different style, or perhaps a different weapon? At least the star blade, being a straight sword, does not seem suitable for you. Lin Qiye fell into contemplation, having sensed during their exchange that Instructor Han's swordplay was undeniably more fluid than his own. And what about me? Lin Xuan, standing nearby, wore an inquisitive expression. Instructor Han was indeed skilled and knowledgeable, so Lin Xuan was curious about where he fit within this spectrum. You are the other extreme. You can wield any weapon. I can sense that you embody a certain essence. For you, the type of weapon or even the techniques employed seem inconsequential. You only require the most fundamental moves. For the essence remains paramount. Instructor Han withheld certain thoughts. Being proficient in all manner of weapons, he was uniquely capable of perceiving Lin Qian's state while wielding a weapon. It felt as though all weapons were inherently meant to serve him. It was as if the weapons were generals leading the army, and Lin Qian himself was the emperor. For an emperor, all that mattered was that the generals obeyed and were effective, bringing victory. The rest was of little consequence. The essence he possessed was one of blood and fire, of destruction, embodying the most extreme form of violence. After a moment's hesitation, Instructor Han spoke again. May I inquire if you have studied combat? Not at all. Why do you ask? I noticed that when you engage in unarmed combat, it seems to exude more grace than when you wield a blade, as if every action is perfectly natural. Yet, when Lin Qian fought without any weapon, he appeared to embody that essence more than when wielding any weapon. By previous analogy, grasping a weapon is akin to a general leading troops into battle under the emperor's command. Engaging in unarmed combat, however, resembles the emperor personally leading the charge. Yet, when confronting the mysterious, one cannot expect Lin Qian to fight barehanded, can one? The human body is too fragile to compare with weaponry. I see. Thank you, instructor. Lin Qian grasped Instructor Han's intent and recognized the underlying concern. Rest assured, instructor, I would not be foolish enough to engage the mysterious with my bare hands. He reassured Instructor Han while silently adding to himself, at least not until I can transform into a dragon. The human body is indeed fragile when compared to the mysterious. Apologies, but I am no ordinary individual. In fact, once my bloodline purity rises to 50%, it may be uncertain whether I remain human at all. He possessed an instinctual sense that after his bloodline purity reached 50%, he would not transform into a mere reanimated corpse like the half-bloods among the dragon race. Nor would he become one of those super half-bloods from Japan. Nevertheless, he was certain that significant changes awaited him. That feeling was enigmatic and ineffable. Yet he could ascertain it, like an instinct. As for what transformations might occur, Lin Qian harbored his own speculations. With an increase in bloodline purity, he would gradually draw closer to that dark emperor. Was there a possibility that upon surpassing the 50% threshold of his bloodline purity, he would become a dragon? Or that parts of his body might transform into draconic features? Perhaps he could sprout hard scales covering his entire body, sharp claws, or even wings belonging to a dragon. If such a transformation were to occur, would he still be considered merely human, or would his enemies truly be the ones rendered weak and vulnerable? In the face of Nidhogg's divine form, all earthly weapons are naught but a jest. He requires no external armament, for he himself is the most formidable and lethal weapon in existence. At noon, unlike the morning when raw meat was placed on a plate, this time, the recruits were to take their own plates to collect their rations. As for the reason for this change, it was quite evident. Additionally, Lin Qian was instructed to be the last to receive his food, after everyone else had finished serving themselves. Old Sun pointed to a mound of meat in one bowl and another bowl filled with buns. All of this is yours. You need not carry a plate. Just dig in. Lin Qian observed that the majority had to suppress their revulsion as they consumed the raw meat from their plates. They had come to realize that their future meals would likely consist of such fare, and it was prudent to adapt sooner rather than later. Attention, everyone. Instructor Hong entered the cafeteria, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This afternoon, you will undergo your first extreme training session. After finishing your meal, gather immediately at the training ground. Do you understand? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction at the sight. At last, you are beginning to resemble soldiers. Once the instructor departed, the recruits began to converse. Qiye, do you know what extreme training entails? Chao Yuan turned to Lin Qiye, acknowledging the medical staff's impressive capabilities, as he had already begun moving energetically again by midday. In response to Chao Yuan's inquiry, Lin Qiye simply shook his head. He was still contemplating Instructor Han's earlier words about his unsuitability for the straight sword. What, then, was he suited for? As Lin Qiye pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure taking a seat across from him. Lin Xuan wiped his mouth and casually settled in, crossing his legs like a dignitary. Lin Qiye's lips twitched as he recalled Instructor Han's assessment of Lin Xuan, noting his essence seemed entirely innate and that the choice of weapon was inconsequential. Is it already time to ponder life as mysteries? Or have you perhaps developed a crush on some lovely lady? Lin Xuan, having finished his meal and feeling idle, began to speak nonsensically. Lin Qiye let out a chuckle and rolled his eyes. Who are you to get all sentimental over the scenery? Lin Xuan retorted. What a fierce comeback. Back when they were in Squad 136, he was often called such names, especially after he had snatched Lin Qiye's food, leaving him with nothing to eat. I am proud. I am glorious, Lin Xuan declared defiantly, raising his middle finger at Lin Qiye. To be fair, your neck is rather elegant, he added. Huh. Lin Qiye was taken aback. It's just that it has a pig's head on top, Lin Qiye responded, feeling an urge to unleash his frustration on this insufferable person. Chapter 45. The girl bestows flowers, leaving Lin Qiye utterly bewildered. On the bus, the landscape of rolling mountains flew past the windows. Bai Li, brimming with excitement, pressed his face against the glass. We actually made it out. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a series of continuous mountain ranges, with smaller hills encircling a central peak, resembling stars surrounding the moon. Lin Qiye immediately recognized the mountain. It was Jinan Mountain. His tone was laced with surprise. Jinan Mountain was not well known and had not been developed into a tourist attraction, so it was rarely visited. Was their instructor bringing them here to climb? But how could climbing be deemed extreme training? Everyone, disembark. Instructor Hong commanded, pointing at the distant peaks. Do you see that mountain? This extreme training will revolve around it. Each of you will carry a load of 35 kilograms, and your task is to traverse this peak before dawn tomorrow. A wicked grin crept onto his lips. During your ascent, you will be pursued by drones. Just as he finished speaking, a swarm of drones appeared before them, each equipped with a dark opening aimed directly at the recruits. The weight you carry is equipped with a tracking device. The drones will follow you relentlessly, spraying paint. If you get marked, you have failed. As for the punishment for failure, I assure you, you will not want to experience it. Instructor Hong's voice sent chills down their spines. Now, I have 3 rules to share. First, you may exchange your loads with others. You can carry someone else's or have someone carry yours. Second, you are not allowed to attack the drones or obstruct their attacks. Third, you cannot attack each other. Do you understand these 3 points? Understood. The group responded in unison. Excellent. Come forward to claim your loads. Instructor Hong seemed to recall something and beckoned Lin Xuan over. Lin Xuan, come here. 2 officers flanking him lifted a massive backpack from the trunk. With a loud thud, the backpack hit the ground. This is your load, custom made for you. Weighing 130 kilograms. I trust this will be no issue for you. He continued with a sinister smile. Of course, if you can't handle it. Being eliminated isn't the worst that could happen. At this, Instructor Hong's grin widened, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Xuan would find himself subjected to the truth-binding rings and their torturous questions. The other recruits exchanged worried glances. Qiye, is Lin Xuan's load a bit excessive? Bai Li, feeling the weight of his 35 kilograms, grimaced. With this weight, I'm already struggling to stand straight. I can't imagine how Lin Xuan will manage with nearly 3 times that. Not quite. It may even be insufficient, Lin Xuan remarked, fully aware of the rigorous physical demands placed upon him. He knew that this weight would be a challenge, yet not insurmountable. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's words, he immediately steeled himself. Unlike Lin Qiye and the others, he was acutely aware of the nature of the punishment for failure, being adorned with a truth-binding ring and forced to answer mortifying questions broadcasted for all to hear. An absolute social death. That was something he must avoid at all costs. As he shouldered his load and tested its weight, he found it manageable. Lin Xuan observed that everyone else had received a tactical knife to navigate the terrain, except for him and Chao Yuan. After a brief appraisal, the instructor handed Chao Yuan a cooking spoon instead. You can't wield a sword, and nothing else seems suitable, so make do with this. Ignoring Chao Yuan's bewildered expression, he turned back to Lin Xuan, pausing a moment before smirking. As for you, the chief instructor said you don't need a knife. If you encounter any obstacles, just use your hands. If that fails, getting eliminated isn't the worst outcome. Lin Qiye thought, I don't believe a word of that. It felt as if the instructors wished for him to fail spectacularly. The intensity of training was something he had advocated for. There was no way he would back down now. The others gaped at the monstrous backpack towering over Lin Qiye, a weight that could easily topple them. Yet he seemed to bear it with surprising ease. Perhaps it is still lacking, Instructor Hong mused, observing the scene. I never expected it to be insufficient at this weight. Perhaps I should increase it to 200 kilograms next time. He entered a tent that had been set up earlier, where a large map, dotted with red markers, lay before him. However, the weight of the load was inconsequential. After all, this mountain range had been sealed off by barriers, ensuring they could not escape and would ultimately be captured and punished. Qiye, what do you think the punishment will be? I don't know, but I can assure you it won't be pleasant. Lin Qiye shrugged, suddenly turning to Lin Xuan. You should have some idea, right? No what? Lin Xuan replied, feigning ignorance. The punishment, Lin Qiye insisted, looking intently at him, but Lin Qian's face reflected genuine confusion. Qiye, how could Lin Qian possibly know? The training content in the camp is always kept secret, Li interjected, puzzled. He was nearly certain that Lin Qian possessed some form of precognitive ability, yet he could not ascertain its extent. That was close. Thankfully, he had reacted quickly, otherwise, he might have exposed himself. Although it would not have mattered much if Lin Qian did know, he preferred to keep certain secrets to himself. As the four walked along the mountain path, a girl suddenly appeared, sprinting towards them. Before they could react, she swiftly thrust a yellow mountain flower into Lin Qiye's arms and vanished down the trail. Lin Qiye, the other three, Chapter 46, The Social Death of New Recruits. Is this punishment? Just in me now. Wow, that girl. Inside the tent, Instructor Hong observed the scene through the drones, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Although relationships were indeed prohibited in the training camp, his surprise was not at this rule. He was taken aback by the girl's audacity. If you want something, go for it, he thought, admiring her decisiveness. Such a girl would earn respect from anyone. Instructor Hong had reviewed her profile. She came from a wealthy family, being an only child and quite beautiful as well. The young girl is quite impressive. Old Han, if only you could learn from her. Why are you still single? Go away. Instructor Han shot him a glare, clearly irritated. Sigh. Who could blame old Han for spending all his time tinkering with his weapons? Apart from the art of killing, he rarely steps outside. Others around chimed in. Indeed. Old Han, you can't possibly spend your life with your weapons. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qiye found himself awkwardly holding a small flower that had been thrust into his hands. What is this situation? Honestly, in all his 17 years, he had never received such a token. He could handle combat with utmost composure, yet when it came to a girl's affection, he was utterly at a loss. He turned to Lin Qiye, seeking guidance. Lin Qiye merely scoffed. What is there to flaunt? It's just a flower someone gave. Even weeds grow on graves. Am I merely looking to boast? Lin Qiye's emotions became disjointed. He felt Lin Qiye was teasing him intentionally, but the interruption had helped him regain his composure. Staring at the flower in his hand for a long while, he ultimately decided to tuck it away. He needed to find an opportunity to clarify to the girl that he was not interested in romance. Watching this unfold, Lin Qiye was reminded of his past life when he pursued Lin Qiye and Jialan. Some experienced love, while others gazed at the sea at night, and some, unable to sleep, cried, shouting that their love was true. Lin Qiye muttered. Lin Qiye cast a glance at him, but said nothing. After all, he was not one to speak of himself. He had no intention of dating. Nearby, Li Pang, witnessing someone presenting flowers to Lin Qiye, imagined himself in Lin Qiye's place, with the girl replaced by Jasmine. If Jasmine were to give him flowers, how would he accept them? He pondered with a smirk. Hey, wake up. Chao Yuan, noticing Li Pang's dazed expression, gave him a gentle tap on the head with a spoon. Surprisingly, the spoon felt quite satisfying when it made contact. Let us hurry and get out of here as soon as possible. Out of here? Lin Qiye glanced in a specific direction. He sensed a continuous flow of energy emanating from that location, influencing everyone around. If he was correct, there must be an object of prohibition there, capable of disorienting their sense of direction. Yet, it posed no threat to him. He could perceive the range of the prohibited object, thus he would not lose his way. It was a straightforward principle. The object's effect was merely to confuse direction, preventing a straight path. Since Lin Qiye was aware of the object's location, he could effectively formulate a direct route. It was akin to being lost in a game, where a tall landmark helps maintain orientation. As long as Lin Qiye headed away from the object, he would eventually find his way out of Jinnan Mountain. Buzz, hurry. We must not be caught by the drones. Lin Qiye reacted promptly, rushing towards the forest. Just then, a scream echoed from afar. A rookie had been shot by a drone, collapsing to the ground in silence. Li Pang swallowed hard at the sight. What on earth? They only sprayed paint at us. Why did he faint? Moreover, those instructors seemed a bit too amused. Could it be? Li Pang clenched his legs together, hastily following the three ahead, only to find Lin Xuan and the others had stopped. What is happening? Pang peered ahead and saw 4 figures standing opposite them, Shen Qingzhu and his 3 lackeys. Oh, Lin Xuan waved at Shen Qingzhu, amusement dancing in his eyes. TSK, what s with that expression? Shen Qingzhu shot a glance at Lin Xuan, feeling inexplicably irked by his smug smile, his hands itching to retaliate. Nothing much. Just pleased to see you. If memory served, during this extreme training, the boastful one had been the most humiliated, revealing Shen Qingzhu's true colors beneath his facade. At that moment, a voice emerged from their burdens. Name? Su Wei. What is the most outrageous thing you've ever done? As a child, I was afraid to go to the bathroom alone, so I prepared a bottle of iced tea to handle it myself. The next day, my parents thought it was a drink and placed it on my desk. Did you drink it? Yes. How did it taste? A bit bitter. Ha ha ha, Su Wei. Who would have thought you indulged yourself like that as a child? Laughter erupted among the group, but it soon faded into silence. A long, uncomfortable quiet fell over them as they exchanged glances. So this is what the so-called harsh punishment entails. Li Pang's voice trembled, even just from the sound. They could sense the struggle, yet the person ultimately revealed their most embarrassing secret. What did this imply? It indicated the existence of something that compelled honesty. This is no punishment. It's akin to a death sentence. Each person reflected on their past, revealing a resolute expression. It was evident that everyone harbored 1 or 2 disgraceful secrets. Let us split up. Having 2 groups together makes for a larger target. I wouldn't do anything different. The 2 groups swiftly parted ways, amidst continuous screams echoing through the forest. What is the most regrettable thing you've ever done? In elementary school, I lived in the same village as the class beauty. I often ran to her house to borrow homework, and during summer, each time I visited, she was often undressed. Complaining of the heat, she would blush, but I thought nothing of it, thinking it was just exposure. What was there to hide? So now you regret it? Yes, I do. As for what I regret, I dare not say, lest I never see you again. Name? Chunli. What is the most outrageous thing you've done? As a child, I was bullied, and I used a method I found online to make the 3 girls who tormented me steal my gold necklace and jade bracelet, sending them to juvenile detention. Wow, impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. This girl is something else. Not only did she seek help, but she also retaliated successfully. Qiye, what's wrong? Li Pang noticed Lin Qiye's unusual expression. Do you feel like we've been going in circles? Lin Qiye surveyed their surroundings, his face serious. Something felt amiss. It seemed they were trapped in a loop, as if something was disrupting their sense of direction. If this continued, they would exhaust themselves without finding a way out. Oh, you mean that? There must be an object of prohibition confusing our direction. Lin Qiye. What? You knew all along? Yes. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Since you can discern it, what difference would it make if I told you or not? Lin Qiye, damn it. Though he begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in Lin Qian's words, he found him insufferable. All right, I'll lead the way. Lin Qian soothed, sensing that without reassurance, Lin Qiye might lash out in his embarrassment. At that point, any retaliation would violate the rules, and not retaliating would leave them vulnerable to the drones. It wasn't worth it. Lin Qian slightly turned, gazing into the sky. There, 7 drones hovered. Typically 1 drone would pursue 2 or 3 individuals, yet here, 7 were chasing 4. He was certain that a significant number of those drones were targeting him and Lin Qiye. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. They certainly hold me in high regard. If he truly finds himself at an impasse, he will have no choice but to use Lin Qiye as a shield, choosing friendship over his own life. Chapter 47, The Iconic Scene of the Cool Guy, Volume 114, each volume bearing her name. Li Liang. Do you have someone you admire? No, not even a crush. Brother Shun. Why? At that time, Brother Shin was already in his 3rd year of high school. Right in May and June, on the cusp of the college entrance examination. Yet, due to this situation, Brother Shun, who originally had excellent grades, was unable to take the exam. Is that why you and your brother decided to follow Shen Qingzhu? Not only that, but after spending time with Brother Shun, we realized that he was not as rough around the edges as he appeared. In fact, he harbored a profound gentleness, arguably the most tender-hearted person in the world. He often spoke harshly, threatening us with words like leave if you don't listen, yet he always cared for us in silence. And thus, the iconic scene of the cool guy unfolds. Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The cool guy's persona was shaped by his early experiences, wrapping a soft heart in a prickly exterior, much like a hedgehog. Why is it that the one eliminated is the cool guy's little brother? Yet the one facing public embarrassment is the cool guy himself? Baili Pangbang mockingly remarked. Lin Qiye smirked, surprised to discover that Xin Qingzhu was such a person, appearing so fearless on the surface. In the camp, Old Hong remarked, there is something off about Lin Xuan and the others. What seems to be the issue? They're heading towards the other side of the mountain, about to exit the restricted area. Are you certain? Instructor Hong hastily pulled up the tracking map, clearly seeing 4 red dots nearing the boundary. If this trend continues, they might indeed set a record as the first new recruits to traverse Jinan Mountain. This also implies that some of them have sensed a change in direction and responded correctly. Though this revelation was astonishing, considering the composition of the 4-person team, Instructor Hong felt reassured. After all, with Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, those 2 prodigies, ascent, it only natural they would be aware. Let them continue. Deploy a few more drones to pursue them, raising the difficulty. If they truly manage to exit Jinan Mountain, it will be a testament to their abilities. Qiye, do you not wish to rest for a moment? No, I can still go on. Lin Qiye gasped for breath, feeling he still had strength. And you, Xian? I'm fine. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Qiye, who was clearly nearing his limit yet continued to push on. He understood the other's determination to live the rest of his life with his aunt and brother. Unfortunately, this goal had become a false proposition since a decade ago. It was no wonder Lin Qiye went mad upon discovering the truth. Qiye, what? Lin Qiye turned, unaccustomed to Lin Xian addressing him so seriously. Have you thought about where you'll go in a year? Why ask such things suddenly? It's not something I can decide. Xian, with both you and Qiye being so exceptional, you're surely destined for the Beijing team. No need to question that, Baili Pangbang interjected. Lin Xian shook his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Lin Qiye, his expression unusually grave. Lin Qiye merely met his gaze in silence. He had never seen Lin Xian so serious before. Coupling this with his suspicions, Lin Xian might possess foresight. Perhaps he had glimpsed something significant. Lin Qiye began to ponder this question seriously. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. He surmised that Lin Xian had the ability to foresee the future, and Lin Xian was aware that he had figured it out. What wanderer could endure 10 years empty-handed? Ashanti asked further. You can ponder it at your leisure. Lin Xian's words were sincere. Lin Qiye's mundane realm could not last indefinitely. His aunt would eventually vanish. Some might argue that Lin Qiye ultimately resurrected everyone, including his aunt. But what of the trials endured in between? To Lin Qiye, she was no longer merely a protagonist from a novel. She was his first friend in this world. Often, male friendships are straightforward, based on a mutual understanding. When wavelengths align, and they find each other agreeable, sharing laughter is enough. Not to mention, both he and Lin Qiye could be deemed as unconventional anomalies, one from a psychiatric ward and the other with a grave in his mind. What else could they be but monsters? Only monsters could be friends. Thank you. No need for such formality. Just treat me to a meal. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. He recalled that the night watchman's salary was quite generous. Ultimately, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Let us make one thing clear. It cannot be a buffet. The last time we went to one, we were all expelled by the owner, and Lin Xian's group was blacklisted. Rumor has it, his picture circulated among the buffet owners like a bounty. Lin Qiye fell silent, contemplating whether he could persuade Pangbang to help him cover the cost. After all, the captain had grown accustomed to cooking for Lin Xian. Initially, he felt melancholic thinking of his aunt and brother. However, after Lin Xian's interjection, he could no longer dwell on it. He shot a glance at Lin Xian, suspecting it was intentional, yet he had no proof. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan and Baili Pangbang listened quietly, tactfully refraining from commenting on the matter. Can you keep going, or should I help carry you? Lin Xian inquired. Looking at Baili Pangbang. No need, I can manage. Pangbang was resolute, determined to exhaust himself, for he must not be captured by the drones. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. At that moment, a voice emerged from the heavy load. Oh, ascent this Xin Qingzhu? You've been caught too? How audacious to attack the drones. Someone, give our young master Xin a seat. He finally caught you. Ah, the cool guy is caught. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Excitement evident on his face. I'm curious, have you ever written a love letter, you who are so soft on the inside yet tough on the outside? I have. How many? 100, 114. To one person? Yes. Did you receive a reply? No. Chapter 48. Ability unlocked, ultra high-risk prophecy, Lin Xian's body transforms. As night enveloped the land, the 4-person team had dwindled to 3, with Baili Pangbang fainting gallantly, narrowly escaping a predicament. Lin Xian felt a tinge of regret. After all, as a top-tier rich second generation, he was quite curious about Pangbang's former life. By the way, Lin Qiye, I suddenly recalled that Baili Pangbang seems to have a liking for your feet. Could it be Lin Qiye glanced at the panting Lin Qiye? A comical expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye stumbled. Qiao Yuan's eyes widened, almost perking up like a cat's. What is this? There is some hidden affair between Pang Pang and Qiye that I'm unaware of. Get lost. Lin Qiye finally managed to retort after a moment of silence. The misfortune of possessing too much decorum. This fellow clearly knew what had transpired, yet feigned innocence. Almost out, are you okay? Lin Qiye glanced at Qiao Yuan. Thanks to their straight path under Lin Qiye's guidance from the beginning, they had encountered no disturbances. Yet, nearly 7 hours had passed, and for a normal person, exhaustion would have set in long ago. Qiao Yuan nodded, asserting he was fine. His burden was still resting on Lin Qiye. If he couldn't manage to exit under such circumstances, he would have no face left to show. However, he was more concerned about another matter. Qiye, don't you need to rest? No, I can still keep going. If Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan rely on their physical prowess to endure, then Lin Qiye thrives on the grace of the Starry Night Dancer. Though his physical capabilities may not rival those of Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan, his astonishing recovery speed compensates for it. He reached his limits an hour ago, yet he continues to forge ahead. Truly, this fellow is extraordinary. Speaking of extraordinary, aren't the three of us quite remarkable in our own right? Qiao Yuan remarked, wielding a metal spoon to clear their path. And then there's Fatty Bailey, who is also quite exceptional. Indeed, that fellow possesses wealth beyond measure. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, noting how he often claims to be an ordinary person, yet truly, a normal person would not make such a claim. It is only ordinary individuals who can mingle with other ordinary individuals. Wouldn't you agree? Qiao Yuan shrugged. Suddenly, Lin Qiye heard the incessant buzzing of drones approaching from behind. By the sound, there were at least 20, initially trailing from a distance. They now descended upon the trio like an advancing army. Damn, is this a joke? Lin Qiye broke into a run. Run. The drones are closing in. Upon hearing his words, the other two hesitated not, pushing themselves to sprint forward. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. They preferred not to be eliminated by drones just as victory was within reach. With a rush, they burst through a dense thicket into a clearing. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted. Qiao Yuan instinctively shielded his eyes, and as he adjusted to the brightness, he realized that their instructors stood before them. Congratulations. You three have made history, becoming the only three to complete the extreme training course. Instructor Hong approached, shaking hands with each of them. He cast a glance at Lin Qiye, who was drenched in sweat after carrying over 100 pounds through the mountains. Even Lin Qiye's resilience was pushed to its limits. Under Lin Qiye's leadership, they had maintained a straight path, allowing them to traverse Jinnan Mountain in the shortest time possible. It was evident that he harbored secrets unknown to the others. But Instructor Hong chose not to pry. Secrets are commonplace. Everyone has them. He was only interested in secrets that could lead to the downfall of the recruits, and did not inquire further. Upon returning to the training camp, Lin Qiye did not immediately rush to the medicinal bath prepared by the instructor, but instead found an excuse to visit the restroom. He felt a surge of excitement. Earlier that morning, his bloodline purity had already risen to 25, yet he had not found the opportune moment to claim his reward. Each time he received a new ability, a flood of information regarding it surged into his mind, coupled with the significant enhancement of his physical attributes accompanying the acquisition of a new ability. It was easy for others to notice any anomalies if he was not careful. Having spent the entire day with Lin Qiye and the others, he had not found the time to claim it. He was eager to discover what new ability awaited him. Closing his eyes, he delved into his consciousness, and the massive gravestone reappeared before him. At the top of the black stone, a dragon's head appeared lifelike. Beside the inscription indicating 25, only 2 characters were etched: Judgment. A torrent of information crashed against his mind, accompanied by excruciating pain. Pain, searing and profound. His bones creaked, and from his neck to his tailbone, it felt as though his entire spine was being shattered and then reassembled, emitting a cacophony of unsettling cracks with the slightest movement. The intense pain radiating through his spine surged towards his brain, akin to a flurry of tiny iron shards swirling within, agitating his sensitive nerves. Under such torment, the throbbing ache from the overwhelming information seemed insignificant. After a lengthy moment, Lin Qiye found stillness. He gazed at the ceiling, exhaling softly. It hurts. His voice trembled as he regained his composure, stumbling to his feet, his spine popping like firecrackers. Even now, his hands trembled. The extreme training had not left him in such a state. Yet, following the pain came exhilaration. The information imparted by the gravestone revealed that he had gained not 1, but 2 abilities, with Judgment being the first. This high-risk word Spirit, designated as number 111 among the dragon kin and exclusive to Arii, allows its bearer to serve as a messenger of divine retribution, capable of issuing a mandatory death sentence to foes within its realm. Naturally, this ability can be selectively applied to targets within its effective range. It operates on the principle of if I wish for your demise, you shall perish. If I choose to spare you, you may yet survive. Moreover, the judgment word spirit possesses a cutting attribute and can exert a modicum of control over the four elements. Within his domain, should he desire, he could cleave an iceberg as Arei does with a single stroke. Not only could he carve an iceberg, but he could also unleash avalanches, infernos, or even summon colossal wind blades with equal efficacy. However, each of these abilities comes with a caveat. His mental fortitude must be sufficient to sustain the release of the judgment word spirit. Otherwise, it would amount to nothing more than a farcical endeavor. As for the second ability, it pertained to his newly reshaped spine. To some extent, Lin Qian's earlier speculation had proven true. His bodily structure indeed began to transform, evolving toward a draconic form. Following the alteration of his spine, he acquired a power known as Dragon Bone. Recall that within the dragon lineage, there are super hybrids, such as Yuan Zhisheng, who can enter a dragon bone state when necessary, allowing their thousands of bones to meld into an impenetrable whole, forming a defensive state. In this state, Yuan Zhisheng is referred to as the Emperor. The Dragon Bone state not only bestows him with extraordinary defensive capabilities, but also grants him unparalleled reaction speed, strength, and physical prowess. What Lin Qian has now attained is a similar condition. Like Yuan Zhisheng's Dragon Bone state, his spine too undergoes changes when he activates this state. While his ability to withstand strikes may not drastically improve, his strength, speed, and reaction time will be significantly enhanced. Lin Qian attempted to activate it, and instantly, his spine began to crackle. His golden eyes flashed, revealing a subtle crimson hue rather than pure gold. Clenching his fist, Lin Qian was astounded. This sensation was overwhelmingly domineering. In the Dragon Bone state, he felt he could effortlessly dispatch his untransformed self. In fact, if one were to compare physical abilities, 5 or 6 of his untransformed selves together would not stand a chance against him. Why does this feel even more absurd than Yuan Zhisheng's Dragon Bone state? However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Qian detected a downside. Merely maintaining the Dragon Bone state for no more than 3 minutes began to induce a dull ache around his vertebrae. It appeared that in this state, his spine exerted pressure on the surrounding bones, potentially leading to fractures if sustained for too long. To be honest, Lin Qian found himself eagerly anticipating his future transformations. Yes, it was painful, but the changes were undeniably significant. It is important to note that he had only begun to alter his spine. What would it be like once every bone in his body underwent evolution and he activated the Dragon Bone state anew? Furthermore, the current limitation on the duration of the Dragon Bone state was due to the surrounding bone's inability to endure it. Once every bone in his body had been transformed, this would no longer pose a problem. At that point, could the Dragon Bone state become his permanent condition? Lin Qian gazed out of the window. In the pitch-black night sky, a pair of golden eyes burned brightly, reminiscent of stars in the heavens, watching over the world below. Chapter 49. Lin Qian is not the embodiment of Nidhogg. Lin Qiye was left speechless. After claiming his rewards, Lin Qian was about to exit the restroom when he suddenly paused. Something felt amiss. His mental fortitude appeared to have ascended to a new level. The once weary spirit now thrummed with an exhilarating vitality. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, initially mistaken for a consequence of his physical transformation. Upon closer introspection, he discerned the truth. His realm had ascended to the pool stage. Both the quality and quantity of his mental prowess had significantly enhanced. Previously, Lin Qian had been on the brink of a breakthrough. At that very moment, upon acquiring newfound abilities, he transcended to a higher realm. Now, the coverage of his blood scythe extended to 100 meters, with a maximum unilateral distance reaching 300 meters. The rhythmic dripping of water, the rustling of various sounds, and the hushed conversations of the instructors flooded his ears all at once, overwhelming his mind. Yet, Lin Qian merely felt a slight pressure in his head, devoid of the piercing agony he had previously experienced when fully activating his mental faculties, as if his head might explode at any moment. It seemed that with the enhancement of his mental power, his capacity for information reception had also greatly improved. In essence, with his elevated realm, he could now freely activate the blood scythe without the fear of a splitting headache. Of course, if left activated for an extended period, it would still become bothersome, an unavoidable reality. As he retracted the blood scythe, tranquility returned to his surroundings, allowing Lin Qian's focus to shift to another of his abilities, the word spirit, times 0. With a mere thought, the entire world seemed to pause, as if time had transformed into an infinitely elongated line. The sound of water dripping in the washroom stretched indefinitely. And within this seemingly frozen space, Lin Qiye was the sole exception. He could sense a domain manifesting within a 20-meter radius around him, a realm belonging to Time Zero. This indicated that Time Zero had evolved from a solitary acceleration skill into one applicable to groups. Whenever he wished, he could exempt others within this domain, allowing them to match his speed. Lin Qiye retrieved 2 stopwatches from a cabinet. With another thought, one of them was granted exemption, restoring its normal flow of time. Within this seemingly suspended space, the ticking resumed. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Qiye finally felt the weight of mental fatigue, realizing that his Time Zero had reached its limit. The stopwatch that had been exempted ultimately registered 283 seconds, while the other, aligned with the surrounding temporal flow, indicated merely 7 seconds. This meant that the duration of Time Zero had expanded from 3 seconds to 7 seconds, accelerating Lin Qiye's own time by 40 times. While 7 seconds had passed externally, for Lin Qiye, 280 seconds had elapsed. Notably, the exempted stopwatch consumed a portion of his mental energy. Otherwise, he could have sustained it longer. Certainly, if a person within the domain were exempted, the mental toll would be even greater. Disengaging from Time Zero, Lin Qiye immersed himself in a wooden tub. The lethal potential of the judgment skill was too formidable for him to test here. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to, specifically, visiting old Zhao and Nibelungen to provide companionship for the empty nester. The following morning, Lin Qiye emerged early from the medicinal tub, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Although Yuan Gang had stated he would only increase Lin Qiye's training intensity without giving him any special treatment in other aspects, it was evident that his medicinal bath was significantly more potent than others. If the liquid in others' tubs was a tender green, his was a vibrant emerald, a testament to its superior efficacy. The instructor had explained that due to Lin Qiye's exceptional physical constitution, a standard concentration of medicinal bath was ineffective for him. He simply smiled, mentally noting this. Last night, he had engaged in an intense battle with old Zhao, a clash that overshadowed day and night, extinguishing all paths. Ultimately, leveraging Time Zero, Lin Qiye triumphed, forcing Zhao Kongqing's character to kneel in submission. Dressing swiftly, he noticed Zhao Yuan stirring at the sound of movement. Shall we eat? Yes, bring me along. Also call Qiye. That night, Lin Qiye implored old Zhao to assist him in testing a new skill. Get lost, Zhao Kongqing retorted, rolling his eyes. He suddenly felt the chasm between people was vaster than that between man and dog. Lin Qiye possessed a plethora of chaotic skills, while he alone was left with a single, unremarkable ability. Originally, the disparity in capabilities had been significant, with Lin Qiye wielding Time Zero alongside a wind blade-like skill. Now, he had gained yet another absurd ability. With a single swing, a colossal flame erupted, cleaving through the mists of Nibelungen as if they were naught but air. Lin Qiye termed this ability Judgment. It was said that the recent strike was merely an auxiliary feature of Judgment, not its core ability. Feeling the depletion of his mental energy from that single blow, Lin Qiye noted that while Judgment was powerful, its consumption was rather excessive. The term Judgment also connoted death in the dragon language, representing this ability's fundamental potential. Though untested, Lin Qiye could sense its terrifying implications. As long as he could sustain the mental energy, if his target resided within Judgment's domain, invoking death would be but a word away. Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed something and abruptly looked up. Old Zhao, I need to step out for a moment. Just then, a divine presence manifested within the training camp, alarmingly close. Every cell in his body yearned to consume the deity emanating that divine aura. It was a craving stemming from his bloodline. And Lin Qiye felt that should he succeed in devouring that entity, his blood purity could instantaneously surpass 50%. Suppressing his inner longing, Lin Qiye quickly regained his composure. Pondering a more pressing question, why had a deity's aura appeared in the training camp? Wait, Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye recalled that Lin Qiye's psychiatric hospital housed several deities, with treatment levels exceeding 50%, allowing them to roam freely. The divine presence now manifesting in the training camp was likely Lin Qiye's first patient, Nyx. Suddenly, that aura vanished, only to re-emerge moments later, accompanied by the thrum of helicopters and countless searchlights converging on the dormitory's rooftop. Lin Qiye activated the blood scythe, eavesdropping on the ensuing conversation. May I inquire who you are? Nyx. Ah, the goddess of night. Might I ask the purpose of your visit? I merely came to observe my son's divine realm. Her implication was clear. She was searching for a new agent. Beyond this point, Lin Qiye could no longer hear their conversation, as his blood scythe was obstructed by an unseen force. He was not surprised. After all, it was a god, and it was entirely reasonable for her to detect his blood scythe. Moments later, within the psychiatric hospital. My son, why is there a living cancer of the world surrounding you? Cancer of the world? What is that? Lin Qiye noted the grave expression on Nix's face, a seriousness unprecedented and tinged with subtle concern. Since their first encounter, Nix had always been somewhat erratic. He had never witnessed her in such a somber mood. Yet, she was oblivious to what constituted a cancer of the world, nor did she understand why such a phenomenon lingered around her. The cancer of the world and the world itself could not coexist. The entity surrounding her bore an aura reminiscent of the long-dormant Nordic deity. However, it was clear that the world had not yet reached such a dire state. The being should not have been able to survive. Nix had contemplated eliminating it directly, but ultimately refrained, fearing that a hasty action might provoke a reactive awakening of the cancer of the world. Upon hearing the term Nordic, Lin Qiye suddenly realized whom Nix was referring to. Mother, are you referring to Lin Xuan? It is entirely normal for the other party to exude the aura of Nidhogg, as he is an agent of Nidhogg. Noticing Nix's serious expression, Lin Qiye added, he is my friend, and I trust him. He did not wish for Nix to succumb to madness and take Lin Qian's life. Although that fellow can be quite despicable, he is not beyond redemption. In his heart, Lin Qiye had already formed a subtle conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Qian is a friend he acknowledges. Having a friend in such a perilous profession is a heavy burden. One had already lost his head, and another had perished defending him. He certainly did not want Lin Qian to meet an untimely demise. What is an agent? Nix tilted her head. It is akin to our relationship. I am your agent. No, that's not right. Nix shook her head. What do you mean it's not right? That man is not Nidhogg's agent. If anything, it would be more accurate to say that Nidhogg is his agent, albeit he remains quite weak. What? Lin Qiye exclaimed, incredulous. How can that be? Nidhogg is a deity. While Lin Qian may be extraordinary, he is still merely a mortal. How can the tables be turned such that Nidhogg acts as Lin Qian's agent? No, something must be amiss. Lin Qiye forced himself to remain calm. Nix's healing was only at 51, and her words could not be taken at face value. According to Nix's understanding, Lin Qiye was her son and also her agent. Thus, if she asserted that Nidhogg was Lin Qian's agent, it implied the opposite. What? Lin Qiye found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Chapter 50. Lin Qiye is exempted. This is the 0 hour, Lin Qiye. Is there something on my face? No. Then why are you staring at me? Li Pangpang approached. It seems that your gaze towards Lin Qian is akin to how one would observe rare creatures. Reminiscent of my time at the zoo watching a Siberian tiger. Lin Qiye remained silent, having no inquiries to make. As the saying goes, everyone harbors their own secrets. And Lin Qiye had no intention of prying, especially since Lin Qian was one of his few friends. He was simply taken aback. In comparison to Nidhogg's agent, Lin Qian appeared more like Nidhogg's progenitor. The notion was simply too explosive. He was well aware of who Nidhogg was, having taken the time to research due to Lin Qian's influence. Titles such as the Wing of Death, the Terrifying Devourer, and the World Ender Black Dragon were all attributed to him. Surely, Nidhogg's progenitor must be a deity, or at the very least, a dragon? Although Lin Qian was peculiar, he was still, biologically speaking, human. Qiao Yuan contemplated momentarily before offering his assessment. Your gaze towards Lin Qian mirrors how others regard you. In recent days, the tale surrounding Lin Qiye had spread wildly. The unparalleled dual deity agent, the scoundrel straddling 2 divine vessels. The latter title was disseminated by Lin Qian himself. Suddenly, a whistle echoed from outside the mess hall, prompting the group to rise. Let us go. It's time for training. I wonder what tricks the instructors will employ this time. I remember that the last punishment for the boys was to dress as women for 2 days. I still can't fathom where the instructors managed to procure so many skirts. Honestly, I'd love to see Lin Qiye in women-s attire. Agreed. Get lost. Huh. I'm different. I want to see this guy in women-s attire performing the new Treasure Island dance. You too, get lost. Time seemed to fast forward, and before they knew it, summer had given way to winter. Songnan City, located in the south, typically experienced mild winters, requiring no heavy blankets. However, this year was an exception. The winter was particularly frigid. The sky appeared bleak, and the fierce winds seemed like blades, cutting against the skin and leaving it reddened in moments. The new recruits assembled in the training ground, awaiting the instructor's address. Dressed only in short sleeves, they stood tall and straight, resembling flagpoles driven into the earth, pointing towards the sky. Despite their resolute expressions, many harbored confusion in their eyes. Logically, training should have commenced by now, yet Instructor Hong had summoned them to the training ground without explanation. We will not be conducting physical training today. I am here to announce something. The first half of this training session is concluding early, and we have decided to grant you a brief holiday before the second half begins. From today until the second day of the new year, you have 4 days off. But be warned, no one is permitted to leave Songnan City. Violators will face immediate expulsion from the Night Watch. After dismissing them, the recruits were instructed to gather their belongings. In half an hour, a bus will transport you into the city. Now, on my command, you are dismissed. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, then dispersed in a flurry, the area erupting into a cacophony, punctuated by a few monkey-like calls. Lin Qiye, they actually granted us a holiday. Li Pang shouted, his face alight with joy. Lin Qiye, what's wrong? You and Lin Xuan seem unfazed. Why aren't you too happy? This holiday came as a surprise, Lin Qiye remarked, glancing at Lin Xuan. It's directed at the three of us. Which three? You, me, and Pang, 2 deity agents. One of whom is an unprecedented dual deity agent, plus Pang, the heir of the Li family. That's more than sufficient reason for certain individuals to take risks. Lin Qiye's mind raced, quickly grasping Lin Xuan's implication. So, the instructors intend to break us apart? Indeed, remaining at the training camp could endanger other recruits, and it would force us to passively await the enemy's strike. By dispersing the recruits, it better obscures the enemy's vision. The group swiftly packed their essentials. Though there was little to gather, Chao Yuan possessed minimal belongings, just a blanket, a pillow, 3 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 sets of clothing. As for Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, one was in Songnan. Pang, aren't you bringing anything? Not necessary. If I need supplies, I can just buy another set. The wicked wealthy. The recruits lined up in front of the bus, and Lin Xuan noticed the instructors retrieving stacks of black boxes from the vehicle. Those were the containers for the Starblade. Listen carefully. The Starblades you are receiving are for crisis situations. Do not use them unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if you must use them, find a secluded location to avoid causing panic among civilians. Understood? Understood. The recruits boarded the bus, clutching their boxes. Lin Xuan, you were right. Something feels off. They actually let us take our blades outside, Chao Yuan remarked, astonished. But we remain uncertain about when an attack might occur. Lin Xuan held the box silently. To him, it was no more than a mere ornament, especially with his possession of the 7 deadly sins. The moment the bus departed the training camp, the recruits felt a sudden lightness, followed by astonished exclamations. Wow, I just broke through. Me too. I was still in the Lantern Realm, and suddenly I broke through. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Just moments ago, he felt an alleviation, as if the restraints weighing down on him had vanished. What followed was a surge of mental energy, coursing through his entire being, leaving him feeling invigorated. Lin Qiye, I broke through, Chao Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Just moments earlier, he had ascended to the pool realm. That's to be expected. After being suppressed by the forbidden objects throughout the training camp, the sudden release naturally leads to an outpouring of energy, Lin Xuan explained, arms crossed. What about you? Lin Xuan? You don't seem to have changed at all. Oh, I broke through to the pool realm long ago. Lin Qiye simply inquired further. Lin Xuan did not experience a breakthrough, yet that did not imply he lacked progress. Although the forbidden object did not seal his words of spirit, it still exerted pressure on his mental strength. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan felt as if he had shed a burdensome weight he had carried for an extended period, causing a sudden surge in his mental power. Lin Qiye, prepare yourself, Lin Xuan said, casting a glance at him, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Prepare for what? Lin Qiye asked, bewildered. An attack is imminent. As Lin Xuan's words fell, 6 dark spots swiftly approached the bus from the distant sky. In an instant, the flying objects drew near, and the crowd finally recognized their true nature. They were missiles. Get down. Find cover. The missiles were alarmingly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Qiye with almost no time to react. By the time he comprehended the situation and wished to act, the missiles were already upon them. 3 of them soared over the crowd, heading towards the training camp, while the other 3 detonated on either side of several buses. In that instant, flames erupted skyward, and debris was sent flying, with several buses overturned. The deafening explosions reverberated nearby, leaving everyone disoriented. At the moment of detonation, it felt as if the world had been paused. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he witnessed cracks spreading across the glass, and countless metal shards propelled towards the crowd, as if to pierce them like a funnel. Yet, everything unfolded at a painfully slow pace, as if he could simply lift a hand to pluck the shards from the air. Lin Qiye was engulfed in overwhelming shock. What are you still doing? Quickly shield yourself from the debris. If you wish to perish, don't drag me down with you, Lin Xuan remarked, arms crossed, watching the scene with a playful smirk. There was a reason Lin Xuan had granted Lin Qiye the exemption of Time Zero. He remembered that after Nike's emerged, Lin Qiye had acquired the Abyssal Divine Ruin, enabling him to manipulate all objects within that realm. This Divine Ruin was perfectly suited to deal with the incoming shards. Is this time zero? Lin Qiye soon realized, his eyes widening in astonishment. I hadn't heard that this fellow's time zero could also grant others a state of accelerated time. And judging by Lin Qian's demeanor, it seems time zero can last for a considerable duration. So why does Wang Mian's ability in this regard last such a short time, fading after mere seconds? Enough pondering the irrelevant. Hurry, or we shall both perish. Activating the Divine Ruin required time. Under normal circumstances, he might not have had the opportunity to unleash the Abyssal Divine Ruin before being pierced by missile debris. However, with the enhancement of time zero, Lin Qiye felt for the first time that time was abundantly ample. Is this what time zero feels like? A sensation akin to pressing the slow motion button on reality. The Abyssal Divine Ruin opened, enveloping all the shards hurtling towards the bus, redirecting them towards the ground. The speed was akin to that of drifting leaves. Once he confirmed that all the shards had been redirected, Lin Qian released time zero. While he could have utilized the blood-sucking sickle's wind blade to assist in deflecting the shards, with Lin Qiye present, he saw no need to expend his own strength. Furthermore, Lin Qian had long regarded Lin Qiye as a future ally. The exemption ability of time zero was certainly something he would share, allowing for early familiarity. However, after completing these actions, Lin Qian noticed Lin Qiye suddenly tilt his head and collapse towards him. Instinctively, Lin Qian dodged. Bang! Qiye, what is wrong with you? Lin Qian thought, nothing happened just now. Yes, that's it. Chapter 51. The blood-sucking sickle reveals its might. A new discovery in Nibelungen. Lin Qiye opened his eyes to see a familiar ceiling. This seemed to be Hong Ying's residence, and he was currently in the room he had occupied for a month. Oh, you're awake? Congratulations, the surgery was successful. You've transformed into a girl. Lin Qiye turned to the side. Why are you here? At that moment, Lin Qian was seated next to him, munching on sunflower seeds, his legs crossed, appearing entirely at ease. Lin Qian seemed to recall something. What about you? Lin Qiye felt that his success was not solely his own doing. Had it not been for Lin Qian activating time zero, he would have been too late to intervene and might have perished as well. Don't speak of my affairs. They are unaware that my time zero can enable others to enter a state of accelerated time. Lin Qian paused briefly, adjusting the angle of his teeth before continuing to snack on seeds. Moreover, I do not trust them. However, if it were the captain asking, you may inform them. I understand. Lin Qiye nodded. Though he had just awakened, he was already piecing together certain matters. Why was it so coincidental that they were attacked by missiles just as they were about to board the bus? Moreover, these were missiles, not just any weapons. Such items were strictly monitored by the Watchers, yet 6 missiles had unmistakably appeared before them. This could only indicate that there was a traitor within the Watchers. Thus, Lin Qian's distrust was entirely reasonable. Lin Qiye comprehended Lin Qian's thoughts. He wished to conceal this ability, perhaps to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment. Lin Qian waved his hand and departed. Months had passed since his bloodline had been enhanced to 25 and the dragon bone unlocked. With the aid of the object that sealed the other's divine ruins, along with Lin Qiye's mundane divine ruin and abyssal divine ruin, his bloodline purity had now risen to 27. If he recalled correctly, the enemies appearing in this assassination attempt included former Watchers from the Sanctuary, mercenaries, and members of the ancient God Church, making for quite a convergence of forces. If handled adeptly, he could entirely leverage this opportunity to push his bloodline purity beyond 30. However, one point required attention. This was not the original storyline. Due to his presence, the ancient God Church had an additional target. They might dispatch even more troublesome foes to either recruit him or eliminate him. He needed to remain vigilant. Nonetheless, there was no need for excessive worry. When soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water comes, it will be concealed with earth. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Qian turned and entered a shop. When he emerged again, he held a stack of notepads and a sheet of paper. At this time, Qingyu should have already mastered the entire underground rat network, simultaneously gaining access to various information within Songnan City. He intended to strike a deal with Qingyu, offering his blood in exchange for information about his enemies. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. This also served as an opportunity to familiarize himself with a potential future ally. Moreover, he was quite curious about what Qingyu could discover using his blood. Lin Qian filled several notepads with writing, utilizing the blood-sucking sickle to locate the rats in the shadowy alley, distributing the notes to them. He spread his net across multiple locations, hoping to expedite the transmission of information to the other party. I wish to trade my blood with you for the locations of all enemies. If you agree, send the rats to my villa. One of the rats held the note in its mouth, while another carried a 10-centimeter-long test tube. In addition to Lin Qian's message, the note bore an additional word. Okay. The handwriting was elegant, seemingly too refined for a boy's penmanship. Lin Qian glanced at the writing and then at his own. He could barely decipher his own scrawl. Without hesitation, Lin Qian drew lust from Nibelungen and made a cut on his arm. Scarlet blood rolled like red beads, dropping into the test tube. However, somewhat awkwardly, the test tube had not filled before the bleeding ceased. Lin Qian's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to make another incision. He handed the filled test tube to one of the mice, which scampered away on its short legs, quickly vanishing from sight. The other mouse remained in place. Lin Qian picked it up and cradled it in his palm. Just guide me, starting from the easiest part. The mouse pointed in a particular direction. As they progressed, Lin Qian caught sight of a nearby McDonald's. Oh wait, it seemed he recalled something. Turning to enter the establishment and purchasing a bag of fries. Of course, the fries were not the main attraction, despite their undeniable deliciousness. The true significance lay in the McDonald's bag. Lin Qian found an unoccupied alley and punched 2 holes in the bag, placing it over his head. All right, let's go. Today, we pay homage to the Dragon Clan. It was evident that Lin Qian's spirits were lifted. The mouse, however, remained oblivious to his antics, diligently fulfilling its task. Moments later, under the mouse's guidance, Lin Qian arrived at a secluded alleyway. The sky gradually darkened, and a fierce wind whipped at Lin Qian's clothing, causing it to rustle ominously. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and through the windows of a nearby vehicle, Lin Qian could not discern what lay within. Tap, tap, tap. Setting the mouse down, he approached a van, and in the next instant, 2 blades appeared in his hands, one of vibrant green, the other a deep azure. The air was eerily silent. Crack. The blood-sucking scythe detected the sound of a safety being disengaged, a noise Lin Qian had become quite familiar with from his training with Lin Qian. Opposite him, a figure was aiming a gun. Lin Qian halted. He could hear the breaths of several individuals inside the van, muffled as they were, yet to him, they resonated clearly, as if someone were exhaling forcefully in his ear. 1, 2. There were a total of 9 people. It was fortunate it was a van, otherwise, they would hardly fit. Inside the van, Scorpion 1 inquired, "What should we do?" Scorpion 3 observed the peculiar individual donning a McDonald's bag, his face contorting in discomfort. How unfortunate to encounter a lunatic. What else can we do? Wait until he gets closer, then rush out and subdue him. Eliminate him. Remember, use the gun only if necessary. We mustn't draw attention. Although Scorpion 1 instructed this, he had not lowered his weapon. He sensed something was amiss with the person opposite him, truly amiss. Step by step, the figure approached, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat in his heart. With every step closer, the ominous feeling intensified. Upon reaching a distance of 10 meters from the van, the figure stopped. Scorpion 1 clearly saw the individual raise their hand, fingers splayed, aimed directly at them. In that instant, the foreboding sensation peaked. Scorpion 1 raised his weapon and opened his mouth, attempting to shout something. From the 2 holes in the McDonald's bag, a pair of golden, slit-like pupils gleamed with a dazzling intensity, radiating the oppressive aura of Nidhogg. In an instant, it erupted. It was as if countless tiny blades had been compressed within the van, exploding outward. It truly was a matter of moments. From the illumination of those eyes to the detonation of the wind blades, barely a fraction of a second elapsed. Scorpion 1 clutched his neck, realizing he could not utter a sound. When he attempted to use his hands, he discovered they had turned to mush, revealing pale bones beneath, marred with countless scratches. He turned to the side, his pupils constricting sharply. The interior of the van was drenched in blood, flesh, and innumerable small lacerations from the floor to the ceiling. Chunks of flesh mixed with blood fell from the roof with a splat, spraying blood everywhere. His companions lay strewn on the ground, unrecognizable. Their bodies were riddled with tiny wounds. It was only at this moment that the excruciating pain surged into his mind, overwhelming him, as if he were being driven mad by the intensity of it all. "I apologize. It appears I misjudged the situation." Not realizing you still had a breath left, a voice emerged from beside him, the owner seemingly genuinely remorseful for not ending him swiftly, thus prolonging his suffering. What on earth was this creature? Scorpion 1 trembled, unsure if it was from pain or fear. "Since you're almost gone, why not assist me in testing something? As a final act of service?" The devil continued to whisper in his ear, their tones suddenly turning solemn, as if a divine emperor were proclaiming judgment upon a sinner. "Death." The peculiar pronunciation came from an unfamiliar tongue, yet he suddenly grasped the meaning of the word. He was pronouncing his own demise. It felt almost like a twisted gift. Swoosh. An invisible blade seemed to slice through his neck, and Scorpion One's head tumbled to the ground with a thud. It required little mental energy. Was it because he was meant to die anyway? Lin Qiye muttered under his breath. The 9 individuals within the van met their end. Eyes wide open. Moments earlier, Lin Qiye had compressed the wind blades of the blood-sucking scythe to their utmost limit, then unleashed them in an instant. The sheer volume of tiny wind blades detonating within the confined space of the van was a terror to behold. The final decapitation was a result of Lin Qiye testing the ability of the language of judgment. Indeed, as mentioned in the information, this skill possessed a certain cutting attribute. The so-called judgment was akin to the Grim Reaper wielding an invisible scythe, gently slicing away, causing life to vanish without a trace. Gazing upon the carnage within the van, Lin Qiye found himself at a loss. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he extended his hand towards the heap of flesh and bones. In an instant, the bodies within the van vanished. Just moments ago, a revelation struck Lin Qiye. He recalled the description of Nibelungen. It was said to entomb the souls of the slain and the vengeful spirits. Corpses and vengeful souls were sustenance for Nibelungen. Lin Qiye brought the 9 bodies along with their vengeful souls into Nibelungen. With a thought, a river materialized before him, a clear river. Plop, plop. He cast the bodies and vengeful souls into it, and at the moment of their immersion, they vanished without a trace, yet the clear waters remained unchanged. No, not entirely unchanged. The river appeared slightly darker, though only marginally so, almost imperceptibly so. Concurrently, a strange substance surfaced in the water, exceedingly scarce. Lin Qiye suddenly recalled a legend from Norse mythology regarding Nibelungen. It was said that a highly toxic river named Hvergelmer flowed through Nibelungen. And when Nidhogg cast the remains of the slain into this toxic river, the potent forces of death and toxins would transform those remains into grotesque monsters. Could it be? Chapter 52. The Power of Dead Water. The 4 great monarchs shall eventually descend. Lin Qiye decided to name this river Deadwater. As for Hvergelmer, it was an unwieldy name, difficult to remember. Deadwater bore some resemblance to the mythological description, yet was distinctly different. The corpses and vengeful souls he cast did not transmute into monsters. Instead, they were directly dissolved and disappeared. After the dissolution of the bodies and souls, the river water acquired a peculiar substance. Lin Qiye was certain this was not a toxin. After some contemplation, he resolved to make contact with it. As the master of this Nibelungen, he ought not to be harmed by his own creation. Moreover, when he intended to touch the river water, his instincts did not sound any alarm. Lin Qiye's intuition had proven accurate. The absence of a warning indicated promise. His fingertip grazed the surface of the water, creating ripples. The moment his finger made contact with the water, the substance seemed to return home, swirling around his fingertip incessantly. In that instant, Lin Qiye comprehended the nature of this substance. It possessed the ability to transform the beings within Nibelungen, reshaping them into dragonkind. His thoughts immediately turned to old Zhao. He had contemplated how to transform Zhao Kongqing into the 4 great monarchs, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the absence of a viable method. In hindsight, the substance required for such a transformation must be the key. If he could amass a significant quantity of this material, converting Zhao Kongqing into the 4 great monarchs would pose no challenge. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Qiye's mouth. He suddenly perceived himself as a devil. By vanquishing his foes, he would consume some enigmatic essence and forbidden remnants from their bodies to enhance his own bloodline. Now, with Nibelungen still requiring the flesh and souls of enemies as sustenance, it was indeed the utmost exploitation, extracting every last drop, inside and out. It was at this moment, as Lin Qiye bent down to retrieve the folding knife, that he recalled a particular object mentioned in the original text, a forbidden artifact known as blood boiling, which belonged to Scorpion One. This implied that he had preemptively eliminated the Scorpion Squad. Well, it didn't evoke much sentiment. The opponent had met their end too swiftly. He picked up the blood-red folding knife and examined it closely. Blood boiling, Forbidden Remnant Series 209, capable of absorbing the strength of nearby deceased beings within a short time, layering it upon oneself. Scorpion One Han-Ti even had the chance to utilize this artifact before Lin Qiye dispatched him in an instant. However, regarding the folding knife, combined with Time Zero, he was reminded of that rather charismatic old man. Stowing the folding knife within Nibelungen, Lin Qiye bent down to pick up the mouse. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the distance. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and glanced over. The finest hotel in Songnan City had erupted in flames from its highest floor. If memory served him correctly, the plump one seemed to be residing there. It appeared there was no need for guidance. He discarded the mouse and strode towards the direction of the explosion. Chow Yuan, don't tug on my bathrobe. It's about to fall off. If I don't hold on, I'll fall to my death. In a flash of golden light, Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan landed safely. Phew. Thank goodness for my cleverness, or we'd have been minced meat by now. However, I'm more curious about something else, Qiao Yuan remarked. His gaze fixed intently on Li Pangpang's bathrobe. Where did you hide that space? Mind your own business. The two surveyed their surroundings, suddenly adopting serious expressions. They were encased in a transparent barrier, isolating them from the outside world. No, they instantly recognized this phenomenon. When did you provoke the Night Watchers? How would I know? Li Pangpang rolled his eyes. He had anticipated an attack, but never thought it would be from the Night Watchers. The streetlight cast their shadows, revealing a burly figure with a square jaw and a stern countenance. Behind him stood another man, bearing 3 knives, grinning as he regarded them like 2 panicked mice. The stout man suddenly shrank before their eyes, transforming into a diminutive figure of merely 1 meter tall. What is this? Why can he change size at will? Forbidden Remnant Series 214, Body Recombination, allows one to compress and reorganize their muscles. The more extreme the compression, the more terrifying the speed and strength, Qiao Yuan explained. But I wonder, who is tougher, this guy or Lin Qiye? No matter how strong Lin Qiye's physique was, it could not rival a Forbidden Remnant. Not to mention, the opponent was at least at the pool realm of the same level as them. The small man remained silent, and with a powerful stomp, the ground shattered, leaving an imprint of his foot as his figure morphed into a black afterimage, like an arrow piercing the sky. The tiny fist rapidly enlarged before them. Holy crap! Li Pangpang instinctively shouted, activating his Yaoguang shield. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, but the sound did not seem to emanate from the Yaoguang shield. Li Pangpang looked up to see a towering figure standing with his back to him, completely shrouded in shadow, exuding a sense of overwhelming security. Yet, Li Pangpang's expression grew peculiar. Why was the figure wearing a paper bag with the McDonald's logo on it? Was he serious with that? Could it be that this guy was actually a formidable escapee from a mental institution? Wasn't he that how movies portrayed it? Many characters trapped in mental hospitals or prisons, appearing mad and disheveled, were, in reality, unrivaled heroes. Li Pangpang's thoughts raced, and then he saw the McDonald's figure turn, peering at them through the holes in the bag. I just heard you call my name. A familiar voice emerged from within the bag. Holy crap, Lin Qiye? Both Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on here? Don't you find it amusing? More than amusing, it feels downright insane. Li Pangpang retorted, turning to Qiao Yuan. What do you think? It seems rather intriguing. Old Qiao? He noticed Qiao Yuan was fixated on the bag atop Lin Qiye's head, an expression of approval glimmering in his eyes. Hey, have you forgotten about us? A small fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, surged toward them. The small man's forehead pulsed with veins. These three were engrossed in their conversation, completely disregarding him. Slap. Lin Qiye raised his hand and effortlessly caught it. What the hell? The diminutive man attempted to withdraw his fist, but Lin Qiye stood as immovable as a mountain. Regardless of how hard he struggled, not even a shift in stance occurred. This person is not ordinary. Lin Qiye, be careful. Qiao Yuan and Li Pangpang warned in unison. The man behind them, bearing 3 knives, now gripped one tightly, while the other 2 floated in midair. With all 3 knives drawn, they simultaneously slashed toward Lin Qiye. Die! Lin Qiye made no move, and Li Pangpang, in a panic, hurled the Yaoguang shield to save him. However, it was too late. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing rang out, and as everyone focused, they found that the 3 knives had been halted half a meter in front of Lin Qiye, unable to advance any further. The man felt a tingling in his arm as he leaped back, astonished. Just moments ago, he had sensed countless invisible shards of blades swirling around Lin Qiye, effortlessly deflecting his attack. Lin Qiye shot a glance at him, his golden irises burning with intensity and overwhelming pressure enveloping the space. He released the diminutive man's fist, revealing a rib knife in his hand. With a swift thrust, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, Lin Qiye's movement almost leaving an afterimage. By the time the small man reacted, the azure rib knife had already embedded itself in his neck. Huh! The man clutched his throat, his form suddenly swelling, reverting to that of a robust man. The 3-knife man, witnessing this scene, felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't even seen how the opponent had moved. Sensing the vitality flowing from lust, Lin Qiye wore a satisfied smile. At the moment he eliminated his foe, all of their life force surged into him. This ability, sin and punishment, was truly remarkable. The stamina that previously required immense consumption to recover was not only fully replenished after killing a person, but even left him with a surplus. One might wonder, was he becoming a bit too devilish? Lin Qiye chuckled inwardly. After devouring flesh, souls, and forbidden remnants, he was now even absorbing life force. The Three-Knife Man. Observing the McDonald's figure dispatch one of his companions with an unfathomable speed, was already drenched in sweat. As a former Night Watcher, their vast experience was undeniable. In a situation where they were both at the pool realm, they should have been effortlessly overpowering these youngsters. Yet, before that McDonald's figure, they appeared more like powerless chicks, with their necks firmly grasped. At this moment, he finally realized that the presence of this peculiar individual here implied that the guardian of the boundless void, Old Han, was in grave peril. It had only been a short while, yet they had already lost 2 lives. The man with 3 knives wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that this adversary would prove to be so formidable. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and bolted into the distance. Trying to escape, Lin Qian's figure appeared to be drawn in a straight line. One moment, he was stationary. And the next, he was right in front of the Three-Knife Man, his weapon raised high. Caught off guard, the Three-Knife Man pivoted, unleashing all 3 of his long blades with a fierce countenance. Simultaneously, an arrow, shrouded in darkness and propelled by a howling wind, hurtled toward him. This strike was merely a distraction. The arrow was the real lethal blow. This time, let us see if you can withstand it. The Three-Knife Man's face lit up with manic joy, but in that fleeting moment, Lin Qian's silhouette vanished completely. It was a genuine disappearance. The figure that had been there a moment ago seemed to have been erased, evaporating into thin air. Just moments before, no matter how swift Lin Qian had been, onlookers could at least see his afterimage. But now, where was he? On a tall building several hundred meters away, a female archer furrowed her brow and scanned her surroundings. Yet she could not catch sight of Lin Qian. She had not expected that the opponent could react so quickly, especially considering she had employed the Forbidden Void. Truly a monster, she cursed inwardly. Are you speaking of me? A mocking voice echoed in her ears, followed by a chilling sound of bones fracturing. She felt excruciating pain in her shoulders. The owner of the voice seemed apologetic. At that moment, a sharp blade sliced through her neck and pierced her chest. Twisting around in a clockwise motion, her vision blurred, and her body grew cold rapidly. When did this happen? This was the last thought of the female archer before her consciousness faded away. Even in death, she could not comprehend how Lin Qian had traversed the distance from 100 meters away to behind her in the blink of an eye. Looking down from the building, the Three-Knife Man was currently being blocked by Bai Li, unable to flee. Lin Qian collected the archer's lifeless body into the Nibelungen, gently wiped his blade, and pressed the elevator button. While he had ascended in a rush, there was no need for haste in his descent. Descending the stairs, Lin Qian approached the Three-Knife Man step by step. While he stepped aside, no longer obstructing the man's escape. You killed her? The man gently caressed the emerald green blade, taking deliberate steps toward the Three-Knife Man, his actions akin to a gentleman tidying his utensils after a fine meal. And that gentleman was preparing to indulge in dessert. Blood sprayed onto a McDonald's paper bag, rendering the man's previously comical appearance particularly unsettling. The hollow depths of the bag revealed a pair of golden vertical pupils, unnaturally bright against the inky darkness of the night. When Lin Qiye heard the explosion and rushed over from a distant villa, this was the scene he encountered. A towering man adorned with a blood-red paper bag embraced a slender figure. The tall man tilted his head as if recounting a tale, one hand resting in front of the thin man, as if offering a gift, while the latter pushed away with both hands, seemingly wishing to decline. At first glance, it appeared to be a tender reunion between old friends, one offering a gift, the other politely attempting to refuse. However, the tall man was insistent, determined to press the present into the other's arms, leaving the slender man with no choice but to accept. From within the blood-red paper bag, only a pair of fiercely burning golden eyes could be seen. At that moment, the owner of those eyes finally noticed Lin Qiye. With a swift motion, the slender man was sent crashing to the ground. Lin Qiye then discerned that the man's abdomen was distinctly impaled by a long emerald blade. He lay sprawled, twitching for a moment before falling still. The knife was indeed the gift. Qiye, you've arrived a tad late. I've already finished the killing. The man with the blood-red paper bag spread his arms wide, as if welcoming a friend or showcasing his handiwork. Lin Qiye could hear the laughter in his tone. Chapter 53. Lin Qiye, feeling a bit thrilled, could you refrain from being so deranged? I nearly thought you had lost your mind. Lin Qiye replied with an exasperated eye roll. Clearly, he was not shaken by Lin Qian's earlier actions, although Lin Qian had indeed displayed rather unsettling behavior. Lin Qiye felt little concern. He had grown accustomed to this man's eccentricities over time. It was unexpected that someone would strike tonight. It's only natural, after all. We have a mere 4 days off. If they don't act quickly, There wouldn't be any opportunity left. Lin Qiye glanced at Bai Li, who was residing in the hotel room he had rented. He wondered who might be lying in wait there, intending to ambush him and Qiao Yuan, and had even set off an explosion, though it had been thwarted by the instructor. By the sound of it, the fight was still ongoing. Should we go lend a hand? It's likely unnecessary. The instructors can handle it themselves. At worst, there is always Chief Instructor Yuan Gang to oversee things. Then what shall we do now? How about we grab a bite? Bai Li suggested, rubbing his stomach. That sounds good. By the way, Lin Xuan. Lin Qiye seemed to recall something and pulled out a small box containing a blue crystalline shard from his pocket. This is something Instructor Hong asked me to bring to you. He had intended to give it to you as soon as we got off the bus. He also mentioned that this item had been prepared long ago, but considering that wearing it would diminish the suppression of the forbidden void and the spiritual pressure, he refrained from giving it to you. Thank you. Lin Xuan accepted the box and opened it to find a shard of blue crystal, the size of a fingernail, quietly resting inside, emanating a ghostly blue light in the darkness. Beneath the crystal lay a note. Azure Heart, capable of maintaining the activation of Forbidden Void Sequence 278, Azure Guardian, within a 1-meter radius, providing resistance against most mental attacks. It was indeed this item. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Qiye. Originally, this was Lin Qiye's possession. Yet now it had been personally handed to him. Was this not a form of trust? Why does your gaze seem so strange? Lin Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch Lin Xuan in the face, wishing it would be a blow that could not be easily retracted. Cough, cough, you're overthinking it. Let us just eat. Under the guidance of Lin Xuan and Lin Qiye, the four of them wound their way to a noodle shop. Lin Xuan, Qiye. Is this the place you meant when you said we were coming for noodles? Bai Li surveyed the surroundings, noting the dilapidated buildings and flickering neon lights. The alley was remarkably quiet, occasionally disturbed by moths flitting against the light, their sounds echoing far and wide. The shop itself was quite tidy, with only a couple, clad in aprons, sitting idly on stools, engrossed in their phones. Bai Li, however, was unfazed by the environment, feeling more of a sense of novelty. It was his first time dining in such a small eatery after all these years, and it felt quite charming. I'll have a bowl of shredded pork noodles. A serving of large meat noodles for me. I'll have a serving of shredded pork noodles as well. By the way, boss, do you allow extra toppings? Of course. Then please add everything you have. Sure thing. Lin Xuan examined the menu, hesitating between the large meat noodles and the shredded pork noodles, ultimately opting for the latter. Is that all you're getting? Lin Qiye looked at Lin Xuan in surprise. Yes, is there a problem? What problem? That is a huge problem. At this point, not only Lin Qiye, but even Qiao Yuan and Bai Li turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. Given their familiarity with him, they knew he typically wouldn't feel satisfied unless he consumed at least 10 bowls of noodles in one sitting. What on earth was going on today? Lin Xuan, have you experienced a breakup? Bai Li asked cautiously. No, stop overthinking it. Lin Xuan shot Bai Li an exasperated glare. The three exchanged knowing glances. Lin Xuan often suffers from ailments, but tonight his condition is particularly severe. He even fashioned a McDonald's paper bag as a makeshift headpiece, leaving one to ponder his state of mind. Could it be that his illness has intensified? What affliction could be so debilitating that it prevents Lin Xuan from even consuming food? The gravity of the situation suddenly dawns on the three companions. Enough of that. I simply had a meal at McDonald's before coming here, Lin Xuan hastily clarifies. If he were to remain silent, they might misconstrue his condition as a terminal illness, fearing he is on the brink of death. Oh, I see. They nod in understanding, just as their noodles are served. At that moment, 4 more individuals enter the restaurant, Shen Qingzhu accompanied by 3 of his subordinates. Hey, Bro Chuan, you're here for noodles too? Bai Li Pang greets Shen Qingzhu. The term Bro Chuan was initially coined by Lin Xuan, and the group found it fitting, thus it caught on among them. Shen Qingzhu glances at the mountain of food in Bai Li Pang's bowl, a twitch evident at the corner of his eye. Boss, 4 bowls of clear soup noodles. He calls out. Still clear soup? You have been ordering that all day. Are you really having this again? Shen Qingzhu remarks, noticing the 3 beside him eyeing Bai Li Pang's meat-filled bowl with longing. After a moment's hesitation, he says, then make it 3 bowls of shredded meat and 1 bowl of clear soup. Shen Qingzhu acts swiftly, his wallet's contents largely concealed from view. However, Lin Qiye, with his extraordinary perception, notes that after the payment, the wallet is utterly depleted. After a brief silence, he speaks up. By the way, Shen Qingzhu, do you have some time? He gets straight to the point. I have a deal for you. Over the next few days, I need you to protect Pang, and he will pay you 1,500 a day. Shen Qingzhu is taken aback, glancing at Bai Li Pang, who is equally surprised but quickly nods in agreement. He is fully committed to assisting Lin Qiye in whatever he needs. Even if it meant seducing someone, he would refrain, as his affections lie solely with him only. Seeing by Li Pangpang's acquiescence, Shen Qingzhu nods as well. I have no objection. That's 1,000 a day, over the next few days. It should amount to 3,000 or 4,000, which is enough for me to treat Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang to several barbecues. He gestures towards the 3 men, adding, of course, that doesn't include them. Then Shen Qingzhu suddenly appears bashful. Could I possibly get an advance? While Li Pangpang opens his mouth, realizing he could only use a card, and Shen Qingzhu hardly seems like someone who could produce a card reader at that moment. I'll handle it. Lin Qian interjects, rising to retrieve 2,000 from his wallet, handing it to Shen Qingzhu. Thanks. Shen Qingzhu takes the money and promptly hands it to Deng Wei. You guys spend this for me first. The rest I'll collect at the training camp later. After a brief pause, he adds, if there's anything you want to buy, just go ahead. As you heard, my bodyguard fee is 1,000 a day. Money isn't an issue. With that, he turns to Lin Qian and the others, who have finished their meals. Shall we go? Why did you have Bro Chuan become my bodyguard? While Li Pangpang leans closer to Lin Qiye. Lin Qian and I can't always be by your side. And Qiao Yuan is quite unpredictable. It's prudent to have a reliable force to protect you, Lin Qiye explains. Yet, that is not the sole reason. He also noticed Shen Qingzhu's lack of funds and thought it wiser to teach him to fish than merely provide him one. Furthermore, he didn't possess the wealth to provide such assistance. So where to now? Shen Qingzhu inquires of the 4. Don't look at me. The hotel I just booked was bombed. If they can blow it up once, they can do it again. Staying in those large hotels is out of the question. While Li Pangpang replies, turning to Lin Qiye. Qiye, do you have any recommendations? Lin Qiye glances at Lin Xian, remaining silent. Then, all eyes turn to Lin Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he suggests, before heading to my place, let us buy a set of mahjong. It's perfect for 4 players. That makes sense. Pong. 30,000. Pong again. Lin Xian, are you seriously feeding cards to Qiao Yuan? Do you think I want to? 1. Pong. Qiao Yuan, you rascal. The villa's lights cast the silhouettes of the group against the windows, their raucous laughter echoing beyond the villa's walls. As snowflakes drift down from the pitch-black sky, they adorn the landscape in a silvery cloak. In Songnan City, snowfall is a rarity due to the weather, and this particular snowfall marks the first in a decade. On a hillside a kilometer away from the villa, a young man lies prone in the snow, aiming a sniper rifle. Through his scope, he observes Lin Qian inside the villa, his face plastered with paper notes, exuding a rare look of frustration. It is unfortunate that he is too far away to capture this moment with a camera. The sound of crunching footsteps draws nearer, yet Lin Qian remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. It's freezing. Wu Xiangnan's voice breaks the chill, followed by a thick military coat draped over Lin Qian's shoulders. The captain is watching Lin Qiye, so it's just the 2 of us here. Huh, you haven't slept either. Instead, you're keeping watch. The 2 share no further words, letting the howling wind whip against their faces, the snow enveloping them in stillness, akin to statues. Only the visible breath betrays their vitality. They are the guardians of the countless lights of the Great Xia, and tonight they vigilantly protect the flame of their own team members. That flame is their own. Chapter 54. At the very least, make a phone call home. Lin Qian, where are you going? I'm stepping out to handle some matters. You all carry on. If you get hungry, there are vendors selling steamed buns on the street. Handle it yourselves. Lin Qian turns and departs, vanishing from their sight, only to retrieve a mouse from his pocket once out of view. Lead the way. After losing an entire night playing mahjong, he is in dire need of an outlet for the pent-up frustration that accumulated during that time. A complete loss, not a single game won. This direction, Lin Qian senses something and quickens his pace. It seems to lead towards Lin Qiye's home. He has already eliminated the Scorpion squad. Who else could be left? He must hurry. If he is a moment too late, they may become fodder for the little black rascal. Upon arriving swiftly, he spots a bespectacled, refined gentleman gazing intently at the first floor of a dilapidated building across the street. Noticing Lin Qian's approach, the man turns with a smirk. However, upon recognizing his identity, his demeanor shifts to one of reverence. I didn't expect you to arrive first. I thought it would be the legendary dual deity spokesperson. Nevertheless, if it is you, that is fortuitous. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Liang, believer, 16th seat. Lu Liang bows slightly, his expression respectful, as if addressing a deity rather than an adversary. Lord Murmurs has entrusted me with a message for you, esteemed agent of Nidhogg. Would you be willing to leave the night watch and embrace the embrace of the ancient god church? Should you choose to join, you could instantly ascend to a new god within the church, enjoying power equal to that of the 3 deities. To be candid, when Lu Liang first heard the message from Lord Murmurs, he was taken aback. He never anticipated such high regard for Lin Qiye, not merely a follower, but rather a direct ascent to the most exalted position within the ancient God Church. Upon reflection, however, it makes sense. After all, the deity represented by this young agent, the Deathwing Nidhogg, is formidable and fearsome, residing at the base of the world tree, rendering even the chief god Odin of Norse mythology powerless against him. The individual in question is indeed qualified to ascend as a new deity. However, I hold no interest in such matters. Lin Qiye set the mouse upon the ground, his gaze frigid and piercing. As for El Liang, I had never even heard of him. Was he truly a character from the original work of Slaying Gods? In truth, he was. El Liang was the unfortunate soul who met his demise within the cursed belly of the small black toad. But his fleeting death had left no lasting impression on Lin Qiye. The 16th seat of the Believers poses a question. Is the opponent of the Sea Realm? This may prove somewhat troublesome. Yet, whether one can prevail remains to be tested. Snowflakes continued to fall, landing upon the two figures. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and Lin Qiye appeared before El Liang, delivering a powerful punch. Alas, what was the need for this? El Liang had no desire to engage in combat. Conventionally, the ancient God Church would grant only one opportunity. Should one decline, death would inevitably follow. However, this time, the attitude of Lord Murmurs was rather ambiguous. There was no explicit prohibition against killing, nor was there an endorsement of it. El Liang was a person of considerable caution. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this moment. He endeavored to avoid offending someone who might become his superior in the future, should enmity arise. Once that individual ascends to power, taking his head would be but a mere whim. El Liang subtly shifted his body, narrowly evading Lin Qiye's strike. Lin Qiye's speed was formidable, yet as a formidable being on the cusp of the Sea Realm, El Liang was no mere novice. If he lacked the strength to support his position as the 16th seat of Believers, he would not have attained it. While dodging, El Liang privately marveled at Lin Qiye's remarkable speed, despite being merely at the Pool Realm. Indeed, he was worthy of Lord Murmur's attention as a promising new god, a figure of potential. However, that potential remained unrealized. Until he fully matured, Lin Qiye was still inconsequential, with each of Lin Qiye's punches narrowly avoided. It felt as though a cat were toying with a mouse. Lin Qiye, unwilling to concede, swung his right fist once more. This time, his speed surpassed that of his previous attempts, yet El Liang still managed to evade. It was a tactic he had long anticipated. A smirk graced El Liang's lips as he maintained a constant speed to disorient Lin Qiye, then suddenly accelerated, leaving his opponent unprepared. Truly, it was no surprise that such a person could ascend to become a new deity. He exhibited intelligence, though regrettably, these were merely remnants of El Liang's own strategies. As El Liang reveled in his own cleverness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A verdant long blade had closed the distance between them, plunging directly into his torso. El Liang could sense the liquid from the blade surging into his veins through the wound. The ability of Tao Tai was to inject toxins into an enemy's body through the myriad hollows along the blade. Presently, Tao Tai contained only 3 types of poison, one lethal, one paralyzing, and one chronic. The third type, while not fatal, induced excruciating suffering and was exceedingly difficult to expel. Naturally, when facing a deity, such toxins would be insufficient. However, they were quite adequate for a mere figure of the river realm. Moreover, at the moment of penetration, Lin Qiye had injected all 3 toxins simultaneously rather than just one. What have you done? El Liang's eyes widened in horror. As the liquid invaded his body, he felt an icy chill in his limbs, an overwhelming pain that threatened to consume him entirely. It was as if he had become a corpse still capable of sensation. Acutely aware of every inch of his skin infested with writhing worms, the relentless agony assaulting his mind. Within mere seconds, he found himself sprawled upon the ground, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ironically, the man who had lived his life with utmost caution had ultimately succumbed due to his insufficient vigilance. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Qiye could conjure a blade from thin air? Lin Qiye looked down from his elevated position, witnessing El Liang's complexion swiftly darkening to a ghastly hue as the potent toxin took effect. Withdrawing the emerald blade, Lin Qiye then produced Lust. This weapon possessed the ability to induce high-frequency vibrations in its edge, akin to Mali's Forbidden Void. It was an opportune moment to assess its power. After a brief pause, Lin Qiye rose once more. Before him lay nothing but traces of struggle. The snow-drenched ground had turned crimson, resembling glistening blood crystals, which were quickly veiled by the falling snow. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Qiye detected a small dark figure. Turning to look, he found a little black toad-like dog. Clearly, it was the howling celestial hound that belonged to Lin Qiye. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye grinned and crouched down. The little black toad paused momentarily before wagging its tail and trotting over. Lin Qiye playfully ruffled the fur of the small black dog, relishing the moment. In this manner, he had also become part of the howling celestial hound circle. The little black dog barked joyfully, leaping around and even licking Lin Qiye, seemingly delighted by his words. After giving the small creature another affectionate pat, Lin Qiye stood and departed. They had been observing Lin Qiye all along, bearing witness to his every action. Lin Qiye was well aware of their watchful gaze and had no intention of concealing his endeavors from them. It was unexpected how swiftly that rascal had matured, already capable of standing on his own. When Qima sat nearby, peering through binoculars, clicking his tongue, "Let us move. We should assist him in cleaning up. Although I am unaware of how he disposed of the bodies, there are traces that remain somewhat evident." "Wait," Cold Qian interjected suddenly, stopping when Qima. Through the scope, he spotted an unexpected figure. After a moment, Cold Qian spoke up, "Qiye has arrived. Did you inform Qiye?" When Qima inquired, referring to the near attack on Lin Qiye's family. "No, I have no idea why Qiye is here. Is the captain with him?" "The captain is right behind Lin Qiye." That is reassuring. When Qima exhaled a sigh of relief. With Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye together, he feared that someone might seize the opportunity to ensnare both. With the captain present, whatever these two intended to do, they would have protection. "Ah, Qiye, are you out for a stroll as well?" Upon seeing Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye noticed that Qiye had also spotted him. "What brings you here?" Lin Qiye asked, his surprise evident. "Well, I mentioned I was out for a leisurely walk to digest. Would you believe that?" Lin Qiye scrutinized him skeptically, remaining silent. "What has transpired?" Lin Qiye inquired directly. For he was no fool. Lin Qiye's presence here indicated that something unknown had occurred. The two exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, until Lin Qiye finally let out a sigh. This fellow, Lin Qiye, was astute. He could not conceal the truth from him. "I was tracking down someone who intended to harm us. I ended up at your doorstep, where I spotted an individual lurking suspiciously in the direction of your home." Lin Qiye's expression immediately darkened. He glanced at the blood concealed beneath the falling snow and, after a long pause, spoke hoarsely, "Thank you." This gratitude, from Lin Qiye, was sincere and profoundly heartfelt. He could scarcely imagine what might have befallen his family had Lin Qiye not fortuitously discovered the threat. Jean and his aunt were his vulnerabilities. Don't mention it. Lin Qiye perched himself on a stone by the roadside, gazing towards Lin Qiye's home. From this angle, he could clearly see the figure of Lin Qiye's aunt bustling about. Lin Qiye sat down as well, lifting his gaze to the home he longed for. After a moment of silence, he spoke hoarsely, "Lin Qiye, I've been contemplating whether I should distance myself from them, allowing others to believe I do not care for my original family. Perhaps only in this way could my aunt and the others remain undisturbed." "You're overthinking it. Your nature ensures that you are not the kind of person to forget those who have nurtured you, nor would you abandon your aunt who has cared for you. Enduring this distance only results in injury to yourself, your aunt, your brother, and at most that little black dog will suffer. It will have no impact on your enemies." As Lin Qiye spoke, the little black dog dashed out once more, and upon spotting Lin Qiye, it immediately wagged its tail with the fervor of a fan. Lin Qiye gently stroked the dog's coarse fur, remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Lin Qiye chose not to elaborate further, merely letting out a sigh. "At the very least, you ought to have made a phone call home, even if you truly are in the military. It shouldn't be impossible to use a phone during the New Year's Eve. Sometimes, just hearing your voice can bring joy to your family for an entire day, invigorating them for their tasks." He held the most authority to comment on this matter. Lin Qiye rose and departed. Behind him, Lin Qiye's trembling voice called out, "Hello, Aunt." "Auntie." "Yes, I'm quite well." Lin Qiye strolled quietly through the vast expanse of snow, like the solitary black dot upon a blank canvas. Chapter 55, Abilities Unlocked Again. Meeting in Qingyu, raising a toast together. "Let us go." Lin Qiye patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. He appreciated Lin Qiye for granting him a private space to converse with his family. "To clarify, my sexual orientation leans towards voluptuous and gentle older sisters. So please refrain from giving me those peculiar looks. Are you akin to Chao Yuan?" "Not quite. Old Chao has an inclination for married women. And you?" "I am more open-minded than old Chao. I admire any mature woman who possesses ample curves." "Where to now?" "I shall have breakfast first." "Huh." Lin Qiye's mouth twitched. "But it is already afternoon. What time did you wake up?" "Well, I went to sleep quite early, around 5. And I've long wanted to voice my annoyance. Everyone says good morning. But who truly feels good in the morning?" Disregarding Lin Qiye's ramblings, Lin Qiye shrugged. "Never mind. Do as you wish. Just let Hong Ying know not to forget about the dinner gathering at her villa tonight." "Understood." Lin Qiye nodded. The two parted ways, with Lin Qiye stepping into a dim alley. He turned into a shadowy corner, confirming with his blood-sucking scythe that no one was around before finally closing his eyes. Prior to the holiday, his bloodline purity had reached 27. After slaying the likes of Scorpion and a follower of the Chuanjing, his bloodline purity skyrocketed to 31. To be candid, it was only after Lin Qiye killed Elyang that he realized the opponent was not a mere Chuanjing, but a formidable individual already halfway into the realm of the sea. This was the key to his breakthrough past 30. However, the opponent's demise was so sudden and trivial that he hadn't even glimpsed the opponent's forbidden domain. This also indirectly demonstrated how terrifying the poison of Tao Tai truly was. It was indeed a weapon capable of incapacitating even dragons within the Dragon Clan. Yet, what occupied his thoughts now were two other matters. One being the breakthrough of his bloodline purity past 30, allowing him to acquire a new ability. The other, the 7 deadly sins, from which he could draw another power, likely greed. As he reached the gravestone, Lin Qiye lifted his gaze and suddenly caught sight of something, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the distance, the withered world tree showed signs of change. Though it remained desiccated, its roots had turned black. As if the darkness sought to consume every inch of this colossal tree that upheld the heavens and the earth. Lin Qiye noted that this pervasive blackness seemed to have already eroded 1/3 of the great tree, mirroring his current bloodline purity. Yet, prior to this, there had been no such transformation. Lin Qiye felt an unsettling intuition that once the darkness fully engulfed the world tree, something significant would occur. But it did not appear to bode ill for him. Unable to comprehend it, Lin Qiye silently etched this matter into his memory, choosing to set it aside for the time being. He shifted his attention to the enormous gravestone that pierced the sky, inscribed with bloodline purity 30, do not die. Accompanying this was a deluge of information and an incessant cacophony of cracking bones. This time, it was the bones in his torso that were fracturing and reconstituting. After a long while, Lin Qiye rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. The narrow alley had not accumulated much snow, causing him to be dusted with grime. Lin Qiye exhaled softly. Do not die. How astonishing. It is indeed the exclusive skill of Long Mingfei from the Dragon Clan. Upon unlocking Do Not Die, Lin Qiye comprehended its true nature. It was neither a word spirit nor a power akin to sin and punishment. Rather, it was a decree, a command unique to a sovereign. For the Black King, every utterance was a decree. Whatever he spoke became reality. The decree Lin Qiye acquired could be applied to both himself and others, possessing a remarkably high priority, as long as he articulated this phrase. Even if the recipient had exhausted all their potential through demonic means, he could ensure they retained a breath of life, snatching them from the clutches of death. However, when used on others, the decree Do Not Die could merely prevent death, without restoring their injuries to their prior state. Only when applied to himself could it restore his wounds. Yet, this was already extraordinary. Moreover, his torso's transformation, including his sternum and ribs, had now been completed, amplifying the power he could exert in his dragonbone state. Subsequently, Lin Qiye summoned the 7 deadly sins, gently tapping, causing the sword box to unfold before him. He reached for a blood-red longsword, applying a slight force, and it emitted a resonant hum. The blood-red longsword, resembling a fierce dragon clutching a blade, was both terrifying and beautiful. It was a sword of absorption. Any enemy wounded by its edge would have a portion of their blood drawn from them and stored within the sword's body. The extraction ratio depended on the extent of their injuries, and those slain by greed would have all their blood completely drained. Once greed had stored blood, it could unleash blood-colored slashes from a distance, with the quality and range of the strikes increasing with the amount of blood stored. Furthermore, it appeared that greed had no upper limit on storage. This was rather extravagant. It implied that, provided there was sufficient blood, even deities could be felled before him. In addition to consuming blood from the wounds of enemies, Lin Qiye could also proactively provide blood to greed. It was then that Lin Qiye suddenly recalled the forbidden item he had obtained from Scorpion, a folding knife. The forbidden item, blood boiling, could mobilize the blood of recently deceased individuals within the vicinity, with the range of mobilization expanding based on the user's mental strength. He could utilize this forbidden item to concentrate the blood of those around him onto himself or pour it into greed. Moments later, he discovered the mouse he had previously discarded in another alley. The mouse remained still as if lifeless until Lin Qiye approached, at which point it began to move again, crawling towards him. If there are more, lead the way. Let us meet before nightfall. If not, I would prefer to see you in person. I am quite curious about your current appearance, Lin Qiye said with a smile. Squeak, squeak. The mouse listened intently to Lin Qiye's words, and after a long pause, It suddenly squeaked at him before darting into a drainage ditch. Lin Qiye followed closely behind, his smile growing wider. So, what is your purpose in seeking me? Perhaps merely to get acquainted. By the way, you truly dare to bring me to your secret base. Are you not afraid I might turn violent? I do not perceive you as a threat, for I believe I still hold some value to you. That is reasonable, Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. How is the research on my blood progressing? And Xingyu adjusted his glasses, the light filtering through the overhead mesh illuminating his face, revealing a hint of a flush on his cheeks. To speak frankly, it is astonishing. Your blood is entirely distinct from that of an ordinary human, with an alarming surplus of various blood cell types. No, the morphology of those cells cannot even be classified as blood cells. Perhaps with more advanced instruments, I could delve deeper into their essence. When discussing Lin Qiye's blood, and Xingyu became noticeably more talkative. Can you imagine the sensation of having one's worldview shattered upon seeing Lin Qiye's blood sample? He had dissected the corpse of a Nidhogg serpent demon, which indeed possessed intricate anatomical structures, yet none were as unfathomable as this. For him, Lin Qiye's blood is akin to an uncharted mist, imbued with enigma from head to toe. So, have you attempted to inject my blood into other organisms? Such precious experimental material. How could I possibly use it so readily? How about I provide you with a few more vials? What are your requirements? Conduct as much research as possible. You may also experiment by injecting my blood into animals. However, I must remind you that if you indeed decide to do so, remember to take adequate protective measures. Lin Qiye's request for Xingyu to study him was not without the underlying intention of understanding his own physical composition. He felt as though he was merely feeling his way across a riverbed, as the blood of Nidhogg within him should not merely bestow formidable physical prowess. The abilities unlocked due to the purity of his bloodline, while related to the blood coursing through Lin Qiye, ultimately stemmed from that tombstone. Yet Lin Qiye himself bore the blood of the Black Emperor. He yearned to discover if there were other, yet undiscovered elements within him. As for why Lin Qiye placed such trust in Xingyu, it is essential to note that Xingyu holds another identity, that of the key to the gate. The forbidden ruins of Xingyu, known as the sole true answer, manifest the power of the gate of truth. If anyone could assist him in unraveling these mysteries, it would undoubtedly be Xingyu. By the way, have you been residing underground for the past 6 months? Lin Qiye inquired, while also surveying the surroundings. Before the ailing youth lay merely a chessboard, with black and white pieces engaged in fierce combat. I am human too, and I still need to procure food. However, I must admit that I have spent the majority of my time underground. Is there anything to drink? Why don't we have a toast, since it is New Year's Eve? That works. And Xingyu nodded, and soon 2 mice appeared, each dragging a bottle of Sprite toward them. Here, let us drink. This is not alcohol. And Xingyu almost remarked. But ultimately, he merely clinked his cup. The splashing droplets reflected their figures, 2 smiling faces. On New Year's Eve, the night enveloped the earth, as if dark ink had been dropped into clear water, staining the pristine sky a deep black. That evening, the air resonated with the sound of firecrackers, and fireworks dazzled brightly. They twinkled like scattered stars or cascaded like waterfalls, transforming the dark horizon into a flowing canvas. Various fireworks blossomed in the night sky, illuminating the joyous faces of the people, reflecting their delight and anticipation for the happiness of the coming year. Lin Qiye, you finally arrived. Sister Hongying has been clamoring to start the meal, but the captain insisted on waiting for you. Si Xiaonan greeted with a grin upon seeing him. The seating was already arranged. Around a large circular table were 9 neatly placed chairs. The extra chair was reserved for old Zhao. I'll go serve the dishes. Chenmai, upon noticing Lin Qiye's arrival, turned and entered the kitchen, soon returning with an array of dishes. With Lin Qiye present, they were unconcerned about waste. So this year's feast was particularly lavish, a total of 27 dishes, so abundant that the round table struggled to accommodate them. As everyone took their seats, 1 chair remained empty. That was the chair between Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye, designated for old Zhao. There, one would expect a boisterous middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, regaling tales of dubious origin. As the group raised their glasses, smiles adorned their faces. Unbeknownst to them, however, a scruffy middle-aged man sat in that empty chair. His mouth stretched wide, yet he appeared to be weeping. Zhao Kongqing occupied the chair, also raising his hand in unison with the others. Happy New Year. Lin Qiye had gone to find Qiye, which meant that only the 3 of them would celebrate together tonight. It was a pity they could not play mahjong with 1 player short. Bro, come on, let us drink. I am your guard now. I cannot drink. Oh, come now. That's trivial. I command you in the name of the boss. Give me a show. With such festivities, how can you leave me out? Lin Qiye chuckled as he patted by Li Pangpang. Enough of the nonsense. hand me a can as well. During the gathering earlier, the captain said that Qiye and I are still underage, so I wasn't allowed to drink. Isn't it New Year? Aren't you 18 now? The captain is quite strict, insisting that I turn 18 tomorrow. Today, I am still 17. Lin Qiye laughed, recalling the captain's serious demeanor when he said that, alongside old Zhao, who sat nearby, clutching his belly in laughter. Inside the villa, there were 4 jovial youths. Outside, a myriad of lights illuminated the night, accompanied by splendid fireworks. The youths raised their glasses, laughing heartily. Happy New Year! Before him lay an array of bottles, all ravaged by the 2 of them. The one in his hand was the last remaining. After a long moment, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. A smile graced in Qingyu's lips. He had not laughed so heartily in quite some time. Happy New Year! Chapter 56. Greed Unleashed. Lin Qiye's true fury. The night swiftly passed, and Lin Qiye struggled to rise from the ground, vigorously shaking his head. He cast a glance at the others sprawled on the floor, still sound asleep, and stepped over the scattered bottles as he exited the villa. His gaze swept the surroundings, and Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes. Did I invite you out? Or did you come of your own accord? At the moment Lin Qiye's words fell, a massive fireball hurtled towards him, exploding before him with a thunderous roar. As the flames dissipated, Lin Qiye stood there calmly, unscathed. Before him lay a charred pit, extending to within a meter of him, as if repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Simultaneously, 3 formidable figures from the Chuan realm materialized before Lin Qiye. To think he could detect our presence. No wonder he is the divine agent. Be cautious, this lad has tricks up his sleeve. Just now, Old Wang's fireball struck him as if it had been disintegrated in midair. Lin Qiye paid no heed to the 3, merely calling out to the open space. Aren't you coming out? What is this kid talking about? Has he lost his mind? The trio was perplexed, when suddenly they heard a swish, and 3 blades were poised against their necks, rendering them immobile. Behind them, unbeknownst to them, 3 others had appeared, brandishing knives at their throats. Another figure emerged before Lin Qiye, cupping his fist in greeting. I have the honor of meeting young Master Lin. Forbidden object user? Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed. Just as he suspected, it was indeed these 4. Lin Qiye held no goodwill towards these 4 traitors who had betrayed by Li Pangpang and sought to eliminate him. Young Master Lin's gaze is indeed penetrating. I am a fire user among the forbidden object users. Enough with the flattery. Pangpang and the others are still sleeping. Bring those 3 with me. Lin Qiye turned and led the group to a desolate area. He turned around and gestured with his chin toward one of the captives. Release him. This was the one who had thrown the fireball at Lin Qiye. The forbidden object user hesitated. This young Master Lin was only at the Pool realm, while the other was at the Chuan realm. Moreover, the latter was a good friend of their young master, which had been emphasized repeatedly in phone calls. They could not afford to let him suffer any harm. Yet the forbidden object user suddenly recalled the earlier display. It should be noted that they could become invisible, but only by employing a rather high-grade invisibility forbidden object. The fact that these 3 individuals from the Chuan realm were oblivious to their presence, yet were effortlessly pointed out by this young Master Lin, was indeed astonishing. Let go, he commanded. Ultimately, the fire wielder waved his hand, and the oppressive sensation around his neck vanished. He felt belittled by a junior. How dare a mere Chuan realm practitioner be so arrogant? He thought to himself, I'll show you what death truly means. Knowing he was unlikely to survive, he reasoned that even if he managed to kill Lin Qiye, he would be executed on the spot by the forbidden item wielder. If I'm to die, I will take you with me. A massive fireball materialized in his palms, thrown forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards Lin Qiye. This fireball was several times larger than the previous one. The water wielder remained vigilant, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. The fire wielder frowned, concerned about the unfolding battle. The intensity of the attack indicated that the opponent was indeed fighting with desperation. Even he had to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. As the fireball barreled toward him, Lin Qiye maintained an air of indifference, lacking even the inclination to raise a hand in defense. He merely stepped forward. The water wielder tensed, gripping his forbidden item and preparing to act, but suddenly, he froze. Not just him, everyone present was left dumbfounded. An invisible barrier firmly blocked the fireball, maintaining a distance of 1 meter without a hint of encroachment. In the barren land, only Lin Qiye remained, as calm as ever. Upon witnessing this scene, the man gritted his teeth, causing the fireball to explode violently, the sound echoing for miles. As the flames dissipated, Lin Qiye frowned. Could it be effective? Before the man could revel in triumph, he beheld that Lin Qiye remained unscathed, the only impact being his clothing ruffled by the shockwave. TSK. Such a loud noise will surely complicate matters for Lin Qiye and the others. Lin Qiye was displeased. It was supposed to be a festive occasion. and the team leaders deserved a break. However, due to the disturbances caused by him and Lin Qiye, Team 136 was forced to stay alert, leaving no room for rest. They were already fatigued, and the confrontation had only increased the workload for Lin Xuan and his team. This time, Lin Xuan was genuinely upset. He activated Zero Time, and before anyone could react, he unsheathed his blade, greed, and swiftly beheaded his opponent. What unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers was a ghastly sight. Lin Xuan vanished from his original position, and a head shot into the sky. Strangely, the head and body were instantaneously drained of life, as if consumed by some monstrous force. The entire sequence transpired in less than a tenth of a second, too rapid for anyone to even blink. When Lin Xuan reappeared, he stood behind the man, the head still airborne. In his hand, a blood-red longsword had materialized unbeknownst to anyone. Only the fire wielder barely discerned Lin Xuan's movements. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had heard tales of this young Master Lin's forbidden domain being time acceleration, yet such speed was undeniably terrifying. Without employing defensive forbidden items, even he could not guarantee he could withstand a single strike from Lin Xuan. Fortunately, given that Lin Xuan was a time-based wielder, he would likely not be able to maintain this for long, especially since he was merely at the Chuan realm, with his endurance perhaps lasting less than a second. Release those two, Lin Xuan commanded, his expression still grim. The forbidden item wielder behind the two promptly loosened his grip and retreated. Just moments ago, they had sensed an overwhelming intent to kill, as if failing to release them would result in their own demise alongside their companion. The instant the two were freed, before they could utter a word, Lin Xuan unleashed a strike from a distance. Despite being separated by several meters, a crimson blade mark appeared before them, and in the blink of an eye, two more lifeless bodies fell. A collective gasp escaped the four, their eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Two of them instinctively took a step back, fearing he might deliver the same fate to them. The technique bore a striking resemblance to the white slash, but carried an even more sinister aura. The fire wielder furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the long sword in Lin Xuan's hand, remaining silent. Lin Xuan feigned ignorance, turning to walk towards the villa. Lin Xuan, what has befallen you to wear such a foul expression? Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu, roused by the explosion, were dragged outside by Li Pangpang, only to collide with Lin Xuan. Nothing much. I dealt with a few bothersome pests that dared to disturb the peace this morning. Truly vexing. At this moment, Li Pangpang noticed the forbidden item wielder behind Lin Xuan and waved his hand. Greetings. The four forbidden item wielders immediately knelt on one knee. We, the four forbidden item wielders of the Li family, have the honor of meeting the young master. Please rise. Li Pangpang waved his hands theatrically while introducing Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu. These four are the esteemed forbidden item wielders of our Li family, and also my personal bodyguards. You should know that many forbidden items can only be used by specific individuals, and forbidden item wielders are the custodians of such items. By the way, why was Lin Xuan so furious earlier? Could it be related to you all? The fire wielder, kneeling, hurried to explain, Young master, it is not as you presume. He recounted the events, leaving the three in awe. It was not hard to comprehend Lin Xuan's ire. The explosion had indeed been deafening, jolting Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan awake. It seemed that Team 136 would have a busy time ahead. Whether it was a gas explosion or something else, a reason had to be found. Following the sound, he spotted a rat crouching in the corner of the table, squeaking at him. Another new enemy found? Lin Xuan picked up the small mouse and headed outside. After slaying those three, his bloodline purity had risen to 33, bringing him closer to another breakthrough. Yet, with this increase in bloodline purity, the gains diminished. At 10 purity, killing a Chuan realm Ghostface King would elevate him by 8, while now, slaying a Chuan realm foe only granted him 1. Although the Ghostface King's mysterious nature and mastery of forbidden items contributed to this disparity, it nonetheless indicated that Lin Xuan's progress would become increasingly challenging. He could only hope that this next adversary would provide him with ample energy. Lin Xuan set off, swiftly disappearing into the distance. When he halted, he spotted Lin Qiye standing across the street, surrounded by an array of intersecting scratches resembling a multitude of eyes. What a coincidence! Lin Xuan waved to Lin Qiye, a smile spreading across his face. He recognized the foe this time. To his surprise, it was the Snake Lady, indeed a fortunate encounter. He wondered how much his bloodline purity would increase upon her defeat. Chapter 57. How dare a Chuan realm practitioner challenge a Pool realm one? At the moment Lin Xuan appeared, bizarre snake eyes formed by black lines began to spread towards him. He showed no intention of evasion. The ground and walls were adorned with snake eyes of varying sizes. Even the melting snow had taken on their shape. From a certain angle, Even the branches of the old tree overhead resembled those snake eyes. The two were ensnared within someone's forbidden domain. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the tree, a seductive woman with a serpentine waist, ample figure, and captivating features that radiated allure. Who would have thought my luck would be so splendid, encountering two agents, one of whom is a dual deity agent? Initially, I intended to kill you both, but now, dear brothers, I've changed my mind. Such handsome gentlemen should not meet such a fate so easily. How I long to have you kneel at my feet, kissing the ground, inch by inch, rising higher. The woman propped her chin on her hands, her complexion flushed. Oh, merely thinking about it sends waves of excitement coursing through me. Come, become my slave and share in the utmost pleasures. Before the serpent woman could utter another word, Lin Qiye struck with his blade. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, reappearing several meters away from him. Don't be so quick to refuse. I am doing this for your own good, the serpent woman remarked with a playful expression. Yet, if you truly have our best interests at heart, why do you still draw breath? Lin Xuan interjected suddenly. Does this not imply that you are not quite good enough to us? The serpent woman's mood appeared somewhat disjointed, and before she could respond, she once again vanished, evading Lin Qiye's attack. This time, her demeanor turned icy. Are you rejecting me? Of course we are rejecting you. If you cannot comprehend that, I can inscribe it on a stone tablet for you. At that moment, as Lin Xuan spoke, he reached out towards the serpent woman from afar, unleashing countless blades of wind upon her. The serpent woman reacted with remarkable speed, teleporting away just as she sensed danger. Lin Qiye, the enemy's teleportation can only be tracked through the serpent's eye. Remain vigilant about her position, Lin Xuan called out to Lin Qiye. As he spoke, the serpent woman's expression shifted drastically. What does it matter if you know? Prepare to die? Her eyes gleamed with ferocity. I apologize, but my eyes have gone deaf and cannot hear, Lin Xuan quipped, closing his eyes yet continuing to banter. Fighting with his eyes shut posed no challenge for him or Lin Qiye. With a fierce roar, the serpent woman's beautiful black hair transformed into thick, dark serpents, lunging at the two men. As the abyssal god ruins encroached upon her, Lin Qiye's blade shimmered, cutting through the air towards her form. The serpent woman promptly vanished once again, and in the moment of her disappearance, Lin Xuan produced a cerulean blade, stabbing at a previously empty space. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, and the serpent woman struggled to evade the fatal blow. She teleported once more, but as she did, Lin Xuan raised his hand and gently clenched it towards a nearby tree branch. Countless wind blades collided with her body, blood spraying forth. It appeared as though the serpent woman was intentionally taking the hits from Lin Xuan's wind blades. In an instant, the barrage of blades tore through her garments and flesh, blood flowing profusely. The serpent woman's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though her body had been placed in a rapidly spinning blender, reducing her to a pulp. She knelt upon the ground, trembling violently, unable to utter a word. The pain was too extreme, rendering her mute. Blood gushed from her wounds, and after a moment, she collapsed, lifeless. Even in death, she could not comprehend how Lin Xuan had anticipated her appearance upon the branch. The initial stab she could understand. It was due to Lin Qiye invoking the abyssal god ruins, forcing her into that position. However, how had Lin Xuan predicted the second strike? Altering the coverage of the ruins and the location of the serpent's eye? He could not fathom the audacity of this individual, merely a river realm entity, standing firm before two divine agents of the pool realm. The strike aimed at the serpent woman had employed the ability of lust. One of its powers was to mark an enemy. Once struck, the opponent would be branded, allowing Lin Xuan to detect their location no matter where they teleported. This ability had previously gone unused, as his foes had never had the chance to flee, being killed on the spot. Few had been available to test this skill. Suddenly, Lin Xuan realized that if he could mark enemies, did it not imply that he could also mark allies, clarifying their movements? He found this notion intriguing and resolved to find an opportunity to try it on Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pang Pang. As he contemplated, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to swiftly vacate his position. Just as he did, a long spear crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground. Dust scattered, and a man stood where Lin Xuan had just been, his expression calm. Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the believers. It was indeed the 13th seat, indicating that the opponent had likely reached the sea realm. Lin Qiye felt a surge of foreboding, but at that moment, an invisible wave emanated from three directions, enveloping the area. The void of no restraint unfolded. Several footsteps echoed behind the two, and upon turning, they beheld 6 figures clad in dark red cloaks advancing slowly. Among them stood none other than Chen Mai, brandishing his blade towards Han Xiaoyun with a stern countenance. The night watch is here. Who dares to trespass upon the territory of the Great Xia? Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang Pang and his companions were idly wandering through the forest. Lin Qian's whereabouts were unknown. And unable to play mahjong, Qiao Yuan suggested they take a stroll. Pang Pang, do you want some sugar tangerines? Shen Qingzhu magically produced 2 oranges from his hands. Yes. Bai Li Pang Pang and Qiao Yuan responded simultaneously. By the way, where did you get these oranges? Don't mind that, just eat. They won't kill you. As the trio walked, they paused near a grave, and Shen Qingzhu suddenly halted. What's wrong? Nothing. Are you still eating cake? Bai Li Pang Pang asked, perplexed. Qiao Yuan, is this a graveyard? Chapter 58. The lethal strike of the Great Wind Disaster. You neutralized it with a mere gesture? Are you jesting? Let us go? Let us go. How can a living person snatch food from the dead? I am merely cherishing food, Shen Qingzhu retorted, pausing briefly before speaking again. Pang Pang, do you think it is truly safe for us to wander about aimlessly? Fear not. With the protection of the forbidden object user, we are absolutely secure. Unless we encounter a Sea Realm powerhouse. Bai Li Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a dark light shot through the sky like a piercing arrow towards Bai Li Pang Pang. Young master, be careful. The fire user appeared beside Bai Li Pang Pang, pulling him aside just in time to avoid the attack. Boom. The tremendous shockwave sent the group tumbling to the ground. As they got back up, they saw a man shimmering with dark light suspended in midair, looking down upon them as if they were mere ants. Judging by the aura he emanated, he was undoubtedly a Sea Realm entity. Shen Qingzhu and Qiao Yuan were at a loss for words, merely staring at Bai Li Pang Pang with expressions of incredulity. Could it be that this fellow possessed the tongue of a raven? As they regarded the audacious Sea Realm figure, their hearts sank. The man glanced past Bai Li Pang Pang and the others, sneering, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Behind Bai Li Pang Pang and the others stood a middle-aged man in military attire, towering like a mountain, unwavering amidst the tempest. A domain of formidable pressure emanated from him, enveloping Bai Li Pang Pang and the others, as well as the Sea Realm man. Ha ha, I did not anticipate your arrival. I thought you would choose to rescue those 2 agents, Yuan Gang remarked with a smirk. Did you truly believe that I alone could handle the Sea Realm in this city? The dark light man furrowed his brow, but before he could articulate further, Yuan Gang charged forward. A single punch, earth-shattering. Captain, Lin Qiye turned to Chun Mai, anxiety etched upon his face. While he was grateful for their arrival, the captain and his team were at best River Realm, whereas their opponent was clearly of the Sea Realm. The disparity was evident. Captain, has Zero informed you about the matter? Yes, he has. Chun Mai instantly grasped why Lin Qian had posed that question. Han Xiaoyun was unfazed by their conversation. His spear pointed at Lin Qian and Lin Qiye, his expression remaining tranquil. No, rather, it was more akin to numbness. My only targets are these 2. If you depart now, I will not pursue, Han Xiaoyun declared. The directive from his superior was clear, eliminate Lin Qiye and capture Lin Qian. There was no specific order concerning Team 136. Thus, he exploited this loophole in the command, which represented his utmost concession. However, it was evident that no one was retreating. This was the norm for the Night Watchman. For them, and for his former self, comrades were as vital as family. Han Xiaoyun, I know you. You were the former captain of the Suzhou Night Watchman. Years ago, the Suzhou team was annihilated, and I had thought you perished in that catastrophe. Yet, here you are, a mere pawn of the cult of the ancient gods. A pawn. Indeed, a wretched pawn, Han Xiaoyun chuckled bitterly. But why did you join the cult of the ancient gods? I find it incomprehensible. Perhaps if you had witnessed your comrades die before your eyes, one by one, you would understand. Chun Mai remained silent, the blade poised towards Han Xiaoyun, the wind howling around them, causing their garments to flutter. Words were futile. A confrontation was inevitable. If you wish to harm my brother, you must first contend with me. Hong Ying scoffed, brandishing her black box as a crimson spear sprang forth, adorned with flames that danced along its shaft. When Qima interlaced his fingers, his eyes glimmering with intensity. In that moment, Han Xiaoyun's vision blurred, and the spear transformed into the image of his long-lost beloved, the one who had fallen victim to the cult of the ancient gods. As Han Xiaoyun became entranced, an invisible field enveloped the area, freezing time itself. Within this suspended reality, only Lin Qian and Chen Mai remained unaffected. As Lin Qian initiated the zero time, Chen Mai had already acted. A profound darkness radiated from him, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold that seemed to penetrate flesh and freeze the very soul, as if from another realm. Behind Chen Mai, a blood-red palace emerged silently, its plaque inscribed with 3 powerful ancient characters, Yanluo Hall. Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. This was Chun Mai's forbidden domain, a realm that belonged to a once unparalleled prodigy. The The chilling and enigmatic aura permeated the space, transforming everything within his territory into an abyss of darkness. Chunmai lunged towards Han Xiaoyun with his blade, striking from an acute angle. To the onlookers, the blood-red palace descended in the blink of an eye, shrouding the area in an eerie presence. By the time they processed the situation, their captain had already reached Han Xiaoyun. A profound sense of danger enveloped Han Xiaoyun, and he struggled to awaken from Wen Qima's mental control. Yet, Chunmai was already upon him, leaving no room for evasion. The star blade loomed larger in his vision, and he scarcely had time to raise his spear in defense. However, as a Sea Realm practitioner, Han Xiaoyun was one tier above Chunmai. In an instant, he summoned his strength to the utmost, conjuring barriers of wind to thwart Chunmai's assault. The blade pierced through the tempest, resonating with a piercing hum. Chunmai's strike found its mark, and in that moment, a gust of wind surged towards him, attempting to cast him aside. Han Xiaoyun reacted swiftly, using the wind to slightly deflect Chunmai's strike, yet he could not fully evade it. Chunmai's blade twisted and sliced horizontally, blood spattering and tracing a semicircle on the ground. Han Xiaoyun immediately distanced himself, his expression one of astonishment. The opponent's speed was peculiar, despite being a River Realm practitioner. Chunmai's pace was unfathomable, reminiscent of the zero-time domain described in reports about Lin Qiye. Realizing this, Han Xiaoyun's gaze darted to Lin Qiye in shock. Yet deep within his pupils lay a flicker of joy. Perhaps he could truly find death here. Under the cult of the ancient god's control, he could neither spare his strength in battle nor take his own life. Yet he had long desired to descend into atonement, to reunite with his fallen comrades. To see her once more. Han Xiaoyun's body grew weary. He looked down to see his once strong hands now shriveled, skin wrinkled, and veins prominent, revealing the dark blood coursing beneath. Simultaneously, the pain from his wound radiated throughout his being, a torment not merely physical but spiritual. It felt as though flames were continuously searing his very soul, an agony unbearable. Though Chunmai's strike had not pierced a vital point, it had inflicted significant harm. The Wuchang blade's true lethality lay not in wounding the body, but in severing the spirit and draining one's lifespan. That blow had extracted a substantial portion of Han Xiaoyun's vitality, hastening his physical decline. Han Xiaoyun distanced himself, inhaling deeply. In the acceleration of zero time, Chunmai's speed was simply too swift for him to react. He curled his body into a ball. Just 3 centimeters, just 3 centimeters. And Chunmai would have pierced his heart. Alas! In the instant Han Xiaoyun raised his hand, the tempest ceased, and the world fell silent. In his palm, a cyclone began to form, expanding ever larger, a true eye of the storm. Now, let me show you what a true, great wine disaster is. Han Xiaoyun closed his eyes, and the eye of the storm ascended into the heavens. Above, the clouds parted to reveal a circle, and the winter sun cascaded down, illuminating Han Xiaoyun's face. Below, the onlookers felt the energy of the eye of the storm and grew solemn. They sensed the terrifying power contained within, once fully formed. It could obliterate half a city. Han Xiaoyun gazed down upon them, yearning to warn them, yet ultimately, he merely opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Time was running short. As soon as the words left his lips, a spear engulfed in flames surged towards the eye of the storm, but was halted by an invisible barrier. They attempted repeatedly, yet each effort was thwarted by the same unseen force. Hong Ying, in a state of urgency, called out, "Captain, do you have any means? If they succeed in releasing it, it will spell true devastation." The same concern etched on Chunmai's brow as he watched the ever-expanding cyclone. The clouds above began to swirl around the eye, winds rising, trees along the streets clashing with a cacophony of snapping branches. Lin Qiye clenched his fists, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth, ready to plunge into his mental sanctuary and summon Nyx. At that moment, they witnessed Lin Qiye suddenly raise his hand and gently grasp the cyclone in midair. Boom! The eye of the storm erupted, sending ripples outward. Ultimately contained within the boundless void, the world returned to silence. All eyes were now fixed on Lin Qiye, some in bewilderment, some in shock, and others questioning their very existence. Han Xiaoyun stared at Lin Qiye, dumbfounded. I had such a massive eye of the storm, and you, with a mere grasp, made it vanish. Chapter 59. Han Xiaoyun's death. Unperceived methods. Han Xiaoyun desperately hoped that the others could neutralize the eye of the storm, yearning for their success. Yet, he could hardly fathom that it would occur in such a manner, so effortlessly. He clearly witnessed the opponent merely make a feigned grasp, and the eye disintegrated. That was the Sea Realm's ultimate technique, great wind disaster. Easily dispelled, it was truly extraordinary. A smile of relief crept onto Han Xiaoyun's lips. Though astonished, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lin Qiye, you are remarkable. Hong Ying leaped into Lin Qian's embrace, holding him tightly. The others surrounded him, praising, "Well done." Chen Mai rarely displayed a smile. "It was nothing. When I disrupted the eye's rotation with the wind blade, it simply collapsed." Buzz. With a soft crack, a corner of the boundaryless void was torn open, revealing Yuan Gang and Xin Qingzhu alongside their companions to the gazes of the crowd. Yuan Gang fixated intensely on Han Xiaoyan, his fists clenching tighter with each passing moment. In an instant, he flashed before Han Xiaoyan, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying, crashing through several trees. Han Xiaoyan, already at his wit's end, had no strength left to resist after taking Yuan Gang's punch head-on. Han Xiaoyan, former captain of the Suzhou City Night Watch team, you are under arrest. For the remainder of your life, repent in the monastery, Yuan Gang declared with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan's pupils dilated sharply, his face contorted with agony, his eyes bloodshot. Moments earlier, he had withstood Yuan Gang's punch without showing any sign of distress. He turned to Lin Qian and the others, his gaze pleading. He was seeking death. Then, he noticed a tall youth from Team 136, who had effortlessly erased the wind eye, silently uttering 2 words to him, death. Though no sound was made, Han Xiaoyan distinctly heard those words. It was not a human language. It was an ancient tongue imbued with supreme authority. Han Xiaoyan closed his eyes in acceptance, a smile gracing his lips. A fatal cut appeared at his left chest, piercing his heart, as if it had always been there. Lin Qian did not sever Han Xiaoyan's head but chose to leave his body intact. He had considered whether to ensnare Han Xiaoyan's soul within the Nibelungen, but ultimately decided against it. For Han Xiaoyan, death was the best sanctuary. Every moment he lived was a torment. What a person! Yuan Gang seethed, his eyes wide with fury. Just moments ago, Han Xiaoyan had silently succumbed to death, a neat incision marking his heart. When did this happen? He had been completely oblivious to who had taken Han Xiaoyan's life, or how it had transpired. Yuan Gang was both astonished and enraged. Furious that Han Xiaoyan had been killed right beneath his nose, shocked that he had sensed nothing throughout the ordeal. This implied that if the perpetrator had desired to strike him, he would have had no means to defend himself. As for the mastermind behind this incident, Lin Qian, who had just executed a judgment against a formidable foe, had expended hardly any mental energy. This was not only because Han Xiaoyan was already in a state of decline, but also due to the latter's desperate yearning for death. At that moment, Lin Qian felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through him. Coupled with the energy gained from defeating the Snake Woman, his bloodline purity had soared to 39. It felt akin to being propelled by a rocket. Indeed, the decision to follow Lin Qiye and reap the rewards had proven to be exceedingly wise. This individual constantly engaged in high-stakes confrontations, allowing him to devour the essence of formidable beings. Take Han Xiaoyan, for instance, under normal circumstances. Encountering a Sea Realm expert was a rarity, let alone vanquishing one. Just 4 days of respite had skyrocketed his bloodline purity. "Qiye," Li Pangpang remarked, gazing at the lifeless Han Xiaoyan on the ground. How peculiar. He was smiling so radiantly even in death. Lin Qiye shook his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. He could sense that Han Xiaoyan had evidently been reluctant to engage them, even attempting to warn them at the last moment when unleashing the Wind Eye. Yet, when he fought, he exerted every ounce of effort without any inclination to hold back. A pitiable soul, Chen Mai chimed in, addressing Li Pangpang and also explaining to Lin Qiye and Lin Xian, the covenant of the ancient God Church can forcibly alter a person's behavior on a cognitive level, rendering them living puppets. They possess a soul and consciousness but cannot govern their own bodies. Then why doesn't the ancient God Church have Han Xiaoyan act as an undercover agent? Wouldn't that be more effective? Is it possible that they already have one? Hence they have no need for Han Xiaoyan? Lin Qian quipped, humor dancing in his eyes while he fixed his gaze intently on Yuan Gang. Everyone fell silent at Lin Qian's words. Whatever Lin Qiye could conceive, the ancient God Church could undoubtedly fathom as well. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, not meeting Lin Qian's gaze, nor countering his remarks, choosing instead to remain silent. Lin Qiye recalled Han Xiaoyan's words, when one witnesses their comrades falling one by one, they may begin to understand his motivations. He couldn't even begin to imagine the depths of despair that such a scene would entail. If Chen Mai, Hong Ying, and Pang Pang were captured and killed before him, would he truly be able to withstand the crushing weight of despair? Well, except for Lin Qian, calamity begets calamity. If he were captured, the others would stand no chance either. Xin Qingzhu had also learned about Han Xiaoyan's life from Lin Qiye. She pursed her lips. Indeed, one must possess a ruthless heart. Otherwise, they could easily fall prey to threats. Braggart, keep talking. Everyone in the training camp knows that if the universe exploded, you'd be the only one left talking. Li Pangpang rolled his eyes, having spent so much time in the training camp. They had long since discerned Shin Qingzhu's true nature, a tough exterior concealing a soft heart. Suddenly, Chao Yuan recalled something. Qiye, didn't a girl send flowers to you? What became of that? What? A girl sent flowers to my little brother Qiye? Which girl has such discerning taste? Is she pretty? Is she gentle? Upon hearing this, all members of Team 136 crowded around. Even Chun Mai perked up his ears to listen. I've already made it clear that I'm not interested. I currently have no plans for romance. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively. How disappointing. Hong Ying pouted, her enthusiasm waning. Lin Qiye was a genuine treasure. Whoever managed to win his heart would undoubtedly be fortunate. Oh, I envy you, Qiye, for having a girl pursue you. Bai Li Pangpang sighed, reminiscing about his long-cherished feelings for Molly. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, Chao Yuan interjected. Are you suggesting that I should take the initiative? No, I mean, if there's no opportunity, don't waste your time preparing for it. By the way, Lin Xian, how about you? Have you found a girlfriend in the training camp? Hong Ying inquired, turning to Lin Xian. Chun Mai cleared his throat, aware that Commander Yuan Gang was still present. It felt inappropriate to ask such questions in front of him. The most touching thing my girlfriend has done for me is to refrain from appearing in order not to disturb me, Lin Xian remarked. Hong Ying playfully nudged him, a smile gracing her lips. But that shouldn't be the case. Both you and Qiye are good boys, attractive as well, and Lin Xian is quite tall. There's no reason for you to be without admirers. At this point, Bai Li Pangpang sighed. Could it be that the current trend favors Qiye's type? When will double chins come into fashion? I'm prepared. I just need the trend to catch on. Just then, a loud growl emanated from Bai Li Pangpang's stomach, resonating particularly loudly in the quiet environment. Hungry are you? Would you like to come to my villa for a bite? I can have the captain cook for you. Chun Mai suggested with a slight tilt of his head, not opposing the idea. Sure. Bai Li Pangpang clapped his hands in delight. Lin Xian waved to the group, rising to head toward his home. He wasn't looking to gather supplies. He merely sought a quiet place to explore his newfound abilities. Upon returning home, Lin Xian settled onto the sofa, activating the blood-sucking sickle. After confirming no one was around, he closed his eyes. He focused his attention on the gravestone before him, where 2 dragon script symbols were inscribed beside the 35 mark. Pain surged through him, and although he had mentally prepared himself this time, it still hurt so intensely that he nearly cried out. This time, the transformation affected his limbs. As the pain subsided, Lin Xian sat upright once more. The language spirit key, reputed to unlock all doors or locks in existence. Was he to use this language spirit to pry open locks? Wait a moment. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Could the door of truth be considered a door? No way. Lin Xian inhaled sharply, realizing that if his conjectures were indeed correct, it would be utterly absurd. However, at this moment, he was certainly not in a position to engage with matters of such magnitude. It was better to set aside those thoughts for now. He redirected his focus to another issue, the transformation of his limbs and bones. The newly reconstituted skeletal structure was exponentially more resilient than before, and as his bloodline continued to evolve alongside his bones, his physique seemed to undergo astonishing changes. Lin Xian gently raised his hand, and to his astonishment, dense black scales emerged on the surface of his skin. The scales spread from his palm to his arm, then to his torso, and down to his legs, enveloping all areas except for his head in a fine layer of scales. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Xian observed that his eyes had shifted from a golden hue to a deep crimson, and the aura emanating from him had multiplied its pressure manifold. Was this a fortuitous surprise? Lin Xian mused inwardly. After enhancing his limbs, he had not anticipated the emergence of scales on his body. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xian retrieved the star blade from the Nibelungen and swung it down forcefully. Clang! His strike merely left a white mark on the scales. He then switched to the 7 deadly sins, attempting once more. This time, he managed to penetrate slightly, yet still failed to reach flesh, thwarted by the scales. The defensive capability was quite extraordinary, Lin Xian reflected. He then experimented with the dragon bone state, discovering further alterations in the scales enveloping him. In the dragon bone state, when he covered himself with scales, an additional layer of translucent scales, as delicate as gossamer, appeared beneath the original ones. Although this layer appeared thin, its hardness rivaled that of the black scales. Now, he was truly impervious to blades and arrows. Lin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. If reaching 50% would herald a significant transformation, transitioning from human to dragon, then these prior changes were merely a prelude to that pivotal moment. He could already anticipate the changes that would occur at 40%, undoubtedly involving his skull. But what would follow? If it was indeed a dragon, Lin Xian had a general direction in mind, and he could only say that he was eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 60. Can Shunmai's call save Lin Qiye? How would I know? I am not omniscient. Regarding this, it would be better for you to inquire with others, such as the instructors. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes and refrained from providing a direct answer. However, recalling Wu Xiangnan's eventual fate, he fell silent. That request from the Blue Rain squad survivor to regroup remained etched in his memory. Lin Qiye, why are you just standing there? Come eat. Or else there will be nothing left for you. Sister Hongying, you have it backward. If we don't hurry to eat, we will be the ones devoured by Lin Qiye. After bidding farewell to Chunmai, Hongying, and the others, Lin Qiye and his group proceeded to the designated boarding area. Upon entering the vehicle, Wily Fatty spotted Molly sitting at the back and approached her, while the other three acted as if they were strangers to him. Lin Qiye settled into his seat, closing his eyes in contemplation. During the battle with the serpent woman earlier, he had discovered something noteworthy. The duration of Lust's tracking ability had significantly increased. Before arriving, he had specifically tested a mouse, finding that the duration of Lust's mark had extended from 2 days to 200 days. If any changes had occurred during this period, it could only be attributed to the purity of his bloodline. When he acquired the 7 deadly sins and the ability of sin and punishment, his bloodline purity was merely 20%, yet it had now risen to 39%, nearing 40%. This indicated that the 7 deadly sins were evolving alongside his growth. This was indeed a positive development. However, for prolonged tracking, 200 days would be insufficient, especially considering figures like Lin Qiye and Wen Qima. Lin Qiye had not forgotten what would transpire after the training camp concluded. The invasion of the outer gods, Loki luring Lin Qiye out of Tsangnan City, the disappearance of the captain, and Xiao Nanjia and Lin Qiye's departure. He could not afford to remain indifferent to any of these events. Team 136 had allowed him to experience familial warmth for the first time since his grandmother's passing in his previous life. He truly regarded the members of Team 136 as family and could not simply watch them perish. First and foremost was the captain, whose miracles had endured for a decade and were bound to fade one day. However, he could, at that moment of disappearance, pull Chunmai into the Nibelungen. It would also provide companionship for Lao Zhao, who must feel quite lonely alone in the Nibelungen. Then there was Wu Xiangnan. With regard to Xiangnan, Lin Qiye leaned towards offering him a choice. Wu Xiangnan bore a resemblance to Han Xiaoyan in certain aspects, both being the last remaining members of their respective teams. For Han Xiaoyan, accompanying his teammates in death was the best form of solace. To live was a form of suffering for him. Lin Qiye was uncertain whether the same held true for Wu Xiangnan, but he preferred to allow Xiangnan to choose for himself. Of course, this was a distant matter and did not require immediate consideration. Presently, 2 pressing issues awaited him. One was a man-made natural disaster, mountain floods and mudslides. Several villages had been submerged. If his memory served him correctly, this was a scheme orchestrated by the ancient divine church targeting the training camp. Lin Qiye recalled encountering a fire-vein earth dragon during the rescue operation, a female no less. He thought he should see if he could find an opportunity to bring her into the Nibelungen to keep Lao Zhao company. If he managed to add that dragon and Chunmai, there would be 3 individuals in the Nibelungen. If he could gather one more, they could play mahjong, they could assemble the 4 great monarchs. Lao Zhao was the king of sky and wind. The fire-vein dragon could represent either the king of bronze and fire or the king of earth and mountain. As for the captain, his forbidden realm was He Wuchang, which did not quite align with the 4 monarchs, but was exceptionally compatible with the Nibelungen itself. The Nibelungen served as a resting place for the fallen and vengeful spirits. And wasn't He Wuchang responsible for managing the dead? Perhaps there was indeed potential there. Besides the fire-vein earth dragon, during this rescue operation, the ancient divine church had also dispatched several from the river realm and one from the sea realm to encircle and annihilate them. Shen Qingzhu's follower, Li Jia, was killed as a result, and Shen Qingzhu used the ghost god induction, subsequently recruiting the Whisperer under her command. Thus followed the later exploits of the swaggering brother, who single-handedly destroyed the believers and killed the Whisperer in a glorious feat. However, with him around, it seemed unlikely that the swaggering brother would have the opportunity to employ the ghost god induction. But who could say for sure? With a butterfly like him fluttering about, who knew if the enemy would reinforce their ranks? It was prudent to remain vigilant. Consequently, Lin Qiye was inclined to subtly remind Yuan Gang to prepare early. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye believed that even if he did issue a warning, it would not have a substantial impact, given that the higher-ups had spies from the ancient divine church. If Lin Qiye were to inform Yuan Gang of this matter, any significant action on Yuan Gang's part would inevitably require reporting to the higher-ups. At that point, things could very well deteriorate further. Not only might they fail to rescue anyone, but his ability to foresee the future could also be exposed. Perhaps someone would question why Lin Qiye did not report the spy. The crux of the matter was that what he said might not be believed. How could he prove that the other party was a spy without evidence? Yet he could not produce concrete proof. And it was highly likely that it would amount to nothing, instead drawing unwanted attention from the ancient divine church towards himself. After that, there was the struggle for the grievances of Shiva. Lin Qiye did not believe he could involve himself at such a level. He was well aware of his own limitations. Compared to the pinnacle of humanity and gods like Loki, he was woefully weak. Unlike Lin Qiye, who had a plethora of deities stored in his mind and could summon them in times of crisis. Therefore, if that moment truly arrived, Lin Qiye preferred to bide his time, remaining close to Chunmai. At the very least, he wanted to ensure the captain's soul was preserved. Still, he is not a saint, nor will he force himself to display prowess. Many matters require merely our best efforts. We can assist if we are able. But the ultimate aim is to remain true to oneself. If he cannot help, he tends to adopt a more self-serving stance, focusing on preserving himself and those close to him. The bus vanished into the night. On the high-rise, Hongning nudged Chunmai. He waved at her, standing resolutely in the cold wind, silent for a long while. The phone rang. Chunmai answered. A commanding voice emanated from the other end. "Mai, you have worked hard all these years." Chunmai fell silent, and after a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "It's nothing, but Commander. Miracles must eventually fade. Lin Qiye truly cannot be helped. I am sorry. After all, he is a native of Cangnan City, having experienced the great disaster a decade ago. The moment the miracle dissipates, both you and Lin Qiye will vanish, and there is nothing we can do about it. We can only hope that since Nidhogg has chosen the other, there must be a way to ensure Lin Qiye's survival." "I understand," Chunmai said before hanging up the phone. He sat in a daze on the wooden chair, gazing at the moonlight outside. Cangnan City, a small third-tier city, did not suffer too severely from light pollution, especially after a recent snowfall. The weather was pleasant, allowing the moon and countless stars to be visible, as if a multitude of eyes were watching the world. After a long while, Chunmai picked up the phone again and dialed a number. "Ping Go, it's me. I would like to ask for your assistance." Chapter 61. The type of novels old Chow likes. I did not expect you to be such a Chow Yuan. Dingling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiye help me. In Lin Qiye's dormitory, Bai Li Pang struggled to remove his pajamas, but in his haste, the garment became stuck, enveloping his head and leaving him unable to move. He had thought there would be no training in the morning, as he had slept in his pajamas last night. This led to a frantic rush to change clothes this morning. Why is it that when others undress, it's a gentle unwrapping, but for me, it feels like untying a pig? I told you long ago to lose some weight. While helping Bai Li Pang with his outfit, Lin Qiye could not help but tease him. Ultimately, just before the 3-minute deadline, the two successfully arrived at the training ground, where they met Lin Qiye and Chow Yuan. The atmosphere today was particularly solemn. The instructors stood motionless on the training platform, resembling statues. One wore a hue of pale red, reminiscent of a burning torch, while another donned a light blue adorned with twinkling stars. The most exquisite was a deep blue, dotted with shimmering starlight. As the 3-minute mark arrived, Instructor Hong counted the personnel and nodded toward Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang spoke, his voice booming as he addressed the crowd below. "This morning, there is no training. Instead, we have a different matter at hand, bestowing honors. During the holiday, 2 reserve night watchmen made remarkable contributions to protect their comrades and safeguard Cangnan City." At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Qiye, as they were all aware that he had saved them during the missile incident. The honor bestowed upon him was truly well-deserved. However, to everyone's surprise, another individual was also being honored. Given Lin Qiye's efforts in saving all the new recruits from 3 buses during the holiday, protecting the fresh blood of the night watchman, the applause erupted instantly. Lin Qiye glanced at Lin Qiye. "Why are you looking at me? Go up there. Everyone is waiting." Lin Qiye pushed him forward. Lin Qiye quickly ascended the training platform to stand before Yuan Gang, met with another round of applause. Next, the second honoree, Lin Qiye. All eyes shifted from Lin Qiye, and murmurs spread through the crowd. Lin Qiye received his honor for rescuing a bus full of people. But what had Lin Qiye done to merit such recognition? "Wow, impressive, Lin Qiye," Bai Li Pang exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to pat Lin Qiye's shoulder. Lin Qiye said little. After all, there was not much to say. Had it not been for him, there would have been Shin Qingzhu. Notably, Lin Qiye's presence had significantly increased the workload of the cafeteria staff, who reportedly received a raise as a result. Lin Qiye enjoyed abundant food. The cafeteria staff received higher wages, and only the logistics team suffered in this world. In the latter half of the month, training shifted from monotonous physical exercises to more comprehensive courses focusing on the Forbidden Ruins, including explanations, training, first aid, wilderness survival, and strategic guidance, among others. Additionally, there were sessions on learning and utilizing firearms. Notably, during a firearm training session, Lin Qiye astounded everyone by hitting the target at 30 meters. In the morning, after breakfast, everyone arrived at the training ground. Most of the courses were held in classrooms, so generally, they would head to class after eating. However, today was different. The new recruits had not yet gathered, with some still eating, and the instructors had not arrived. Groups of 2 or 3 congregated, engaged in lively discussions. Lin Xuan, what constitutes moral coercion? Qiao Yuan inquired. I know. Li Pang leaned in, clearing his throat in an attempt to lower his voice. Your son is in my hands. Transfer 10 million to my account immediately. That's physical kidnapping. And why are you so skilled at this? Qiao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. What made you think to ask that? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. I recently read a novel about moral coercion, where the heroine was coerced by her husband's superior. When I pose a question mark, it does not signify my issue, but rather yours. Are you sure it is moral coercion? It should be, right? The superior even told the heroine, Madam, you wouldn't want your husband. What kind of novels are you reading? Lin Qiye interjected, incredulous. Exactly. You don't even share them with us, old Qiao. Don't you think that's rather selfish? Lin Xuan began to morally coerce him. Let us not discuss this topic any further. Lin Qiye shot him a sidelong glance, disdainful of such behavior. Just say whether you want to see it or not. You hesitated. Lin Xuan pointed at Lin Qiye, his expression comical. Skipping this topic, Qiao Yuan, with your character, you need not worry about being morally coerced. Is that so? Qiao Yuan nodded. However, Li Pang had a differing opinion. I think old Qiao is too honest. He might not actually be subject to moral coercion. For example, Qiao Yuan turned to Li Pang, eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Pang leaned closer to Qiao Yuan, a playful expression on his face. Qiao Yuan. You wouldn't want Qiye, Qiao Yuan. The normal individuals surrounding the 4, the girls, alarm bells ringing. Stop. This conversation is going in the wrong direction. Lin Qiye hurriedly intervened, sensing the disapproving looks from the girls directed at him and Qiao Yuan. Rest assured, the night watchmen respect every true love. No one will mock you. Lin Xuan patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, his tone teasing. Get lost. At that moment, the looks from the surrounding girls towards him shifted entirely. Lin Qiye even spotted the girl who had once sent him flowers. Initially, she appeared heartbroken, but then, as if struck by a thought, her expression transformed from pale to flushed, one hand covering her mouth, the other giving Lin Qiye a thumbs up. Lin Qiye sighed. I'm tired. Let it all end. Just then, the instructor finally appeared on the training platform, indirectly rescuing Lin Qiye. Upon seeing the instructor arrive, everyone quickly stood at attention, and the training ground fell silent. 3 instructors appeared, one carrying a large box. One of them extracted a pocket watch from it, displaying it to the crowd. This is called, of course. You can also refer to it as a juggling detonator. Once opened, it will continuously release a form of mental current towards the user, requiring you to summon your mental strength to counteract it. This current poses no threat to your body. However, it will compel you to perform a series of astonishing acrobatics, including but not limited to a 1,080-degree backflip, a 360-degree lateral twist, and a forward roll transitioning into a flip followed by a split. The intensity of this mental current fluctuates unpredictably. You must exert an equal mental force to counteract it. Whether your output is high or low will determine how the current flows through your body, leading you to execute these acrobatic feats. It is imperative to note that at all times, whether dining, sleeping, or even using the restroom, you must wear it and are forbidden to remove it. What? Surely, one cannot be expected to wear it in the restroom. This is not merely an acrobatics igniter. It is, without a doubt, a social disaster instigator. Consequently, no one pays heed to the secret dealings of Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan. They are all preoccupied with a pressing concern. Can one still find rest while adorned with such a contraption? What if, while in the restroom, one were to unexpectedly perform a flip? The imagery is too vivid to contemplate. Now, as the queue forms to collect the devices, Lin Xuan, please step forward. As he approaches, the instructor retrieves 2 wristwatches from a box. These watches are significantly larger than those previously displayed. Due to your unique physical condition, we have prepared specialized wristwatches for you, too. In fact, the instructor gazes at him with a comical expression, as if to convey, well, are you touched? Lin Xuan dares not move, not even a fraction. He hopes for equitable treatment in his training, desiring no special privileges. Among the others, there is no trace of discontent regarding Lin Qian's treatment, only resolute gazes bidding farewell to a valiant warrior. Lin Qian, take care, we bid you farewell. Lin Qiye revels in this turn of events. At last, this fellow has met his match. Everyone else wears one, yet he is burdened with two, and they are the enhanced versions. He typically refrains from mocking others, but this is an exceptional circumstance. Lin Qiye has yet to witness Lin Xuan face adversity. Today is your day of reckoning. The moment Lin Xuan dons both wristwatches, two powerful currents surge from his wrists, instantly coursing through his entire body. He executes a side flip followed by a forward somersault off the training platform, his movements impeccably precise. Straining to control the two watches proves far more challenging than managing just one. This demands a divided focus, requiring him to simultaneously wield his mental energy to resist two opposing currents, which themselves display no discernible pattern. The left hand may experience a strong current, while the right hand feels weak, only for the situation to reverse in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan continues his acrobatics, landing prone before effortlessly transitioning into a push-up, then performing a mid-air twist and executing a 720-degree roll followed by another push-up, astonishing all spectators. Ha ha, Lin Xuan, you're something else. Bai Li, the portly one, jeers mercilessly, but once he dons his own watch, laughter quickly fades. He too performs a somersault off the training platform. One can scarcely fathom how such a hefty individual could accomplish such extraordinary maneuvers. Lin Qiye can't suppress a smile until he sees the instructor approach with two wristwatches, smiling at him. Instantly, Lin Qiye's smile vanishes. Chapter 62. The acrobatics free-for-all induced by Lin Xuan. Lin Qiye pursues him for 3 miles. Ignore him. Qiye, save me. Bai Li rolls and shouts toward Lin Qiye. I cannot assist you. You are on your own. Never did he anticipate that he would also be subjected to the same treatment, wearing 2 wristwatches. Huh, you mocked me. Now the tides have turned. Lin Qiye, damn you, Lin Xuan. Refusing to be outdone, Lin Qiye leaps forward, executing a reverse hook kick. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan performs a somersault to evade the attack, and in the process of landing, he delivers a kick squarely to Chao Yuan's face. Thus, Chao Yuan enters the fray. This is quite entertaining, Brother Zhuang. Care to join? Bai Li rolls through the air, glancing at the now somewhat controlled Shen Qingzhu. How childish. I'll kill you. Bai Li. Huh. You can't reach me. Die already. Qiye, help. Chaos erupts as more individuals, either voluntarily or involuntarily, join the melee, employing acrobatics to launch their assaults. The 3 instructors seated above watch the unfolding spectacle, their expressions twitching as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Such a scenario has never been witnessed before. How does one even engage in combat using acrobatics? No, I must capture this moment to show the chief instructor. One of the instructors cannot contain a chuckle. Below, a veritable maelstrom of antics ensues, with every conceivable move being executed. Some leap several meters into the air, performing flips before descending with a powerful strike, leaving the instructors utterly astonished. They had never imagined that such a device could be utilized in this manner. The root cause of this uproar, Lin Xuan, is the most exuberant of all. Lin Qiye is in hot pursuit, intent on avenging previous grievances. Yet Lin Xuan consistently evades capture with his remarkable acrobatics. Just as Lin Qiye corners Lin Xuan, the latter suddenly halts and sprints away. Is this a performance? In the cafeteria, Bai Li rubs his face, wincing. Brother Zhuang, you lack martial ethics. That was a slap to the face. Isn't that because you nearly crushed him with your bulk? Chao Yuan retorts. Having witnessed Bai Li's formidable descent nearly incapacitate Shen Qingzhu, whose eyes had widened in horror, epitomizing sheer terror. Indeed, I can't fathom who would play so recklessly. Relentlessly pursuing another. Lin Xuan agrees while stuffing his mouth with food. Lin Qiye gazes at him with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, Lin Xuan winces as he feels something trip him just as he is about to enter the cafeteria. Concurrently, Lin Qiye, at unprecedented speed, appears before him, delivering a swift kick. Lin Xuan senses an ominous presence. You wicked little demon, Lin Qiye, just wait until I get you. And so, several months pass. During this time, Lin Qiye sought out Yuan Gang and discovered fragments of Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai's pasts. He was astounded to learn that both his captain and vice-captain harbored hidden identities. One was a former member of the elite Blue Rain team, while the other, once a figure of renown in the capital, was the possessor of the forbidden sequence 037, the Black Wuchang. Yet he could not comprehend why the captain would come to such a small town, nor why the Watchers would allow such a genius to remain obscured in such a place. Indeed, Lin Qiye believed the captain was overlooked. He also uncovered another revelation. A decade ago, a divine battle erupted due to an object known as the Shiva's Grudge. 10 years prior, on a fateful day, the captain vanished from public view after receiving a special directive. When he returned, he had become the captain in Songnan City. Could there be a connection? Lin Qiye, possessing keen intellect, easily deduced potential links through the passage of time. He was particularly sensitive to the number 10, for it marked the anniversary of his own blindness. This thought ignited a bold hypothesis within Lin Qiye. Could he be somehow connected to that divine battle? How could that be? If I were truly affected by such a conflict, I would not have survived to this day. Lin Qiye conveyed the information he had gleaned from Yuan Gang to Lin Xuan, sharing some of his own conjectures. He then noticed Lin Xuan casting a fleeting glance in his direction, a look laden with complexity. Additionally, another incident had unfolded. Professor Gu from Beijing University had been driven to the brink of madness by the question of whether their world was indeed real. Lin Qiye had successfully extracted a treatment plan from him, which he then applied to Mei Lin. Before approaching Professor Gu, Lin Qiye had first tormented Lin Xuan with this question several times. Eventually, under Lin Xuan's scrutinizing gaze, he reluctantly shifted the focus of his torment. One day, in the office, Lin Xuan sat across from Yuan Gang, who was regarding him with a serious expression. Lin Xuan, you must comprehend the gravity of your words. If you err, you must bear the consequences of your statements. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan had approached him, warning that as their graduation approached, a flood might occur, one that was likely orchestrated by malevolent forces. The intent was to draw out the individuals in their training camp for a mass capture. It indeed sounded like something the ancient god sect would do, but the pressing question remained. How did Lin Xuan come to know this? I am fully aware of what I am saying and can take responsibility for my words, Lin Xuan replied, equally grave. As for how I know, consider it a secret of mine. However, instructor, you know me well. I wouldn't frivolously bring you such news. I would rather spend my time mocking Lin Qiye at the shooting range. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. Clearly, Lin Xuan was a source of good fortune for Lin Qiye. Lin Xuan sighed. To be honest, I feel that even if I tell you, it won't change much. Why do you say that? Yuan Gang inquired. His hands clasped before him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Xuan. There are spies at the upper levels. The air in the room fell silent. Yuan Gang's eyes bore into Lin Xuan's, yet Lin Xuan remained unyielding, and thus they engaged in a silent standoff. Lin Xuan keenly observed that when he mentioned the existence of spies among the higher-ups, Yuan Gang's expression momentarily stiffened. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang let out a deep sigh, his shoulders sagging as though years had been added to his age in an instant. He had long been aware of this issue, but had not anticipated Lin Xuan would bring it to light today. If, as Lin Xuan suggested, a man-made disaster were to occur just before their graduation, targeting the training camp, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. With spies in high places, all the information he reported would likely reach the adversary, who could then adapt their actions accordingly. Furthermore, the spy might influence the final decisions, steering them towards even worse outcomes. Not to mention, if he reported this upward, Lin Xuan's unique circumstances would be exposed. This was no trivial matter. He would have to explain the source of this information. I understand. Rest assured, I will not disclose this matter to anyone else. After all, everyone has their secrets. Do you trust me? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, bracing himself for the possibility of being dismissed as a jest. After all, he could not explain his sources. I merely trust my soldiers. In the cafeteria, Lin Xuan and his companions gathered to converse. After several months, they had grown accustomed to the electric pulses from their wrist devices. No one was performing acrobatics as they had at the beginning. It was rumored that before they left the training camp, there would be a scoring assessment. Fatty Bai initiated the topic, having heard it from others. It seemed that every year before graduation, the instructors would grade them based on their performances. The rankings would impact the final distribution of assignments. Those ranked higher would be sent to key areas, while those ranked lower would often find themselves in obscure, remote locations. Nobody would dare to voice any objections to such a distribution, as night watchers were not there to enjoy leisure. Key areas implied greater danger, facing stronger mysteries and more frequent perilous events. Is that so? Lin Qiye nodded, glancing at Lin Xuan. His score couldn't possibly be too poor, except for his shooting results. Yet no matter how much he inquired, Lin Xuan remained tight-lipped. If all else failed, he might have to resort to binding Lin Xuan to extract the information. Lin Qiye pondered the feasibility of this approach. Having acquired summoning magic through healing Mei Lin, he could sacrifice items to summon other entities. Over the past few days, he had successfully summoned several ropes by sacrificing Fatty's slippers, toothbrushes, and other items. However, it seemed he might still fall short in binding Lin Xuan. During their sparring sessions, Lin Qiye could clearly sense that Lin Xuan's physical prowess had reached terrifying heights. Not only could he effortlessly dismantle steel plates with his bare hands, but even manipulating rebar was child's play for him. Without using the star blade, Lin Qiye's punches seemed to have little effect. Compared to when he first arrived at the training camp, Lin Qiye had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet, nothing significant had occurred in between. Apart from some events during the new year. How had this brood evolved to such an extent? Lin Qiye was utterly perplexed. Chapter 63. The trial begins. The spider child flees in panic in the early morning hours, with the sky still enveloped in the darkness and tranquility of dawn. Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan had already risen. They exchanged glances and checked the time. 5 o'clock. Something felt amiss. Typically, this was the hour for the whistle to blow. Yet today it was eerily silent. Lin Qiye initially stood in a daze, quickly coming to the realization of what was unfolding. This was indeed a scenario from the original text. It was a test of their ability to respond to crises in unexpected situations. The instructors would release 3 mysterious entities to assess them, grading their performance accordingly. As they exited the dormitory, they encountered Lin Qiye, who was also making his way outside. 7 night. Qiao Yuan nodded at Lin Qiye in acknowledgement. Where's Fatty? Still asleep. Something feels off today. We should venture out. Remaining in the dormitory won't provide us any answers. With that, Lin Qiye headed towards the exit of the dormitory, followed closely by Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan. Meanwhile, in the basement, the instructors observed the live feed, nodding in approval. Indeed, Lin Qiye is quite proactive. The moment he sensed something was amiss, he immediately took action. One instructor commented, jotting notes on a piece of paper. I am eager to see their expressions when they discover that there is not a single soul in the training camp besides themselves. I am even more curious about their reactions upon encountering their comrades' corpses. In the realm of devils, it is you who will suffer, Old Hong. After a thorough search, Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan were astonished to find that the entire training camp was devoid of any personnel. Even the chefs in the cafeteria and the cleaning staff had vanished. Moreover, it did not appear as though a struggle had occurred. It was as if everyone had simply evaporated. This should be a trial, Lin Qiye surmised. With all the instructors and staff missing, leaving only them, the new recruits, Lin Qiye was nearly certain this was a meticulously crafted test by the instructors. However, the specifics of the trial remained unclear. Turning to Lin Qiye noticed he was furrowing his brow, seemingly deep in thought. What is on your mind? Lin Qiye inquired. I'm wondering, if the cafeteria staff is absent, does that mean we have to cook for ourselves? I hope there are still some ingredients left. Only you would think of that, Qiao Yuan retorted. Food is essential. Since we have yet to discover anything unusual, let us eat first. As Lin Qiye spoke, he rummaged through the kitchen, pulling out frozen meat, flour, and eggs, and began to operate with practiced ease. You really aren't worried at all. Lin Qiye leaned against the refrigerator, teasing him. Are you going to eat? Yes. And make sure to serve me a portion as well. Qiao Yuan raised his hand. In the dimly lit basement, the glow of the screen illuminated the faces of the instructors, revealing the twitching corners of their mouths. This individual, one might say, was either excessively relaxed or overly carefree, managing to eat even during such a critical moment. Instructor Hong was at a loss for words, momentarily perplexed as to whether Lin Qiye's actions warranted praise or criticism. Logically, it could be deemed commendable, as replenishing energy was indeed of utmost importance. However, due to their preparations, the instructors had not had the chance to eat and were now gathered to observe the trio enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Instructor Hong understood the meaning of late-night toxicity as discussed online. Seated in the middle, Yuan Gang observed the scene with narrowed eyes, sensing that Lin Qiye had seemingly seen through the instructor's arrangements. It was reminiscent of the early days of the training camp when, during a competition against the masked team, the opponents showed no intention of removing their masks. Yuan Gang recalled their conversation in the office where Lin Qiye had asserted that there would be artificially induced natural disasters. Perhaps this young man did not merely perceive the arrangements, but rather possessed an uncanny foresight. Could this be one of the abilities of the Nidhogg agent? Soon, eggs, noodles, and grilled meat were ready and placed on the dining table by Lin Qiye. Just as the three were savoring their breakfast, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye suddenly looked up in unison. A massive, grayish-white spider appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, cautiously making its way inside. Despite its enormous size, its movements were awkward and tentative, as if afraid to disturb them. Upon noticing the two, the spider's 3 pairs of crimson eyes widened to their fullest, unleashing a mental assault upon them, while simultaneously, its tail expelled a web aimed at Lin Qiye and the others. At the instant of the mental attack, a cerulean shield enveloped Lin Qiye and his companions within a 1-meter radius. The Azure Guardian activated automatically. Lin Qiye swiftly drew his blade, slicing through the grayish-black webs with precision. Meanwhile, the spider hastily propelled itself away with its robust 8 legs, retreating from the cafeteria at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Has it fled? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. If he wasn't mistaken, this spider should possess the strength of the river realm. Yet, why had it chosen to flee instead of attacking? Lin Qiye was baffled, but he sensed that this spider was likely the key to the current trial, or at least one of the pivotal elements. As for Lin Xuan, he was preoccupied with another thought. He recalled that the spider in the original story was quite interesting, akin to a child that had yet to grow up. Perhaps he could find a way to bring it into Nibelungen, and with the Flame Vein Earth Dragon and their captain, they could have a delightful game of mahjong. Lost in contemplation, Lin Xuan finished his breakfast in a whirlwind and rose to follow the direction the spider had taken. One could not deny the spider's speed. It had disappeared several hundred meters away in an instant, beyond the tracking ability of his blood-sucking scythe. However, this was not an issue. As long as he approached the creature, the blood-sucking scythe would certainly detect it. I'll go see where it leads. Lin Xuan waved to his companions and departed. Shall we, Qiye? Chao Yuan looked at Lin Qiye. The two also stood to leave. After their departure, 3 figures entered the cafeteria. How did these 3 arrive so quickly? The scene wasn't even set up yet. The instructors murmured among themselves. That spider must be rather timid. After all, Lin Xuan and his companions are merely at the pool realm, while it is at the river realm. It shouldn't have run away without putting up any resistance. Meanwhile, in a nondescript warehouse, the grayish-white spider curled up inside, its body trembling slightly. It recalled the 3 individuals it had encountered earlier. They appeared quite fearsome, especially the 2 who had sensed its presence. If caught, would it be chopped into bits and made into spicy spider stir-fry? Despite being over 100 meters away and having done its utmost to conceal its aura, how had those 2 detected it? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Perhaps it would be best to flee. Why must it participate in this trial? It was merely a harmless little spider and had never harmed anyone. Yet, those cloaked fiends had threatened it, saying that if it dared to run, it would be made into spicy fried spider. Oh, how wicked they were. Don't worry, little spider. This place is undetectable by those fiends. You only need to ensnare those still asleep with your web and wait for the trial to conclude, the spider child thought. Hanging upside down at the top of the warehouse, its eyes gleaming red. In the next moment, its consciousness plunged into a wondrous ocean, where countless floating soul particles drifted, each attached to a strand of spider silk. Hundreds of strands wove together to form a colossal web that enveloped the entire training camp. The spider's spiritual form rested at the center of this web, curiously observing the sleeping souls. Within the warehouse, the spider too crafted a soft web, comfortably lying upon it, its 8 legs stretching leisurely. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the warehouse door. Lin Xuan's voice echoed from outside, sounding like a devil to the spider child. Is anyone there? Open the door. The community brings warmth. Upon hearing that voice, the spider child hurriedly covered its mouth and frantically scanned its surroundings for a hiding spot or an escape route. Alas, the small warehouse was quite empty, with only a single entrance, the large door, leaving no room for concealment. With a resounding bang, Lin Xuan entered the warehouse. There, he beheld a giant spider sprawled atop the woven web, its 4 forelimbs shielding its head, muttering to itself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Lin Xuan thought, what should I do? It feels a bit wrong, like bullying a child. Yet, even if he refrained from killing, the spider child would not survive this trial. The instructors had presented these mysteries for them to confront, and the so-called trial was to eliminate these enigmas. At the very least, being killed by him or Lin Qiye would allow it to enter Nibelungen and play. Come down, let us discuss a matter. Lin Xuan beckoned to the spider child. I don't want to listen. You humans are all wicked. The spider child tightly covered its eyes, but with 3 pairs of eyes and only 4 forelimbs. It could not adequately conceal itself. The spider child realized this and attempted to use its hind legs to cover its last pair of eyes, but it was just out of reach, appearing particularly clumsy. This clumsiness rendered the spider child's actions endearingly foolish in Lin Xuan's eyes. After scanning the area to ensure no surveillance devices were present, Lin Xuan turned to the spider child and softly uttered, "Death." Meanwhile, within the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere was tense. What is happening? Why can't these individuals awaken? This resembles a situation mentioned by the instructors, where these individuals are likely under the control of some mental confinement. Is that so? Lin Qiye nodded, surveying the gathered individuals. At that moment, all those awake within the boys' dormitory were convened together by Lin Qiye. What time did you all wake up? I rose at 5:15. 5:50. I was awakened by my roommate just before 6. After a round of reports, Lin Qiye realized that all had awakened before 6 o'clock. This indicated that all new recruits who had not risen by 6 were currently in a state of unconsciousness. Not only Lin Qiye, but the others also recognized this alarming issue. This sensation bears an uncanny resemblance to the demeanor of a drill instructor. Failure to awaken at the appointed hour incurs punishment. Lin Qiye silently mourned for Bailey Pangpang for 3 seconds. This incident was likely a test, one that could significantly impact their final scores. As for Bailey Pangpang, who remained asleep at 6 o'clock, his final score was bound to be dismally low. Just then, the door to Lin Qiye's dormitory swung open abruptly. Bailey Pangpang rushed out in a flurry, only to find a gathering of individuals engaged in some unknown activity. "Qiye, what is happening here?" Bailey Pangpang queried, bewildered. Upon waking, he had noted the time was 6:15 and assumed that Qiye had forsaken him by not rousing him. He could already envision the severe punishment awaiting him, a grueling lap run as a gift. Yet, upon exiting, he found Lin Qiye and his companions deep in discussion, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. "Why do you all stare at me like that? And Qiye, why are you still here? It's already 6:15. We'll be late." "Not that. I'm curious how you managed to wake up," Chao Yuan interjected. "How did I wake up? I simply woke up naturally. How else could it be?" Bailey Pangpang replied, perplexed. Just as Chao Yuan was about to retort, several new recruits from other dormitories emerged in a similar state of panic, mirroring Bailey Pangpang's own. Now, it was Lin Qiye and his friends who were taken aback. After a brief moment, they finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that the inability to awaken was suddenly lifted, as the previously slumbering recruits gradually began to stir. What had transpired that they were unaware of? The group pondered in confusion, while only Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan kept their heads lowered, deep in thought. "Qiye, do you think Lin Xian did something?" "Quite possibly." Lin Qiye nodded, an instinctive feeling suggesting that this incident was closely tied to Lin Xian. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Having awakened, it was time to take action. The mysteries within the training camp could not be limited to just one. Below ground, the mental control was lifted. How could it be so swift? Lin Xian had barely entered the warehouse for a few minutes. That spider, no matter how timid, is still a formidable entity. How did Lin Xian manage to neutralize it? Instructor Hong expressed his astonishment. After all, it was merely a formidable creature, even if it hesitated to engage. Fleeing should still have been an option. Yet, from the moment Lin Xian entered until the mental control was lifted, merely 3 minutes had elapsed. How could he have achieved that? Is it possible that the spider offered no resistance? A fellow instructor proposed. Just as Instructor Hong was about to refute this notion, he recalled the spider's character, causing his lips to twitch. Perhaps Lin Xian used words to lower the spider's guard, then seized the opportunity to eliminate it swiftly. Given the spider's nature and intellect, it is indeed plausible. This was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Instructor Hong noted a large 10 in Lin Xian's column. All new recruits began with an initial score of 10 points, but after Lin Xian's success in dispatching the spider, his score doubled that of the other recruits. "Oh." Lin Qiye and his group seemed to be heading to the armory. "Quite astute. I recall that the armory is fully prepared, merely awaiting their arrival. Moreover, the groundhog has already moved in. Once Lin Qiye's group enters the armory, they might face a two-pronged assault. Initially, I thought releasing 5 formidable creatures at once was excessive, but considering how swiftly Lin Xian dealt with one, perhaps it was still insufficient. Yet, the other 4 may not be as easily subdued as the spider." In the realm of Nibelungen, an endless gray mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any semblance of light. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be discerned. Amidst the fog, a boy sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. This boy had long, grayish-white hair and a pair of red eyes filled with distress. After crying for a while, the spider child suddenly realized a troubling fact. He should, perhaps, be dead. But why did he still possess consciousness? The spider child rubbed his reddened eyes and surveyed his surroundings. "Is this the afterlife? Why is it so foggy? I can't see a thing." The spider child ventured forward, only to spot a figure carelessly sprawled on the ground, eyes shut and unkempt. He resembled a disheveled middle-aged man in despair. The spider child approached cautiously, squatting down to poke the individual with curiosity. Feeling the touch, the man stirred awake. "You little rascal, are you bored?" The figure before him was not Lin Xian, but a boy he had never seen before, likely around 12 or 13 years of age. Zhao Kongqing's expression was one of confusion. Where did this child come from? Are you also dead in here? Is this the legendary underworld? The spider child inquired with innocent curiosity. What do you mean dead here? Zhao Kongqing sensed a lack of coherence in the boy's speech, and as he opened his mouth to respond, Lin Xian appeared from the other side of the mist. The moment Lin Xian emerged, the spider child dashed behind Zhao Kongqing, eyeing him warily. "I didn't kill you. You died on your own. Don't pin it on me." The spider child figured that if Lin Xian could arrive here, he must also be deceased. However, debts must be settled with the rightful creditor. It was not he who had caused Lin Xian's demise. Lin Qiye paused, momentarily bewildered. Yet he quickly grasped the essence of the spider child's words. You're overthinking it. This is not the underworld but Nibelungen. Nibelungen? What is that? You can think of it as a place where you can play and sleep and play. Lin Qiye contemplated for a moment and explained. Given the spider child's disposition, Lin Qiye held no expectations that he would assist in battle. The child's role would be primarily to keep the solitary Zhao company and, when the time came for the flame dragon and Chen Mai to arrive, to complete the quartet for a game of mahjong. Really? Is it truly possible to play and sleep and play? Such a delightful existence. This was something he could hardly have imagined previously. The spider child's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had changed his perspective. This person before him was not a villain, but a friend. Of course, Lin Qiye nodded. By the way, you must have a name, right? Yes. My name is Azhu. Azhu? What a lovely name. Lin Qiye nodded in approval, then turned to Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, since you're usually idle, why not take this newcomer under your wing? Understood. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand, smiling. He was well aware of Lin Qiye's intentions in bringing the child to Nibelungen. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Lin Qiye, thank you. No problem. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could give me that ancient dragon set you just acquired? Get lost. I spent an entire month grinding for that. Zhao Kongqing jested. Lin Qiye had a penchant for humor. Whenever someone expressed gratitude, he would jokingly steer the conversation elsewhere. Tight-fisted, Lin Qiye scoffed, departing. He waved his hand and vanished into the thick fog. Lin Qiye did not leave Nibelungen immediately. Instead, he approached the pool of stagnant water. Currently, over a dozen corpses lay submerged within, yet the peculiar energy remained scarce. Unfortunately, during the New Year's holiday, when he dispatched those 3 formidable creatures, and later when he eliminated the snake woman, there were witnesses, making it difficult to draw them into Nibelungen. Otherwise, the unique substances in the stagnant water would not be so limited. With this meager amount of material, it would be challenging to transform even a lizard, let alone create the 4 great monarchs. However, he need not achieve an all-at-once transformation into the complete versions of the 4 great monarchs. It could be a gradual process. Nibelungen offers immense benefits to the soul, a fact Lin Qiye had discovered long ago. And since Zhao Kongqing was a soul entity, the enhancements he received were particularly pronounced. Upon entering Nibelungen, Lao Zhao's ethereal form was exceedingly faint, to the extent that even grasping the game console proved to be a challenge. However, he has since achieved a remarkable level of solidity, now capable of manipulating objects from a distance, which is quite extraordinary. Although the exact realm Lao Zhao has attained remains uncertain, it is likely not insignificant. There are, however, certain drawbacks. He suffers from excessive drowsiness, requiring 14 to 15 hours of sleep each day. Interestingly, it is during these slumbers that Zhao Kongqing experiences the most rapid enhancement of his mental prowess. As he stirred the stagnant water with his hand, Lin Qiye contemplated that transformation does not need to be achieved all at once. It can be a gradual process. His initial endeavor would be to sculpt a dragon-like corporeal form for Lao Zhao, subsequently enhancing his bloodline step by step. Lin Qiye eagerly anticipates the day when Lao Zhao might stand before Lin Qiye, already envisioning the bewildered expression that would undoubtedly grace Lin Qiye's face. Chapter 65. The True Dragonbone State, a New Linguistic Power. Lin Qiye and his companions made their way directly to the armory, recognizing the necessity to confront the unknown. They understood that weaponry was essential. Upon opening the door, a wave of sanguinary odor assaulted them. Scattered throughout the armory were numerous corpses, both male and female, pinned to the ground or walls by blades, their eyes wide in terror, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying, unable to close their eyes in death. In the center of the armory, a massive black figure squatted. This being, though humanoid, appeared to be sculpted from black clay. As sunlight streamed through the doorway, the figure seemed to sense their presence and slowly turned its head. Its face bore no features, smooth and unbroken, yet it appeared aware of the group. Rising to retrieve a rocket launcher from the ground. Get back, Lin Qiye shouted, diving to the side. At that moment, Lin Qiye had just dealt with a spider. After more than 3 months at the training camp, Lin Qiye's bloodline level remained stagnant at 39, trapped at a position that would be enough to frustrate any perfectionist. The energy absorbed from the Forbidden Abyss was less than 1, primarily due to the low realms of the new recruits. Levels and sequences both influenced the energy Lin Qiye could acquire. After vanquishing the creature known as a Zhu, Lin Qiye's bloodline purity finally surpassed 40. Fortunately, the armory was devoid of onlookers and surveillance, allowing Lin Qiye to lean against a corner and close his eyes. The towering steel and the colossal world tree stretching across the heavens re-emerged in his vision. He gazed at the steel's 40 mark. Shadow of the Underworld was the name of that ancient script. Simultaneously, an eerie sound resonated within his head. Perhaps due to the transformation of every bone save for the skull, this modification transpired with remarkable speed, completing in the blink of an eye. In that instant of transformation, Lin Qiye felt an awakening of his senses, as if a veil had been lifted from his perceptions, which had previously been shrouded in obscurity. Now, the world lay before him in vivid clarity, his senses dramatically heightened. He focused on his newly acquired ability, the Shadow. This skill, within dragonkind, was not particularly distinguished. Exemplified by the figure of the stunningly proportioned Geodamai, it could create a small field around its wielder, bending light to produce an effect akin to invisibility. However, information such as sound and scent remained unaffected, and during movement within this shadowy realm, a faint black mist would emanate. Its nomenclature was derived from the legend of absolute darkness in the depths of the underworld, likening it to a candle's light that would be devoured by the profound darkness. Yet, the information imparted to Lin Qiye indicated that his version of the shadow diverged from the original dragon variant. Upon further reflection, he discovered that his shadow extended a full 20 meters, permitting others to share in its concealment. Within this domain, light would also be distorted, but unlike its predecessor, it would obscure scent and sound as well. This enhancement surpassed the original shadow significantly. However, it too would produce a black mist during movement, thereby curtailing Lin Qiye's more audacious aspirations. Yet, the capabilities of the shadow did not conclude there. In addition to its stealth function, Lin Qiye could envelop his adversaries in darkness, plunging their vision into absolute obscurity, effectively rendering them blind in combat. Though Lin Qiye was an exception to this rule, Lin Qiye had long pondered a particular question. Now that Lin Qiye had ascended to a realm that enabled him to perceive all within a 100-meter radius, did that not also imply he could, quite brazenly, gaze up the skirts of young ladies? Lin Qiye, who presents himself with such decorum. Yet beneath that facade lurks a rather unsavory character. How envy-inducing and infuriating. From his moral high ground, Lin Qiye pointed a finger at Lin Qiye, silently vowing to settle the score once Jia Lan emerged. Having chastised Lin Qiye in his thoughts, Lin Qiye redirected his focus to another matter. His bloodline purity had now reached 40, and every bone in his body had been transformed, with the skull now completed. Did this signify that the dragon bone state could become his permanent form? As he activated this state and carefully examined his sensations, he found no discomfort. The sole alteration was that the beating of his heart had coalesced into a near-physical essence, and his draconic aura had ascended to a higher tier. Now, should he encounter entities of wavering resolve within the realm, such as a Zhu, he could potentially subdue them merely through the weight of his presence, rendering them motionless. In the dragon bone state, his physical strength, reflexes, and resilience had all been comprehensively enhanced. Lin Qiye experimented with the blood-sucking scythe and was astounded to discover that while the consumption of his linguistic power increased under this state, the effects were also markedly amplified. For instance, the domain of the blood-sucking scythe, which originally extended 200 meters, could now reach 300 meters, with a single direction surpassing 1,000. Meanwhile, the wind blade's maximum range had similarly expanded to 300 meters, with both quantity and velocity receiving a notable boost. However, the mental energy expenditure surged to approximately 15 times that of before. It stood to reason that other abilities would similarly experience enhancements within the dragon bone state. With a mere thought, Lin Qiye's scales enveloped his entire body, his face appearing as if adorned with a mask. Even the areas around his eyes covered by a transparent film, nearly imperceptible. He scrutinized his current state, despite being cloaked in scales. His appearance bore an unexpected allure rather than repulsiveness. Raising his hand for a moment, he suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, and sharp claws erupted from the tips of his fingers. With a gentle swipe against the armory wall, the unknown material was effortlessly cleaved apart, revealing a smooth cut. This enigmatic substance, not merely a common metal, was an alloy of remarkable hardness and resilience. Yet, against his claws, it succumbed easily. Akin to tofu meeting a knife's edge, a level of sharpness that was indeed extravagant. Moreover, Lin Qiye discovered an unexpected boon. Upon the completion of his skull's transformation, it appeared to have gained a degree of mental resistance, capable of withstanding certain levels of psychic assault, even reflecting it back upon the assailant. Coupled with Azure Guardian, Lin Qiye felt as though he could withstand the mental onslaught of a Sea Realm powerhouse. Certainly, the specifics of the situation had yet to be tested. After attempting various endeavors, Lin Qiye was poised to delve into Nibelungen, extracting the fourth weapon from the 7 deadly sins, when an abrupt and thunderous explosion resonated from outside the warehouse. Upon exiting, he beheld a colossal mushroom cloud rising ominously in the distance, seemingly emanating from the arsenal. What was transpiring? Lin Qiye momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. He quickly dismissed the notion that Xin Qingzhu had succumbed to despair and detonated the weapon's cache. So, what exactly had occurred? He recalled that, aside from the spider, the remaining 2 enigmatic entities were situated near the female dormitory in the original narrative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye suddenly recognized that he had fallen into a cognitive trap. While the original text portrayed such events, reality was not necessarily bound by those parameters. A wry smile crept across his face as he reflected on his tendency to rigidly adhere to the original narrative as the sole standard. Despite his constant reminders that the presence of his own butterfly could alter many outcomes. With renewed urgency, he dashed toward the direction of the arsenal, soon arriving at a warehouse severely damaged. The ironclad walls of the structure had been reduced to shrapnel, scattering wildly and embedding themselves in the surrounding trees and building facades. Lin Qiye could vividly imagine the scene at the moment of the explosion, where these fragments had shot forth like bullets, akin to knives descending from the heavens. The sheer force of such debris, if it struck a person, would likely penetrate them entirely. Turning his gaze to the disheveled individuals nearby, he was grimly reminded of the tragic reality. Some of them had been pierced through by the metal shards, leaving them lifeless. The onlookers stared in shock, their lips trembling in palpable fear. Just moments before, a mysterious figure had aimed a rocket launcher at the explosive cache beside them, resulting in a cataclysmic blast that hurled everyone away. Those positioned perilously close had been obliterated, reduced to charred remnants strewn across the ground. The scene was nothing short of horrific. To compound the tragedy, subsequent metal fragments had struck additional victims, some sustaining severe injuries while others had their lives abruptly extinguished. They had previously perceived this as a trial, yet the grim reality of death shattered that illusion. Xin Qingzhu knelt there, staring blankly at the lifeless form of Deng Wei, whose chest had been pierced by a shard. The atmosphere was suffused with an indescribable terror, teetering on the brink of an emotional eruption.